Nice shot from Bit.
With eyes on Ima, rifle in hand, trying to turn this back around. Bit finds a Desert Keel from the back of sight, and then some body damage on it. Bit is 3 kills into this round, and he's not going to get the help he needs yet. Further damage on for the ace.
Missed that. Oh, he missed that.
He's got the utility to try to soften them up, but he still feels stranded, and that is why. And a third deke for the road. Got the makings of a Beretta's hold. Yeah, wonderful. Okay, quad kill in the crossfire. Bomb is now in position. They try to go through to cover it. Ooh, they get away with that.
forces them off of the bomb. Flash comes in. It does get a bit sketchy. Indeed. Robs has bailed them out. Massive 3K on the spray. You don't have the health for this. MOUZ get caught out. What's going on? Caught them both. It's Robs with the ace. What a savior for Vitality. MOUZ, dangerous game being played. He's got just a scrap of health, but he makes it work. Nearly 2. Get the 3 of them. Sampaio's removing Robs and puts it all onto the flames. What is this? Yeah, he's already peaked 3, like ahead of the flashbang, and he just gets the head-to-head duel. Quick taps. Man on a mission. Mezzi's got a duel. He's got to win. Got to win, despite the output from Natus. One could go down if they can find him. Apex breaks the fight. Natus, a stunning sequence. Hey! He takes it all. Positive signs from Bait. MongolZ flashed in, but Sizzy's there. Opening kill provided. You might get that head-to-head with Fallen, and now you're peeking back into it. Whoa, that's quick. Stunning from Sizzy. He is really introducing himself to the world. Mine, excuse me, I got
You
the
need to
hiccups.
think you're not a fish because you can't cast with hiccups. I'll have to take over.
Oh, your Kinder's just won the round.
Oh, they're accelerating in the set. You can't hold on to it. Your Kinder. Oh, forward in the round. I think Sizzy, he's going to be tucked in safe and sound. No!
An ace!
Not open to the initial line, but also not considering this. This is a freebie in the back. Okay.
3-1 is it?
Yeah, you knew you had an open runway. Now,
is that true? Woxic 1 and 6 right now. Might have to be the savior.
2 and 6. 3 and 6. Woxic double opener, and he's even going back for a little bit more.
Eye to the scope, foot walking in. Woxic finds a 3rd. Oscar Wilde going crazy in toilets. 4 kills.
Oh, Cemetery makes up for it. First one sailed past. 2 and 3 though, they're blinders. Oh, Jacob, good wrestling back to that kill, and he goes and takes the space at long. Now it gets really hard for Nilo. Ooh. And Jacob ain't missed it. That is a beautiful 4K. Okay, look at that sequence!
It's a 2v5. Yeah, 1v5, 0v5. Modesty just cleans up kill after kill. That's 4.
Lower bomb site. 9-10 is here with it off, and he's got a good perch behind the silo, and you can't move forward at all against this AWP.
Yeah, a couple rounds in this half where 9-10 has looked very good. Multi-kill to close things out. A tight game, 6-6. A good comeback there from MongolZ. A really strong start on that T side from Pay Gaming. Grandmaster moves. Does he get another knife? Back-to-back maps. Oh, he got it! He actually did it the stylish way, too. Here comes Blitz. Zeus ready, and he's got it. So he's had a knife kill, a Zeus kill, and then a follow-up USP headshot.
No way.
Yep.
Day 2 from the beautiful Cluj-Napoca. That is what we are doing today for PGL. Some Counter-Strike action going down. The city is incredible, but it's more incredible in the studio right now because we get to watch the best in the world battle it out. And it's going to be a fun few weeks. We're glad that you're joining us, and we hope that you enjoyed day number 1. Dust and Maui are here bright and early to start the show after their very sexy couples massage last night that they enjoyed together. I heard from the therapists it went down very well. Do you guys have
talk to Mike?
Well, there we go. Let's talk about day 1 because lots of things went down throughout the day. A couple of tech issues, but which were now sorted out, I believe. But for the most part, lots of the favorites.
Hey, that happens at most tournaments.
It does, but I do think we need to. You know what most tournaments don't do? They don't address it. I think that what I love about PGL is they went, you know what, we had some issues, we're sorting it out, and
it also doesn't make
in.
most headlines usually. So
yeah, but that's
all I'm gonna say. Anyway,
there's been practically a problem at almost every day 1 of every tournament since the dawn of time.
Since the cavemen, when they were doing broadcasts with fire.
Yes, exactly.
You know, sometimes I want to like bash my head against a wall when I go on like Reddit and HLTV and I see the complaints because I'm like, okay, gents, let's move boxes and boxes and boxes of equipment all the way around the world to take 24 hours to set it all up, set all those PCs up. Let's do that, and you do it perfectly every single time.
Some people think that Cluj was built in a day. It wasn't, okay? It took a lot of manpower, a lot of effort, and there's been a lot of Windows updates lately, okay? It's happening to people at home too, all right?
But yeah, just kind of going back to, you know, the day outside of that, other norms pretty much did occur other than one. There was one that kind of stood out a little bit. And I think it's increasingly becoming less and less to call it an upset when it happens at this point. But if you're going to pick one that's as close to an upset as possible, FUT taking out Aurora, and I mean, not did they only take out Aurora, they nearly took them out and stole their merchant map Anubis from them. Like, that was a very tight game. And they blew them out of the water on the other 2 maps. It wasn't even close. So really good news for kind of like a young upcoming team and a Romanian player on that squad in Lonks, who's also fighting for that opportunity to play in front of his home crowd.
We love a little home crowd story. What do you think of this FUT lineup?
I've been liking it thus far. I feel like the one thing that I am still grasping for is their T-side identity. I feel like they're kind of going through the Rolodex of just running other teams' playbooks, but maybe I just haven't studied them close enough on that capacity. But when it comes to individuals, they're loaded with talent. I mean, Lonks, like you already brought up, Dust, the fact that he is a Romanian, was a bit of a journeyman, went through a lot of different rosters. He was on Falcons at one point. He was on Sprout at another. Yep. I saw a lot of bright signs from him when he was playing in that tier 2 level. But to see it all come together for him on a FUT roster that is clearly appreciating his talent and experience in the stead of MongolZ is an incredibly bright sign. And also, I think the fact that Jugs, I mean, when I made a prediction of the 30 best players for this year, Jugs was my pick from this roster. I think that guy's crosshair is just sublime when I watch it. I could not, even if I tried my hardest with practically no enemies, move it as smoothly as he does. It just feels like it glides from target to target with no wasted effort at all.
Yeah, I think the Jugs Demon combo is just such a great, you know, couple of riflers to really build around. I think Kerbini, you know, still a solid IGL and still frags pretty well from the IGL slot as well, even against good teams. So yeah, there's a lot to be excited on that team to see how it develops. I do wonder a little bit about Cemeterius or Opera, just a touch. I do think maybe he's a little bit
That's the elephant in the room, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, but again, it's still cool to see them get results that they got yesterday against Aurora and just kind of hang around. I mean, again, this team was not that far removed from being Navi's Academy team. And then they lost MongolZ to the main team, you know, brought Lonks in. And to see what they have done, it's been one of the coolest stories to follow of a true underdog or group of rookies really making things happen in Tier 1.
So I remember reading something, and now I'm not actually sure if this is a rumor or if it's the truth, but my understanding is the contracts for these players, this team can't be sold. They won't sell a core.
Correct.
That's part of the
100
deal.
Thieves Tribe.
Oh, okay.
It's big brain. I mean, I think
Sean
it's big.
actually very public about that.
It's
they
big
were
brain from FUT,
You watch all the
right?
podcasts.
You know?
There's like 15 of them, Dust. Who has the time? You're just transcribing them, just searching them.
I just try to learn. I'm always a learner.
That's
big learner over here.
It is our job, actually.
Yeah, actually.
That's quite big brain from FUT, though, to make sure that they can actually do something with this lineup and possibly go further. So curious to watch that and see how it plays out. You mentioned Orpers, though. Let's talk about the one who, building into this tournament and yesterday, had 2 whole games on HLTV, and then he comes to Cluj and they have to go up against FURIA. I'm talking about Bates' new Orpa. What did you think of his performance?
It was fantastic. I mean, look, this is a guy, like you talk about operas that come from obscurity, right? We talk about MongolZ's crazy breakout story last year, but even he at least had something. You know, he had some small local lands, he had some online play. At least he had a little bit of something out there. Same with like Karen. You know, he comes from the same academy system actually. Really unfortunate what's going on with him over at Heroic right now, where he can't actually get on the server, unfortunately. But you look at some of these guys who are obscure, they at least still have some records that you can go look at. This guy, you got nothing. You got like 4 maps at most on Spirit Academy before he joined this team. And yeah, I know he may have played in some tournaments that weren't on HLTV, but I'm sure he's probably active in the pickup game community, you know, and all those things. But again, 16 years old, no real experience. And comes in and, you know, plays a really good first map against a FURIA team that is a top 2 team in the world. You know, he had a really good performance on Mirage, the opening map of that series. Now, the overall numbers aren't going to look good because an Inferno game was really poor. He did struggle on that one, but his opening map on Mirage, he actually, I think, put up 19 kills and had a very solid rating and looked really sharp. And a game that was very close. They had a lead in that game. They could have won that game. They were up like 9-8 or something like that in the second half. So cool to see someone come out like that and have a performance.
I thought Sizzy and Bait were definitely going to take that one. I thought FURIA was going to have a little bit of a slow start. I mean, that's really what it was actually on that first map, but nice to see K Serato, MongolZ come alive in the series. So I feel like Sizzy definitely showed some signs, but you know, if I'm to pick a single map in the pool to say, okay, which one do you expect a random Ukrainian player to just have a pop-off moment on? Well, I probably would say it's going to be on Mirage. So for him to slow down there in the series was, yeah, a bit unfortunate. But I mean, I think that there were definitely some brighter signs than we got with Segukawa, who just kind of looked like he was out of his depth when he was playing back at Krakow for the Bait team.
So let's do a quick recap. If you weren't awake yesterday, or you went to bed early, or you had to go to a Valentine's Day dinner, who knows? No excuses as far as I'm concerned, but I'll let you have this pass. These were the results from day number 1. This is what went down on this A stream that you're watching right now. And again, we mentioned this earlier, no surprises here. All the favorites taking the victories. Over on the B stream, I was very excited for FaZe taking a win. That was nice for me. I'm a fan. FUT, obviously, with the quote-unquote upset, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing we could mention, even though, again, every result kind of went the way that they were intended to, I will say G2 at least put up a good fight against Vitality. You know, I thought there were definitely some good moments from them throughout that game. And that's nice because that's a matchup where they obviously had the crazy upset win over Vitality in a BO5 that went all 5 maps at the Blast London event, which was like this crazy win that we really did not anticipate whatsoever. But the next 2 times they played Vitality, they got handled. You know, they were 2-0s. They were pretty, you know, routine games for Vitality. So for them to be able to come into this year, their first crack at Vitality, and have a series that's actually pretty worthwhile, you know, I thought that's good news for that team.
I'm still really concerned about Pain, even though they're the underdogs there versus MongolZ. I mean, you're playing against a MongolZ team that lost their brightest star, and then the guy that you're earmarking as supposed to be your star in Snow. I just don't think that's coming together.
It's not.
So
you went from winning the first match to winning a combined 3 rounds across the next 2 maps. The only good thing about that series is that at least Cobra's era finally showed some life, right?
Right.
And if you're MongolZ, at least, hey, you hope that builds some confidence for that guy because he has big shoes to fill with Senzu being gone, and you know he plays a very important role in the team. So to see him at least have a performance like that, hopefully that kind of builds something for him.
I just want to know why Senzu left MongolZ.
I mean, isn't that the question everyone
now
has?
We're at the point with the whole Passion US. Like, we were lied to. This wasn't a burnout. Like, something went on there. I must know. Someone who is in the Mongolian scene needs to do some digging.
Spill the tea.
We need that information. We also need to see the schedule for today. This is what's going down on the B stream. This is the action that you can watch. Those are the matches that we'll be playing. And of course, the other side of the coin on the A stream, which you're watching right now, we're starting the day off with some bangers, and we're just keeping it going the whole way through the day. So you get to see all your favorite teams battling it out over on the A stream. But if you watch this one as well, you'll see teams that fall into that terrible situation where they've got 2 losses on their back, which is the concerning one. Here's what's happening. That last game, Vitality versus the MongolZ, Dust. That could be quite spicy, I rate.
It could be. It could be. I think, unfortunately, Mongols just don't pose as much of a threat as they used to, which is really sad because they were a top 5 team in the world for the majority of last year, in my opinion, and still have 4 of the same pieces that allow them to do that, but definitely still trying to find themselves with the whole Cobra Zero move. That'll be fun. FURIA and FUT will be a fun matchup as well. It's another opportunity for FUT to prove themselves against elite competition. And then, obviously, we have our 2 games, which are going to be absolute bangers. And, hey, again, best teams in the world are here. Goated format. We're going to have a good time.
Let's talk about that first game, the one that you're going to watch right now. MOUZ up against Na'Vi, and I want to touch on a quote that Blade made yesterday, chatting to HLTV. He mentioned, because this was a conversation with roster mania after the Budapest Major. We were all talking about how it was going to be this crazy shakeup and all these roster moves were going to happen. And then the biggest roster move we got was way to PARIVISION, maybe. I mean, it was it didn't lead to the expectations everyone had set. Na'Vi makes no changes. Blade tells HLTV yesterday that the reason for that is that they believe that this lineup could be in a trophy contender for this year, 2026. How do we feel about that comment?
I disagree.
Why?
I think that they are a team, in my opinion, that is definitely better than what their ranking says now. I think right now they're ranked 8th in both the Valve VRS and on HLTV. I think that they are certainly better than FaZe and PARIVISION, which are kind of teams that are, I think, technically ranked above them just because of, moments that just recently happened. PARIVISION winning a tournament, FaZe making the grand finals of Budapest Major. That inflates their rankings a little bit. So I think this team could be considered as good as 6th place in the rankings. I think that's probably a fair place to put them. So anywhere between 6 and 8, I think is fine. My issue with them is like, when I think about it, you're going to have to get past Vitality to win some trophies this season. I don't see that happening with this roster, for one. And then for 2, while they've had some close contests against FURIA in the past, and, I just don't know how they're going to get past all the other top 5 teams to get a trophy in the cabinet. Like that's my concern for them right now at this roster.
I'm a bit delusionally optimistic about Na'Vi. I actually think that there is an opportunity somewhere in the calendar. I'm not going to say it's at this event, but I've already seen these 4 players be part of 2024's best team in the world, and MongolZ, rocky to say the least for how this year's gone for him thus far, but he's already shown incredibly bright signs at major playoffs and at prestige playoffs. In fact, if you look at prestige playoffs for the previous year, so Cologne, Austin, and Budapest, he was one of the best, I think, 10 or 15 rated players. And that's not an insignificant amount of maps either. I mean, it's enough series now to see he doesn't get issues on stages, where now when I compare him to some of the other elite rosters out there, I've never seen Falcons lift a trophy. I know that MOUZ has choking issues. I've seen MongolZ crumble under the brightest lights multiple times. So the only team that really stands in their path in my eyes, if they're in good form going into the playoffs, is Vitality. And you can always get lucky on a side of a bracket. You might dodge a Vitality team who loses to a MOUZ or a Falcons in the quarters or semis. So I don't think that it's completely unreasonable to think that there's a world, and it might have to go very right in a lot of different ways for it to work out. But they definitely, in my eyes, have the potential to lift a trophy in this year, let alone actually, I think this season is possible.
I also don't know how I feel about the comment, because I remember at the start of the year, Apex on HLTV Confirmed goes, hey, quite a few teams wanted to actually make roster changes. There was a lot that wanted to make moves, but the market players and agents are just outpricing themselves and people couldn't afford to make those moves. So I sometimes wonder when we hear someone like Blade say, oh, we decided not to make a change. Did you? Or financially, was everyone kind of constricted by the fact that the market's been inflated?
I think that's a really fair point to make. And I think, look, like you kind of made the mention, about 2024, they were kind of the team of the year despite not having any of the best players in the world. But they had Bit, first of all, in prime form. They don't really have that anymore, in my opinion. JL was still a top 10 player in the world.
Yeah.
And then Wonderful can be at that level at times, but not consistently. We've seen the up and downs that he's had as a player. And look, I'll give it to you. I think MongolZ has gotten better, particularly as an entryman. Most entry fraggers, if they're elite, they're winning nearly half their opening duels. He was not anywhere near that in 2025. He was below 40%. It was actually really rough. Krakow, he was near 50%. Like, he was actually converting. That's his most important role. Mm-hmm. So I am seeing some trends in the right direction, but his overall numbers still aren't there yet, in my opinion, particularly on the CT side. And I do just wonder, is Bit ever going to get back into the same shape where he was? This dude was considered best anchor in the world in 2024. And even last year, you would have put him in the conversation. I think Heavy Goddard, obviously Robs, Mezzi, guys like that are going to be put ahead of him. But, we know he's capable of it, but will he be able to get back there? Now, the one thing that I do want to say that's positive for me, outside of the whole wonderful story that we've really hit on a lot, is I do think Ema, low-key, is doing a lot of impactful things for this team. Again, his overall numbers may not leap off the page, but he's actually doing a really good job being the other big opener for the team.
Beyond that, I mean, Ema also has been a great secondary voice for this team. If you watch the comms videos that Navi frequently releases, it's actually in the mid-round, frequently, Ema is talking more than Alexi B. And also in some of the other events that on the circuit, when sitting in green rooms, I'm looking at the cams pretty frequently, and Ema is nonstop talking for this team in a good way, in a positive way. Not saying that he needs to quiet down or anything, but in fact, he's contributing. And even on listen-ins that fans all have access to on these tournaments, you're going to hear him come up with mid-round ideas. So he's an excellent secondary voice. He's one of the reasons that they look so strong tactically. So for him to have a great last 3 months, but an excellent start to this tournament, pretty much topping the board in almost every meaningful metric through day one of play. This is a Navi team that's shaping up in the right way for me at the right time.
Obviously, they're going up against MOUZ, and I think that this conversation about roster changes fits for both these teams. We touched on this a little bit yesterday, but let's bring it up again. With Navi, obviously, a lot of the fans say, oh, we need a roster change. But you're consistently making playoffs, right? So granted, the start of the season, not so great, but last year, that major run was impressive. Changing a piece when you're so close feels like a very dangerous move. And it's something you mentioned yesterday with MOUZ. Dust, like, this is a consistent playoff team. Why would you take a piece out? Because why would you risk losing that playoff thing? And I think maybe the modern fan doesn't realize the impact a change can have, because we're not just talking about a role swap. We're not just talking about bringing in more firepower. There is an entire personality dynamic that comes into a team when you change a new player, and you don't know how that plays out in the server.
Well, I'll say two things here. First off, yeah, I mean, they obviously won the last Cluj. They're looking to defend that title here, but it's been, over 380 days since they won their title. Yes, they've had 12 top 4 finishes since Cluj. That's fantastic. A lot of teams would love to be in that position, right? 3D Max that's sitting over there that's been with the same roster for a long time. They'd love to be making playoffs consistently because they keep finding themselves in 9th to 12th place every single tournament. So, from the outside looking in, you'd love to be in MOUZ Sports' spot. But let me flip the question on to you, Sam. How long do you go only being able to make semifinals and not being able to win before it's like, we have to do something to try to win? And I think that's the question you have to ask yourself. Everybody does when they're assessing this team.
It's literally the question I was asking myself when I was thinking about the setup for the desk is like, well, how long is too long? It's my biggest frustration sometimes when we have analyst desks, and I've said it to both of you, where one of you will say to me, we just need to give them time. And I always go, well, how much time?
Exactly.
What is the cutoff here? And for MOUZ, I mean, Maui, what do you think is, when does the cutoff happen where we go, hey, you're not lifting trophies, change something?
It's really tough because I don't like to usually weasel my way out of answers on these kinds of things.
But you're going to do it now.
But because when you're this close to taking down, when you've really actually proven you can take down all of the other elite teams in group stages, but you don't do it in the big moments, then I almost would say that you should probably just hire a mental coach. I mean, the last 5% might not even be something. It's not something tactically, and it's not something via personnel that's in the server. It's just that one other aspect to the game that a few other teams have kind of cited why Vitality gives so much praise to people like Jack for helping them stay on the ball when it comes to the big moments and keeping the focus, because I think Cyclone's doing a fantastic job as a coach. I think he's mentally stabilizing, and I think he's tactically helping them out tremendously. And all of the personnel on MOUZ have proven that they're, relatively speaking, around the top 20, maybe I would say top 30. They're easily all top 30 players at their best. So you have everything in terms of firepower to be there. And so legitimately, the only move I could honestly see, IGL. That's the only thing for MOUZ that I could possibly see you changing, because Brolin, he hasn't taken like a fish to water in the role. Yes, they won their immediate Cluj around his debut. Technically, Katowice last year was his debut, albeit with a stand-in, but the first real tournament that they've had this 5, they won, they look good. However, their T-side started dropping off precipitously. Every single consecutive tournament, practically, you look at their T-side win rate, and it just gets worse and worse and worse, and now it's kind of just hovering around the bottom 5 or 7 teams that are amongst the elite, or the top 10. So that's not a position you want to be in for MOUZ when your CT side is carrying you over the line, which to me proves you have good players, but you just need to be a little bit better tactically and be a little bit more intuitive in those high pressure situations.
I mean, here's the reality. Their T sides outside of Inferno are well below standard for a top 5 team in the world.
Yeah.
Every other map. I mean, Overpass to some degree, they can get the job done, but Inferno is really the only other one. And then outside of Inferno and Overpass, there's no other map that you feel confident that this team can consistently win. Like, they have slipped in their map pool across the board. So, yeah, it's just a tough spot to be in.
I find this fascinating. So let me just put this to you. So we're questioning Brolin as an IGL who for the last year has consistently made playoffs. Consistently. Alexi B, no questions, and there's massive inconsistencies in Na'Vi.
Well, I get what you're saying, but I have seen multiple instances of Alexi lifting teams to be above the sum of their parts, whereas Brolin, I would say the inability to adapt in the middle of a half, the frequency with which Cyclone has to save his timeouts for the T side, that'd be a fun stat for somebody who really can dive into the demos at home, is just how many of their T side, how many of our MOUZ's timeouts have to be on T side. Because I have seen in high pressure games, he takes all 3 in the span of 6 T rounds. Like that happened at the Budapest Major versus Falcons.
Didn't it?
Versus Falcons, he had to take all of their 3 timeouts every other round to get them over the line versus another elite team. So he has to get on the mic all the time. Like okay, here's the take. MOUZ would be amazing if Valve didn't make it so coaches can't talk during rounds. Like I think they would be actually a top 3 team every single tournament easily if Cyclone was on the mic 24/7.
What an interesting take. I enjoyed that conversation. I enjoy this matchup as well because I do think it will be interesting to see how someone like Brolin can hold up against Alexi B, especially if the likes of Wonderful is in the server today and is popping off the way we saw a little bit yesterday, Dust.
Yeah, I agree this is an interesting head-to-head matchup because they did play each other twice at the last season. They played each other the first event of the season. It was Cologne, and then they obviously played each other in EPL. And MOUZ won both those series, but there was some close maps throughout, and a lot has changed since then. No, not necessarily roster configuration, but back then, neither team was playing Dust 2, right? MOUZ went an entire season without playing Dust 2, and Na'Vi went like 4 or 5 months without playing Dust 2 as well. But now you've seen both teams have to pivot, where now, MOUZ Sports having to get rid of Anubis. They don't want to play that. Na'Vi's now getting rid of Overpass, which is actually really hurtful to MOUZ because MOUZ are so good on Overpass. So the point being is that, yes, MOUZ owns the head-to-head against their opposition, but it was a decent amount of time ago, and a lot's changed in the map pool since then. And so this will be a really interesting matchup because they're not that far apart in the rankings, and they are both in a similar boat where you wonder if they hit their ceiling. And in a game like this, and a big tournament performance here would maybe kind of help rewrite that narrative for them.
Let's take a look and see how this veto plays out after what Dust was telling us there.
Yeah, I mean, the ban from Anubis is kind of what we expected. Overpass should come out from Na'Vi. I think for Na'Vi, they would be favored, in my opinion, on either Ancient or Mirage, just based on the trends for both of these teams. So I'd like to see them go in one of those directions. And then, yeah, Inferno was kind of the map you'd expect MOUZ Sports to pick.
Yeah, I pinned Na'Vi to go with Mirage just because it's their comfort, along with the fact that I think you might be able to get Ancient here in the decider anyways. I don't think MOUZ I think MOUZ is going to be second vetoing Dust 2 no matter what here. So yeah, Na'Vi are basically forcing MOUZ into a corner by banning Nuke themselves, and MOUZ, they just have to ban Dust 2. I feel like everybody's punish picking this against them, and actually, okay, that's a bit of a development for me in how MOUZ are perceiving their own Dust 2 here by letting it be the final map, even though clearly every map or every single time a team can pretty much punish pick them on it this season, they're going for it. And actually, it's almost like we're meeting at the bottom of the barrel. Like, this is basically both teams' 6th best map here for the decider. However, MOUZ have strung some nice wins on it lately.
Here's what I'll say. We don't usually spend too much time on this because it's not as interesting, but this is interesting because when it comes to the whole banning Dust 2 in the second phase, where both teams don't really have a track record in Dust 2 that they're going to be very proud of, and again, they went a long time without playing it in both sides. I think what MOUZ is doing there is they realize how good Na'Vi have been on Ancient. They're 8-2 in their last 10 games. Like, they've been really, really strong on Ancient, Na'Vi has, and they look sharp from an eye test as well, whereas, MOUZ Sports, they've only won 5 of their last 15 games on Ancient. Like, it's not been a good trend. And so I think that they're trying to embrace Dust 2, and they understand their opposition is very strong on Ancient, so I think that they were willing to make that trade-off.
Let's just jump into, again, the HLTV article and interview that I mentioned at the start of this with Blade. One of the other things that he mentioned is he actually thought that the start to the season and the fall off from Na'Vi had a lot to do with the map pool changes. He mentioned the removal of Train really messed them up a little bit. Would you agree with that, Maui? Have you seen that effect on Na'Vi?
Well, both of these teams really love Train. I mean, it was obviously the pick of Na'Vi, or where they really sealed Furia's fate in the Budapest Major with how well they were able to anti-strat on it. And tactical maps are always going to favor Blade and Alexi. They're always going to be able to come up with targeted game plans. But one reason that I just love this matchup is that it's such a tell for the form that both of these rosters are in. And even though it's day 2 of the group stage, I feel like it's gonna answer a lot of questions about a Na'Vi team that we haven't seen much of so far this season, where individual form is wavering for them, but it seems to be on the rise once again, as we've got Wonderful and Ema playing lights out yesterday, as we've got Bit, who also was able to really pick and choose his moments, versus a MOUZ team that at times is looking for their star. They're looking for the guy that's going to stand up for them, whereas I think in some ways, I think the way Na'Vi played yesterday versus how MOUZ played today, the individuals on Na'Vi look razor sharp right now.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the map pool portion of that, discussion that Blade had in the interview, I think it has put them in a rough spot because, they had such a reliance on Train. Now that's gone. They're trying to figure out Anubis, obviously. They're now banning, Overpass, which is a smart ban in this series. But Inferno is now a map they're going to be forced to play here against MOUZ Sports, and they've lost their last 7 out of 10 games. The only positive note is that they did beat Furia at Krakow, so that maybe gives you a little bit of hope that maybe they're starting this year on the right foot. But I think that really, this is one of the maps that MOUZ has been consistently doing good things on. This is one of the maps where their T-sides don't fail them like it does in other maps. And I think that this would be a bold statement win if Na'Vi can steal this pick away from MOUZ, whereas MOUZ, you would feel really, really bad if you don't get this one across the line. And I think what it's going to come down to is this. It's 2 guys who we know are capable of creating big openers, because we've seen it at times, but have not been able to do so consistently. And we know how important Banana is on this map. And so Xerxin and MongolZ are going to be going head-to-head all day long on both sides. They both play B as a T and as a CT, and we know how critical this portion of the map is. And again, we've seen Xerxin wane in his ability to create openings. Like his stats have gone way down, whereas MongolZ is kind of on the way up. Like, he struggled last year, but he looked really good at Krakow. He's looked good yesterday, and I think that this battle is going to be so pivotal to determine who's going to have an edge in this map, which is a really key map in this series.
Who do you think wins that battle?
I mean, you kind of hope Xerxin would, just based on veteranship and overall ceiling, but MongolZ's trending a little bit better over the last few months. And this would be a big test for MongolZ, I think, in my opinion. This would be like proving that, you deserve to stay on this roster after last season.
Yeah, I mean, if you force me to make a pick, I feel like the brain is saying Exertion, but just how Na'Vi are trending and how they've looked recently, or really yesterday, has just kind of inspired me with an almost unfounded confidence. So I'm really, if you made me pick on this one, I'm going to take Na'Vi. I'm going to take MongolZ. I'm going to bank on the fact that they also are so familiar with MOUZ. They've just watched the footage is all available on this team. And again, since they've had the whole day to really prepare for this one, I just feel like they're going to have that extra key piece of utility here and there that's going to help make the difference.
I think the other critical one for me is going to be Ema versus Spinks. Spinks has been the most consistent piece for MOUZ and the closest thing they have to a star player, in my opinion. And Inferno, when he came onto this team, he had to change the way he played this map. He used to be an apartments guy, very passive force. Now he's having to play middle on T side. He's having to be more active. He's also their A rotator. Ema plays those exact same spots. They're going to be clashing a lot. And when you're trying to play the split pressure, which is required of this map to keep your options open, this is the other key matchup I think we're going to see a lot played throughout this game. And look at how near they are to each other in overall performance so far this tournament in the first series. But even if you go throughout the last 3 months, Spinks has the edge for sure. Like, don't get me wrong. But Ema's had a lot of impact in his roles on this team, and so it's going to be fun to watch when Ema's out here trying to defend the home turf.
The crazy thing about Spinks' numbers is that they're probably even better than what they say on paper, just because he's assisting his team so much with flashes. I mean, yesterday on those B defenses, Spinks was just constantly throwing perfectly timed flashes. Sure, someone's going to tell him when to throw some of those, but he's helping just as much as he's actually outputting by getting kills himself.
I know that this is just the group stages. Obviously, both of these teams have a victory under their belt. So today, you're just trying to get to the finals, the final battle, if you like, so that you can make playoffs. But it isn't as big a meaningful event as, say, like a quarterfinal or a semifinal. But could we say that it is a litmus test for both of these teams? They're looking at this going, this is a good marker of where we're currently sitting in the bigger scheme of things.
This is Navi's opportunity to play against like a top 3, top 4 team in the world and prove that you belong on that same standing. You know, that you're not an 8th place team, that you're a team that can be in the top 5 and a team that can contend for trophies. You banked on you thinking that you have the right roster to still get this job done, despite not being able to, you know, get any real big results, you know, last year for the most part, other than the major run they had right at the end of the year. And so, yeah, I think it's kind of a way to test yourself. Like a team you haven't played against in a while. A lot of things have changed since then. And yeah, this is your chance to kind of walk up the pecking order. If you're MOUZ, you're defending your status. You're saying, hey, like maybe we struggle against some of the other top 5 teams. Maybe we struggle when we get into the playoffs, but we are group stage gods and we are going to beat the teams beneath us consistently. And this is a big opportunity to do that.
Another note about it is that for me, this is my 2025 Coach of the Year in Cyclone versus my 2024 Coach of the Year in Blade. So every single time out, you're going to see tactical adjustments. What we have before us is likely one of the highest level games we're going to get in a group stage, where it's not just going to be the stars brawling it out every single time. You're going to see what the initial game plans are, how the IGLs and the coaches are going to be able to make those sort of mid-half adjustments. And that's why I just give the slight edge to Navi. I just feel like they're going to be able to adapt a little bit better on the fly without the timeouts, because Alexi's better than Brolin. But the thing is that I would say individual-wise, it's hard not to slightly favor MOUZ, because people like Spinks have just been hitting so hard lately. We're
getting ready to go into game. We've got a couple more minutes.
Sure.
So I want to go a little bit left field here, because you mentioned the coaches, and this is something that's been sitting in the back of my brain for most of last year. So let's bring it up now. The Zipix assistance coach. Obviously, he chose a path very different to a lot of superstars. The likes of Taz, Glaive, they went straight into those head coach positions. They've taken on these big lineups. He chose to do the assistant coach thing. He chose to kind of, I would say, stay in the shadows. We don't see him as much, and he's now been there for a while. When do you think he takes the next step? When do you think we see Zipix sitting behind a team?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think for him, it depends on how much he wants to advance or how much he wants to help MOUZ finally win. You know, because you've been around this team for a long time. They've been a top 4 team in the world for a long time, but they only got that one trophy. Do you want to stick around and finish the job and try to help steer this team to finally getting a trophy? And yeah, he's not going to get as much credit as the players in Synchrone in that regard, but he'll be personally fulfilled, I think, if he's able to create that mission. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know if he'd want to do it, but I'm shocked that Astralis didn't pick up the phone and say, hey, come back home and coach this team. Rug has been there for 2 years.
Do you find it funny that most Astralis players don't want to go back? You brought this up about Blame F. Let's just put it out there. From what I've heard, most people don't want to go back.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. But look, I do think that there is, if he wants to, one day going to be an opportunity for him to head coach, you know, a top 10 team in the world. Of some sort.
I think there's another opportunity. I mean, what was the nickname of MOUZ for such a long time? I think they've shedded this, so don't get mad at me, people at MOUZ, but it was FaZe Academy, okay? Who's been on the hot seat for FaZe lately as they've struggled to put together consistency? Neo. So why not take a gamble on somebody else who has the stature that he could go toe-to-toe with Kerrigan if there's a clashing of ideals and clearly a streak of bad results? So I think that the options are probably a little bit more wide-ranging than just getting a promotion here, or even dipping down to, not that Astralis is that bad right now, but I think you could get onto a premier organization as a coach if you're Zip.
I feel like with Zip, that I would argue that as well. I'm like, I do think that he's playing in the top 10 field now. I think as assistant coach to this lineup, he doesn't need to go to like a Gamer Legion or an Astralis, you know, like he's at a point where he probably could make quite a big move, and none of us would put a question mark over his head the way we do with Glaive.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously, you know, you have Matt over at Vitality who's in the same boat. You know, he's kind of behind the scenes, behind X-Taz, obviously behind Apex, and so we'll see what he can do as well.
We actually have Scorny and Launders hanging out with us. We're going to have a quick little chat to them.
Hello.
What's up, gents?
Hey, we're in the room next to you, so I'm going to break that fourth wall and say I can hear you in person, I can hear you online.
You could walk right around if you want.
I could smack you in the back of the head, Dust. Be careful.
I like the violence so early in the morning.
I don't think you'd do that.
No, I would never.
I don't think you're allowed
on camera, though.
No, of course.
Yeah.
Could you imagine the headlines on that one?
I could. I feel like I'd get away with it, Dust.
Probably so.
I think Scrunny's got one. He's got one for free.
I think unfortunately you're right. Unfortunately for me, that is.
Okay, gents, we got the game to go to, so let's get into the action.
Yeah, let's do it. Very informational panel. We keep Dustin around and we rule with an iron fist, but we rule because he brings so much to the table. Mohan, our analysts, I think, dissected this one very nicely, and now we're going into a game that I agree with Dustin is very important for these two teams to be like who is going to be our top 5 in 2026, because both these rosters were under a magnifying glass in terms, or microscope, in terms of who was going to make a change coming into this year. Neither of them did. I think there's some parallel in that regard, and I think this is a great chance to duke it out early. And that duking will go down here on Banana. We talked about it on the analyst desk. MongolZ dead first. Now, all of a sudden, 3 kills come with it. So, it's a bit of a fast bloodbath, and it's instantly into a B bomb site. Na'Vi, unfortunately, absolutely owned here in the first pistol. MOUZ going to take that momentum of their map pick off of the very first round. Bit, however, going to try to make something look possible. Not the case, however, still 3 survivors out of MOUZ.
Do you have a winner in this game? You're leaning at all?
I think, honestly,
I find this tough.
It is a very difficult game to call. I think I'm actually going to lean Na'Vi's way off this one, just because I was really impressed with the individual levels we saw yesterday.
Actually, we had so they were talking about Dust 2 being the weakest, one of the weakest maps of both of them, but it gets even worse. They play if this series comes down to 1/2 and we go to Dust 2, MOUZ got 0 T rounds yesterday versus PARIVISION.
Worrying.
But in their last 3 maps, they are all single-digit losses on Dust 2. Across all 3 in total, they got 4 T rounds.
But today will be different, Launders. That's what the MOUZ camp wants you
to. Why? Because we're not going to Dust 2.
Yeah, possible. It's crazy. I thought, I was following along with the video, and I thought the desk kind of had it pinned down so well. And after what we saw yesterday with the struggle of the T side, I was right there as well. I didn't think Dust 2 was going to be played again today. It feels like it's a punish at the moment. Yet MOUZ feeling capable. There was a loss streak as well, though, for Na'Vi going down here on Inferno, but Dust brought it up, getting a victory in Krakow over top of FURIA. I mean, that's something to be proud of. So we'll see if they'll be able to turn it around, potentially with this force buy. It still features a bunch of grenades, but doesn't feature all too many defenders here at the B site where we do get MOUZ set up early.
Yeah, they don't really believe it. This smoke, it seems like more of an invitation than anything else. Alexi is really going to have to find a way to multiply his presence to scare him away. And there comes down a second smoke, but you still have MOUZ patient. But wisely, Na'Vi realize that this is being called out. Start to move over.
Utility up and over the top. MongolZ is going to lose his line, frag to pop it open, and another volley here for the MOUZ attack. MongolZ tries to find his timing, will connect to the headshot. Imez Desert Eagle, wonderful, finds one as well. Zershin and Torji bring it back though, and it falls on this Alexi backside. Holds, he gets it. The last bullet nails it, and we go 1v1 round 2.
Oh, scary for Torji. He'll get the bomb down, but Bit's already crossed right.
MP9 at this range though, trying to close that gap versus the Galil of Torji, which is almost empty. Check out that HUD. Now he's going to have to go for the reload. That opens the door for Bit to cover this distance. Torji, he loses out to Bit, and the force buy comes through. How many of those pistol kills were with the last bullet those players got to shoot?
When the Deagle got that frag, I thought it was definitely done. But MOUZ kept the numbers for a second, and that last 5-7 frag really made the difference. But an MP9 kill, every kill crazier than the last.
In 2026.
From that far away?
With the MP7 on the field.
Oh, is that a 7?
No, I mean, as an option, the MP7. He still pulls it off. So many of these pistol frags came down to the wire, but, I mean, round win is a round win. Na'Vi put it on the board.
I thought it was crazy in the first place that Bit decided to scale from CT instead of going through Con with the MP9.
Yeah.
He'd still be far away, but a little bit closer.
I also kind of thought him tucking into the tree was going to be a moment where suddenly he kind of gets hard cleared by Torzi's challenge, and he gets away with it. So we go force buy right back. Desk kind of had this game painted as a very tight-knit affair, and 2 rounds in, we see why. Big question today will be about the individuals, right? We saw some promising stuff from Eman and Wonderful yesterday. It was Spinks to lead the camp for MOUZ off their opening game. And I like how the devs kind of painted the picture of like, this is two systems that we can throw up against one another. There's no superstar in the server per se. We've got coaches that are going to have their impact as these game plans have to be fine-tuned. And so timing over into the pit, it's a full-in rush. Wonderful's going to find himself a triple kill off the A4. And while USP's in hand, it's a good distraction to allow that smoke push, which almost costs Alexi, but he'll survive it. Na'Vi do convert with 2 players still up.
He just takes such a good adjective out of the vocabulary for his highlights, you know, because it's always so wonderful. Every time he gets these kills, and it's more and more every day. I feel like his highlights are getting more consistent. His floor as an opper is getting more consistent. And actually, I mentioned this the other day, but ZywOo is like the only top opper right now that's just consistent, opping, top player. Everyone else is like struggling in some of the bigger moments. And yeah, Wonderful had a bad couple of final games recently, but overall, his consistency is like way better year over year than it has been since he's joined the team. And he's just he's become Mr. Reliable, actually, which I think is really nice for him and for Na'Vi.
Surely for Na'Vi
and
as
for
well.
Imma here at Cluj.
I get you. Yeah, he was playing like he wants to get into the BT arena as fast as possible. And that is obviously what we're doing here, day 2 in Cluj. Groups, Swiss, and Na'Vi. We go back to the major. We paint them as one of these teams that can just fly through a Swiss group stage. MOUZ have, at times in their history, absolutely faltered in Swiss at majors. I think of Paris. But they've also, Copenhagen, the very first CS2 major, been a 3-0 team as well. So
you never know what you'll get with them.
I feel like there's so many parallels between these rosters that we kind of get to dissect today.
Yeah, I think like, you know, they like both of them kind of punch up for what they have. Na'Vi probably a little more, especially with Spinks coming into MOUZ.
Yeah.
But even that's kind of hard to say. I'm not exactly sure. You know, they have Blade. They have Wonderful in this form, which I feel like you take Wonderful over Torzi right now. And this stuff kind of comes and goes with Na'Vi, but one thing's actually for sure, as in a roster and in their entirety, they're not in that sort of summer period where after the Copenhagen major, they got it all together and then kind of validated their performance to show exactly how good they could be. But even with MongolZ on the team, I think MongolZ was actually really good last year. I think in a lot of games where Na'Vi were struggling, it was pretty much only MongolZ who was kind of showing up, and he was doing it as a rookie, which made it even more impressive. It's not like he had lights out stats, but for his roles, actually, I think he was above what he should have been delivering, and a lot of people doubted him, right? We always had that Zwei quote that's been repeated a million times. And that was funny because he obviously outlasted him, but definitely been solid.
One of my questions about Na'Vi, though, MOUZ, is something we always kind of praise Blade for in the system and the organization. They always really kind of have a peak. Even if it's not their peak of the year, they always kind of find their form in the biggest events that matter. We go back to 2025, playoffs at both majors, at Cologne, at Katowice, which have always been, you know, these considered spectacular events. The question will now be, is in 2026, Cluj one of those events for a team like Na'Vi? And especially after we come from Krakow, or IEM Winters, all of a sudden Na'Vi weren't there. They've started 2026 without the consistency of 2025 that they were hoping to tap back into. And I think that you could replace a Krakow or a Kato with a Cluj this year. With this field of teams, with this format, etc. This is a moment where I hope for their sake they are able to put it all together, because this event is one of the big ones.
I will not be doubting Na'Vi at this event. No chance. I think they've got the crowd to look forward to. That's the first thing. I think that actually plays a factor in many tournament runs we've seen in history. It only works if your team is already good enough, and they are. And then you have things like Wonderful, who I'm just not going to sleep on. I think that he'll have a good event. We saw him as form yesterday as an individual, and yeah, you know, I've always thought if I was playing today in this like really difficult field, everyone's so good, I would never set my sights on trying to peak at the right times. I'd just be trying to win whenever I could.
Sure.
But I feel like because Blade has been around the block for so long, he actually could make that a reality. I don't know if anyone else can really time it like he can, or if it is just a little bit of random chance that they power up at the right times. But I think with some of the veteran orgs and players, high contact competition. The cameraman win.
We won.
It's kind of unfair. He probably blinked behind the camera.
Yeah, but I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It could totally be chance, because I mean, even when they won Copenhagen, Blade was like, wow.
Well, that wasn't in the script. It just feels so consistent, though, from him, And I would never doubt that Blade has a plan.
Yes, he's got a plan.
At all times.
You see how small the font is in the notes. It's a very detailed one. Actually, on the question of assisting coaches to coaches, I thought that was a interesting
that was a very good
topic.
question.
I also thought that, maybe exist, because let's be real, we look at exist. It seems like he would love to be in the background more than to be like some kind of emotional leader of a team.
Yep.
And I also wonder how granular it is, the responsibilities that take place the lower down you go. I'd imagine, and I'd have to ask him, but I'd imagine that his jobs are more specific than Cyclone's. It goes from nades to prep to tactics,
right,
and then to overarching strategy, emotional leadership for Cyclone. And him taking on some of the smaller roles. Not smaller, but just more detailed, more specific roles, which
it's funny.
I could see exist as a watchmaker.
Okay.
Tinkering.
Sure.
In very fine details to make things happen. I
think that you could see Zippix being, the guy who owns the watch shop 2 stores down as well. The two of them competing. And I do think it's funny. I thought it was a great question from Sam just because we don't really discuss assistant coaches all too often.
Ass man.
And then when it comes to those, yes, when it comes to them, you just wonder, you've never heard somebody say, God damn, this team needs to change their assistant coach. And that's, I think, the perfect place for a guy like Zippix.
Well, I think the thing about esport, if you think about sports, if you think about hockey, it's your coach he's the first guy under the gun every time.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? And it's but in Counter-Strike, there's a lot more triangular power given to the coach. Everything happens under him.
Illuminati.
Yeah, essentially. But it's not a conspiracy. It's
real.
For real. And I think that is partially because of Blade. He's kind of made that seem possible. I think before Blade, it was hard to find coaches. It was Blade and Zonic. It was hard to find coaches that you could trust with all that power. They didn't know the game well enough. The players all seemed to be both better understanding of the game and better at the game and more relevant in the current metas. So until Blade showed us what, the power of his tac pauses could do, or, Zonic's, the amount of time that he was on top, how much his, and the reviews of him, how much he was impactful, it didn't feel like it made sense for other organizations to try to copy that. And instead they kept the coach on, but the coach was expendable. But it's a different time now. And I think also that some of the coaches probably weren't good enough back then to have all that responsibility,
right?
But have learned so much over the last few years and have really grown into the role.
It just feels like a role and a job that now there are people out there who kind of aspire to just be, right? It's not just an ex-pro who then becomes a coach, but it's a career path in Counter-Strike that you can commit yourself to pretty early on. I think of somebody like Sid for FURIA, who's just kind of, born within that. I had never heard of him beforehand. Again, probably playing experience to some degree or another, but you kind of go onto that path and you get brought in. And maybe it takes somebody like Fallen to be in the in-game leadership to give a guy like Sid his chance. I think you still need 2 great minds. But that's the funny part about coaching, isn't it? Now we always talk about them as packages. It's the coach with the in-game leader.
Yeah.
And maybe a guy like Zippix in the shadows.
Yeah, Maui was talking about how MOUZ are burning through 3 timeouts in 6 rounds with Cyclone, how important that is. I do think a lot of coaches in general are just using them on T sides and hoping you survive the CT, hoping the other team uses theirs on T sides and then you can talk at the same time. But it really does speak to, we can see it. We've tried to, I don't know if it was Nero or someone else who tried to parse the data on how many wins there were after tac pauses. But some of that is a little bit hard to be concrete with because you could take attack pause on the eco for the following round and then lose. So
the old 2-for-1.
Yeah. So, but based on what we saw, that was investigated because we were talking about how it seemed like every time Blade called attack, they'd win.
Yeah.
That's kind of where it began, I think.
Yeah, there's always a stats guy. We can start, we can start making claims off what we think we see, and the stats guys roll through.
Yeah.
That was one of those oddities, though, where I feel like the numbers still backed it up. Again,
They did, yeah. I think Blade was maybe slightly in the lead. There might have been one other guy.
A couple percentage points. I'm gonna call it the Blade difference.
I'm thinking it was like low 50s, though. It wasn't like anyone was 70% off the back of tax. But I mean, you could have the golden strat, but execution always weighs more.
Always.
Counter-Strike isn't that complicated of a game where strategy is more important than like shooting and just micro and how much an individual can totally upend a round.
And yet here we find ourselves today with two teams whose individuals aren't there to take over the server on their own, per se. Maybe Wonderful is finding himself in that spot more often. Maybe his evolution and consistency could put him onto that pedestal. But for the time being, today, Ardes didn't talk about this matchup like that.
I do think that, with Na'Vi as an organization, they play with Simple for so long. He's a self-starter. He's one of the most industrious players to ever touch this game. He knows he's kind of developed individual metas himself. He's shown how to be aggressive versus the best. He's gotten away with so many things that no one else has still to this day even tried. And when they switch over to Wonderful, it's more of a Shiro James style opper, the new breed from that region, where it's like you're really not participating in any opening duels unless you're told to or you have to. And in all three of them, it's probably their personality that starts them off there, and just the idea of James developing this economy first meta where you're trying to save as much as possible for more chances to op. But now Wonderful, even though he still needs to get a boost or get sent out for a tactic to try to go for the opening kills, there's just more success with it. So it's kind of now, I think before he'd try it once in a while, but it would only be halfway. And you could tell he was kind of not comfortable.
Yep. Agreed.
And then he'd leave when there was no chance to shoot, and then they'd be in a 5v5. No pick play to get you a free round win. But now they're getting those picks more consistently. We saw him on Mirage yesterday. He was great.
It's always a head scratcher for me as to whether that's somebody who finds out that they can go for these moments and kind of fights for that space, or whether it's, we've got players who have that, they kind of have to have that instilled into them, right? I think ZywOo's an example of somebody who for so long, Vitality as an org just kept coming out into interviews and saying we really want ZywOo to just kind of take over when he wants to.
But he's a bit of a soldier sometimes.
It's not it's not his default setting. Funnily enough, speaking of Vitality, Mezzi's kind of in that spot right now as well, where we've had a recent interview saying kind of the same, right? That he's such a good teammate that sometimes it's to our disadvantage. And if I'm not mistaken, it's Inferno specifically now where he's kind of getting more done, and we're seeing his impact just continue to rise.
I think the reality of that is that Apex loves a player like that.
He does.
He has enough energy for everybody.
He is one as well. That's kind of Apex. Takes what he wants, does what he wants, wins when he wants. Thank you for your patience, folks. Let's get back into it. It's not much to get into. Pistols here for MOUZ. Obviously, Na'Vi converting what MOUZ couldn't. The pistol round win for MOUZ turns into the force buy and conversion out of Na'Vi. And we find ourselves here in the fourth. Backs turned in brackets. Should be the shooting gallery, but it is enough of a distraction to at least get boots on the ground out bow. Hello. Wonderful whips it around with the MP9 to make a little more money. And with one casualty, Na'Vi not mad about that.
Really, really clean here. A single death. Lots of money made, and really early error for MOUZ that's starting to come back to haunt them in a big way. So this game's going to be about form. Yeah, I think that Dust mentions peak versus recent form, and we all know your last month is worth more than someone's peak 3 months ago. It's in Counter-Strike. It's really about how you're feeling right now. Honestly, this week really I think matters the most. And knowing that, even with that frame of reference, it's kind of hard to say who's going to be better.
Kaze willing to burn. Loses 2/3 his health to utility.
But it's a good call out. They actually have banana. There is no one who pushed through the smoke or the molly, and it is a total fake.
Heavy emphasis on the brackets control, though, between Navi's players, and the way Spinks and Jimmy are taking a look at Balk right now, the way they got out 1 round ago. Oh, Bit gets cleared off top of the porch. Not one frag comes out from Navi, despite having 3 players here.
Gotta say, I mean, so if you think it's going to be a Halls play, you want to have a double pit setup, ideally. I mean, that's always great. But even if you've got that lane setup, with the op in place, ready to take the first shot on mid, it's already cooked. There's just no way. You know, your rifler standing underneath the balcony, if someone jumps out, that can be a free kill sometimes. Then you let someone get into pit, and you deal with mid. But in this situation, MOUZ did it perfectly. I think that for the timing they created, it was totally beyond Navi to assume they went all the way around to apt because they were just on banana. They thought maybe they canceled it, went to mid when we're going to go for brackets, and then going to something later.
Wonder if a part of that as well is just them doing it in the last round on just the Glocks too, right? Same thing, 2 players jumping out Balk into the play. Navi tried to rinse and repeat a setup versus guns, and MOUZ slipped the net. You know, Desk did a very great job of just kind of discussing how the systems and the game plans, there's very clearly with these 2 teams always a game plan at the start of the day. And those game plans are going toe-to-toe right now in this first rifle round. It looks like a very well pieced together counterplay out of MOUZ, and now it's just going to be the discussion of adaptations all day long. These 2 teams, these 2 coaches, their in-game leaders, their systems will be tested to the limits in terms of evolution and response. And so Navi losing a round that convincingly,
yes,
we'll see what changes next.
They also had a 3rd player over Arch, like by Moto. That could have been the guy watching Halls for Wonderful. Did they need to have Arch control if they already had full vision on mid? I don't even think it was smoked.
Yeah, he kind of pulls back and tries to save it, but they're already so quickly out through balcony. Little VRS forecast. How's the weather today in Cluj? Well, to number 3 go MOUZ if they can defeat Navi. Just a little jump up the system. And Navi playing for 7th place no matter what, Mohan. They are 7th, they'll be 7th, or they'll be 7th.
That's pretty chill.
And that's the funny thing, right? The Desk, I think, again, good conversation, just talking how Navi and MOUZ both sort of need this. MOUZ to propel themselves forward within top 5 again. This VRS forecast proves that. They'll be top 3, you know, kind of where they, I would believe, consider themselves. But even if Navi win, the rank might not change, but I think the conversation does. If you're dispatching of the likes of MOUZ, you know, whether or not that boils down to beating them on Dust 2 where others do as well, the nature of this victory for Navi, I think, could also be a big deal.
Man, I think Navi are one of the teams that if they get the leap into playoffs a little bit early, they don't have to play the extra games. I'm less doubtful that that's going to matter, that they're going to start cold in playoffs or something like that. So I think they're pretty excited about, because I honestly think, like, when we see at majors, there's some teams that know that if you don't play the extra games, it can be too quick. You jump too far in playoffs or too early, and you need officials to keep getting better. You need extra prac days, basically. I don't think Navi are thinking about that, though. I think they just want to get there as fast as possible because they use their prep really well. And, yeah, they actually do sometimes have very strong starts. MOUZ just have this, you know, more of a demon on their shoulder less about the tactics, less about the strategy, more about the composure, more about the belief in the victory, I guess. And I think there was a point where they actually didn't doubt themselves, but they just lost on honest merit to teams that were better than them. But now it's probably compounded into doubt, where it's like, well, was it us or was it the stage or was it the, you know, and now you're starting to second guess it. And that's where, like you brought it up, that if that happens a certain amount of time, there's almost no fixing it. You kind of just have to, you need to change the scenery, really.
And then the question is as well is like if this is allowed to compound for so long, let's say there's a world where for the next 6 months, the next season, seeing as MOUZ didn't make changes, the same problem continues to happen. Let's just live in a world where we get to June after the major, tragedy strikes for MOUZ again. Not a world I'm hoping for, but one that, let's just say, would changing one player erase all that? It almost feels like one isn't enough at that point. Do you change 2 players? Can you fix that? You know, it's a scary thought for them just particularly because at first it starts with like if your individual level falls off, I think of a guy like Xerxen. Just statistically, he was one of like the, you know, the worst case examples of getting into the playoffs and then kind of not being able to tap into what his group stage was. And then, you know, you wonder if in his head he first thinks, oh, is it me? Yeah. But then collectively it starts to become, is it us?
Yeah.
You know, and
but
that's
ironically, he actually improves a lot in playoffs.
Yep.
But yeah, it's true. It's hard to find out or think to what the root is, especially in a game that doesn't breathe. Like we just constantly play.
Counter-Strike.
There's no time to like ruminate on what's happened a month ago, the last major, even though that context can really matter. You don't get a long vacation. I mean, we know there's player breaks, tournament breaks for us, but even in that, players come back early to start warming up for the event that begins like the day before the player break ends, flying in 2 days before that. So it's not like they have tons of time in the off seasons even, especially basically if you're in the top 10, right?
Yeah, because then you have to be at the HLTV award show, and that's the weekend before. And
yeah, it's true.
My God. It's a shame suffering from success like that. It's what lets guys like PARIVISION and FUT catch up.
FUT catching up. Thank you for joining us on the PGL podcast. I think we are almost through it.
Cluj.
I just hope that, you know what I want the tradition to be for that mouse pad with Scream signature to come back every year.
Oh, yeah?
I know he's listening.
For those who don't know what we're talking about.
They just need to make that the trophy, honestly.
Last year, while we were here, coming back since the first time since the early Cluj-Napoca major, Launders and I were approached by a fine gentleman outside the venue, and he said, Launders, Scotty, can you sign this mouse pad? And we're like, yeah, sure thing. And it's a fun game whenever somebody offers you something to add your name to, you kind of give it a look over, you know? And usually, like, what teams did you run into already, etc. And we saw Paula's name. And we saw Scream's name.
We saw Mantruce.
That's true, Mantruce. And we're like, what? And then Scream, and we asked, like, when did you see Scream? And he said, sure enough, the 2015 major.
In Cluj, he says, I've been standing here ever since.
Yeah. It's so cold. I'm so hungry. But yeah,
so we gave him some food.
Cluj is one of those events that it's like it happened so long ago that, I mean, I was never there. Funnily enough, we were kind of...
Were you even watching CS at that time? That was like the first...
Yeah, the first major I watched was the second in 2014. Watched vaguely.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
yeah.
I so
just missed
that's
the Kato stickers.
Virtus Pro winning? Was that the first? Yeah, okay. That was a good one.
Yeah, I was a very big Virtus Plow fan early days.
A few roster moves have happened since then.
One or two. Things have changed.
Things you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
If we went back to a guy and told him,
yeah,
I mean, you wouldn't even know where to begin.
Guess what? We just talked about Flit and Fame yesterday, and while we were discussing them, they got cut from VP.
I missed that. They
Fame and Flit were removed from Virtus Pro's starting team yesterday, and you didn't know that because we were talking about them on VP when the news dropped, and obviously we're not watching.
What in the world?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I feel like the guy from 2014 now.
I'm not saying we're the main characters, Launders, but we maybe made that happen.
You need to bring back a 7-man lineup here for PARIVISION.
Yeah, that's right. But long story short, Cluj has got history, and we're tapping back into it. this year in 2026, this will be the best Cluj event you've ever seen. A clash down on Banana because MongolZ and Xerxin are going to go toe-to-toe the entire time. All day long, both sides. We saw it yesterday from Xerxin as well. In that Inferno game, MOUZ were able to win. He was involved with 6 of the 12 opening duels on the CT side of Banana. Successful in 4, failed in 2. Early days, both MongolZ and Xerxin dead. And I think you can expect to see more and more of this as this T side gets going.
And that'll be fun. I mean, they're both 2 and 4. It's going to be good to watch.
Gonna be curious to see if either of them are able to kind of leave an impact on the game when we know the grenades, right, as well. We had high praise for MOUZ's utility yesterday on Inferno. We always have praise for Navi's utility as well. And these two players have an important but difficult job. And it's one thing to just kind of do your job enough for the rest of the team to succeed. It's another to kind of leave your name on the game when you're going to be expected to die so early.
That's a massive find.
We go 4 versus 3 off of the EMET Arch hold. Wonderful picks one off of Banana as well. Torzy trying to take that look into the B bomb site, but he meets his counterpart and he meets his demise. Now Jimmy and Broland, the 2v4. 30 seconds. And honestly, within this bomb site, a 2v2 by definition. No rotation over just yet. Navi's starting to consider their spawn, but Jimmy's going to crack open this bomb site. And we've got Bit just looking to keep his head down. 15 seconds means it's added pressure, and Bit will get traded. A Brolin clutch, 6 and 3 already, 2 kills to go, and they're both going to come at this from middle. Wonderful's off behind Alexi B, wounded down to half health, and does Brolin want to get off site? Yes, of course. Wants to get it over towards the pit with the Moto smoke up already, and he's found that timing to get into the cover, but Navi are also moving pretty quickly, although quietly. He sees both, and Brolin back into the cover. Wonderful's gonna find it. Despite the health disadvantage he starts with, he still just gets this over the line, and we've got Navi adding another to the tally.
One bullet goes a little bit too high for Brolin, and he's actually been playing so well so far today, but can't deliver the clutch on this one. It would have been a game changer, really. That sight head seemed impossible. After this frag, it just felt like a layup for Navi, but it was very well fought here.
We've been discussing Wonderful's consistency and his ability to kind of take over. Well, this is an important clutch. He got his kill versus Torzy as well in the head-to-head towards B. Clutch was back
It's
close.
an international lineup, so you can speak a lot of languages.
Frag grenade here on Xerxin and Brolin. Yeah, MongolZ is going to be able to clean up the first one. Flash, though, finds MongolZ. He'll get executed because of the fire covering Brolin. He has no trade potential, and we get the exact same instance as the one round prior. Both MongolZ and Xerxin dead out of the gate, although MongolZ gets his this time.
And then that flash landed right in his mouth. I mean, that was about as good as it gets.
Pop, pop. Ooh,
oh, but Jimmy.
Lurky angle coming out through the balcony, and Bit gets blasted for it. Jimmy with the back-to-back headshots, but the bomb is still on Banana. And Jimmy's not operating alone here. Player right behind him. We start to see Torzy move that bomb over, and away go Navi. The smoke on Moto means they're going to try to transition into the save. Forfeiture of the A site forced by the hands of Yimvet.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, that's that little stutter step out of the balcony. Wonderful. It's like, oh man, I just picked the, slightly wrong timing on
No
how
safe
to approach
guaranteed
this.
either here, huh?
They're looking for him, but okay, yeah. Period. They're looking for him.
There's no guarantee, but it is still earned. An AK-47 for it. MOUZ able to break through, so we go 4 rounds without consecutive victories for either team. A real battle here back and forth, but another instance where balcony is going to be a pain point for Navi's A site by the looks of it. We get that early round where they get out for free. This time, very different look, but it is still Jimmy taking a test and had a teammate right behind him. So worst case, maybe he gets traded, but Jimmy will do it on his own here in round number 7.
Yeah, it's a very apt point right there. It's surprising because, a lot of habs, you don't see people even, especially the lurkers, they might come out, well, first of all, they'll come out if they have to. Sometimes that's the perfect time. Late round, high numbers for the other team. You don't really care. You're just going to take a peek, hope there's not an op on you, and then maybe you can do something. Well, Jimmy's done that twice now. A lot of halves. T-lurk can be really boring. You're sitting there, you're just making sure no one takes it over so that you can come out of lane, come out of arch, and then you come in late to just clear the pit and guarantee the site is won. But yeah, a lot of impact from MOUZ. So are Navi going to start with an Astralis setup in halls ever? Get this problem eliminated earlier, they're going to keep focusing on banana.
All the gun rounds begin with this clash. MongolZ is going to go sprinting down into it. Oh, easy. Xerxon from the corner finds himself a double kill. There was utility there to try to support that. The all-in from Navi's gamble does not pay off whatsoever. And MOUZ given a real chance to tie this game up, but they could still find a speed bump if they're not careful. We've got damage on Xerxon and Brolin. It's not like those kills were totally escaping Navi, but they are still left in a 3v5.
MOUZ that perfect routing around the molly to not leave an audio cue, really. There was footsteps, but there was so much other action going on. And yet still, Xerxon came through with a 2K. Great response.
It's nice to see him kind of have a round to be proud of so far, because MongolZ was sort of winning that battle.
And you can look at the map. It's the battle that wins the map overall.
Jimmy getting stepped on. Spinks secures it.
He's into it.
And onto that, Brolin's able to wrap around through Arch with no contest. So this will be MOUZ's fourth round. This will be the tied game at 4. Navi looking to hang on to majority after saving 2 rounds in the round prior. So still runway on this CT side, but MOUZ showing us that Xerxon's going to bring a fight to this very critical battle of Banana.
Yeah, I just want to press fast forward and just get a repeat of Banana and see what happens this time, because we're getting a lot of fresh looks. Good counterplay. Thought Navi were going to put themselves into pole position, but now it just feels like the exact opposite.
Couple low health bars here. There's actually room for Navi to deal a bit of damage. They obviously just want to keep these 2 guns, but each team loses 1 in the standoff within the save.
It'll be a Romanian standoff. Is that a thing?
I mean, it might start being one.
Yeah.
I don't know what they do battle with, but
maybe we could call it that. When you know, when a smoke, we don't have a name for when a smoke fades and you have to take that raw reaction time duel, you know? The true test of who's faster. Standing on the other side of a smoke, that could be it.
Looking to get that smoke once again. MOUZ moving into Banana early. No frag grenades this time over. Obviously limited in the utility were Navi. And so I think MOUZ know they've got an innate advantage. If the grenades and the pressure aren't going to come flying around that Banana corner, then why not just go and take it, right? We said B is such a critical point. And Brolin's going to be dropped by the Berettas. There are players in position, but it's just the USP. So once Brolin's been figured out, Spinks is here to clear it out. And MOUZ knew from the get-go they had an edge here. They will show no hesitation in flexing that advantage, and on top of it, taking the lead.
Feels like there's an emergent theme about like really focusing on one site that it's not now. It's, I mean, originally it was just like Aurora, and then how funny that was.
Yeah, sure.
But then it was like PARIVISION and how seriously they made it part of their identity, and just also showing the math on we do it because we're picking on the weaker players. The logic is amazing.
Sure.
Honestly, even since the beginning of watching Counter-Strike, you would always wonder, you know, it'd be like Zeus on a site or another IGL on a top team. And yeah, exactly. And you go, why aren't they just going there? I mean, he is still that guy. You know, Simple's on the other side. Why would you ever go anywhere else, right? And PARIVISION just said, yeah, let's do that at the highest level. And it ended up working pretty well.
Yep.
But it feels like there's certain maps, like on Overpass, where it's B no matter what, just because the site advantages are so overwhelming. But I wonder if that, you know, PARIVISION's entrance into top 5 actually has started to change people's minds about how they should even approach Counter-Strike in that regard.
That almost feels like a sentence you're not allowed to say.
Because only before, because before you'd only hear if a team was playing with a coach.
Right.
That you would, we went there, we went to that side of everyone because the coach was there.
Oh, slam the stand-in. He doesn't know what the protocols are.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always kind of wondered, is it the map? Is it the team that's choosing to do it? Is it the just, nature of the opponent?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard Saw from behind Heroic make that call.
Okay.
To say, like, you're going to this side, he's not playing well today. I think even that, just form right now, is a big thing as well.
A wise man once said, the best time to kick somebody is when they're already on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, timing on the peak here for Wonderful. Does that without an op. And, thought he was going to get around the corner, but Spinks is quick, and Xerxin bests MongolZ. Trying to get through that smoke. Xerxin has his vision. Looked like the flash came around to the close wall, but obviously blocked by Xerxin's angle. So MongolZ is just kind of a sitting duck. And it's not the opening duel this time because Wonderful gets aggressive down middle. But it is still a part of it, and poor Alexi whittled down to 15 health. Now Na'Vi are straight up losing these opening fights.
Oh, we got an HE left on Xerxin as well, but it looks like it might be nade for sandbags. He's going to molly hop. We'll see how he uses it. But Alexi, he just wants no part in this whatsoever. It's a stack and save. I guess we call it a stack or save because this is just so common.
Yep.
There is no read here. They're just
fast to it. Brolin with a headshot. Bit given a chance still. Oh, careful! Inside of the flames, Jimmy's gonna best him. That 15 health from Alexi as he was able to hide on Banana, but now they are right here and he gets the free one! But Xerxin's ready to finish what he started. He will end it with his 6th kill. Important frag versus MongolZ, and there's the close as well.
There's no chance that if you waited longer, he wouldn't get cleared. Not in that corner.
There's maybe a chance.
Is there maybe a chance? There might have been one more second, maybe the bomb gets planted before the other guy turns around. Maybe. Maybe. But the man had 15 health, that's not even entertaining. Yeah, no.
He was coming. He was coming. Yeah. You're right. Now it's fair to say that 11 rounds into this half, Xerxin, I think, has won this battle of Banana as far as the T side goes. Couple early deaths for Xerxin. Held his hands behind his back, but he's broken through the restraints. MOUZ just in general kind of winning this battle on Banana. They will take it over yet again. Another moment where we have limitations for Na'Vi. Last time Na'Vi were back onto the pistol, what did MOUZ do? Instant Banana control, followed through with the execute, found that B bomb site for relatively free. Interesting though, how did Jimmy not spot this? Jimmy is sitting in middle and was watching for that kind of a push, but he didn't catch the apartment's cross. What can Bit get from this?
I don't even know, but...
or maybe he did.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, he did.
Even if he's just loosely aware of it, that'll be enough. They're watching both things, so.
But if they feel like they're getting squeezed,
if they wait the problem is they wait too long, then it's not going to benefit them. If no push happens here for a bit, oh my goodness.
Finds it, the timing, that's going to scramble them to turn around. He smokes off the base. They've got to go forward, even though it feels uncomfortable. You got to bank on your gun advantage, and E-Man loses his angle to the smoke. There's Brolin to try to save the day again. A double kill to clear out the site. Xerxin's able to, within that space, find his, but you've got low health for 2. Wonderful's M4 with nothing. And MOUZ, squeezed to the limit, still come through 4 alive and a 5-round win streak, no less.
Brolin couldn't put together that clutch, but you want to see him in the beginnings of rounds, and that's the 2 entries that we know Brolin can give us. That's an excellent hit on the site. The thing that was on their advantage was Na'Vi knew exactly what they were doing. They knew they were running into a potential stack.
Right.
He had the awareness to clear the boost up in CT as well as the first guy, and then the third guy on second oranges. So, very, very nice stuff here from us. That was a rock in a hard place.
Also extra careful to not give himself up to that boost angle from CT. Ooh, MongolZ getting away with the robbery. I'm pretty sure he is on fire.
That is just in him.
That was...
I mean, if his score was backwards, he'd be on fire.
Fair. Bit versus Spinks in the apartments, point blank. And Bit's brought back up. This A setup has like kind of slowly gotten further and further forward. He jumps the gun on it, and Bit can't get the kill. And within that, Bracket's control now going to be tested. You've got Emat trying his damnedest to still hang on to the arch side. Bomb confirmed, but it doesn't wrap around. It just stalls. They'll smoke off the arch itself.
Yeah, they want to constrict space now because they actually know exactly who's here and where. And they just want to slow down the rotations. It also is a problem for Na'Vi that they aren't coming in through mid.
Wonderful into the pit, waits for his chance, just missed it. Oh, and as he goes back in now, Torzy on the angle. We still have Bit trying to strike from up top, but no sir. Torzy with another op kill, and Spinks is in this to end it. It is a flawless 6-round streak out of MOUZ. Once the economy got underway, once we had that back and forth affair sort of ended. And so by the end of this T side out of MOUZ, we just look back and say, if not for the force by victory round 2, the conversion, oof, this is all MOUZ all day long.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful entry pack in so many different situations. And whether it was Brolin or Xerxin with an opening on Banana or Jimpat out of balcony, there were so many heroes when it came to these T-side frags. That was definitely the overwhelming stat for Na'Vi. They couldn't stop either site from getting picked apart, or even the the dominant rounds from coming close. And Na'Vi now have their work cut out for them.
There was 7 successful opening duels for Na'Vi through that half. Only 4 rounds to come with it. On top of that, Na'Vi with 2 1vx's versus the 1vx of MOUZ, owned by Xerxin.
That's kind of wild, yeah. That only amounts to 4 rounds. It's just the instant responses on entries.
Exactly,
yeah.
Yeah, nothing really felt untraded. And MOUZ, true professionals, hyper aware of when they had an economy advantage over Na'Vi, and every time they just kind of flex that advantage into a B site. Nades at times can hold MOUZ back, but if you don't have them, you're done. As far as they're concerned. Torzy's going to take one to the head, going for the peek down middle, so his pistol round now sits on 4 HP. And that'll have him sulking back into the middle of the A-bomb site. Smoke still goes down, but they're going to just charge right through it, jumping over to the pit. Xerxin getting flashed in, tries to dive with Berettas, and it's Emat with the vision to stop it. So Na'Vi belong inside of this B bomb site. Brolin trying to get the Hail Mary spam through, not going to happen. And we've got a CT setup with low health Torzy, no kit, nothing.
It's over. That's kind of wild. 1 kill, no attempt at the retake. They know this one's done. They're going to hold on to these scraps.
2 sets of Kevlar for Torzy and Jimmy, a frag grenade for Spinks. Ooh.
Yeah.
And Brolin is going to find himself nothing. So excellent pistol round out of Na'Vi. You deterred Torzy from going for any kind of further mid play. And a total disrespect as well of Xerxin's smoke grenade. Na'Vi knew they were going in then and there.
Yeah.
Confident in any trade ability, but no trades needed. All 5 stand still for Na'Vi.
And the smoke isn't really to... it's not even necessarily to stop them from coming in on a pistol round. It's just so that when Xerxin peeks out, they're coming out one at a time, then he can get a sequence. And I think the only problem was Na'Vi just were really ready for that. Their late scaling flash was super good.
Yep. And I think also a bit of a timing on that too, right? We already had Emat and MongolZ in the pit to deal with his push through. And there was a little bit of hesitation, I think, from Xerxin to throw the smoke.
Half of the first flash as well. Yeah, and he took a second.
Pulled his Berettas back out. He had the pin pulled, switched to the pistol, went back to the smoke. It's like if you get that out a little earlier, then exactly like you're saying, maybe they are a little more fearful of running through 1 by 1. But Na'Vi, feeling like they had the timing, were absolutely correct about it. We see the impact it has. Bullet to the back of Xerxin's head. Na'Vi will take their T-side pistol.
I think that was the only way that we get an interesting game, so love to see that. Now we have a chance to play a T-side.
Smoke for smoke on the arch. That's going to have Na'Vi pausing for a second. No, never mind. They'll actually pop it open with a frag grenade and just try to test this A site. Famas inside a little bit, hits a dink. That's good damage for an MP9 that's ready for this scaling up along the wall. Trying to push through. Jimmy's dead, but oh, that flash. And now within it, Torzy just trying to find damage, and that damage valuable because Spinks and Xerxin make kills happen off of it. Xerxin's going to go swinging wide and finds the multi-frag, melting them in that bomb site and doing the same as the first half. A force buy from the CTs in round 2 is victorious yet again.
I don't know what you thought about that, but I felt they got a bit quick with it. I felt like they came at that like it was an anti-eco, or sorry, that they were the one saving. They didn't come through with any kind of lane pressure, and they didn't take any time to like make MOUZ sweat at all. They went right into the exact right when MOUZ were ready to peek at everything, didn't force them back into really turtled positions to take away all their advantages and get them scared. And I think that's the only reason that MOUZ ended up picking that up. So I think Na'Vi had a cortisol level spike and then went a little too fast.
I think popping open the arch smoke with a frag grenade is just kind of evidence of exactly what you're saying. That's how much they wanted to rush it. Like, not even willing to wait that extra 10, 15 seconds. Confident in their timing, and it costs them.
Some days you had 2 coffees when you should have just had 1.
Right. And the solution to that sometimes is a third coffee.
A third coffee, but timing is everything. Because then you go from scared to angry.
Yeah. Some people do their best work while agitated.
Shout out to him.
From the Moto corner, Spinks takes a bullet to the head, but still slices Alexi off the round. And Torsi's got balcony controlled while Jimmy slays on lane. Nothing here for Na'Vi in terms of an entry. Bomb possession already offered over to MOUZ. 25 for this to expire, and Wonderful's going to hit the ground with nothing. MOUZ take double digits. To hell with the pistol round. The force buy and conversion theirs for the taking.
We didn't really know what we were going to get this game, but I think it's safe to say the better teams in the league. They're winning all the right rounds. They're beating all the important stats that Na'Vi would like to have in a winning half. They are even standing up to the fact that Na'Vi picked up the second pistol. They have stomped out the ashes of any momentum that was about to begin, and I don't know. This feels like an easy finish. Na'Vi, they showed us a great game yesterday, and there's still time, obviously, in this series, but not the start they were looking for, clearly.
Unfortunately, what started as a bit of a back and forth between MongolZ and Xerxin has now left MongolZ 4-12, bottom of the board for Na'Vi.
That was something that when questioned, Dust brought up that he was hoping it would be Xerxin. The being a veteran, with MOUZ
comes through.
What we've seen from him.
And I think we got that because Xerxin also lost the first couple of those duels, right? He was the first casualty trying to scale up into Banana, but he found his groove. And it if I'm not mistaken, kind of really took off when he was actually just started to lean back a little. Didn't just get thrown into the fire. Was able to tuck into the opposite side of wood. Punished MongolZ's MP9 rush down. Felt like MongolZ was kind of put into a squeeze there, forced to make things happen with less guns. And from that point on, it's just been Xerxin all day long. But it also didn't always boil down to that Banana fight either, right? I think, tapping back into Jimmy finding those superb timings out through balcony. Catching Na'Vi's A site off guard. That was a 5 alive situation, no bomb plant. All is good as far as MOUZ are concerned. Feels like they just want to get this first map done with. And it'll be another example of, well, of two things. One, Na'Vi, who, yes, are coming off of an Inferno victory in Krakow, but right back to, if I'm not mistaken, it was 7 of the last 10 maps of Inferno, all losses. This will be stacking that unfortunate record even higher against them. And just knowing that despite MOUZ's struggles on, say, a Dust 2 with the map pool changes and whatnot, and that T-side still being under question, Inferno is an absolutely justified map pick and something that they can still continue to bank on for sure. And once again, Spinks topping the charts, surprisingly alongside Brolin, but the consistency that Spinks continues to bring to this table is something that MOUZ will be happy they can bank on.
And now we're on the CT side, so you know he's just gonna keep going.
Yeah. We'll get to see if Xertion is tested, but there shouldn't be much of a test whatsoever. Pistols back for Na'Vi once more. MOUZ's 11th round looking like an absolute freebie.
What could go wrong, really?
Somebody could rush the stage.
Yeah.
I think that's cost MOUZ in the past.
Oh my goodness. Somehow too soon. That's a while ago.
Slain in brackets. This one's done for. 2 rounds from the victory here, MOUZ on their map pick in a 1-0 pool that they are looking to skate right through.
MOUZ need to win this tournament and yell at everybody.
Yeah, back to back.
They just need to yell at everybody.
No, I think there's an honest call for kind of this like us versus the world mentality at the moment. I think, you know, we had a small discussion about it with Katie and yesterday. I feel like a discourse online in the same vein, where it's like, listen, if people are just for whatever their reason are going to dislike you and kind of cheer against you, then you are on your own and you got to come together, right? And does that pressure just kind of somehow make MOUZ better? It hasn't so far, but embrace it, man. Counter-Strike's always better with villains. I don't know what MOUZ did to deserve that. You know, I really don't, but hey.
Yeah, that's true. You got to be cut out for it, or you just got to watch a little, like, WWE.
Yeah.
And get in the spirit.
Sure.
Realize that it's actually all just for fun.
Missed utility coming out from Na'Vi. That smoke grenade interrupts it.
It's a big fake show we got going. Don't take it too seriously.
Throw someone through a table.
Yeah. Hell in the cell.
We'll have PGL lower a cage on top of the players.
Yes.
You guys can have that idea for free.
Imagine the octagon comes down.
Spinks just straight up steps into MongolZ and melts him. 4-14. MongolZ not having a good day. And now Ema is able to find something to pull on as far as the A setup goes. 4v2 within this bomb site. And now all of a sudden your arch player falls for free. Jimmy, under pressure, is still able to shave one off. But Wonderful's got the clear despite the disadvantage of the Galil. So good on Ema getting that kill out from Boiler. They needed a response. But does the bomb plant still mean Na'Vi win this round? Because Spinks takes that early look. They're concerned about the arch side, but now it is Brolin to be able to slot in.
But a resmoke on Moto, which is going to kill so much of the clock here.
Still time, though, and still utility. Brolin's Incendiary could flush somebody out of pit to maybe give Spinks the duel he wants. He's going to go for
slow.
Backside instead, and then Bit, feeling that squeeze, decides to make it happen. Majority survive here for Na'Vi in a 4 versus 5. They will step out through the boiler thanks to Ema and just jump onto that A-bomb site.
You know, we've all been MongolZ in a game like this, and this is a moment where you blow up on the first death. It's like one of your last potential rifle rounds. You know it's your last potential chance to save your team and get your score back in order. And then Ema gives you this kill. Alexi gives you this round. and you have another chance. Like, there's no greater moment of relief in this game to know you've got another rifle round to try. You've got a good team behind you, and so here we go. A run back. It's a full buy still for MOUZ. But a lifeline for MongolZ.
Man, tough day in the office.
45 in stuff.
Ooh, but still, Bit is able to find one over on the A site. So maybe if Banana continues to go MOUZ's way, if MongolZ's struggles continue, there is another option, and it's one that Na'Vi are looking to tap back into. No huge movement out of MOUZ off of that. Jimmy's going to start to make the apartments push. Double inside of the apps, though, for the attackers is going to net Na'Vi another advantage.
It's kind of crazy to see him alone. I feel like with the push solo, MOUZ are instantly worried about it being an A play because they feel like they've given up so much information, a lot of space. But Na'Vi are actually just waiting for them to leave. This is a really great read from Na'Vi.
Flashes on the cross to make it sure, and yeah, find certainty inside of the B site. Nothing here to stop you. We've got Na'Vi looking to make a game of it on this T side. What kind of a save is guaranteed here? Bit onto the chase, maybe not anticipating two, so he's offered up, and that'll be MOUZ running for the hills as bomb planted B site means Na'Vi find a 7th. MOUZ still sit 2 rounds from victory here on Inferno, but Na'Vi giving them something to think about. And yet again in this round, Mohan, it does not come from an uptick in MongolZ's success towards Banana, but just another opening kill over towards that A site, this time by way of Bit.
I mean, him not dying is actually an unironically good first step because going down to 45 HP on grenades as a Banana defaulter is not a failure. Dying is, for sure. But it just wasn't really necessary. And then they came back to Banana control after that. So, again, it's sort of just another chance. Obviously, he's not going to be satisfied if they pull it back sort of without his help, but only score that truly matters is the one at the top. And here's where Cyclone gets involved.
Such a successful T side that MOUZ were able to sit with still no pauses used until this second half.
Yeah. That is a big luxury. But you've always got to wrestle with letting Blade in as well. Well, now if you're trying to make a T side comeback, you'll be happy when Cyclone takes an X pause.
Jostling on Banana thanks to the utility. The cache of nades gets picked up by Brolin. The Na'Vi going to test the waters of brackets yet again. There's been 2 critical moments where MOUZ lose a player on this A site that has kind of given Na'Vi an advantage, an edge, and an ability to continue to keep this pressure up, keeping the numbers split. But look at this move. After all that utility, we're going to get an early reposition here from Brolin. 4 players A-site lean out of MOUZ, and at the moment, it looks like Na'Vi are indeed coming this way.
They're finding the right place to squeeze, though. They're actually coming in more heavily from Arch with the op behind him.
Brolin goes
getting
far
into Hunter
forward
right now, and
Spinks is going to do the same, takes a step into the boiler side, and Wonderful's got Brolin done for. But now here comes this commitment because numbers are thinking it's strong for Na'Vi, and still they will follow through with the 2 kills already. We get this Torzy op repositioned in the bomb site. He'll be low health, as is Spinks. 19 health between the two, so
the Molly
5
death?
kills, but the 4th. Still able to make that difference. And Spinks does a good job of keeping himself into the cover. Wonderful's going to catch the kill. Zershin comes out from Library, and the pit cross out of MongolZ delayed. As Zershin looks for that, it's a peek from the right side. Na'Vi continue to squeeze this A site for everything it's worth.
that's perfectly handled from Na'Vi. I thought they were about to go too quick again, but the Molly kill, however that happened, that was such a big find. Spinks' 2 kills from pit, could have been 3, could have been a maintained crossfire for a little longer if that hadn't gone down. So whatever caused that worked out well here for Na'Vi.
But now finally you've busted up the money of MOUZ. Threat is real as Na'Vi is looking to put together the streak. 3 rounds in a row already. Down to 2 pieces of utility. The smoke on both Brolin and Jimmy. And we saw in that first half what happens when you don't have the nades to hold back Banana. MOUZ instantly jumping into it on their attack. Na'Vi looking to do the same thing.
So they go into a stack early.
Famas is in the back of the site. MP9 up above. MongolZ will find a key headshot. Oh, but Ime able to spam through the edge of the smoke.
They know.
Best Brolin 4v3 for Na'Vi plus the gun advantage.
Yeah, interesting. Are they going to pause and return, or will they take it up mid? They know that Torzy was there. The weird part is Torzy wasn't spotted playing rotation. He was spotted in the site. So if they don't threaten it at all, obviously MOUZ are going to be more worried. Na'Vi are going to be more worried about A. And it's another stacker save here for MOUZ. They go right into that A play, and Na'Vi are trying to feed into their fears as they take it to B. Another looks like perfect call. This is like Groundhog Day. They had this exact situation, the right read, an empty B site, and a low friction victory here for Na'Vi to make it a 2-round game. Unless MOUZ can make a retake happen somehow. No. No chance.
Bomb has been planted.
It's going to find the clean sweep as well. Blindsides Torzy to end this one. 4 players stand tall, and you bottom out. Whatever MOUZ had hoped to save. Still plenty of money for the rebuy, so it's coming out for MOUZ. Gunning for a 12th right here in round 21.
This is looking like a walkover, man. This is wildly impressive from Na'Vi.
Cyclone wants to use that second timeout.
Here's where I'd like to know what kind of timeout this is.
It's a second timeout. That's what kind of timeout.
Is it going to be like a tactical timeout, or is it going to be a confidence timeout? What is Cyclone hearing in the comms?
What is it that he doesn't like about it? As far as individual level is, MOUZ across the board doing enough, but these rounds are just getting racked up by way of X Factor. A couple critical entries here, despite the struggle of the majority of Na'Vi's team. 2 rounds away from tying this game at 11. Zershin back to a banana fight. Frag grenade is landed on top of his head. He will be dropped down to 55 health. And Torzy smoking off middles, looking for an angle into Boiler. He just missed the timing on the first cross. Sticks around on that, and it's going to cost him half his health. Ime would have loved to have gotten an opening kill yet again, but I think damage on both sides of the map right now. Na'Vi just still can't rush this.
Bit shocking that Emma sees him and still goes for the duel. And Torzy hoping that he hit it, but now it's a distinct advantage for Na'Vi. It's still a minute 10.
I think it's because of the success that Na'Vi have had in those kind of lightning moments where somebody senses a boiler kill, where somebody feels the banana squeeze.
Oh my goodness.
That Ima tries to get back to that. Like you said, surprised to see him go into the challenge despite being watched, but hey, he's got Torzy down to 37 health.
Now, this is an interesting prospect. They have cleared out all of car control. This is likely a 2-3 setup, but they know for a fact the confirmed damage is on the A site. And so the calculation might be simple as that. These could be easier trades. But if you've got a 2-3, you're going A anyway, so...
Worried about balcony. Spinks.
He's got to be the hero, man.
Up close.
Health.
You've got Bit down low. You've got a bunch of players grouping up, and he will find Alexi in the middle of the pack. Then Jimmy's able to kill Ima. Oh, a second. Oh! Spinks is right there to stop it.
He didn't lose a single point of health on that hold. Just headshots. 21-12 is Spinks off that round.
Rock solid defense out of Spinks yet again. I said across the board, MOUZ looks solid, but Spinks is above and beyond. Comes through with a critical multi-kill. In a map and a conversation where we said you just kind of, oh, hold on, Bit. Oh, after time.
After time.
Punishing situation here for Na'Vi. The comeback feeling real with 4 rounds in a row, but Spinks puts the emergency brakes on this hit.
Oh, Bit just loves dying after time at the end of games.
X Factor moment out of one of MOUZ's members, and of course, it is Spinks.
Luckily for him, got a couple of grenades. He has his armor. He has his AK. Kazi and Alexi with Galils.
Oh, reliable. Coming through again. Torzy, confident to take the angle down middle. This could be a wave to find a 5v4, but he gives up that initial attempt, and this is Na'Vi just tiptoeing their way towards B. Guns in hand, nades on their belts. Wavy utility comes out of MOUZ to interrupt this exact push through. Alexi's still able to get his positioning into the car. CT send their frag grenades over top, but Na'Vi know what they want, and it is this B bomb site. Met by a wave of utility, though.
This is a huge cancel. They've got 4 guys all running back. Getting to get grouped up inside of middle immediately. It looks like Torzy is suspicious that he doesn't need to stay here. He's left the cache of utility, and now coming in to lean towards the A side. It's not really a stack.
Na'Vi go right back in it.
Just double.
Fine by them. More frag grenades come through. Missed chance for any more damage. Damage and death if those nades find either MongolZ or Alexi B.
This is a big decision.
It's going to be smoke on a CT, but another one dropped by Xertion. A chance to interrupt Na'Vi's attempt yet again. Deep CT smoke to block off any boost, but that's not the case. It's not a third player to occupy. Xertion sees them go by. MongolZ's team kill in the middle of that puts Brolin in a prime spot, but Bit's wallbang in through Coffin is the only thing that keeps Na'Vi in this game. It is a 1v4 demanded of Bit. He gets the first kill, gives himself the post plant. Oh, and he finds Jimmy on the side of that smoke. You've got this banana player already encroaching. Spinks ready to close this. Coffin challenge next. Bit's reposition. This is huge. Able to get into the new box, but that AK-47, not the most amount of bullets. Torzy starting to get it ever closer, crosses over, lands the off shot, and MOUZ are here to end this. Inferno is pushed over the line. Rock solid hold inside of Pit from Spinks, cues up the close.
What a fun first map to get us started here at PGL Cluj for day number 2. A lot of backwards and forwards. Let's go right back to the start, so the first half. I think that's where I kind of want to have a conversation, if you like. What was it specifically about why Na'Vi was struggling to shut down MOUZ's attack?
I think after the first 5 rounds, which were very back and forth, MOUZ were really able to just get multiple people on the lineup, creating openings for the team. It wasn't just one direction. It wasn't just one player. It was, multi-pronged pressure that really kept Na'Vi guessing. When you have rounds like this one, where Jimmy's able to get a double entry on some timings out of apartments. Meanwhile, really throughout the majority of the first half, they were dictating the pace at Banana. They were the ones getting the majority of the kills there. They were getting the entries that they needed on the B-bomb side as well. So when you're wreaking havoc all across the map at the same time, and it's a different guys each time doing it, if you're Na'Vi and you're trying to counter that, you're like, well, how? We're getting crushed on all sides at this point.
We build up the Exertion versus Kaze matchup, and by the end of it, there was no question who was the better as an individual, but I would even say that the second line of that Banana attack and defense went the way of MOUZ as well. When even just comparing the fact that Brolin was an asset to MOUZ in these kinds of hits or these kinds of holds versus Alexi, who more of a supportive element, doesn't always call his own number, perhaps as much as you would want to. Brolin sometimes realized he needed to take the reins, and so a tight game, and we even saw a really nice Navi comeback there, but MOUZ just did so much great work on that first half.
If we move into the second half now, obviously a little bit of a comeback from Navi. It kind of looked for a moment, Dust, like they might be able to take it and overtake MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, look, Navi are a crafty team, right? They're going to find ways on the T side to push your buttons a little bit, create some problems, and find ways to keep the game tight. You know, they're not going to let you blow them out of the water. And I really feel like they did a very good job of being able to bounce back and forth with how they were pressuring things, leave their options open, made some good mid-round reads, which Alexi B is always really well known for. And I think that there was also just a couple times where MOUZ just kind of crumbled in some of their setups. You know, there was, one round where they're trying to play very aggressively at middle. They kind of just leave Jimmy out to dry. They retreat back into the A site, leave Jimmy by himself. He dies, and they're just not able to build anything off of that on their rotations. And it did take a timeout for Sacrone to kind of build some better setups to actually close out this game.
What do you think he said during that timeout? Because you saw a marked improvement from MOUZ when they came into the next round.
The next round they won based off of playing back a little bit more.
Together is the key part of that.
Which seems sometimes a little bit counterintuitive because you want to pressure space as much as possible as a top team, but if you read that the finishers of the opposing team in Navi aren't quite as strong, or that they're expending so much utility to just simply take that bracket control, one, they're telegraphing what they're going to do anyways, so you can just be in that position that you're going to fall into later, but also, like Dust said, I mean, the spacing, or not really spacing, the crossfires that were erected were just so strong that even though we saw Spinks highlight, there was support to that. There were other people that were going to be able to chime in if he didn't actually pop off with that multi-frag, but they're definitely going to be thankful that he did have as much impact as he did.
Yeah, just such a key defender on this team, playing that A rotation role, so he gets to kind of, call his own shots on where he wants to be and win, and how people kind of move around him. So really good there. But even in the first half, again, this guy had to make a really drastic change when he joined this team on what his T-side responsibility was compared to the responsibilities he had on Vitality, where he was more of a passive force. He gets forced on this team to be a little bit more active at top middle, to be more of a trade fragger in the mix over at Banana. And you saw him in multiple rounds throughout that first half be able to find value as a trade fragger. I think that's where Spinks' biggest strength lies, is when you get this guy out into open space and you give him just a little bit of breathing room to work with. He is so good at just finding those multi-kills or impact frags that will help you get control of the area of the map or the site itself.
Do you think he's better utilized on MOUZ than what he was on Vitality?
Ooh, that's a good question, actually.
That's a good question. Yeah, because
wow,
he did win.
He's more of a focal point.
Did win a major with them.
Yeah.
So I mean, I feel like that was probably the best utilization possible as a right-hand man. Then I feel like he's slotted in nicely, and he's doing what needs to be done on MOUZ. I feel like on Vitality, he actually got to take a few more risks because he knew that the backline was someone like Zywoo. So when you know that guy's behind you, or Magisk was anchoring, then all of those guys can pick up the slack if Spinks takes a risk. I almost feel like at the time when he was on Vitality, he was kind of sometimes a win more player, which means that he would have really good ratings in a game that kind of was already decidedly won by Vitality. But on this MOUZ team, I feel like he's more frequently fighting tooth and nail to just get that impactful, necessary kill that MOUZ need to get over the line, as he did in this map.
I know we're moving to the educational part of the breakdown here. Dash, do you have a round that you want to walk us through? Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a lot about how the entry success was really there for MOUZ throughout, but I think this was like one of the key rounds because they are in such a tight spot here. They are pinch Banana. They have no way to go. There's 3 players already on the side, a 4th on the way, and they've just lost a guy to a backstab by a bit with the MP9. And so they decide, well, we have to commit B. And look at Brolin just coming in, swinging, finding a double entry. Xerxin gets his as well. And again, we saw this time and time again throughout this first half where it was different guys that were able to step up and deliver a big opening frag, whether it was Jimmy in Apartments, Brolin that round, Xerxin had some big openers, Spinks had some big openers. And that's what makes the game a whole hell of a lot easier when you have multiple guys you can count on to create that for you.
So what did we learn from that round?
We learned this. Xerxin really had some failing entry production throughout the course of the last 3 months of last year, like really down the crapper. At Krakow, he had a below 30% success rate in opening duels, Maui.
That's going to be a yikes for me.
I mean, that is like...
That's a yikes.
That's worse than Kerrigan. I just want to put, at the same tournament, I just want to put that one out there. So to see him now step back into the shoes that we expect out of him, we know he's capable. This guy is a star entry when he's on form, and so it's nice to be able to see some of that coming into full in such a key match.
I feel like for getting that out of Brolin, and in some of the rounds also the way he was able to just follow up off of Exertion, even if Exertion did fall, all of that was so imperative and necessary for just their banana fight. Because you look in comparison to the MongolZ and Alexi numbers, I think combined between the two of them, it was around 13 kills, whereas you take Exertion or Brolin raw output, one of them alone dwarfs them. So I feel like it's necessary for MOUZ to sometimes find new spearheads, because apparently Exertion's getting a little bit dull, and so Brolin kind of revitalizing himself, because he was kind of an entry man back on the NIP Fnatic days. I mean, he was that raw talent that was just so necessary for a bunch of boomers that he was playing with on some of those teams. So it's cool to see him kind of realize that he should be a fragging IGL. I think that maybe he's lost a little bit of that on the way of on his path to becoming a better captain, but it's necessary for him to have fragging output, and I guess it becomes kind of an X factor for this MOUZ team if I really think about it. I still don't always love his calling, and you could see that Cyclone's so necessary on many of their T sides, but if he can just step up as an individual, that's always a win condition for every team out there. Just if your IGL just performs at a substantial rate.
We're moving on to Mirage, obviously Navi's stomping ground. They should, by rights, be able to equalize the series. We'll see if that is the case. MOUZ, of course, winning their map pick. Quick break. When we return, straight back into the action.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The reigning champions of the previous Cluj-Napoca are here. It's MOUZ, and I've got Torzi with me. Torzi, I need you to fill me in. Like, what is it like right now being a MOUZ player, being in this team, and just where you guys are at and the blocks you are seeing?
It's, I would say, a difficult position to be in, to be honest. I think we are doing pretty good, making playoffs, but it's hard to get the had to see the improvements a little bit, I would say, you know,
Yeah.
like especially after Krakow, where we got bombarded on the stage, to be honest, from Vitality and also from Spirit. It was a tough pill to swallow. And yeah, we are just trying to improve, you know, and yeah, but it's a tough position to be in.
What does Cyclone and maybe like Roland do in terms of trying to improve the game plan? Because clearly the game plan works up until you face these tougher teams, right? So how do you work this in, like making some changes? How do you know what to change and what to do differently? Like, what's the viewpoint?
They are working together a lot, obviously the IGN and the coach, and also Surgeon. They work together a lot on T-sides, what runs should we play and what signals do we play, for example, on nuke, what smokes and things like this, you know. And there are not a lot of things you can change, but more like just the details, you know, like, because a lot of teams know how the others play, you know.
Yeah.
So Vitality knows how we play, we know how Vitality plays, and we are just trying to always change a little bit, so we always showing the same signals, but doing something a little bit else, and they are doing the same, and we just need to be ready in the game. But I would say in these games, it's not about the game plan too much. I think it's about us, the players, that we need to be more ready and just prepared individual.
Okay, bringing that individual level, bringing that confidence to the game. Do you feel coming into Cluj though, does it feel different than other tournaments because you won it last time around? Is there any different mood in the team right now when you're sat there in the practice room?
I wouldn't say so, especially after Krakow just happened a few days. I think we like a little bit stuck on that, I would say, at the moment.
So you're still kind of going through it all?
Yeah. And we wanted to win, but yeah, it was just not good enough how we showed up on the stage, and we are frustrated about that, and we want to make up for that. And yeah, I would say we are a little bit fired up to.
That's good.
Maybe show the same thing here, or not the same thing, but the same as last year.
Okay, yeah, that's good though. So you can see that the team is all fired up and ready now as you're going through it.
Yeah.
Does it feel more fire than like
the
situation before?
Yeah, I think we really want to prove it, and we had enough, I would say.
Yeah. And when you say you've had enough, do you feel like you are at that point, like that breaking point where something has to change? We can't keep losing like this.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not talking about team changes.
Yes.
Yeah. So you've hit that moment.
Yes.
Does that mean people are grinding a bit more? You're putting that more personal practice in as well?
Yeah, I would say, and also just a little bit of different perspective of the game, and also how we will talk to interviews or things like this, you know. Yeah. Interesting.
So there is a shift in mentality coming into this event. Who initiated that? Who?
I think there wasn't necessarily an initiative, you know, but it more came naturally to all of us to understand this, and yeah, I have this feeling.
Nice.
So, yeah.
So tell me then, your expectations are to win it?
Yes, our expectation is here to lift the trophy. So, yeah.
I like it. This is the MOUZ you want to see. This is the Torji we wanted to see as well. So you're going to bring it in the server as well?
Yeah, I will.
Look at this. I haven't seen you like this for a long time. This is going to get interesting. This is a good sign, man. Well, with that, best of luck. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Thank you so much.
Hold your horses, folks. This rodeo's headed to Mirage. And I believe Na'Vi have done enough back on Inferno within maybe that little bit of a comeback to give us faith on their map pick of this series, Mohan. It feels like all roads lead to Dust 2, and once we get there, things could get real sketchy for the likes of MOUZ. On an individual level, they were dominating a part of that game, but the struggle to close out in the second half was real, and now they'll have their hands full as Na'Vi take to their home turf.
We got some dignity rounds at the end of the first map for Na'Vi. That's a nice sign. When we go to Mirage, yes, I think, well, they're much more formidable. It's a fine pick for them. Obviously, makes a lot of sense. I feel like it's one of these games where if we go to map 3, I mean, suddenly we're going to be really worried about MOUZ because of their T side on Dust 2. Not just their last one, but their last 4. That's been a huge sore point for them. And so I can only assume they have some level of confidence knowing what Na'Vi would have picked here. to try to pick up this victory. So let's see what they have cooking.
Pistol rounds were split back on Inferno. Both teams won the pistol and lost to the force buy that followed suit. I think they'll both be trying to buck that trend here on Mirage. Right now we get a good amount of mid control for Na'Vi, going through the motions with a good amount of utility as well, right? Smokes and flashes were there as needed, although nobody home, so not really needed. In the end, Spinks is going to collect with a headshot. Man advantage out of MOUZ for the CT side. And a bit of a scramble here for Na'Vi because they get stuck up in the stairs, but Alexi comes through with the headshot. Spinks goes down, and Torzy goes big with that double. Trying to keep it back and forth. Na'Vi looking for the challenge into Ticket, but Jimmy's already slipped on top of the garbage can. Ooh, they fake plant. They charge him down, and they clear it. So well done here by Na'Vi, because now all routes are open. But if you think you're getting to B, Xerxin is ahead of it. He'll have to shoot through the vent. This is going to get awkward. He pops it. MongolZ finds the headshot as Emad just goes jumping over, and it's Na'Vi to win pistol despite the 4v5.
Going around through CT felt so crazy. I mean, because he's very highly likely around connector, but maybe he was flanking ramp, maybe he was flanking Palace, but even if he was doing that, you'd still have time to plant. And I think Xerxin plays it pretty well to give himself a chance at this. But overall, it's just an overrun site. But now the real question remains, you brought it up. Last map, pistols didn't matter. The conversions were denied both times. Let's see if they can pull it off again, because I think it's actually more interesting to keep the trend continuing, Connor.
Okay, I like that. Whether or not it's the cleanest Counter-Strike or the most entertaining. MP9 here in connector gets absolutely blasted, but Xerxin still able to... Jumping MP9 headshot for the third. Two players go down, but Xerxin makes up for it in spades.
He got the trade from underpass, got both walking down to connector, and jumped up to get the kill on Cat, and it made it look like the gun was just built for that, like it was a guaranteed frag. That's how clean it was. Oh, that was split.
Ooh, listen.
That was a headshot.
MP7 may have that thing covered in the damage nowadays, but jumping accuracy MP9 still feels like it hasn't been nerfed into irrelevancy.
So, here we go.
It's all about picking the right tool for the job.
No conversions in this series.
Wow.
I was just thinking in my head, like, if you polled everyone and you said, if you play an anti-eco perfectly, will you win every time? I would love to know what people's answers would be.
I feel like you should ask Alexi. I just feel like he'd have the right answer.
Yeah, I feel like his answer would be no. I feel like most people would say no.
Right,
because there is no perfect would probably be the best counter. Just, you know, high odds of it happening, obviously. Then I guess I would ask what percentage you would give it. I feel like if you played it perfectly as best you possibly could with the gun advantage, it's got to leave you at 90, 95%, right?
I was thinking the exact same numbers.
Okay, yeah.
Literally.
But you see around like that, it's like there's actually not much more they could have done against him. Torzy with a $100 op kill here on round 3.
Leans back. And he's going to have that Tech 9 to
wait,
challenge
hold
him.
on. Torzy just died his op.
Yep. Emad peeks down
give
into
up
it.
ops on rounds like this.
Oh, he just did. And Jimmy, MP7 in hand, tucked into the corner. If the jungle retake really starts going well, then exactly this. Emad's going to get drawn back towards the bomb site itself, but as he does so, he's going to collect 2 more.
Watch him.
Onto the 3K already. You'd think maybe Jimmy's able to strike while that... Okay! Bits Desert Eagle comes through. You shove that 90% where the sun doesn't shine. This is a big push from Emad in with the triple. Makes the most of that picked up op and says, thank you, Torzy. 4750. He doesn't have to spend. And Wonderful will be set up to thrive in the next one.
This is beyond disaster. I mean, because you're buying the op knowing it's not even for this round. You're buying the op because you're just going to guarantee win the conversion on your anti-conversion. And the next round, they're going to have rifles.
Guarantee, you say.
Guaranteed. But then the problem is it's the worst round to lose it. It swings the odds so
shots.
heavily in the
Nice
favor of the team
shots.
that picks it up with a bomb plant and CT control at the exact same time. That was a great shot. It does not get worse than that.
Force buys keep on coming, and they're set up here in underpass. Ooh, Ima actually getting the player in the background, but that was the AK drop for a moment. Torzy gonna come back in, and what do you know? 4v3 here for MOUZ. Take the gloves off, Mo.
Okay.
We are bare knuckle fighting here on Mirage for the start.
Oh, but there's that Torzy op.
Yeah. Spinks
free
feels
gift.
the wrath of it.
And Torzy's locked in underpass, and even though he could leave through the back, they know he's worried about it. So while they have him contained, it's possible they try to make a move. He is bravely staying here and just watching his flank on both sides. Looks like he'll finally try to exit through middle, and wonderful, will he miss this timing? Oh, going up cat.
There's
Oh
three of
my.
them. Somebody
Oh
sure.
my.
Nobody. Oh, Torzy on for the
five.
ace, and he's almost there. 24. The headshots from Torzy for 5.
And that is the shortest nightmare that MOUZ have experienced. That op that he gave over to Wonderful that got him a kill this round.
It's got to be Torzy.
He gets the ace.
He buys the op, he gives them the op, and he comes through with 5.
And you know what makes up for it even more? They had a saved AK from the last round.
Yep. You've got my op, I've got your Kalashnikov, and Torzy goes 5 for 5 on the headshots in the ace.
Very well done.
And he dodged a freight train when it was Zershin to die behind him. He swings in with the MP9 to open shop within that force buy. And it is free fall between these teams at the moment. Nobody can catch their footing just yet. We've got Tech9s and a Galil here for Wonderful. As Ima has found a timing inside of Connector, but Zershin gives it that cautious shoulder, and so spots the early threat.
So we get Ima with an op highlight, Torzy with a rifle highlight. What's next? No one winning a round in a row.
Feeling confident here for the A push, but there's 4 players here. Oh, but they're crawling around. MP7, so good.
Very good.
Damage slams Wonderful into Lexi against the wall. Spinks has a shadow advantage and bomb possession at his feet, and so it seems like it will be MOUZ to pull it off first. Consecutive round wins queued up off of a brave push by Brolin, and one that, you know, based on timing, I feel like he almost got caught by a whole pack of Na'Vi players. Instead, he gets into the corner and has Wonderful just crouch sliding into his angle. So all is good here for MOUZ.
Hectic starts to these games. This obviously the most. Not exactly how we saw it play out after that op got given up.
Torzy with his hands back on it. There will be no... Oh, don't die after time again, Bit. Twice within a series?
Twice in a series, and would have been third time at this event.
Honestly, they
Fifth
could have
place.
waited to do that, right? I feel like MOUZ just gave him a gift. Zershin going in with still 5 seconds. You had Jimmy flanking the other side. If you really wanted to get him after time, it was there for the taking.
Yeah, but you leave him in that L hallway, and then you have to take him on like a fight on his own terms.
Right.
So,
yep. And I feel like with the start of this game, leave nothing up to those kinds of slight margins. Let's just win the round, shall we? And MOUZ do exactly that, pulling ahead 3-2 early on Mirage after a wild... You know, I said buckle up, this was going to be the rodeo, and I mean bucking the entire time. Both these teams trying to catch momentum. Torzy back on his AWP, waiting to use this damn thing after buying it in round 3. And he will be off to the races here within Mirage. 9-2 is his start now. Big thanks to the ace. Hello. A Glock comes through the underpass smoke with the bomb. Brother just pushed the underpass smoke with a Glock and the bomb.
Glock and the bomb, man. I love that. I feel like that's some kind of strain of weed or something.
And Emma just hit him with the all cap "What's up" in the all chat.
What's that?
Nice shot, Torzy. Nice one, Alexi. Back and forth we go, but it's 3 surviving here for MOUZ. Yeah, sit him down and sit on him.
I mean, if he sat there behind the smoke, what are they going to do? They all have to wait until that whole mid situation plays out. There's no one there to help him.
What's up?
Was it 3 headshots? Or was it 2 in some body spam?
Yeah. 2 shots to the body.
And a 2-round gap.
And by God, we've got guns in both hands team. Oh. Guns in both teams' hands. ForceBuy's got me frazzled. 7 rounds into this game, and we finally feel like we're getting into some kind of normal realm.
Foot job, I've done it.
Not the most comfortable start, though, for Na'Vi. 2 players down to the halfway point and utility dwindling.
I love the CT setups from MOUZ on Mirage. They're just that little bit of innovative. It's like all 3 spots you'd see used in pairs of 2 sometimes, but they know how to really snowball a CT setup into like denying all trades. This is the wrong time to go A. A little low on HP, so many guys here. Big gets the first one, though.
It's a much-needed entry with so many players on site. Now a missed opportunity for Torzy to strike one down, but they could forget about Brolin if he wasn't making all this sound. Trying to jump up over the corner, and he just offers up a freebie. Still now 3 players damaged on the Na'Vi squad.
That's a perfect example of like you could have enough players. A setup with like a well-intentioned setup. You didn't just rotate in there, and yet just get totally mowed down.
No, I mean, that's early damage on 2 players before the commitment.
Yeah.
That's 4 players within the bomb site ready to go.
Yeah.
Smoke grenade for Brolin to work behind, but a couple of clean entries out of Na'Vi. Nice headshot hit. And a couple of
shot from Torzy.
Small details, right?
First Ninja missed the boost twice.
What the hell?
Jumped. Yeah. Don't know how the bit kill happened.
You know, you said it earlier. It's like game plan versus execution.
Execution every day.
This one was the execution. Yeah. And it went horribly wrong.
Execution every day.
Let's go!
But we start from, should I start from under or should I?
Game floating out bottom middle like that, but he'll get back before there's any real Na'Vi threat nearby. Bit again with an opening kill. Torzy goes down. Oh, Xerxin, nicely done. Kills a player bottom middle and then still holds back for the cat play. It's Alexi to get the rebound going in through connector and a real chance at the split, but Spinks, unbeknownst to MongolZ, down beneath the palace. And Spinks trying to get into default now. Oh, but Alexi's got another. Insta headshot comes out from the Galil. Xerxin 2 kills in. They're still thinking he could be towards the window. He slides out and strikes to perfection. Triple kill secured. And wonderful on the chase. Soon has to worry about Jimmy through connector. Smoke fades, bombs in front of Jimmy's angle, and it is an easy cleanup between the 2. Multi-frag for Xerxin. And a much-needed round as it's going to keep Na'Vi on the one-off. No consecutive rounds so far for the T side.
That's true. It was a story for both of them for a second, but some very slick rifling from Xerxin. Some more great moments from him. And, you know, when MOUZ started coming up, for me it was about Xerxin on Mirage. And I think he actually had some influence on how riflers approach the map, for sure, with how he plays around connectors, particularly on T side. But his comfort on the map and MOUZ is still there, obviously. So timeout coming out here for Na'Vi. can they afford 2 slow starts? They've got all that grit and determination, but it just, you take this to a playoff game, and that's going to matter more.
100%.
You know, I think MOUZ have shown that they can compete with all these rosters. Like the Desk brought that up. It's like, just given the right circumstances, it's a team that's hard to say, okay, what do we do next? Because we have shown that on one day we can beat anybody, basically.
And yesterday's victory for Navi was very convincing. You know, I think that's why, like, Maui Snake even kind of said, he's like, I've kind of got this almost blind faith in Navi's ability to kick it up today.
Yeah, same. I felt the same.
Right? Agreed.
Yeah.
With MOUZ's struggles on the T side of Dust 2 and the map pool, we thought if Navi are able to push it, we thought at the very least Navi's ability to get to a third map would be birthed off the success of yesterday. But now they just continue to get chewed up on these approaches. Bit will give us something to think about with that headshot back, bomb crossing over to the triple stack. And Alexi doesn't need ticket control, as they will take a glance towards jungle instead. Off of Wonderful's stairs angle, Xershin's gonna put out the fire, hits the headshot on Alexi, who still survives, but then we get this Jimmy challenge out around the side of the smoke, and unfortunately here for Navi, they've lost the wind in their sails as bomb gets dropped on Alexi's corpse. Bit comes back with another headshot, sub 20 HP for that one. And now Torzi to a clutch.
Got a spot, actually, to push out, and Bit isn't totally aware of this.
Ooh, he wants the cover, and he'll get into it. He's going to confirm both positions, but he needs to nail these shots. Bit goes wide, Bit goes down.
They can't isolate him.
Torzi trying to go big. Will reposition here at 20 seconds, giving a little space over to Ime.
I mean, this bomb, it will have to be picked up and planted from the back of triple. It just makes sense. Ime's not going to have many other options. Hoping to fake to draw this out. This favors Torzi. He's peeled all the way back.
Happy to sit on the angle.
One more
second fake. Oh, and it
shot.
works wonderfully. Ime goes for a second one. Bullet whizzes by, and Navi gonna push the limits here as we go 4 rounds back and forth between the teams.
That's a tough moment for Torzi. He gets the first kill. I think that's the hardest one. Bit on the left side of the balcony as he peeks out the right side of the back of triple while spotted after missing another shot. So it's overall just a little bit spotty from him because the play is right. He draws out that peak, and even though he's walking back into CT after the first fake, he's still good for the shot. It's still a pretty good shot for him, but he's just not extremely sharp right now.
What are these Bit headshots looking like? Because he comes through with 2 critical openings out of Palace. Oh, we saw an arm on Jimmy. Oof. Clean spray. And a clean play out of Ime, right? Faking twice.
I'm not sure if he was technically, you know, if he feels like, oops, or if he just assumed that Torzi would miss.
Looking to take this towards B. We haven't seen any action on this half of the map, and now Spinks is going to have his hands full. Oh, clean shooting out of Spinks. Both of those headshots, and Navi's attempted momentum towards this B site hits a brick wall by the name of Spinks. Well then.
That was a members only bullet right there. That last, that second kill, my goodness.
These tight sprays have been nice these last couple rounds. Everybody putting the elite rifle work on display. Wonderful's going to peek into Xershin here. Oh, never mind. They're going to go Bit instead. Don't want to give that scope audio. Don't want to give Xershin any kind of warning. He dismantled the boost, and Xershin still doesn't know about it. They check the other side, and they just know that he's probably around here, right? They're looking for that thread to pull on. The one kill that unravels the setup and gives an opening over to Navi.
Timing. Oh, Bits.
That's the perfect camera angle for that. It just drops out of frame, gives Xershin that high alert that they were so cautious about giving him, and now Alexi, 11 HP, gets one,
Totally
but that's all that'll happen. We go 5 rounds back and forth.
Xershin had his back turned.
Yeah.
3v5. That's a moment. Window control, 3v4 now. Totally allow your teammates to get a connector. Very different round.
They were so good about reducing all the possible noise until that one, too.
Yeah.
And you see the effect it has. Xershin whips around, ready to stop it.
And with that, MOUZ may have just guaranteed themselves, at the very least, a 7-round CT side. Pistols in hand here for Na'Vi now. And unfortunately for them, 1 round of loss bonus going into the next round too, so it is not a comfortable finish to this half whatsoever.
It's a salient observation. I wonder what Na'Vi are thinking. Can't skip this round. Got to get that bomb plant.
Trying to go back at the B site and hoping Spinks doesn't just stop you in your tracks again. Jimmy playing a dangerous game. There's a chance, although slim, to Ime for both those shots. He'll get that utility out of the B defense at a minute 10. Wonderful challenging you to go back into that window peak. These 3 players group up down in bottom middle.
They're like manufacturing these small opportunities, but they're just not hitting that 6 shot that they need.
Start of this half, they were able to kind of tap into that. It's crazy that that boost is in position and the Cat player still gets away with kills. Ooh, there it is. That's that 6 shot. P250 headshot comes through from Bit. Trying to keep this round alive in 20 seconds, but Xertion is just the bane of their existence from mid. And now Ime, 32 HP, V3, 15 on the clock, and they have figured out where he's at. So no bomb possession, nothing to go from at that point forward. And what's wild is in no round so far that Na'Vi have lost, have they gotten a bomb plant. The economy has been kind of racked up against them in the middle of all this.
Yeah, that compounds the wrong way. And like they've got that problem now.
Yep. It's crazy that they've won the pistol, they've won the Ime Tech 9 push into Ticket to steal the AK in round 3, and that is half of the rounds that Na'Vi have on this T side.
It's not impressive when you frame it like that.
Yeah, I don't mean to throw them under the bus. It's just where we're at. Now we're going to get the 2 CTs pushing to the top of middle. Ime thinking he's ahead of it all, but Xertion finds the angle, and Spinks is going to collect his top of that. You've got the double nade into this Na'Vi pack. Gunning towards the B bomb site yet again, and Jimmy's happy to just give them the rope.
So good.
This one looking all wrapped up. Put a bow on it. MOUZ going massive with an 8-round CT side, and not a single bomb plant throughout all the rounds MOUZ win. So stellar stuff from this defense, barring a couple X-Factor Na'Vi moments.
Yeah, so this feels a little bit different than... Again, Inferno, you could give them the excuse of the map. It's not one they were looking forward to as much. But now we're a map warmed up. And I think even yesterday, Na'Vi, were they like a little rusty looking on map 1? They both, them and PARIVISION, weren't even playing like super perfect. Well, we're a day in. This is when you do normally expect to power up. So it's hard to say that it's so disappointing. It's not like they've made blatant errors to get here. It is mostly that MOUZ punish game is so good.
It's
that
so
their
good.
tactics are so good. Their aimers are on point. I mean, the way Spinks saved Inferno, Exertion's 3Ks, and like Torzi's ace. It's just they've got more level. Yeah.
Yep. Torzi showing
more
us
consistency, more floor.
You know, again, yesterday on Inferno, we always say it's a little harder for the Oppers to get it going. I mean, he had a pretty abysmal Dust 2 to start the series versus PARIVISION.
Right.
Inferno was like an okay game, and nice to see the recovery, and then he found his impact map 3. We play Mirage today, and again, Inferno, okay for Torzi, now rock solid, right? He's right up there with Xertion, 14 kills Xertion, 13 frags on Torzi. You've got 2 players that are really the driving force of MOUZ's success, and then Spinks doing what he does and remaining consistent in the middle. So 8-4, looking solid out of MOUZ. They will be happy with that CT side, but we also saw their inability to close out on Inferno, and we'll see if Na'Vi can find any room to wiggle back into this series this time.
It's also like a funny stat to be like, no one's ever converting those pistols, but like that's just going to count heavily against Na'Vi at this point.
Right, yeah. Yeah, because we go back to Inferno, when they won that pistol, we said like, oh, now they've got the chance. Like, winning pistol gave them the chance. That chance stripped away when they lost to the Force Buy. I think we're in that similar vein right here, right now. So Ime versus Brolin, and Brolin had a lot to lose with this smoke and Molotov. If he dies to that, suddenly Spinks doesn't have as much nades to bank off of, and MongolZ, distracted with that bottom mid success, is going to fall victim to Spinks' top mid play. Really nice tethering here from MOUZ. They come in with an idea, they apply it to perfection, and they don't waste any time in terms of getting those kills.
And just 1 for 1, man. They do have better attacks. And, you know, like Navi, I love their mid-round, late-round situations. But when it comes to like their set plays, R-Trap on Inferno, or even this A play compared to Navi's, it's a couple extra details that MOUZ will implore, keep it totally cohesive the entire time, and yet now they have more options. Like you have that lurk coming in from top mid. When they played the R-Trap on Dust 2, they made sure to have a lane player, made sure to slow it down. They really took a little extra time in these moments to fight for more space, guarantee their position, and dispel some of the randomness that can come with the game and one guy losing a fight.
So we find ourselves for the 4th time in this series, waiting to see if the Force Buy comes through. Na'Vi need it. They've invested into it.
Yeah, but just because the stat would be hilarious. I mean, when's the last time that's happened?
Probably not as long ago as we think.
Yeah.
In this day and age.
That was like 900 games happening every day.
And that's just on the B stream. Ooh, I would not want to be Ime in this moment. 5-7 inside B site. Cat player can maybe come help. I guess the market scramble is still close enough.
Smoked.
Yeah, he's not alone, actually.
They're out.
Players all around him. They're going to try to just still test this into the B site. We're waiting for Ime's chance, but it's bitten MongolZ with the Deagle headshot. We're right on the brink of it. 4 for 4, perhaps. Secured as yet again pistols prevail in the 2nd round of a half.
Yeah, or rather, pistols don't matter. That's
Which is maybe,
uncanny.
in the bigger picture, a good thing. Because people always say pistols rounds aren't Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And nobody ever says force buys aren't Counter-Strike.
True.
And so pistols only worth 1. 4 halves of 4 halves in this series. And I thought Ime was feeling very alone, but those very quick scrambles from the murder hole into the B bomb site meant that Na'Vi were on site and seen to stop it. Force buy back out of MOUZ, insta shutdown here. Yeah, ready.
They've also split the pistols both times, right?
Yes, sir.
So, you know, normally there's some kind of sign that comes with it. Oh, it's one team, they win the pistols, but they can't convert them. And then we can draw some conclusion for that. But in this game, we're characterizing MOUZ as a dominant team, and they're just better overall. But they're having the exact same problem with their conversions. Hilarious how that just changes the score entirely. I mean, it's now, they've already got 2 rounds back. They've stopped MOUZ from getting an extra and getting to 10 right away. And just like that, it's a 3-round game. Could have very easily been 5 in favor of MOUZ. It'd be a very energizing victory if Na'Vi pulled this out and had to look forward to Dust 2 and, you know, MOUZ didn't beat the stats when it came to their T-sides over there. That's... a lot could have come with that one conversion denial, even though there's been 4 of them. This last one... Again, we know Na'Vi are happy to be on Mirage. Maybe their round deficit was just an illusion.
Yeah, you gotta go through it. You hate that timing if you are MOUZ. Nothing you can do in this one. Just looking to make sure MongolZ doesn't drop to the Glock, but sure enough, he will die. So 1 death on the side of Navi. They're fine by that. Let's get this game tied up, shall we? It's going to have to take a couple gun v gun rounds. MOUZ coming in with their purchase right here, right now, as they still hold on to this 9-7 lead. For now.
For now, yeah. And Navi know as well that even though MOUZ are buying, it's not going to be like the most dangerous buy. They know they don't have to worry about an op.
Yes, sir.
It'll be wonderful to have that big advantage. Let's see if he swings it.
Jimmy's limitation to the Galil as well. Wonderful quickly up into the ladder room, finds the wide angle for mid. But nobody did go wide this round for MOUZ. Not instantly jumping behind those boxes, let the Molotov burn out first. But eventually, it feels like Brolin's going to step into this crosshair of Wonderful. Navi looking for the CT side success story after a limited attack, their map pick. We get this fake execute for MOUZ into the A bomb site. Right now it is Alexi's MP9 alone. Insta-kill for Xerxin. He'll take a bit of damage. Sure, Wonderful, chance to shine. 2 shots connect, but Brolin's able to very swiftly go from that A fake into coming out top mid.
Yeah, kind of just pirouetted around and rotated, and Brolin gets another. Oh, they're getting decimated now. It's just Bit alone in a 1-on-3.
You know, Wonderful was waiting for Brolin since the beginning of that round. Jimmy is the player to add himself to the late mid play after throwing all of those A nades. But Brolin's timing still able to come through as mid was uncontested. And so just enough to maybe keep Navi thinking about the A site, but there really wasn't a lot of time between that fake A thrown by Jimmy and then the jump into this B bomb site.
Yeah.
Very quick, kind of left-right. And all of a sudden, MOUZ find double digits first.
Too often we see a mechanical fake where it's one thing happens here, 3 seconds later, you know,
yeah.
No one's trying to cheat timings, and I think that was a good example of seeing that happen. Again, another moment where we see and that's what makes this the Dust 2 T-side stat so interesting is the other T-sides we've seen from MOUZ have been really compelling.
Makes you almost feel like it's a matter of time before they can figure out Dust 2.
Yeah, it's like almost like it's a hard map or something.
Donk doesn't make it feel too hard.
Yeah. I mean, I fully said that ironically. It is easy. If there was a map, I mean, these guys can play everything.
Yeah, what are their overpass T-side stats, but you can't figure out Dust 2?
Yeah, I mean,
what are we doing here?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
That's like that guy that got hit in the head with a baseball can only remember the weather every single day since then, but like nothing else.
It sounds tragic, but I mean, probably make a great meteorologist.
Yeah, but also just like the most annoying conversations probably.
The Humidex today is actually. Does he make it? Yeah.
Oh, the bar's on the floor, right? With the amount of window smokes we've seen get missed.
Rolling down
tough.
to the spam.
That's a big find.
No way. Poor Ema. Just trying to cheat on the side of the corner, but Brolin's got it lined up, and Brolin's got it queued up as well. 5 versus 4. Still a good amount of cash in Navi's coffers, so it doesn't feel like it's pistols on the other side of this round loss if that is the case. But obviously we're working with fine margins here as MOUZ sit on 10 rounds already.
Yeah. It's just that score. It's just becoming overwhelming and also just repeating from the last map and also just circumstances. And expectations getting subverted. B-walk looks like the right idea.
MongolZ already extended up catwalk, still concerned about middle.
They've been very good about spacing their cat players. And MongolZ's smoke is interesting, but it also keeps his eyes forward. His attention is totally split. They're going to come through this.
Yeah, now he's just on display.
That's just way too easy.
Trusting
well
that
done,
smoke.
though, from MOUZ.
Yes, sir. Another, I think, T-side they could be proud of in terms of this round. The back-to-back, right? Really just nice work in terms of kind of pressuring the body, smoke top con, showing a little fake presence towards the A site, the place they faked last round, and then again we get Na'Vi kind of having this lean towards it, despite not anybody coming out ramp, nobody even challenging Pal. They haven't seen a terrorist on or near the A bomb site, and yet Na'Vi still seems so concerned about it.
They didn't even see a terrorist really this round.
Wow.
Killed through his smoke and shot in the back, lost a sight, and had to save.
So it's probably starting to feel like this game is just eluding them. They can't even get into the matchup. MongolZ has seen plenty of players, but unfortunately not able to stop them at the moment. Terrorists win. This T-side so far has been Brolin's chance to kind of catch up to the average of MOUZ. Another moment where, again, the discussion at the start of the day was kind of the praise to the collective, where everybody's going to have to bring it to the table today between these two teams, their systems, their coaches, their in-game leaders. So many parallels to draw, but right now MOUZ are simply better and looking to tap back into what was the consistency of 2025. This would put them in the 2-0 pool. 3 best-of-3 opportunities to secure the BTarena. And another playoffs berth for MOUZ. Mainstays of top 8, we say. It's guns in hands. As we alluded to, Na'Vi's economy hasn't betrayed them just yet. Still concerned for what feels like the inevitable transition to this A bomb site. This could be the round it happens, and it is the round where Na'Vi actually don't have much committed inside of the bomb site. Alexi working back from ticket.
He did get spotted by MongolZ.
He's walking up, and you've got Ema on the stairs waiting for this right side walk up. Double peek into connector. Beautiful adjustment out of Xertion to get at least his one. And now all of a sudden, Wonderful finding a kill at the B bomb site. It's going to rotate. Look at the draw the right. Seeing one player inside of the apartments made them feel like it was B yet again. And that is all they needed to get boots on the grounds of the A site. Perfectly flashed as Alexi. Oh, trying to regain his vision, comes back to it. MongolZ gets the trade, but another peek down in through from Jimmy, and we've got a 2v2 queued up.
And how do they want to play it? Do they want to go together? They know the T's are probably together.
Deep positioning. Wonderful tiptoes in and is bested by Torzy.
This one's getting ripped away from them. Bit has to come in for the clutch.
66 health to his name. Torzy on a tear to 17 frags in this map. Tries to go for the pre-spam. Not going to happen. Torzy collects a second in the round. And Na'Vi have not been in the right position what feels like all half long.
They got totally schooled right there. I mean, I've never seen them get played with that much. They were doing a good job on Inferno of like avoiding the stack site, but now it's just MOUZ's turn. And this has just been a fantastic T-side, however you want to characterize it. All the calls have been perfect. The execution has been perfect behind it. And here, just one player dying on B. They pulled 3 rotations. Like, Na'Vi are one of the most shrewd teams in top 10. Like, they're in terms of not over-rotating, overreacting. Like, you'd expect them to be the guys to not fall for something like this. But, like, first you see Xertion's presence in connector. Now it feels like it is a B play. Then it feels like Roland's fully starting an exec over here. And just that one small moment totally upends all of their attempt to hold on to A, hang on to it, watch the A ramp, spot for the bomb crossing, get one chance on a pickoff. Once you lose control like that, you often don't get it back. Somehow MOUZ more impressive even than they were on Inferno at this point.
Na'Vi just trying to somehow pin down MOUZ, but again, how much uncertainty starts creeping into the back of your mind when you haven't been able to position yourself in front of MOUZ's attack. 3 rounds in a row, they get played with and outpositioned.
And so maybe now it's time to make moves with certainty, secure outside of the A bomb site, be guaranteed that it's not MOUZ going in for either the fake or commitment. But while they take their time taking over ramp and not yet extending beyond it, it is once more MOUZ shifting their attention towards B. We'll get Xerxia to lay down some mid utility. This could get Brolin into some sort of a challenge through Khan. All while we get this jump up for MongolZ. He has to be able to deliver this round between him and Alexi B. There is a full-forced MOUZ camp coming their way. M4 in the corner. They'll go out through the window. Bomb carrier stop. MongolZ has got his double. Alexi B's down already. Torzi's Tech 9's going to tear through, and Brolin will be able to slip through mid-window and secure Marketplace. That deep positioning from Ema and Bit at the beginning of the round just gives more time for this retake to have to get in. And Ema tries to slice that timing in half by going for the rapid cat jump. Makes it happen. Gets the nades out. But MOUZ are sinking into their post plant for the win now. And as Bit is now tasked with the 1 versus 3 inside of the smoke grenades, Brolin will execute, and with this victory, MOUZ will progress to the 2-0 pool and re-secure the #3 rank in the world, yet again gorging themselves on top 10 teams.
We called this the litmus test for these two teams. We said here in the group stages, this was going to give us an indication of where they sit and what we're thinking. When you take a look at that 2-0 victory from MOUZ, where do they now sit in the pecking order, according to both of you?
Here's the thing. I think we all have to temper expectations a bit because this is just group stage sports.
But you said it was the litmus test at the start of this. You have to own this now.
I was just setting some context. We all know that MOUZ are capable of doing great things in these situations. But what I will say does very much impress me about this particular game that we just witnessed on Mirage is that if you look at the recent track record of MOUZ on Mirage, it's not pretty. They lost their last 7 out of 10 games coming into this match, and they were sporting a T-side win rate of 39%. That is awful for this map. And it has been really the story of MOUZ Sports throughout a lot of their map pool where they defensively can put on a big show. They have a lot of talent, but it just doesn't come together on the T sides. This game, they did what they were supposed to do on the first half on the CT side. And then even after a real blunder, in my opinion, the second T round that they played, the rest of the T side looked really solid. Like they threw a couple of really nice fakes to win 2 of their rounds. And even a round like that one, they were able to mid-round their way into something magical and finish off the squad. So to get the 2-0 and for MOUZ to be one of those wins, that is huge for me.
This is an affirming win for MOUZ to win in this fashion. To like Dust was saying about the fakes. I mean, I feel like the game plan today versus Na'Vi in a handful of these T rounds, going back to even Inferno and on Mirage, in the middle of the round, Na'Vi were in the dark. I mean, MOUZ did a good job of keeping them guessing, of actually making them look the wrong way. And I feel like some of the players on Na'Vi got lightly exposed by a MOUZ team that played a little bit differently than I would normally expect them to. I mean, I feel like the walks through smoke that they did at certain points in this one, the fakes that they ran aren't necessarily typical of what I always see game to game with MOUZ. And so to see a trick up their sleeve in a game where they didn't really probably feel like they even should have or needed to throw some tricks into it, that's nice, because it shows that they're still taking every match as seriously as they should and not just saying that we're better than Na'Vi, we're going to play a default standard map control sort of sequence that is going to find us a victory. So I liked a lot of what I saw from them today.
Yeah. What was Na'Vi lacking on Mirage?
I mean, I think that I'm going to point the finger at one guy, even though he tops the kill feed here, MongolZ. I feel like he had a pretty poor game across both maps. I mean, Mirage is going to maybe recover it lightly, but across both of these, I felt like he looked like a bit of a fish out of water. This is one of the weaker performances I've seen from him for a while, where on Inferno, it felt like the utility was always getting the better of him. He's getting flash, he's eating utility, he's getting just traded too easily. On Mirage here, he just didn't know what fight was coming next. This is one of the times where, even on Mirage, I feel like I usually see him taking fights with certainty, understanding where the next engagement's going to be coming from. His predictive capabilities here were completely exposed. He did not know where the second fight was ever going to come from. He did not understand where MOUZ's responses were going to be. You could point the finger at a couple different people on Na'Vi because a handful of them had weak moments, but I felt like this is one where, to me, I saw MongolZ just exposed.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I think that a lot of it is just credit to MOUZ too. I mean, usually Na'Vi are so good at mid controlling and working their mid rounding into these different side splits, where Xerxin and company were very good at finding different timings to disrupt them. Whether it's rounds like this one where Xerxin's disrupting them from connector, but then he's changing up his positioning. He's coming at maybe a time you wouldn't expect that window and catching a couple of kills. It was really unsettling Na'Vi from having that platform to launch from that they usually do have to make those side executes work. But also, again, getting back to the fakes for MOUZ, they hardly ever run fakes on this map. And I think Na'Vi, when they see them committing so heavily towards something, that's MOUZ's style usually, just to gather and go and bang out and try to trade. And so I think that the fact that they went from almost never throwing fakes, throwing 2 big fakes right next to each other at such a critical moment in the game, I just don't think Na'Vi were anticipating that whatsoever. And you could tell by how they were rotating.
Nice for MOUZ. 1 game away from qualifying for playoffs. Navi's not out of it yet, though. They fall into the 1-1 bracket. We're going to take a break. When we return, Falcons face off against FaZe.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Counter-Strike is what you're watching, and it is PGL Cluj. We're moving into the second game of day number 2 here in our group stages, and it is an interesting matchup, really, because both of these teams are teams that surprise us, and not in a good way. On one side, you have FaZe, who was written off, really, towards the end of last year. No one was considering them doing anything. They make it to major playoffs and upset a lot of fans along the way of other teams. And then on the other side, you have Falcons, a team who, I hate this saying on paper because I always use it for Falcons, but a team on paper who should be lifting trophies. And yet, every single time they get to the major hurdle, every time they get to that big stage, they just don't deliver. That's what we've got on both sides. Disappointing teams for their fans.
I would still consider this a game of pretenders versus contenders, however. And the thing is that...
Don't say such mean things about Falcons. They're not pretenders. They have Fantasy in the lineup.
Well, I feel like I'd swap those, in fact. The fact that FaZe are the pretenders at this point in time, and that Falcons have shown to me that they are indeed contenders. Yes, the result at Krakow wasn't great. The fact that they weren't able to get it over the line line against PARIVISION at the Bounty is another issue. And the fact that they haven't lifted a trophy with this 5-man lineup, and you say that you don't want to say on paper, but it is the most astute way to grade them, that they have taken wins off of the best teams in the world in the previous season, that they're a team that should be leveling up every single consecutive tournament, given the fact that they're working with a brand new rookie to Tier 1 in Kioske, who already is showing unbridled potential. And so m0NESY, Nico, everybody here has the pedigree to lift trophies along with the guy behind them in Zonic, even if their positions are up for question.
Why don't they lift trophies, Dust?
They just crack mentally. I mean, look, we always harp on MOUZ for having such a long drought of no trophy, but for Falcons, it's almost worse because they have an equally long drought, and they actually do have the superstar players that MOUZ don't have, which makes you really start to scratch your head, because I think they do a lot of things right. I think I've seen them progress tactically. I like the overall structure of the team and the roles that they have, but there's just so many times within a game of Counter-Strike where they will crack on a critical anti-eco round, or they'll crack on a big round that would put them way out in front if they can just reset their opponent's economy, but they just can't win that round. Or they'll win. I mean, how many man advantage situations they lose in MOUZ Sports at Krakow? Like, think about it. Like, so many 5v2s, 5v3s. It's just these critical rounds that they cannot get over.
The thing about Falcons, though, is that they're at least getting off the starting block, where FaZe, for me, sometimes there's a failure to launch, where you're not even competitive in a game, where Falcons is going toe-to-toe with MOUZ, but then, yes, crumbling under the pressure. FaZe doesn't even look like they should even be in the same league as a team like MOUZ.
Both of these teams, Falcons and FaZe, I think the question is always, what the hell is happening in this team? That is kind of what I ask every time I watch them play. For this particular matchup, though, the gents here on the desk have got together some head-to-heads, which I think highlight pretty clearly where we're sitting when we come into that game. Let's focus on the rookies first.
Yeah, let's do that. You know, it's Kiosuke versus Jacob, and there is just such a clear discrepancy in what they're providing their teams, despite playing similar roles, right? Jacob was brought in to try to be kind of the aggressive rifling star of the squad. You already have such great mid to late round presence with Twist and Frozen. If you just add a nice opening force, that would really do them well. But the problem is Jacob's really only success was like one stage of the Budapest Major. Almost everything else he's been a part of has not gone well. Meanwhile, Kiosuke, if he would have just played with Falcons sooner, I think he really could have gone toe-to-toe with Maladoy for Rookie of the Year.
Totally.
You know, I think the fact that Maladoy had more tournaments on him, did it for a little bit longer, I think that's really put him out in front. Meanwhile, Kiosuke's done everything you could ever want, you know, for a Tier 1 rookie when it comes to, I mean, this guy still has only been playing for about 7 months, and he's been able to look like one of the best interfactors in the world already.
I mean, I feel like it almost feels unfair, even though both players come from positions where they have limited Tier 1 experience or exposure. Kiosuke coming from the Academy roster of Spirit, and then Jacob coming from Apogee BetClick. I mean, it's just that it feels like the chasm between them is just so vast that Kiosuke is already so close to touching trophies with Falcons, and Jacob, yes, technically at the major, the most recent one, they were in the grand finals, but were they really in a BO5? Like, was it really ever supposed to be competitive versus Vitality? Whereas Falcons have taken it to the best teams in the world frequently. So I think Kiosuke is so much closer because of his own doing, and the fact that the team around him is in a much more competitive position.
The biggest question mark for FaZe, and it's not even a question mark anymore, I think that the commentary is always, what are they still doing with Brokey, right? And when you look at the AWPA head-to-head as well between m0NESY and Brokey, I think that also highlights where FaZe is going to probably struggle in this matchup.
I can't fathom why, in God's name, Brokey's still on this team. Even they didn't want Brokey on their team for a period of time. They benched the guy before the Blast Austin Major to throw a Hail Mary with Simple, and they actually did make the playoffs of that major because of that Hail Mary. Then they elected to bring Brokey back for whatever reason. I'm not sure if it was negotiations with Simple or what happened there. You know, maybe they didn't want to play with him. Maybe they didn't like how things fanned out internally. I don't know. But the bottom line is that Brokey was already doing worse. You put him in an awkward situation by benching him and bringing him back. And since he's been back, outside of, again, similar to Jacob, having like a couple of moments at the Budapest Major, he is just so far below the impact you need to be having out of an opera. Meanwhile, he's opposite of perhaps the best pure opera in the world, right? I mean, Z was going to get that title but he's kind of a hybrid in my opinion. It's kind of a weird one.
Yeah.
But when you talk about a guy who just takes the op as much as he possibly can and the amount of impact he can have, he's #3 player in the world for a reason. And this is just such a mismatch that's going to really wreak havoc on the server today.
Oh, totally fair to say that the guy on the right in MongolZ is the best pure opper. I mean, ZywOo 100%. I mean, he didn't even want to op in the second half of 2025. So, I mean, MongolZ, the idea about whether he should op a rifle, what's crazy is that when you start looking at his rifle numbers, I mean, you could arguably be a top 5 rifler too, but he still is much more known for the primary as a sniper. So this is both comparisons seem completely unfair. It almost seems laughable, but that just paints the story of where both these teams are.
Oh, that's interesting.
What is interesting, Dust?
FaZe didn't ban Anubis. They have been permabanning Anubis a lot, and they let it through. I don't know that Falcons are necessarily a threat to pick it. Falcons stick with their overpass ban. We expected that. I think Falcons will want to go for Dust too.
Oh wow! Wait, FaZe are going for Anubis here? That's
they got something cooked.
Okay,
up.
that's wild.
There's something.
That's
cooking.
actually wild.
There's something cooking.
All right, this just became a lot more interesting.
They have yet to play Anubis with this 5. I just want to put that one out there. Since Twist has come onto the team, and since they, I
don't think Jacob's played it at all with FaZe.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so this is a really unique situation that they find themselves in. Dust 2 from Falcons, to me, that's been one of their comforts for quite some time. Sometimes you see them go to a couple different maps, but honestly, I think they definitely have been the stronger.
And you just got to love Kerrigan. Kerrigan does this all the time. He's like the hardest person of all map pick bands to predict.
Oh, they might get Ancient too now. Oh, they might get, if they get Ancient also, I feel like FaZe are really happy with this veto. Yeah, I mean, Ancient's been the only map that Jacob has even looked really serviceable on in general for this team. So
well, Falcons have been dominant on Ancient, bro.
That's true, but I mean, it's been one of the win conditions for FaZe lately. I mean, it's legitimately the only map that Jacob has above a 1.00, I'm pretty sure. Maybe one other map he has a 1.01, but it's been the only one where he's been a consistent contributor for them.
What the hell are they cooking on Anubis? We don't know. We have no clue. Is this a Kerrigan big play or is this a Hail Mary?
I think this is him recognizing that if he plays this thing out standard, he's going to lose.
Yeah.
And I think that he realizes that, hey, this Falcons team has only played Anubis a couple of times. It's been mixed bag. Yeah, we haven't shown it yet, but that means that no one knows how we're going to approach this thing yet. And Anubis has changed enough to allow a little bit more CT opportunities in the early round situations with good spawns that it could throw a wrench in any particular game plan that someone might have.
Is Kickstand like a good enough IGL to read this on the fly and go, okay, cool, this is what they're trying to play at when we get into this game and adapt as quickly as possible? Can he do that?
I think he can because I think he knew that this map was open. Like they've been leaving Anubis open all the time. They've been permabanning overpass. They knew that this day would come, that someone would eventually take them up on this. And so I would imagine they have to have something prepared.
I do love FaZe. I'm going to just say it. I mean, you can be as annoyed as you want about Jacob, Berkey. You can talk about the drop-off or whatever, but I felt this way at the major. I'm going to say it again. Are you not entertained every damn time they come into the server? Like, look at this. Just throw it in a little
every major
different.
that they attend.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
The only time I'm
major
not
magic's
entertained by FaZe is when they're...
Any other event that's not a major.
I don't know. That 3D Max game at Krakow was not entertaining at all. That was probably one of the worst instances I've ever seen of FaZe in the last 9 months.
We needed that so that we could have fun today. There you go. Let's have some fun. We're going into game.
Yeah, fun always feels like a guarantee with FaZe Clan in the server, but you say, are you not entertained with FaZe? Sometimes the entertainment is a positive thing with them. I feel like other times they just let us all down. You said that Kerrigan is somebody who will let this happen. I always think about playing Vertigo versus Bad News Eagles back at the IEM Rio Major where they bombed out because of this kind of a decision.
But think about versus Spirit on Vertigo.
Here's the thing.
Two sides. Two sides.
Two things can be entertaining to watch. Greatness, witnessing greatness, very entertaining to watch. Watching a train wreck, also very entertaining.
And we always remember
You're
the
twisted, Dust.
We remember the train wrecks. We remember the great stuff as well. I mean, that's the best part about FaZe.
I just hope they can put it together today on Anubis, because like you said, we haven't seen Twist in it. Maui-Sake, you said that maybe not even Jacob has played in a FaZe jersey on this map.
One of Kerrigan's very few aces in his career was on Anubis.
Whoa.
What if? I wouldn't have seen it. Here we go, back into the game. We've got a new game, folks. Thank you, Desk, by the way. Your insight's always valuable. And yeah, Mo, we've got a shake-up here for the 1-0 pool of Falcons versus FaZe Clan. And like they said, Falcons should have something on this map. It felt like an inevitability that somebody would take them up on it. Did they ever think it would be FaZe, though? That's the question. Jacob can't do anything about Falcons running rampant into this A site. No kills here. Bomb's going to go down in a 5 versus 5, and FaZe have been out-positioned for the pistol. But the retake's on. This is a retake that features no kit at a flashbang here on Kerrigan. You know that Falcons have taken deep positions with how free this bomb site was. They try to float around on the bricks. Kicksand can't get kills going, and now Falcons facing the 3 versus 5. It's all whittled down to Kyosuke, who gets his headshot to Frozen. A clutch for Twist's early days. Bomb planted on the opposite side of Cake, and no, he's gonna have to push the issue, but this is no kit, and now he's got him off the defuse. Kyosuke with a pistol round clutch. Falcons take their first.
Yes, absolute perfection from him. Some great trades from that second line of defense there in the post plant for Falcons. And I'd actually like to say, sneakily, this is kind of like our last matchup. You know, we talk about if Na'Vi get into playoffs, they'll play better. Same thing for FaZe. You know, maybe it won't be a great final. It'll definitely be a great quarter. It'll definitely be a great semi.
Sure.
For Falcons, they are the team that we wonder, you know, they're not the ones who make major finals, right? That's the problem for them. Up until that point, they're studs. So in this match right now, you got to say they're heavily favored.
Obviously back at the table with their full 5. I also think this game has the makings of something a little more electric, right? With Na'Vi and MOUZ kind of sitting back at times, making sure everything's in position before they pull the trigger. Falcons and FaZe, I think, will just start fighting, and we get an example of this early. You know, I think when Falcons look across the server at FaZe, they can respect the entertainment value that FaZe Clan bring to the table, but I don't think this is a team that they're on an individual level kind of worried about. You just know that Falcons have the pieces to dominate a game like this if Brokey can't get it off the ground early. If Jacob has a struggle of a game.
The only weird part about that is, like, it's been a while, you know?
Since this head-to-head occurred?
It's been a while. It's never been Anubis. It's like...
Yeah, there's some oddity to this best of 3.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, quite a fun start.
I think that's why Dust got all excited when the veto started coming through. We've got not just the rare Falcons versus FaZe Clan treat, but we get a new flavor of it in this Anubis opening.
And another game. I mean, it's like I have very few doubts about Falcons' potential form at this stage of an event. Any doubts about FaZe, but you just got to see what happens.
I think the weird thing with Falcons is, like, is today going to be one of those days where they lose one of those absolutely unlosable rounds again? Will we have a mini-map screenshot today?
Screenshot.
Will we have it? I mean, they're the team
screenshot frequency increases over time.
It does, and I feel like it's, you know, it's an occurrence that was first brought to the... You know, how many times did you see, you know, infamous rounds screenshotted before this Falcons team existed? It felt like they, you know, for better or for worse, brought this meta to the table.
For sure. I mean...
Nope. Okay.
The other part is there's
funny.
no other teams contributing screenshots. It's just them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, every once in a while we'll get somebody else, but it's so often, which is such a weird thing. So odd. Like, how do you stamp that out of your struggles? What is it? What causes it?
12.
Question that they're probably still trying to figure out themselves. We get the jumping MAC-10 headshot here from Kicksand, making absolute mincemeat of the FaZe Clan. Falcons so far happy with this aggressive mid-play in round 2 and 3. And a pistol rush to the A site that net them an easy first round. So for the moment, this is Falcons making a ton of cash. You're making SMG frags. Nobody's dying in the conversion from the pistol rounds. And FaZe Clan looking like they may have their work set out for them on their own map pick of Anubis.
Yeah, they do have to justify it. Bringing it in as a big surprise. The kind of scary part, I guess, for FaZe is that they're bringing it in versus Falcons. They don't know what Falcons are going to be ready for.
Right.
But 3-0 start helps out a ton. Falcons are one of the teams coming out of the offseason where everybody's calling for roster moves everywhere else. Na'Vi, MOUZ, FaZe. They're the team people were hoping didn't make one, I feel like. And if anything, you know, we heard whispers internally that they were thinking about it or tried to do it. I think most people were relieved they didn't because they knew someone was getting scapegoated for other reasons. This 5, as you can see it, have the individual skill to win a tournament. Not a shadow of a doubt. they're also not one-dimensional. They have the teamwork, they have the tactics.
MongolZ really wanted this fight, and he ends up being on the receiving end of the damage. Twists gets cleared out of the murder hole, and it's Brokey to get the trade back at least. So we've got something to stand on, but within that timing, Kyosuke just slips into the A site. Good presence from Jacob, and good adjustment for that second frag as well. FaZe Clan's first gun round nets them a 4 versus 2 advantage at 55 seconds. Bomb possession within this, and a separated Team Falcons as Kixan tries to get Tessas to split alongside MONOZ, but he is far removed.
Yeah, they'll keep coming forward, but it's actually going to be a full house between Jacob and Brokey.
All right.
2 players brought up, and not in the most positive light. And I think that they do have stuff to prove, obviously. I mean, the cool stat for Jacob was like his unbelievable pistol consistency.
Right.
And that does actually result in wins. That's the round that you're going to get 2 kills every time. The conversions are the easy part. That's up to 6 rounds every single map. That's almost half the map.
And I'd say especially for a team like FaZe Clan that sometimes struggle to get off the ground, right? Like FaZe, no strangers to a slow start. Jacob trying to be the difference maker in that department.
But yeah, he's got to pick up in other areas. You can't really just have a specialist like that. Always said I'm one of the few guys that likes Jacob, and I feel like unfortunately these days I've got to say I'm one of the few guys that likes Brokey too.
What is it about Brokey that you're still high on, considering his struggles?
It's like it's still his intuition and his playstyle that appeal to me the most. It's like he gets away with being Shiro, but feeling like MONOZ on his best days. Like, he really doesn't take many opening duels, never has.
Yeah.
But if you ask someone, like, this guy's the most explosive, aggressive, right, opper in Tier 1, but it's really only in the last 15 seconds of the round.
Right.
Yeah, you see some of the best clutches ever from a guy like him on a good day, and so it's, I guess, a little bit of nostalgia. But the sad part is he's just not even old yet. So I still believe there's the only barriers are mental in terms of, you know, him getting back to top form. I don't really see it as being too much experience and too much time playing the game.
And sometimes Brokey just feels like he has a certain disregard for the moment. Like he's not afraid to do it in overtime. When other guys...
the edges of the cards are, you know? Yeah.
Kind of want that. Twists and Co. get aggressive off of the A bomb site, and that's going to net them a 5v4 versus Nico, but you do have a close proximity to the other bomb site if you're Falcons. 2 players already down inside of E-Box, and with Bomb looking to join forces with the long player, it's a matter of time before the rotation comes round. Twist trying to throw himself through CT spawn at the moment. Kerrigan and Frozen will be challenged in the meantime, but Kerrigan's been able to find refuge in this pressure of utility. Molotov doesn't find him, the spam whittles away some of his health, but by the time Twist gets here, Kerrigan has now only fallen. 35 seconds to the clock.
Are they missing a smoke here?
Feels like it. No cross. They'll use the flashbang instead, and they'll find kills within that moment, clearing out both of the original B defenders without finding frags, getting that first rotate of Twists down empty-handed. Falcons looked like they were stalling for a second without a smoke, but they'll make up for it, Launders, with what they have in spades. Aim.
Yeah, definitely. And the flash also. The tactic right there just to swing at the right time. While the op was posted on the angle, that was necessary. So a very, very strong and fast start here for Falcons.
It's a 4 versus 5 victory as well for Falcons. That opening gambit towards the A site with Twist's aggressive move. You know, this is Nico dead early. But while there were players inside of that B site, nothing too like interruptive out of Kerrigan and Frozen, right? Both of them just tucked into corners.
I like that you say that, because while that was happening, it's already getting out of hand. You can't let everybody get out of E-Box and like be peeking and clearing and holding things from main. It's already too far gone at that point. The site's already difficult enough to hold, but when you start taking passive lines like that, like your advantages totally evaporate. So they were not very active in that moment. I think they were lucky to kind of even stay alive as long as they did. And it did feel more like an inevitability they were going to lose without peaking. The key to CT Anubis is activity, actually, to make up for the poor sort of site positions to hold.
What's wild is we get that activity out of FaZe, right? An ambitious move, pushing long A into Nico, establishing that opening kill, weaponizing twists nicely.
Yeah,
that's how they start the round, but then the B defense just looked far stale in comparison.
And then if you set up a stale defense like that, you can supplant it with a big flank. That's also another option. They didn't actually have one. Oh,
Honestly,
that's quick.
Yeah.
That's quick, and it is an empty baskets. There's Jacobs here with a rifle. He's just, I mean, he's bird watching right now, has no idea what's happening. Because they use no utility, it's the perfect call. They're going to hear some footsteps, however.
Go decides to start stomping.
Wait a second, I needed my smoke for something else.
That's going to be the mid player to come down. Brokey now a part of this hold.
I think they almost couldn't believe the amount of space they got, but they're also scoring back tons of money in the reaction grenades that come out. This is almost half their utility gone, holding off an attack that's not really there.
Honestly going to leave utility for Nico.
Another smoke.
Free A long possession taken by Nico. Always that looming threat of now this whole peak. But Twist's going to keep his head tucked for the time being, and Kicksand skates by with that bomb. So
they've emptied out A, but, you know, Frozen still has utility over on this side of the map. They've just weakened a retake if that's going to be possible.
Will he use it in time? Incendiary and a frag grenade for Frozen. Down goes the flames, but Kerrigan's dead in front of that. Kyosuke fast to it. Frozen trying to bank off of this long cover, but it's temporary as that smoke starts to get peppered through. He will shave off the first one and a second. 2.5 frags here for Frozen, but unfortunately for FaZe, there's nothing else from that original defense. And so FaZe Clan have to tuck tail, go into a save, and hope that they can transition away from this, no?
Again, yeah, there's
Brokey's still floating
all
around.
The retake utility is gone. So it's the round is won sort of when they did that initial A play, which was just so perfectly timed. Like, MongolZ wasn't expecting any push to take place. No one was there. Said, Props isn't home anymore. I can just come in whenever I want. And sure enough, Jacob was sitting passive. They were setting up a different sort of defense. Now, before this game gets too serious, we always have a new map, new position with the broken hole open.
Yeah.
That we can easily call window, since there isn't another one there.
Sure.
But we could also call it Kool-Aid.
You're right. We could.
So,
but will we?
Oh, sleep on it.
Okay. Coming to you from the guys that called E-Box Ramsey. For,
oh, yeah.
Oh, no. We could. We could.
That was my very best attempt. So.
Got me thirsty.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh, and it gets punished too, huh? Twist just comes through that smoke. Kicksand's not having a fun round. But Kyosuke's got the trade through Kool-Aid. Kerrigan off on jail, able to hold back the E-Box play. Good duel for Kerrigan there. Kerrigan kills Kyosuke. That is not a sentence I get to say every day. And now with it, a 4 versus 3 for FaZe Clan. A B bomb site that's looking stacked at the moment. We'll see what Falcons' rebuttal is. They've got 45 seconds to work still all over the map. At the moment, it's Jacob operating alone on A, and they haven't really applied any pressure, but still, FaZe pull back fully. Whoa.
They will pull back to mid, so this still leaves options for coming back into this, but retaking through Temple, it's going to be the first thing that probably gets smoked. They won't even need to worry about it, really. There's just no way to stop the plant in this spot. So the retake protocols are a little too late. It's 20 seconds, right? FaZe have to expect the site hit is going to come.
They're going to drop down through window now, trying to best E-Box.
It's another spot,
they didn't,
man, where they're just
cross over the bridge.
Completely out of utility.
Yeah, but they're going to go for the long play instead. Kerrigan, he gets dealt with. Tess holding the flank, and Brokey's shoulder shows to MongolZ. That is a free shot for MongolZ as Brokey inches in, thinking he had a little more room to wiggle within. And man advantage secured. Oh, FaZe try to go for this ambitious rotation back around through middle, but it's Falcons so ready to hold back that flank.
Yeah. And just the amount of time Falcons had to both plant and then post-plant with no pressure, then not a single distraction grenade could be thrown because they didn't have anything on the belt.
Right.
Yes, because they're flanking, it's the best way to make up for the fact they don't have retake utility, but they don't really have a way to draw aggro while they're walking a flank, which would have been helpful. So also a small mistake from Brokey, well, a big one if you see the impact of it, but just showing a shoulder. Frozen cool.
He's got a tweaking.
He's getting tweaky. He's tweaking right now.
(6-1) lead.
Yeah.
Is it because Anubis is still T-sided? Is it because FaZe Clan are trying to find their groove? I mean,
it's the
at
kind
least
of map,
this...
though, you can't give them any excuses because they picked it.
They
And when you pick it first after this much time, you could be doing anything. It's actually way hard for Falcons to be like, we know how to, you know.
Yeah, Falcons, I mean, they have nothing to prepare in this head-to-head.
They should have like a million gimmicks for the CT side.
Right.
That Falcons would have no way to telegraph.
So Falcons just have to come to the table with whatever they have prepped. This is also a moment where the rest of the pack are kind of taking a look at Falcons, seeing as, like the desk mentioned, that they've kind of floated this potential having to play Anubis by permabanning Overpass. And now you get to see Falcons on Anubis, so everybody else wonders, is this the bottom of their map pool? And so far, so good for the Falcons. We've had moments where they recover out of 4 versus 5s. We've had what feels like pretty confident executes. Sure, a missed utility by Kissan, I believe, last round out mid. But they're still able to take over middle. They've been testing this mid setup multiple rounds now. And again, it just feels fluid from Falcons, right? Some of their timings have been a bit quicker than maybe you expect, and I think that usually is a sign of confidence. Falcons waiting to make contact with FaZe, but a FaZe Clan that has just leaned back in the face of the rumblings of mid-control.
The setup's all fine until the camera gets smoked. Sometimes you smoke both sides. Yeah, they will do that as well. It just brings in so much fear to the CT side. Sometimes they will want to try to explode through a smoke and make a really rash decision. Here they try to catch alert. They won't find one. And again, I think that FaZe they've been hoodwinked once again. They're down to 2 HE grenades. They've got nothing to stop this.
It's a bit of half-assed utility.
Falcons' utility economy has been so much more healthy.
Yes, sir. Jacob at first finds one. Frozen's nade.
Oh, okay.
Finishes the job for the second. Brokey a little awkward here with the op, but he banks off of the rifle that works alongside him, and that's the bomb dropped in front of camera. MongolZ, late to the party, trying to bait the op shot out and the mid flank. Gets both. And now Nico gets popped by Frozen. So that's a FaZe Clan that I thought as well, right? Kind of jumping their util. Brokey's incendiary out middle left a gap that could have been walked around without making audio. Like there was some small errors there, and yet everybody steps up to bat when the kills come their way.
Yeah, they definitely been overreacting per se. You want to have it like a smoke or a molly, especially for how late these rounds are getting. That's what I think FaZe they're not ready for. But the HEs are still utility. They use that for a kill to stop them. It does both slow and do damage. They'll get the most out of it.
Ooh, but
CT rounds can be hard to come by, but how many more are available?
Some earlier pressure towards this B side as MongolZ's op angle is established early.
He's been doing that a lot. I like that. It's kind of interesting because he's been so correct about how little baskets controls they've been taking. They've been, in place of pushing, using utility to get map control. Jacob's in front of this. Ooh, takes a molly tag. He's probably going to be a bit nervous.
Frag pops the smoke. MongolZ sees nothing, and still again, FaZe Clan's utilities coming out pretty liberally.
This is just going to kill a lot of time. You can see the intention from Falcons was just to go A. Now they know that baskets is likely occupied. They still want to go here. They aren't in a position to expand back across the map for any good small reason.
That was FaZe Clan's last smoke, thrown at a minute. Oh, Jacob goes down. That's a full kit of utility on the dirt. And Brokey about to be challenged, but Kerrigan has gone through the CT's own smoke. MongolZ sits on the angle in anticipation, but his counterpart in Brokey continues to tear heads off. Nico's gonna close that gap onto Brokey, twists, emerges, and gets smoked by Nico, who goes 3 kills deep here in round number 9.
That was a little bit late. Nice round from Nico with those frags, and they win over through baskets. There was like team damage. Was that the op hitting Jacob, or was that Jacob hitting Brokey?
Sorry, didn't notice
that. Yeah, could have been consequential.
Just kind of felt jumbled up for a second. This is where the bodies lie. Falcons put the squeeze on. Man, I'm surprised MongolZ's still waiting for that Kerrigan angle. I don't know if they got wind of his push earlier, if anything was spotted. We didn't see it from MongolZ's POV, but...
I felt like just good awareness almost.
Right.
I mean, he definitely didn't hear anything, I want to say. But he held the bright side of the pillar perfectly, made sure that, you know, ultimately it's what else do you have to do when you're there throwing flashes for your teammates to entry other than hold a flank. Falcons will kick off with their first timeout.
Yeah, right after the round win. So really just looking to kind of hammer home what remains of this T side. 3 rounds to play out at a 7-2 lead. We've seen FaZe step up in a couple of the high pressure rounds, but more often than not, just kind of getting crashed on by the wave that is this T side. It's high utility. It's guns across the board for FaZe once more in the 10th round of play. Brokey looking for this mid angle. I mean, Kixan does have this affinity to kind of challenge the mid doors quickly, and maybe you can catch him trying to get into those positions, but great utility on the approach is going to give them information. The op rattles off a shot. Kyosuke takes the incendiary to the body. So the nade's going to follow suit and find him down to 57, keeping the pressure on. Another smoke grenade comes out early here for FaZe Clan as they go 4 players strong on this B side. I mean, it is the right call. Off of the timeout.
A passive setup in B, we know what that means. Like, they still have the chance to get out of E-Box. And unfortunately for Kerrigan, he's like the main line of defense, and Kyosuke's still there in E-Box. He doesn't really know if he's shoved him back just yet. So this can cause some bad rotations for the CT side. It's going to cause an overreaction of utility once again. They haven't actually pushed and got good spots, so they're going to keep too many guys here unless they get that info back, and they'll free flash into E-Box. Kyosuke is low for what it's worth, but MongolZ gets 1 pick off.
Frozen still facing into E-Box. Kerrigan and him.
I feel like they're not fighting hard enough for
Look
this.
at that. Triple Molotov comes through, completely forces back the positions that FaZe were hoping to bank on, and now Frozen eats a flashbang fully. Kerrigan's got a 1 and done. A 4th incendiary hits the dirt here towards this bomb site. Scorched earth on that B bomb site for Falcons. What a beautiful execute in the way that it just unravels FaZe Clan fully.
Absolutely. All those mollies, it's just aesthetic, honestly. I think also, though, there's an illusion that, you know, that FaZe have a good read and a good setup, but in reality the setup is quite weak. As you can see, every single player is easy to isolate. They're not covering each other. Untradeable spots, easily flashed. If the mollies and smokes and flashes land in that position, it's all over. The only way they could have held that better is if they got earlier kills, if they had held on to E-Box, if they got that Kyosuke frag. If they had fought and held off E-Box that entire time, then the main split couldn't really occur. And I think that, you know, coming into Anubis, they have to be ready for that, honestly. Right. And when Anubis first came into this pool, FaZe were actually one of the more innovative teams. They're the ones taking over water control from both sides. They had a lot of tactics like that. We saw Jacob set up with a smoke, which made it feel like they were going to try something like that earlier. But instead, what we've seen mostly is FaZe throwing nades from safety, waiting, but delaying the inevitable. Eventually, the attack comes in and it's full strength, even if it's really late into the round for Falcons.
small hiccup again at the start of this round with a missed Molotov by Falcons T-side in mid. Twice now that lineup's been a little off. So be it, because right now it's posturing for B-side again, and it's Kerrigan trying to get bodies over here. Twists. This is an MP9 at this distance, and Brokey next to him with the Deagle. So you think Kerrigan's going to have to go big with the A4, but you've got 3 players now breathing down his neck. Missed op shot from m0NESY. Kerrigan knows damn well he's under pressure. Falcons quietly slip away. Ooh, Nico trying to challenge the edge of that. Does find the lineup on Jacob for half his health. But no overcommitments here from Falcons. It feels like there's this looming threat from the CT side, but nobody able to stop the Falcons in their tracks.
I mean, Falcons aren't quite in position just yet.
There we go.
Yeah, and there's, two kills from Kerrigan.
That's what you need. One of the 2 M4s on the field for FaZe, and it gets itself a double.
And you don't want the frags in here. You want the frags out there. That's the, prophylaxis. It also shows you what site they're going
What's
to.
this bomb going to do? 20 seconds, and it sits on bridge.
There's no way it's getting back now. Has to go forward.
Going to try to make this happen. Kicksand goes for the push around.
He needs to start running, honestly.
Twist is holding this. Twist, he turns at that moment. Twist has got a scramble. That's fine. They stop the bomb in its tracks, and we've got FaZe Clan winning a 3rd round in the half. Potential for m0NESY to die after time. Yes, sir. A little insult to injury here as Kerrigan's the guy to go big in a much-needed CT round win.
Puts himself in a good spot, and there was a bit of a risk for him because he knows he doesn't have any support behind him in E-Box. He's just saying, like, hopefully they try main, and he was right about it. So the complexion of attack that he was looking for came through. But it's 3 rounds on an island here for FaZe. Still not that convincing overall. They've got another full rifle to go for it. And honestly, if they get 4 on a CT side, it's not what they wanted coming into Anubis, but it is still CT side.
TSS going through earlier, trying to play with some swapped out timings. Kerrigan unable to go multi-kill to multi-kill back-to-back rounds. So now Brokey trying to get that Hail Mary off connection. Just off of the mark. Gets whittled down to 30 as Nico kills Jacob on the A main push. Something FaZe Clan have been able to get away with multiple times. But now it is still just such a heavy commitment into this B bomb site for the final round of the half. Falcons on the brink of a 9-3 T-side within their opponent's map pick. And so the flash comes through, m0NESY able to dodge them. There is this quick little play from Twist to get next to the obelisk, but Kyosuke kills the first and the second. Yeah, it's a bit of a bloodbath here from Falcons as they survive the FaZe Clan Anubis challenge, at least for the first 12 rounds. Yeah. A 9-round T-side, something to be proud of.
I mean, you could really see Falcons flexing at the end there. Like, they knew how much better they are at Anubis. And to speed up in the ways that they did, whether it was towards A main. First of all, it was just some peaks that m0NESY would take. But that last round really showcased how FaZe were failing to guard the front gate. Like, they didn't put enough pressure back, and that is probably the hardest part about Anubis is balancing. How do you make sure that the early attack doesn't come in, but then also keep enough grenades for those late round situations where you've got to have one last molly for E-Box, one last kill, and a way to push or whatever. And I think FaZe kind of did everything a little bit off there, unfortunately. They just... That won't be good enough. But we'll see if they're more well-prepared for T-side.
Right. They also didn't get any X-Factor moments out of the players that they tend to bank on, right? We
Maybe
didn't get a
Jacob.
Yeah,
Over in
sure.
B.
Inside that B site, right? That full house between him and Brokey, that was kind of that one round where it felt like the utility and the moves from Falcons would have been enough to just get by him, but he was able to step up. That's one round where Brokey and Jacob go big. You've got the Kerrigan M4 2K down in Canal. There's your 2 of 3 rounds, and that's all you had in this half to kind of stand on.
That's right.
So fair to say, not enough. Kyosuke, star of the show for the T side, 13 kills to his name. Safe to say, pistol round could spell disaster for FaZe Clan. And we know what Falcons bring to the table on Dust 2. You know, we thought maybe this veto was going to do FaZe a lot of good, seeing as they were able to slip Ancient in as a decider because of this unexpected Anubis pick. The reality is we may never even see a third. MongolZ's Berettas find a desperate move there from the bridge play. Frozen pirouetting in the air is just gonna fall eventually to those same two pistols. TeSS though, gonna give an opening back over at the A site. We see this fast scramble out from Falcons. MongolZ peeling back, 2 kills to his name. Bomb sits outside of A site, but still, FaZe consider options. We've got a smoke on Brokey, but for the time being, FaZe Clan will fall silent.
Pausing in a moment like this is one of those reactions that there's just, it might be obvious that they're doing it, but there's just no better option, essentially. A CT team will always spread out to make sure they're not getting flanked. So it'll just be the quick re-aggression. Nico up top. He's likely not escaping this spot, so we'll see how he fights.
Won't be given a chance to, really, with that smoke. Jacob jumps back for long control, but they're very worried about the numbers running through.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy, Twist hasn't noticed that he didn't get to back up into the corner. This is an easy, hold on, Nico. Kind of losing track of Twist, but it still feels like Twist is gonna get blindsided in a second. Oh, it's MongolZ to get the kill. Nico still able to make up for it, but yeah, that one ends up looking awkward, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, obviously they gotta make some kind of play happen when they're down numbers in a spot like that, but best thing out of this round, unfortunately, is the bomb plant for FaZe.
Yeah. MongolZ looking over at Nico like, bro, I almost died there.
Yeah.
He's able to adjust fast enough. This was Jacob catching TeSS to at least open the door, but swats Twists off like a bug, and a quad kill in the pistol from Berettas. Got a force buy out through FaZe Clan thanks to the bomb plant. They'll be able to get a couple more bells and whistles, but we are on the highway to a Falcons victory with an Anubis.
Kerrigan's been called the master of vetoes because of moments like this, where he'll randomly bring it in.
Right.
Moment you're not expecting it, and then they'll pull out a very impressive win, obviously. But
and you've got to always you've got to always respect the audacity to go for it, but you said it earlier today, execution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't feel like ideas or execution were in it right now.
Yeah, to just suddenly pull out Anubis for the very first time right here, right now, did you see, you know, just a question for those watching at home as well. It's like that did you see something that makes you feel like this is even FaZe Clan's pick?
Like, I'm sure they had some idea.
Of course,
but But it was like almost like a Mike Tyson moment. Like, they just got shook so hard by how well Falcons were straight up that nothing that they wanted to do ever came to fruition.
Kosuke doesn't get the kill on Jacob. Twisted Khalil's looking ready to go, and it will find the trade back as Kerrigan kills Kixan. You got yourself a bomb plant here with the force, but oh, never mind.
Oh, Connor speaks.
Yeah, Flame hits the perfect moment. MongolZ now no longer smoked off, so he will take the space that comes with this. Long duel, though, catching him in the back of the obelisk. Frozen's Deagle's going to end it. No bomb plant needed. The force buy victory comes through for FaZe Clan. And is there success here on the T side? That is what we're waiting to see.
Yeah, that's where it can be. The whole thing can be kinder to you. And we've got a FaZe Clan eco in the first half, one now in the second. This one, though, try to build momentum off of. Brokey's got beautiful hair, man. I can't believe he's always had it just...
Man with many hairstyles, too.
Yeah.
We've got the buzz cut Brokey. We've got the, remember the dyed black Brokey?
Mm-hmm.
That's a rare treat. Nice to see. He's embraced the grays. Time comes for us all. That's what playing on FaZe Clan will do to a man.
Yeah, it's the 4 years at Waterloo. So with the stack over on A, it's obviously just pistols, but there is half armor involved. And this will be kind of a very basic test for FaZe, right, in terms of their competency of this map. Are they going to avoid this or are they going to run into it? Because there's not even really a push here for Falcons just yet. And there's a lot of audibles for Twist to corroborate to his team.
They dive back into the A site, though. They don't move elsewhere. This utility, it's going to keep him locked in. Twist with a little late burn out through middle. Now challenges camera. And to the success of FaZe Clan, he'll find the first one. They're just going to sprint over towards the B site. Oof, TSS with a hell of a 5-7 shot. And Kixan has established long control in the middle of all this. We'll see if there's any more cost racked up versus FaZe. Oh, man, the bomb. Yeah, almost denied a second time. TSS on the scene with this M4, which has changed hands from Twists back to the CT side. And TSS with 2 kills to his name. Little to lose here if you're the Falcons, so you're going to go for it. But here is Nico smoked off in the meantime. And FaZe Clan's 5th round all but guaranteed. No kit for this retake. Bomb beyond the halfway point. It's just a matter of can Nico bring anybody down with him. And he'll miss the timing to do it unless he peeks deep into Canal.
He's got a gun there he can pick up.
That TSS M4, get out of here with that. And FaZe Clan find a 5th. Good on Twists, corroborates the information. Obviously, Kerrigan gonna find the open road with all that info. And FaZe Clan convert from the 4-spy to the 5-10 score.
They were definitely close to doing something they were about to regret when they were grouping up inside of baskets, but I think the better half of them took over and they made that rotation even though it was about 30 seconds. They heard too much. They knew too much. We're not allowed to talk during tech pauses either.
Imagine.
Imagine.
I feel like this is where I do some of my best work. We'll be all right. Player back in the server, so matter of time before this one's back underway. And the Falcons.
There's so much to see about this next round, really. It's like
the anticipation.
All FaZe have done is basically open up a chance at a half now.
There's not enough money here for Falcons, of course. God. Still that M4 kind of jostled around, though, right? There's that one looming threat that Nico's saved gun will do something about it. But what can you really expect from him versus a fully forced up FaZe Clan? Trying to figure out where that M4 is.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Careful. Careful, Jacob. He'll drop TSS in front of it, but Nico's M4 collects.
They kind of need to babysit. No, they don't need to babysit the gun. There's one that comes out, obviously, with Nico.
Monacy's got an upgrade to grab, and now you've got 2 rifles to threaten the flank. Kyosuke eating the flashbang. Is an empty B bomb site queued up. Those 2 M4s looking valuable for a save, so already Twists maybe going on a bit of a hunt, just making sure that nobody attacks from Canals. And FaZe Clan can start to make a game of this off of the T side. Again, if this was always the plan to bank on a successful T side, that's great and all, but you had a measly 3-round defense to start the map. Inability of Falcons to convert from the pistol victory has reopened the threat of a FaZe Clan T-side comeback. But they're still down by 4, and we're waiting to get Falcons on guns. I think scary moment over there for Jacob as well. Kind of being caught by the sudden movements of Team Falcons. It's like, as the player who sometimes holds A, you've got to be very much aware of when you could get pounced. And it feels to me like Falcons are going to be one of those teams that's just always got a willingness to attack you from the A push. He'll have his hands full as this game goes on, and Falcons come in with a full-fledged buy.
Is the man to watch on this round if Split starts coming in his direction, but they're already covering their tracks in this default about what they want to try to do. And more importantly, keeping options open.
Here comes Nico for the mid play. Brokey's on the angle.
Oh! Just starts walking, and he's really suspicious that there's someone else here.
That op was covering, and his suspicion was right. Twist, though, still able to get the better of it. And that's mid-control to come with it. This is going to separate the Falcons for the moment. No quite.
It's kind of a pincer on these two because Tessas has to watch his flank inside of camera. And if they disrespected that smoke, it would have been a great opportunity to do so.
Camera smoke fades. We've got 3 Falcons players going for the mid-peak, and in that moment, Jacob and Kerrigan strike down 1. Ooh. Easy does it here for FaZe Clan, running rampant within this A site. Hands busy on the bomb cross, so be it. We've got a 4th round in a row here for FaZe, and Twists brings that back from a 4 versus 5.
A 4v5 with the op down in that spot, and Nico hunting down, suspicious of that second player's presence. So, and not narrowly skating by either. After taking that kill, Split works out perfectly. And the trades are just all FaZe. That's the first intriguing round of the second half, and we do see a good answer for FaZe, probably their best of the map so far, to keep this game close. Didn't feel like that was going to happen at the turn of the half.
Some heavy investment here. Full round loss bonus for Falcons. Op and an M4 out there on the field, and obviously seeing the shadow of the gun here. Oh!
Oh, that's a gift. I was thinking Jake's taking that fight, but he's probably thinking, you know, mostly anti-eco here. What do I really have to be worried about?
Well, the op was the threat, and the op hits the ground. It's now found in the hands of Nico, who's going to try to position it over to the B site, where we see FaZe starting to put themselves in position to take over the bomb site. Smoke wall comes over top. Nico trying to play in front of it before it plumes. Yeah, he'll be able to find Jacob down in E-box for his efforts. It still looks like a bomb site that's going to get taken over. Kyosuke 5-7 smoke spam.
He's still here.
And he could try to dive Brokey, and he will. Now the bomb's down. Another player dead. Oh. Kyosuke triple from the pistol. It's a man advantage momentarily here for the Falcons. Nico late to the party as he wraps back around into Temple.
And they're too scared to clear him.
Huge move here. Huge move for Nico. This is the kind of stuff that's going to catch Frozen off guard.
He's actually starting to walk back, but he doesn't have time to get to the other site. Must plant now.
He's able to just get the angle out. Frozen's got it. All good. 1v2 for FaZe Clan, banking on a little X factor after having to shut down Falcon's newest member. 3K with the 5-7 puts FaZe on the fire, but they come out unscathed.
Bit of an old soul, isn't he? I mean, really carrying, and such an artist in moments like that. Scary, scary attempt. I mean, you know, you see Brokey miss an op shot there, and you're like, well, okay. That's still just a 5-7 to trade, and he gets a second frag, but that's what you have to get used to when you're playing against Kyosuke. And if not for that shot, maybe say goodbye to this round entirely.
Nico's like 5 feet away from having a chance at that original trade, right? When Frozen gets the kill to the player back site, Nico had just missed the timing. That was a huge reposition for him to try to move that off from long back around through Temple. And I said in the first half we didn't have any X Factor from the FaZe Clan members. Well, there's a very important clutch out of Frozen. Looking to find his groove as this game goes on. Now only 2 rounds away from the Falcons' 10 round. And now all of a sudden pop out from Kerrigan. Nico's got the trade back. Looked like he could have been Kerrigan's second victim. Instead, he stands tall on 46 health. And Twists looks to yet again take up the space made through mid.
Smoke's on both sides of this, but the bomb's inside of middle, so this doesn't end in some kind of fast lurk situation. And here, still up a minute, they're in a position to wait for pushes, essentially on the extremity, watching both sides. Frozen. Looked like he almost missed that moment. Takes down Kicksand, 29 HP left over for him. This is actually where it gets even harder for Falcons. Every push more obvious, less material to work with, less map to cover with the few players remaining.
Could Nico get away with that? Oh,
what a move.
Good trade back by Brokey. Very critical that that one doesn't go down in vain. But you saw what Kyosuke can offer with a 5-7. Now he's got an M4 versus Jacob, and Jacob's got a long walk towards this E-box. If at any moment Kyosuke decides to go for the clear. Yeah, exactly. Jacob pinned against the wall. Now Frozen, 29 HP, working alongside Brokey. The two of them side by side, and health disadvantage matters not. TessS from the bottom of the Falcons scoreboard to the clutch attempt, and he's got Frozen's head on a spike. Now on the other side of sight, Brokey up close with this off, and a missed shot. TessS has got him. A critical late game clutch comes through. It is only Falcons' second CT round win, and it comes by way of the bottom fragger. 2 from the victory here on Anubis now are Falcons.
God, it's huge for TessS, and with the molly landing in front of the smoke, it felt like Frozen had that option totally covered. But Brokey, that's a clean shot that must be hit in that 1v1. He's even on the right side looking at him. But can't drop this one. TessS, just a raw piece. Baits out the op frag. No wide swing that Brokey was expecting. And now Falcons are fired up.
Put an end to that FaZe streak after 5. Flash finds Nico fully as this is Falcons looking to take an aggressive stance on bridge.
Yeah, Twist did see this. There haven't been any fast options in these rounds for FaZe. They've been working defaults really slowly and methodically up until now.
Clumped up outside of this A bomb site, our FaZe Clan. This is going to be a test for TessS. Able to post that clutch a round ago, but can he post a much-needed hold? He'll be bolstered by Monacy's off over towards camera. Full volley of utility into this bomb site. Makes it awkward for any defenders. And so TessS has to offer over all of this space. We get a challenge along the side of camera, but it doesn't fully come through because of this smoke grenade. So TessS still works within this pocket.
And Frozen, late smoke up into heaven. That'll kill half the clock.
CT's already coming through with utility of their own. That's a smoke that, where does that fall? In the back of the bomb site. This doesn't feel ideal. Now they're going to try to challenge Bricks instead. Jacob insta headshot. Trade back from TessS. And with Twists now found out inside of the bomb site, but unable to get the follow-up, it's going to be the long players to give Twist the cover that he needs. TessS having to deal with the damage, doesn't get a chance to escape, and that is FaZe Clan taking over a bomb site with conviction. Space offered by the Falcons, and a gap closing yet again.
And they're holding on to a strat like that, it feels like, the moment after they lose a round. Up until then, it was just defaults. Lots of feel-out rounds to try to build a game plan reactively against what they're seeing. And you see that even though that streak was broken, they immediately come out with something new. So the CT side, we saw almost nothing innovative, nothing that really could have us believe that FaZe were super prepared on the map. It feels like round 20 is the first moment. They had to have been dry running that. That's an exec they've never done together. And that set piece gets him into the site scot-free.
cautious of any kind of aggression here from Tesses. He's got a smoke in front of him, and he still goes through.
They're looking for the run back.
Yep.
They're looking for the absolute run back on this site.
I mean, it fell for free 1 round ago, and there's even less here for the Falcons to work with this time.
The only difference is Tessis is more front-facing.
Yeesh.
If they have interruptive utility, you might be able to stand behind the
Feels
smoke
like
and
it
get a
could cost
spray down,
him.
but
Drops the incendiary after eating the flashbang, and this is all at 55 seconds. We're going to get this scramble from Kicksan to come back.
But what's huge is Kyosuke is about to flank bridge. He's going to be able to see for sure that the CTs can rotate over.
Utility lets them know. Nico keeps it clean with the FAMAS. Tesses has kept his head down. Flashes pop as the exec comes through. And now Twist, the only player of the 3 to get anything, and it's only that measly 1 kill. FaZe Clan tried to run it back, and this time around, Nico cuts them down. And so Kerrigan falters at the end. It takes them some time, but it's rounds back and forth as it's Falcons sitting on 12.
It's really nothing fancy. It's just the fact that they got some info back. They pushed an extremity and cleared out mid all in one breath, and that just had the extra CTs come over. FaZe didn't know it, but they could have just done this same play earlier and had a lot more success.
Great shots from Nico this round. Quad kill off the FAMAS. Didn't waste a moment. Didn't give FaZe's members much of a chance to shoot back. And now FaZe are going to have to break through with the solo AK on Twist. Just when we feel like we start to see FaZe make this map feel like home, the bane of their existence will be the flat CT side they offered us in the first. The money runs out. And Falcons given a prime chance to just step over the finish line. The comeback that could have been. That's where it feels like we find ourselves.
They can really only puff up their chest so much on a round like this. Like, their utility is so sparse. So all going to have to lean forward into as much free map control as they can get, and then a full-on exec. But if you look at the map right now, Falcons are for some reason actually playing retake in the B site. They could get smoked out of all their vantage points, and this bomb will go down.
No contest offered up by Falcons. Frag grenade doesn't expose anybody on the cross, but Kicksan does have another one. They're still going to wait, and another frag should catch off Brokey. He's able to find the timing in between those frags. Kyosuke doesn't give a damn about the timing, swings into it, and Kerrigan's going to punish for it. Falcons right now still hanging on to Temple. Kerrigan gives over an advantage. As suddenly the numbers get evened out. Brokey's looking for his Deagle headshot, but he's about to peek into 3 players. m0NESY trying to queue up the retake with those flashes, while the long smoke remains in the face of Frozen. He can't do anything. And now from behind that pillar, Frozen, the only player to do anything in this post plant. Falcons find it in the end. Win 3 of the last 4 rounds. It takes them some time, but they'll break through what was feeling like a FaZe Clan comeback. Instead, Anubis blows up in their faces.
Look how happy Kyosuke is. I love that. The little smile on his face, getting up, celebrating that victory. Such a one-sided first half. Did either of you ever get concerned for Falcons at all in this second half as FaZe were starting to get the rounds on the board?
I think there was a slight worry. I mean, look, like we know how T-sided this map is, and even with the changes that were made, CT opportunities can still be heavily countered, and so you still expect these big T-side rounds. But if you're FaZe and you're kind of somewhat gambling to, move away from this map and playing it in the series, you kind of want to give yourself a little bit of cushion on the CT side. They didn't give themselves any at all. And if they had, I think things could have played out a little bit differently, because I think once FaZe kind of got rolling on the T side, they had what was very clearly some well-prepared executes that they had clearly pieced together. So they definitely came in with a game plan. Unfortunately, they just didn't have enough breathing room to make it happen, in my opinion.
Honestly, I feel like even though the score line at halftime painted a bleak picture for FaZe, I think the eye test for ideas was good. I actually felt like they, in practically every gun round, came in with some sort of plan, whether that was like a 3A gamble start, multiple players in mid. They wanted to go for mid re-aggressions. They did a lot of what I felt like a team should be doing on Anubis CT side, and they took the right amount of risks. It's just that they didn't pan out. And sometimes, unfortunately, that's the nature of Anubis, where you take the risks you're supposed to, but if you just don't catch Falcons wherever they're trying to head with that sort of stack, then unfortunately it's all for naught. I really think that this could be a map in the pool of FaZe moving forward, even though it starts out with a loss here versus the Falcons.
So was Kerrigan cooking, or was he serving leftovers?
I mean, as far as the leftovers aspect, everybody was pretty much playing the spots they used to play on previous teams, or even when FaZe had previous iterations of this roster playing Anubis. Kerrigan was playing the same spots he always played. Frozen was playing the same spots he always played. The only thing that really changed was Jacob, when he was playing on BetClick, was more of a B guy, and they moved him to the A side of the map. So that was really the only thing that they quote-unquote changed as far as, like, you know, moving things around role-wise. But definitely they had some good executes cooked on the T side. Like the way that they were, you know, molly covering both sides with, they were flash chaining their way and scaling. Like they clearly had some prepared executes that were working out pretty well. It's just, unfortunately, they lost a couple of key clutches. They obviously ran out of money towards the end there, couldn't hold off some of the retakes. And, you know, but I can see why they picked it. You know, it wasn't a complete backfire.
Feel the same way?
Yeah, I feel like, again, I mean, I think that to Falcons' credit, it's just that they were a little bit more ready for some of those kinds of situations. I feel like it's one thing to obviously play them through scrims, but I feel like when it came to the second half, even though FaZe did have some good ideas, it was a few of those waning moments that really kind of betrayed FaZe. I mean, think about the Brokey clutch, or the Testis clutch, the Brokey miss on the B bomb site. There were definitely instances where FaZe put themselves in winning positions. Even one of the last A retakes from Falcons was just really nicely put together all the way through. So I do feel like FaZe gave themselves enough opportunities. It's just that it almost feels like, also another weird kind of hypothetical is, if this was MR15, would some of those gamble starters for FaZe have played out in their favor, and maybe they get one more gun round? Then that's just enough breathing room that they can play the second half a little differently, save a full round so you have full econ and can get some more momentum.
What do we do to save FaZe?
Oh, okay.
At least 2 roster changes. I mean, I don't know what more you could do. Like, you've given Brokey ample time. The dude's been on FaZe for how many years at this point?
On and off.
Well, I think
like almost his whole tier 1 career has been on FaZe. I feel like the whole thing has. And look, I'm not here. Yeah. I'm not going to rewrite history. Brokey had some real good years. He had years where he was a top 20 player in the world. He was a really great piece of this organization for a long, long time. So I'm not going to go back and just totally, you know, rewrite all of that. But what is to be said is he struggled for, really, if we're honest, the last couple of years. If we're honest, like as far as where he used to be to what he is now, he has struggled for quite a long time. And he's had a couple of pop-off moments in majors and a tournament here, a tournament there, a game here, a game there that makes you want to believe again. But consistently speaking, it hasn't been there, right?
So who do you replace him with, though? There aren't really many AWPs on the market. If you say Dexter, I'm going to throw something at you, Dust. But other than him, who is there?
I would take Regali over Brokey right now.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, absolutely I would. Absolutely I would.
No.
Also, they missed out on Fuzi, letting Fuzi go to Astralis.
Dude, if FlyQuest is going to replace Regali with Story and they look better for it, I'm not cutting Brokey for Regali.
Does FlyQuest look better for it?
They just won a Chinese event.
Okay, that doesn't. I mean, they've been doing that for years.
He was about to say that doesn't count.
They've been doing that for a long time, bro.
It doesn't help my argument, therefore it doesn't count. Falcons closing this out on Dust 2. I presume that's where you both are leaning?
Oh, yeah. I feel like after what was a bit of a Hail Mary there, I don't feel like this is... I mean, there's a debate, I suppose, but I'm just a little bit worried about the fact that Nico's been looking like he's in really tip-top form throughout this year thus far. I mean, all the way from the bounty. Maybe a little bit of a dip at Krakow, actually, to be fair. But then this has been a good tournament for him so far. He's going to be so imperative for them on this one. And also, even though Monty was a little bit of a non-starter here on Anubis, I still just have all the faith in the world for him. over somebody like Brokey. I don't think that that's kind of a matchup we highlighted in the pregame, and it becomes even more important on this map in particular.
Falcons have just had such a core identity on this map for such a long time, and they've won their last 6 out of 8 games with this lineup. Yes, they had the very embarrassing loss to MOUZ Sports at Krakow. They just lost a bunch of 5v2s and 5v3s, but generally speaking, when they're not feeling the heat of a big playoff match in a critical moment, they just have such widely distributed talent on this team all across the map to really be able to make anything happen. They have a lot of good openers. Again, they have a good spread of entries, I think, is the big thing. Like, yeah, Kiyosuke takes point. You know, he kind of replaces Nico in that regard. But the fact that you have extremity players like Nico and Tessus who are very comfortable taking openings just makes you to where you can kind of spread the map and split pressure. And you're always going to feel comfortable when you have a spawn for somebody to go for a play that guy is going to be comfortable going for it, is kind of what I'm getting at.
Another thing I really like about Falcons T side is Tessus on the extremity plays. He really has a great sense of timing for when he needs to go. If he's the one guy, because that's so frequently an issue with obviously lurkers, is that if they're not comfortable in those sort of spots, they go too early, then it kind of messes up one prong of the attack. But lately I've been seeing Tessus choose his spots really nicely. So I think just extremity players in general on the FaZe side are going to have their work cut out for them in terms of just knowing when is he going to actually pop out and try to pincer.
Yeah. That, and defensively, when you have MONOZ being such a potent mobile opper and you have Nico and Kiyosuke playing those rotator roles, you can just really wreak havoc all across the map and disrupt teams. And unfortunately, this is another map where Jacob just falls short for me. He's supposed to be the main entry of this team, struggles to do that. B Anchor struggles to do that, which can be exposed in mid to B splits and things of that nature. So I just think there's too many weaknesses for FaZe to cover for in a game like this against a Falcons team with just so much talent.
So according to Dust and Maui, it is FaZe down into the 1-1 group, and they believe Falcons will be moving into that 2-0 group. Quick break, and then we move on to Dust 2.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
FaZe are entering PGL Cluj-Napoca, and we got to look at where this team is at right now, Kerrigan, because I know it's not the start you would have wanted for this year and how things are going, but just tell me what you are thinking when you look at both Bounty and Krakow.
Oh, I see some things that shouldn't happen. I think we should be a step longer in the process of where we should be and progress from what we did at the major. You can say the major is showing what we can when we hit those peaks and everything on the same page. I mean, last season, end of the season, there was a lot of different stuff happening in the team, changing the Rain playing instead of Jacob. So the progress we made was only kind of like November, December. So I think we came off to a bad start during the season, and now it's a grind, right? Now your back is a little against the wall. We have to perform here to have a good status in the ranking, but also seeing the progress as a team.
And looking at that right now, coming into the Cluj-Napoca tournament and looking ahead, I saw your wife posted that you came back from Krakow. You were grinding till crazy late in the morning. Is this also where you've got some time, or you felt the need to individually, because you've done this before, right? We've seen this where you put in this extra work on yourself outside of just team stuff.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the season, I decided not to go anywhere during the break. I played a lot. Obviously, tried to come in better to the season and push earlier than I normally do, where I take a lot of days off in the player break. So obviously, I think the way I handled the Krakow loss was, it means a lot by heart to me about playing in Poland and all the support we have there. So I think to handle my frustrations, it was better to go into the server and try to improve my game. Trying to be ready for this tournament, tried to find something, because I get upset when I see other teams playing good and that they beat us, and sometimes what you can do is to improve yourself, and sometimes as a leader you need to look at the team-wise thing, and I think we did a lot of team-wise stuff before Krakow, so I feel comfortable leaning a little bit into my individual level the next few weeks, and then you go back to the old cycle where you have to review a lot of stuff for the team.
And how far do you feel you are from being able to say you could be title contenders again? Because we had these conversations where you would always say, we're FaZe Clan, we're aiming at the trophy. But that conversation did change between me and you towards the end of last year.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. It's something I haven't really thought about. I think I'm so down to the short-term goals right now. We all know what the long-term goals is of FaZe Clan. I don't really need to talk about that publicly, but short-term we are trying to really fix some of the things that have caused some issues in the past. We are looking at instability, like I said, in some players, some roles that we need to limit a bit and see how we can use the tools that the players have to make everyone better. So right now it is a tournament by tournament. You could have asked me this question 1 month ago or 2 months ago, then I would be very scared about the stage 1 in the major. We could have not been at this tournament if we were out of stage 1. That's how brutal the pressure was. And I know we can handle that pressure, so if we get to a scenario in a month or 2, I think we can survive it again. It's good as a plan B, but let's just try to keep to plan A and improve every time and be closer to the title every tournament we play. But everybody who did sports or doing sports know that you're never guaranteed a win, and we need to try to take the small victories now in wins in the group stage. Because if you don't do those now and do only thing about the trophy, you're never going to be satisfied. And if I'm not satisfied a whole year, it's going to be very hard to keep pushing forward and live up to the pressure I put on myself and FaZe Clan.
So short term, Cluj, what is it for FaZe? What needs to happen?
I think we need to make sure not to go 3-2 in the group stage or going out of group stage. A 3-1 would be a nice start. A little pressure, but not too much. And then go as deep as you can in playoff. Many good teams here. It's not like the last Cluj, where you kind of like, okay, we need to be a semi-final, we need to be in a final. This time it's a very good level of teams, and looking forward to get challenged, but also challenge other teams. That's the things I wake up to in the morning right now. It is trying to challenge myself and challenge the teams right in front of us, but also the teams behind us, because they're playing really good and we all know they're coming for us as well. So we need to make sure to handle that and play some good, fun Counter-Strike. That's really why I enjoy this game. So let's try to have some fun as well, like playing. And not everything has to be super serious 24/7.
I like that. That's a good point to end on. Carrigan, thank you very much, man, and good luck throughout the tournament.
Thank you.
Kerrigan at the end of that interview saying sometimes he just wants to have a little fun, and I'm sure that comeback was feeling fun, Launders, until reality sinks in. You're now down a map versus a Team Falcons that's got a real affinity for this upcoming Dust 2, and a FaZe Clan that was banking on Kerrigan being the highest rated player and the player with the most round swing in that previous map. He's having fun, but I think he'd be having more fun if his teammates were playing a bit better.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think individually he played well the first half. I mean, I don't know if the calling wasn't great or the prep wasn't great, but I would put that on the side of the leadership, not so much the individuals. It was a first go at Anubis where Falcons actually played extremely well. So that was a tough scoreline to come back from. They put up some good rounds towards the end. Maybe they're looking more forward now to Dust 2. Not to say that we're expecting Falcons to just topple over for some reason.
This is a Falcons that's had an affinity for Dust 2 in Krakow. It's a FaZe Clan that actually have a couple of pretty bad blowout losses versus team of this caliber, right? Vitality, Spirit, both smash the hell out of FaZe on this map. You think you could put Falcons in the same boat, but we'll see what today has in store. As the pistol gets underway towards Catwalk, it's a Monacy and Kyosuke 5v3 setup. Nico's going to make it look a little easier. Long-range tap from the P250 as he gives cover, and that bomb's able to cross uncontested. Frozen and Jacob put to bat. And 2v4, not looking too comfortable.
Yeah, Dust 2 is not the map where, like, you don't have Twist popping off, you don't have Brokey going positive, you don't have... You know, Frozen had one clutch last game. If you don't have that on Dust 2,
right,
like your Falcons are going to destroy you. So that has to change for sure. It can't be Kerrigan carrying Dust 2, as much as that would be like a pretty romantic story to tell, pretty funny as well. It won't happen, shouldn't, can't, won't.
Kerrigan also said in that interview, you know, he'd love to go 3-1 in the groups.
Yeah.
He'd be 1-1 after this one.
Yeah,
Kerrigan's
3-1.
Kerrigan's hopes are still...
You can't go 3-1 by going 3-0.
No.
Yeah, so...
You got to lose at some point. Losing to the Falcons, well, no shame in that at the moment. Just a matchup, like we've said in the past, though, that just doesn't happen very often. It's been a long time coming.
But they've been struggling with vibes, right? This is what I hear from the last vlog.
Falcons are
talking about it. FaZe.
FaZe has been struggling with vibes.
Struggling with vibes.
Well,
so.
you shouldn't have kicked Eddie.
Yeah.
This is
you kicked a major champion and you expect to be having fun.
Eddie-less FaZe. Tough shoes to fill, no matter who steps up to the plate.
Maybe FaZe was like, I don't like that. Or Eddie was like, I'm not feeling the vibes right now. I'm out of
like,
here.
Guys, I'm gone. Ooh. Chance for Monacy's scout to find a victim. Brokey working with one of his own. Battle of the scouts queued up. And all the while, Falcons close that distance. An additional smoke onto the cross. Brokey missed opportunity. Tough shot to land, but doesn't even find himself with damage. And it's the MP7 that reigns supreme for the kickoff inside of this A site. Bomb still yet to cross, so things feel a little squirrely. While Frozen comes through with the Nico frag. This could have them taking a look at the retake maybe, or I feel like you've kind of got to let this one go and use what you've saved into the next round. Yeah, you're otherwise stuck on pistols in the follow-up, so FaZe will save 4, and we've got Falcons to the 2-0 start. You know, Mohan, there's maybe bigger issues in Counter-Strike, but for the guys who play left-hand view model, like Kerrigan, for example, it's not fair that his stickers are always backwards.
I agree with that.
You see this?
For sure,
There's got to be a way to just flip those.
I mean, it is Valve that allowed us graciously to finally be able to play left-hand again with no way to fix that.
Somebody just die in pit? What happened there? Somebody died in the pit at the end, Launders. I'm in the server. I just saw a second Falcons player die for some reason.
From the bomb?
I mean, I'm thinking that's got to be the only thing.
For what? Like 8 damage? How far?
Keeping an eye on the
Honestly,
HLTV
they can
score
afford it
line.
right now,
Something
man. It
happened
feels
there.
like Falcons are just gonna like walk through this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They feel like they have kills to play with. They've got that aura right now. They have the plot armor. They have the players. And let's be frank, they've got the tenure. They have the talent. Like there is no reason to doubt them at this stage of a tournament. Like they, as much as it would be fun to be like this matchup, you know, should be even, could be even. Probably fun for Kerrigan to think about playing against Nico again. In terms of confidence, like Falcons, I think they know they're going to win this game until otherwise. You know, until they completely blow up for no reason, or FaZe have multiple pop-off players in one game, which can happen all the time. They can play up to any level, so we know that. But
they got to do it.
We just didn't see it on Anubis, so now it just feels like it's not going to happen at all.
And it was Kyosuke to die to the bomb, for the record.
Oh, okay.
Oops. Somebody from FaZe has to step it up in contrast to the last map, or Falcons will just confidently stomp you out of this best of 3 and move into that 2-0 pool. Looking to impress us in the same fashion that MOUZ did earlier today. Off the flash, Twist looks to take a glimpse at what could be multiple players on site, in which he will find out is indeed. He'll find one, but that's it. Brokey's 5-7 bested, bomb to be planted uncontested, and that was while Nico was able to catch a back turned by hiding in the cubbies of top middle. So unfortunately, FaZe nothing to stand on here in this one either. Their saved rifles didn't net them much. And Falcons find the 3-0 kickoff.
So who do you think's winning the tournament? What's your tier list?
Wow.
Most likely.
Huge question. I mean, Vitality, absolutely favorites.
Number 1.
Can't stop that. I think, call me,
was that laugh?
Call me delusional, Launders,
Okay,
but
MOUZ are gonna...
reigning, defending, back-to-back Cluj-Napoca champions.
I'm smelling a breakthrough
The
for
time
someone.
is now. Because they know if there's anywhere in the world that they can win a tournament,
That
it's
they
here in
have done it.
Cluj-Napoca.
Yes.
And I think also, I mean, I'm just maybe one of these delusional guys that still just thinks eventually it's going to happen. You've watched all these other contenders kind of step it up, you know, like Na'Vi lift a trophy last year at the first Star Ladder event.
Falcons won
Falcons got
Bucharest.
theirs. FURIA started stringing events together, and I just don't see a world where MOUZ can't get one. And this could be it. But I also said they were going to win the major, so what do I know?
They're loving their own gameplay right now. Xershin just tweeted, "We just played a beautiful game of CS."
And they did. They played.
And they did.
wonderfully
Yeah,
today.
that was palpable. Like we tried to be like, oh, you know, Na'Vi could be playing better, but had to say it. MOUZ actually didn't really give him a lot of room to answer back. That was awesome.
You know,
I
Spirit's
only
not.
ask because I feel like the answer is actually not obvious. Besides Vitality,
Spirit's not here. MOUZ can beat a Vitality on a good day. Will it be in an important game? That's always the big question.
Brokey. Okay, that's not good. That's just not good.
Tries to go for the long-range spray down. Twist's able to best that duel, so kill goes back at least here for FaZe Clan. We don't want to talk about them like they're dead already, but we're going to need some X Factor, and maybe Twist is the guy to step it up this round. Can he do more from 48 health?
No Nate's 48 health could, if they wanted to land a molly near him,
there we go.
It wouldn't even matter. Kerrigan's down.
That's that walkout long A.
Yeah.
Now Twist's going to have to operate pretty much on his own. He's got 2 players scrambling around through spawn yet again. This is the Kerrigan gift of a smoke grenade offered over to Twist earlier.
True.
We've got Frozen tagged down to 18 health. Jacob just kind of floating out into the no man's land. Will collect 1 frag. Monacy's 5-7 to the headshot. Talk about confident. And all the time, Kixen is just tucked into Gandalf, ready for that one. 4 rounds straight with majority alive each and every time.
Why does he even have a 5-7?
5-7. Isn't that what the kids say? What is that? Is that not what they're talking about?
Yeah. Do you believe in kissing before Mirage?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the equivalent of your joke.
Okay, sorry.
If you want to use Counter-Strike terms for it.
FaZe back to the pistols, barring the Frozen Jacob M4s. But these M4s in Frozen and Jacob's hands have been kind of set up inside of the B bomb site more often than not, and they really haven't seen much action. Just keep scrambling over to an A site in acts of desperation. SS full blind, doesn't even pull the trigger, doesn't let him know.
Feels like we've got the mid B brewing. Like you want to do it at a moment where a team's a little bit vulnerable on utility.
Brokey bouncing on it. Just trying to get any sort of a glimpse, any kind of early warning. He is still hopping. I'll leave a bruise. But just as he stops jumping for it, hoping to get tucked into the cover instead as Desert Eagle goes down with nothing. And it's going to have to be Twist's Deeg now instead. Oh my goodness. Popped in half a second at the hands of Kyosuke. Looked like it was Kixan's kill. Kixan can't even get that kill, even though his crosshairs on the guy's head and he was shooting, but Kyosuke is that much quicker to it.
Yeah.
And so we go 5-0 Falcons over FaZe.
It's like a series of nightmarish practice rounds where they put the bots on like super hardcore difficulty and like they can't miss. Just a clean exec. And it's like no, you know, when FaZe are entertaining, even if they don't win, it's when it's like mid and late rounds. When rounds get close and it's when creativity comes out. That's where I think, honestly, that's where I think teams win the most fans. When you get creative moments in clutch situations, like essentially, if you won every round off of set plays and just dominated, I think you wouldn't even be likable, honestly.
Right. Yeah, no.
I think that's the least interesting thing to watch in Counter-Strike. For me, it's definitely the creativity. But here, they can't even. You have to earn it, right? If a team is going to be able to get set plays off versus you and win, then
they're going to do it.
They're going to do it. It's the easiest way to win. You're in your safety zone up on Cat. No one's pushed you back or got a kill. You're going to throw all your best grenades that you dry run before, and then you're going to win.
Yeah, it feels like, you don't get to write your thesis until you've completed the textbooks. And right now, FaZe just don't have that backbone to stand on. Not in Dust 2 anyways. Not so far these 5 rounds. So how are they ever going to throw in Flare? Brokey was able to spot people when he was going with the Desert Eagle jumps last round, so why not put the op on the boost, try to play the same angle. Problem is Falcons aren't coming at all.
Look at the setup right now with a boost and then a long player past a minute who has no plans of pushing, and this is a true 5v2. Like, there's not anyone close to mid. The rotations are going to be very slow here, and they're also worried about a mid-B split, so it's not really souped up in this defense in case it is going to be a B-side hit.
Jacob Spam is also off the mark, does a bit of damage. Frozen from his corner is able to catch it. They're standing the test a little bit. Kixan's low HP, and so Frozen finds a second. Kyosuke comes through with a wild preemptive shot, and it still nets them a chance at the plant. They don't take that chance immediately. Twists outside of the window. He's got Brokey to work with by his side, and a long move here from Kerrigan, still into the depths of T-spawn, but he will eventually get here. A little bit delayed on the bomb plant. Kyosuke's going to try to press himself up against the window. And right now, there's no nades here for the Falcons. They're going to be banking on the shots. And Kyosuke takes his chance. m0NESY to be blindsided, and that 2v5, which was indeed, like you said, a pure 5v2 advantage for the Falcons going into that bomb site, but it's Frozen with a multi-frag, and it's at least 1 kill from Jacob. A bit of assist on the others, and you get Falcons faltering in the face of a FaZe Clan 2-player hold.
You get 3 on a hold. You're successful every time because you've got more teammates to retake than they have to defend. Okay. When Jacob used his full mag, I was a little bit worried for them for sure because he didn't get the kill off of that. He had to jump to the back of the site. But yeah, Frozen multi there from Carr, and FaZe, they look alive here. Wasn't a huge fan of the setup before the attack came in, but damn. Before they even have time to celebrate, m0NESY will pick off Frozen, just trying to get to the B site.
Kerrigan feeling the need to get active. Kyosuke has been shooting so sharp. He'll be caught off by the angle at least, so.
Just pre-aiming as he was about to swing out, so it's a nice moment. Kerrigan, but it is 1 kill for 1. It's still a really good position for Falcons right now. It does push FaZe into a spot where they've got to mentally decide if they're going to try to stack. And they do, and they kind of picked the right stack here.
Right. Jacob sits in anticipation and will win the duel to kick Sam, not to mention further damage done on Nico. Jacob's been able to hold them back a bit. Now it's going to be him again trying this with Brokey's support over the shoulder, who now goes in for the window play, but twists from Carr to make the difference. And lo and behold, we've got another behold for Falcons. Monacy into the clutch. Brokey standing out on the silver platter, and Twist's known to be towards that car. His flash trajectory is going to let Monacy know that he is still on the left side of this doorway.
There's still definitely time to go for this. Twist is thinking about early peek. He's not ready to leave the tunnels, and it'll come in
nice.
now.
Very well done. Twist takes the duel on his accord and is going to win this. Again, another round for FaZe. We're going back to back. We say sometimes FaZe have slow starts, and a 5-0 beginning here for Falcons looked like they were going to run through this game. But now Jacob is being a driving force in some of these B-holds.
And it's 4v5. Well, yeah, he got his 1 kill the last round. It's here's a moment where it looks like it was kind of crazy how quickly FaZe had already stacked B in the spot where they were going to it, but it's really on Falcons to control the tempo of this round. Right. They get the early 5v4. They pick whether or not they want to go B. They just decided to do it soon and without gathering info, I should say. They had done like half an exec off of Cat in a default and then saw no response whatsoever. Then maybe they would have slowly trickled back. But they didn't want to do their due diligence this time around. So this opens the door for FaZe, a momentum round, one where they can build an economy. They got a full buy, all the utility they need, and they put a touch of pressure back to Falcons. So a map down and a 5-0 start, and then FaZe starts to look alive. That sounds about right.
Monacy's been great on this, and he doesn't pull the trigger for the first 2.
I think he doesn't have to worry about the op.
Yeah, shows a little mercy. And, well, that's what he was worried about, but it comes at him from the catwalk instead. Brokey operating out there on his own. No longer those passive ace holds, but getting a little frisky, and it nets them a 5v4 advantage.
This setup is looking a lot more formidable, and well, Brokey won't get that chance. Molly goes down in the door, but they've seen him lean left now, and unfortunately, FaZe would have loved this to be a mid-B attempt because someone's got to get back over to help out the A site. They know they're now avoiding the op for sure.
Walking it into no resistance.
Flank at the top of mid. Will we get a pick off? Yeah, Kerrigan does grab that.
And even if he didn't, there were so many bodies starting to climb up Xbox. Tessas misses the op shot for the recovery kill. Eats the flash. Now you've got Brokey already beyond the angle. Oh, but the recovery here towards cat control looks good. They're not letting their guard down about a potential third player.
What?
And at no moment has Frozen come through just yet. Tessas isn't able to react. Frozen takes his time. We get that double up from the long retake instead of FaZe Clan, who have now successfully strung together 3 rounds.
That was some sloppy joes, but I don't think FaZe are worried about that. That was more like Falcons like, damn, we had a couple of opportunities to get even more. Yes, 3 rounds in a row. That's just looking a lot better. Who got that first kill this round?
First kill was Brokey off of the cat.
Oh yeah,
top
taking
middle.
out Monacy right out of suicide.
Falcons just keep on buying, but now down to the Mac 10s this time. I was worried FaZe didn't have any fight in them on Dust 2, but slow start, that's all. Twists met by an early double smoke, drops his own. Bomb site here for Falcons.
Yeah. Brokey had his, one op shot last round, but on a proper site defense, between last map and this map, we're sort of yet to see him deliver.
Yeah.
If this is a moment where Falcons are going to take this, whether it's to him on Cat or over to mid B, he can get involved, absolutely. But it's Kerrigan pushing off of Cat, him holding long, interestingly enough.
Kerrigan's got the better rifle, in contrast to the Kicksan approach that was close to that smoke grenade, but now at 25 seconds, Falcons will be making this move to the B bomb site. This is where FaZe have successfully put more bodies, but it's going to be Twists caught fully blind, and Frozen's window peek, yes sir, gets 2. All while, Jacob kept his head tucked at 10 seconds. Bomb has been dropped. Monacy's going to find late success down in CT spawn, but no way that Jacob makes the mistake of putting his face on that silver platter, so it's going to be FaZe to take a 4th, even though, again, it was Falcons 5v4.
Yeah, well, they didn't have, their guns weren't quite as good. They got worried about the fact that, well, it was actually Twist to get worried about the fact that they had, leaned towards B a little bit too much, especially with their material advantage. Wanted to try to expand back into mid. Nearly got caught off guard because of it, but they were just not ready for a third guy. I don't think they were even reading nameplates at that point, but Jacob was there waiting the whole time. Are we missing audio on reactions? Is that what we're missing?
Sometimes.
It feels a little bit quiet today.
But not all the time. Would you like me to yell?
Yeah, can you do a Jacob for me?
Yes. No.
Okay.
I don't know.
Kerrigan's easy.
Very true. Creepy crawly cat approach yet again for Falcons. They've started to get away from what was at the beginning of this game, just this consistency towards the A site. Maybe now, as FaZe have found success, we'll get back to it, because this is 4 rounds in a row for FaZe. Although 2 of them do come down to 1vX situations. It's rounds on the board that matter, and FaZe Clan have them. But it feels like being far less interruptive this round again. We've just got FaZe kind of leaning back, hoping that this Goose ramp setup will work well. Kerrigan still long control and no contest coming his way. Falcons looking adamant that Catwalk will be where they find their openings.
To be honest, that could be fine. You don't need to get the kill off of Cat, but you do have to hold here, Brokey.
He spotted it. He saw that fall down. He will hit his shot to Kyosuke, but the Kicksan follow-up is going to put Twists into the question. Kerrigan offers up a headshot and a follow-up on his own. Nice double kill here from Kerrigan. Monacy's got now 3 more players to deal with. He's got the bomb on his back, and he knows that they are just going to flood into him once he goes for the plant. So he'll fake it once to see what happens. Ooh, Kerrigan doesn't fully bite. Oh, there's the second. There's the second of 4. Jacob's going to start sprinting in. Monacy's got a real chance at the pop back up, but Jacob doesn't waste his bullets, hits him between the eyes, and we have a tied game at 5.
Now, this is now a full-on comeback here for FaZe Clan, and I'm going to say, their passive nature back on Anubis wasn't really justifiable due to the map. They needed to have way more prophylaxis, get out there, go for first kills. On Dust 2, your CT advantages, you don't really have to do that. You can go for your cat op, mid op, or whatever it is, upper B tunnel push. sprinkling those in there is always nice, but if they have the right setup in a 3-2 or the 2-1-2 lean that's just perfect for the play that's coming, that could be totally serviceable. We see how many advantages someone like Brokey has in that spot, or you have from Goose holding off of A. Even any player at long has a really big advantage on that first fight. Oh
Nice
my
shots,
goodness,
dude.
unless you're going up against Kyosuke.
Kyosuke is just firing off magnets, finding the helmets of FaZe
drawback.
Clan. And now 4v3. Oh, you think you're going to make the difference, huh? You watch 2 players fall to it, and Kerrigan's got him on the health advantage. Kyosuke rips heads off. 15 and 7 off this triple kill.
It's back-to-back top frags for Kyosuke, and that one was art. That one was just art.
God, it
That
must be
shot
nice
and then
to be that good.
One shot and the fall back into the smoke for the second spray. It's just no chance to duel.
Oh, rope-a-dope. Oh, well, Kicksands. See, it's nice to see the contrast between reaction times. Kyosuke's got insta-kills. Kicksand forgets to shoot.
This round is live. It's going to be a retake, it looks like. But they might be worried about crossing for a second, so buys them some time.
Round 11.
Brokey's going for a rifle to actually give this a chance,
All right.
or does he just have the op? No, he's got the op.
Op in hand, and money's weird, though. That's the thing. Right now, it's a FaZe Clan that could use a little boon in round 12. So Twist is going to take the front of this. Brokey doesn't actually have the flash. You would have thought maybe he takes it from Twist to set him up, but Twist actually hangs on to the flashbang himself, and now bomb is past the halfway point. We've got a kid on Brokey. Brokey will have to put hands on that bomb. Incendiary to clear out Carr, but nobody's home, and so in goes the flash at a critical moment in this retake. Brokey is the guy that needs to get on this bomb. Has to be, and he's not even in the bomb site, so they'll just clear out the Falcons instead, catch the 2 kills. Bomb will kill Twists in the end, and we have to wonder, was it worth it? Because the money here for FaZe is still going to be weird.
Yes, but the money for Falcons, actually, it's not that great.
Also true, sub $4,000 on majority.
Yeah, I think that was actually just worth the frags. So close to the attempt. Could have just tried that same thing, but a little sooner. But I think door was smoked as well, which slowed down their molly play. That Falcons get back into the lead off of that round. Off of Kyosuke, I should say.
Yeah, what a
amazing
sequence.
moment there. Yeah, that really just shows off why he got signed. And I actually think his development has been really quick because he started off, they just used him to be the star player, gave him everything, so much responsibility, but was just getting lots of kills. But the rest of his team was suffering, and you got Monasin and Nico. It doesn't really make sense. Into now where he doesn't carry every game, but he still is able to show his personality and skill level in a much more healthy capacity. I feel like just the maturation has been so quick with him.
I don't know this lineup, do you?
I think that's, is that Brokey's hair?
Luckily, still enough tools for the job. They'll get that double smoke put in place. Ooh, and the nade doesn't go deep enough. Kicksand could have damn well been a dead man to that Brokey op, but no smoke break, no angle, no confirmation even that Falcons are this number strong, setting up in mid. Brokey now a part of the B defense as it's a double up over towards long A. That's the difference in this setup for FaZe to try to finish off the half with a tied score. Falcon's going to be tapping back into the cap presence, so Twists will indeed have his hands full. Remember, Jacob, Desert Eagle in hand, right? This is that big limitation. Even Kerrigan's going to be retaking from long with an MP7. Twist has got to do something, and he gets popped. Kerrigan will be able to stave off the long play for the time being, and his now AK-47 means it should be Jacob to grab the MP7. But instead, Jacob's still just back leaning into the pit, only working with that sidearm. And final round of the half, so this retake is called on. Brokey and Frozen with the better weapons here onto the Cat retake, where majority of the Falcons still sit up close in front of that flashbang. Easy does it. Brokey pinned into the corner, isn't able to get that second shot off. Now Jacob's got the M4 retake truly underway, as the positioning on the bomb site's gonna leave Jacob in the clutch. It's a clean headshot to Kyosuke, but unfortunately for him, it is without a kit. And so without the time, this is gonna be a MONOZ clutch for the road. A 7-5 Falcons T-side after the FaZe Clan rebuttal. They needed this catwalk portion of the retake to come through.
Yeah, so a nice clean exec here for Falcons when they didn't really have that much money, but ultimately comes down to the fact that this setup is supporting Twist a ton on the ramp, and he doesn't come up with a kill. He's there ready to take his peek, fall back for a bit, but instead gets killed on the first attempt, doesn't come out with a frag, and they hold on to long control for a retake. But it doesn't matter what you're retaking versus, there's just so much more variance when the bomb is down and the T's are just able to group up and explode on something. You just don't want to have to get into that. So as good as the comeback was, it's still a good half here for Falcons. It would have been a sour moment to have given up the lead and lost like the last round of the half, but that didn't happen. So we've still got a convivial team here.
It's also a 5-round streak that comes together with a 1vx clutch sprinkled in from Twists, and then also that moment where they kind of burned down to the time win victory. Clock expires and Jacob's the last guy up, so that's what allowed for FaZe Clan to string it together so that it wasn't just another 3-round CT side. That was the problem back on Anubis, right? Just one-off rounds over and over. This time there's actually a little streak to it, and FaZe Clan better off for it. We know Falcons, no slouches on this map, and they'll bank on a CT half to close. Still, FaZe. They can smell the lead. 2 rounds behind. As we come through into the pistol, it's an immediate Xbox smoke here for FaZe Clan. They still hold on to another one with Frozen. 3 flashbangs as well to try to make things uncomfortable, but the CTs peel away after taking a quick look towards mid. Now Kyosuke's got the angle once more. Flash is going to find him, committing to that duel. It's going to scare him a little bit. Have him just peel away back into the B site, and by now stacking a 3rd player inside of the B site because of that flash. FaZe have done a good job of establishing a numbers advantage on A if they follow through. MONOZ versus 5 on Cat. Oh, gets the clean headshot onto Kerrigan. Won't be able to double down. Good on Jacob to get the answer quickly. But we do get that B-site scramble now, trying to puncture through into the CT spawn. A difficult job set up by that second smoke grenade that FaZe were able to hang on to. Now they've got themselves the post plant. No defuse kit for the Falcons. Berettas try to get the job going, and it's only Tesses in the middle of this 3 versus 4 attempt to walk away with a frag. So FaZe Clan's idea of catwalk into A seems to have worked out wonderfully. Nico 2 and 8 when this pistol began, finds 1 kill for his efforts, but that's it. It's Twist and Jacob to put it on ice, and FaZe cut the lead down to 1.
I really love the move there from Jacob to not only get the refrag on MONOZ where he got his first kill so quickly, but getting down into CT to protect them mid B smoke, just in case they push through it right then. And the fact that you can just reboost yourself up Cat, I feel like that was nice. Slowed things down, got the kill, got out. And that's just more pistol brilliance out of Jacob, which again, that's what he's basically the most known for at this point.
Double scout for Falcons, curiously. And a 4-player ace start in the middle of that. Kazan lets the scout be known.
I say you go up against Falcons on an anti-eco, don't take much time. Don't let them get chip damage off. The chances with the Deagles, I mean, that is the most regretful way to play around, I think, versus this team. They could steal an eco versus anybody.
Kerrigan's going to try to chase down that pistol, but he better be careful because he's working alone. Second scout starts shooting, but will they figure out that there's 2 out here on the field?
I mean, in this setup with that many players on, like 2 CTs on long, but not having the guns, I don't know if FaZe need to be that scared.
Uh-oh.
Nico dies on the push.
There we go. That'll help. Twist starts chewing through it. MongolZ busy with the grenades, so he's going to get pushed by the MP7 of Twists. And now Kyosuke has been figured out on the ramp. All's good here for the FaZe Clan follow through. Pistol round converted. And with that, the lead is gone. Falcons to a 7-7 game. This was a 5-0 start for Falcons. We felt like they were just going to smash their way through this map pick. And instead, game on.
Yeah, FaZe have just kind of quietly worked their way back into it. And just like the MOUZ Na'Vi game, you know, if Na'Vi had earned themselves a chance to play Dust 2, the FaZe have earned themselves a chance to play Ancient, then it really could just turn everything on its head. The question was, in that match, would they get there? They didn't. FaZe as the underdog in this one, they might actually have a chance. You know, they're kind of all fragging. We're not having a great series out of Brokey, that's one thing. But over on the other side, Nico's really struggling as well.
Speak of the devil. Slammed by Twists as he tries to put that 5-7 into tunnels. At least he didn't see it coming. As FaZe once more have their way with the climb up into the cat control. Nothing Falcons can really do about this one. Trying to put these 5-7s in position. About all they can hope for. Poised for another cat commitment. Now utility trickles in, and at least Falcons do have a threat here. We'll see if they can rack up a cost. We'll see if they can steal away a gun. But it feels like the shooting is sharp out of the FaZe Clan camp. Not one casualty here for FaZe to have to handle as they have officially established a lead.
A lead?
A lead.
A lead.
It's only one round, but it is indeed the lead. And it's one that has allowed for them to also build up an economy. Check the cash here, $5,000 at least for 4.
You could get a new PC with that money.
True. Or a 5090.
Or just a video card.
A stick of RAM. 2 M4s on the cat hold. Ooh. Daunting when there's been so much action for the climb up. I think that's why this commitment does come out of Falcons. But instead, it's going to be FaZe to just take this quick look over towards the B site. Kixan calling for reinforcements. Does have MongolZ in the window. And because you've got cat held, MongolZ has no worry about middle. It is belonging to the Falcons right now, but they do still need something in the hold. And so MongolZ's first op shot connecting is perfect for Kixan, who still sits in this corner. Easy for Falcons.
Such a plump smoke, and they all tried to exec out of it, but when the first guy died and there wasn't 2 more popping up from the left and the right and jumping up on the double stack at the same time, that's when you knew it was over. You could see how many Falcons players were so close to already getting in B at that point. They knew it was calm, so this first kill was everything. So very, very clean shot for MongolZ. Now we're unchecked at Hummer. They're lurking around a little bit. It's just too slow.
Faster nose, Brokey goes in and catches a glimpse of a player bottom mid. MongolZ happy to sign up to that duel, and he'll win it. That's why. Brokey gets away with the fadeaway shot. MongolZ then takes up the angle. Twist is going to be under pressure here as the fight comes at them, but that's going to cost Falcons too. Jacob with the back-to-back headshots.
Wow, from behind as well. Look like Twist's kill.
TSS trying to get something back, and it's Kerrigan's op. Yes, sir, retrieved. This was a 5v4 for the Falcons thanks to MongolZ, but he just watches his entire team go up in flames. So cue it back up. FaZe Clan reestablishing a lead. And this is an awkward one because we've got 2 rounds of loss for the Falcons side. They'll be able to purchase after this loss.
But you're saying they must save.
I'm saying it'll help. It'll certainly help. Hello, Jacob. And cue up the replay, because, yeah, you're right. It felt like Twist got the point-blank headshot, but it's actually Jacob in the backdrop with both.
What was funny about it was, like, Twist was right on him, right?
Yeah.
But
so
Jacob
how does
was faster.
Yep. Just a quick. We kind of had that with like the entry up catwalk, where Kixan had this crosshair on the Twist's head on ramp, but somehow Kyosuke gets the kill. But just a couple of
younger,
younger,
you know?
faster, smarter, stronger, more Polish.
Yeah. Extremely Polish. Polished.
Let's take a look at it as the Falcons 1 round 1 off.
Must have been the gamer sleeve.
This is very loose. I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's not. Those things get loose though. It's really annoying.
Nico's
actually.
got those tight arm sleeves, but
Yeah. His look like leggings.
arm skirts. Oh. He's sitting in the flames. Has to give up his angle. FaZe Clan, again, able to rebuy off of the last round. Because of the saves, they get some extra nades, and Nico still sits on some money. Fast into the cap play, man. FaZe have not been afraid to just take over mid with a bit of gusto.
I like that they're not overthinking the map control. Oh,
nice trade.
Trade out of Twist.
Yes, sir. Catches the headshot on Monacy as he tried to fall down. Nico, gotta be cautious here. He's gonna give himself a smoke to work with because the support's already inbound, right? The double up on Long will catch FaZe off guard as they try to extend in through elbow. It's all in for FaZe Clan right here, right now. And as Twist's hands were busy with the potential plant, Brokey comes through with a critical kill on Kyosuke.
They have this guarded when the bomb, it's actually on Twist. So he would love to go forward and try to take this fight.
He'll have to double back as Brokey's pistol is out. Nico climbing up the boxes, Kixan by his side.
Does he try?
Ooh, Brokey takes the deep peek. We don't get to
he's
see it
spotted.
from his POV, but he will land that second shot instead.
Why would Nico jump up again? He just saw Brokey shoot at him.
Thinking he could maybe catch him while the op was on cycle. Oh, Twist comes through, catching Kixan on the climb up, and those boxes become coffins for the Falcons. FaZe Clan 10-8 off a critical Twist trade, right? That headshot onto Monacy, that's actually 3 deaths on those boxes in this round.
Yeah, they thought they could trick him each and every time, but never was it a regret. And it's Twist again, star of the show, really. With the frags and then the refrags here, test us out at Long. The fake plan in the end.
Nice shot for Brokey.
I need to hear player reactions because they're definitely getting hyped now.
Twist just getting a glimpse of it as Kixan tries to climb over. FaZe Clan, 5 rounds on this T side. 5 of 6 played.
This one just to stay alive in the series. If you missed it, Falcons picked up a quick first map, but the thought that FaZe were even going to take a lead in this game seems just unreal at that point.
I mean, suddenly there's only one bad half that's come through from FaZe, and that was the first half of Anubis, their 3-round CT side. Ever since then, they have very much been in this game, and we've got Ancient up next as well, where I think FaZe will be content to get to if they are able to finish this off. But a 2-round lead, that's all this is.
Still some work to do, absolutely.
But at least now we're getting, we're getting strong individual play. This is something that they didn't even have back on Anubis. They were banking on Kerrigan to try to be the X factor.
Oh, on average, they're really outclassing Falcons right now. You don't really have Nico at all. You don't have Kixan. You got half a TSS right now. It's really, Kyosuke has brought so many rounds in this game for Falcons. And Brokey would take him out.
2 rounds back-to-back now. Brokey's able to pluck off Kyosuke. Nico's blind as a bat, eats that flash twice, and gets barrel stuffed by Jacob, who's been a part of this comeback. Been a part of now this takeover, even. TSS letting them know that he's close, so you think Kerrigan's gonna... Yeah, exactly. You can't be doing that. Kerrigan's gonna disrespect the smoke and come through. 2 versus 5 is what's demanded of the Falcons. FaZe Clan have an 11th round win queued up right here, right now, 5v2. And the bomb's going to find an open route to the plant as well. FaZe right now feel like they can do no wrong.
Seriously, and they're just opening up. Yeah, that's what they do. Well, that's when it gets a little bit more entertaining, for sure. That's one shot missed. m0NESY will pirouette out of that situation, but he's got no real reason to leave from long. It's going to be his best chance of actually saving this gun. Kicks in from above, flash gets eaten, trade comes in, and now it's him alone. m0NESY, high chance that the attempt on the hunt comes. They don't want to have to deal with this op next round. But they have to give themselves the ability to trade. And now they're coming for it. He's a dead man.
Done for. FaZe Clan an 11-8 lead. A T-side that has shown no signs of slowing down either, and I mean that quite literally, right? So rapid into the Xbox control from round 1, and they have just followed through over and over. Nothing Falcons can really do about it. We've seen Falcons try to throw bodies in the cat extension, didn't work. We've seen them try to duel on the other side of doors, hasn't held them back. So an incredibly lopsided scoreboard for the Falcons could end up costing them this map and a chance to 2-0 the series. And now they've got nothing really to work with here in round 20. FaZe Clan's 12th round feels like a guarantee. Desert Eagles up along the wall though. Nico from the bottom of the board. His 5th kill in this map is one that puts Jacob on ice. And all while FaZe Clan take control of long, they will start to sniff out this A site. And Falcons peeling away from that original setup still have the majority of their defense here.
I'd say having that frag is nice, but also, a second frag is even nicer. And that'll be Nico's 6th. They've got now Cat control on the menu as they have to pull guard over on Cat, reinforce long, try to make this a standard take. They're crawling up.
Trying to just stay tucked into the bomb site.
Do we just have a big Nico moment brewing is the question.
Twist has been able to cross. An additional T-side smoke comes down. Nico's dead.
Oh, 2 quick trades.
Nicely done. FaZe able to reestablish the 3v3 instead, and they force m0NESY's hand with the fire. He goes swinging through. Kyosuke gets a deagle kill, but that's all he's going to find. It's frozen to end this. It's that 12th round we guaranteed. 4 map points to push this series into Ancients.
Not looking sloppy on these anti-force buys. I'm really just watching and wait. I feel like Falcons are in the kind of form right now where they could pick one of these up, but they haven't so far. This was obviously their best chance to do so. 5v3 off those deagle shots. But they couldn't get their hands on those guns. 12 rounds for FaZe.
Here we go.
One more good call, and this one's done.
And this call is looking like an early B-site test. Kixan looking to drop that smoke in front of it. You've already got m0NESY down in the lower tunnels, but that smoke doesn't pop in time, and so you've already got them on the exit. He went for the frag instead, and the damage seems worth it. Stuffed on the approach into that B bomb site. Brokey 1v5 kills m0NESY at the least. And funnily enough, the 2 rounds FaZe have now lost on this attack are total stoppages inside of the B bomb site.
B with the fast plays. They wanted to make the set play work. It is Kyosuke there alone, but you can see how calm he was. He actually just held on to his angle. I don't think they had doors smoked when they were exiting tunnels, left a frag open for free.
Oh, they just kind of jumped it.
They tried to use flashes, I think, to get maybe get the kill with the attack at the same time and then have the smoke drop after. I'm not sure. But I didn't even see it land, really. So, Brokey, is he really coming here to terrorize them inside of the B site? 1-on-3.
From the 1v5. You know, but this is what we said, right? With Brokey, it's almost like it's when he doesn't give a damn. The pressure of the moment doesn't get to him.
Yeah, he's letting the hair flow. 25 seconds, though. Surely he can't 1v5.
He's got nothing to lose, so why not? Tries to fluster somebody out from behind the car. It's not going to happen. There's 3. Yeah. Gives him something to think about at least, but again, it's a total stoppage in the B site. Kixan almost felt like he was going to get caught with the wrong utility, but he drops his frag grenade. The Kyosuke rotation comes over. He catches kills in the middle of all that, and Falcons are given another chance at life here on Dust 2. The first of 4 map points denied thanks to Falcons' hold.
And they really made that. They wanted to get that 1 extra kill to keep the money low.
Works. You've got Kixan on an auto shot.
Yeah.
No stranger
still
to
got
the
his
weird
op, and
guns.
they've got extra dollars, so it makes perfect sense.
Brokey taking a look towards long corner. You've got a player up front, MongolZ stepping into it. Dangerous game to play versus Brokey with the off-on cycle, but it is enough to flush Brokey back onto the other side of his doors.
It's those chances that have really kept Brokey's scoreline down. He's got some shots in this game, but some of these moments could be big chances. Yes, FaZe are in the lead, but they're still going up against Falcons. I've seen Kixan get a highlight with this gun.
I've seen Kixan get highlights with Negevs.
Yeah.
Bit of a freak, this guy. That's kind of what you need in these moments, especially now with Kyosuke picked, right? That position's been used by Kixan multiple times. So
ooh, in the mid-B smoke,
right?
That's oppressive. The CTs are going to be like, what do we do now?
Oh, Kixan can't hold the middle half of this bomb site with that gun. I mean, he can
if
only
he gets a
hold
highlight
tunnels.
now.
The only thing he could hope for is that they came out tunnels first, but he knows with the positioning, he's done for it. Oh my god, or not!
No way!
He's still able to make the most of it thanks to the MongolZ damage. That does make the difference. Player out mid is Twists. He's got a lot to have to hold back here. Nico offers up the distraction, and they have been able to get out through now the CT spawn. I can't believe Kixan makes something happen with that shotgun, but it had to be MongolZ to set him up. And now, you've got an advantage over the two players in this post play. 60 health combined here for FaZe Clan. Utility to just keep on dumping, to burn this critical amounts of time off the clock. But all three Falcons players working with their kits. Brokey's position cleared. MongolZ is going to leave a mark on this round. Sets up Kixan, who without that auto shotty double gets surely no more chances in this game. But a double-digit scoreline secured now by the Falcons.
The juxtaposition of my emotions watching this auto shotgun, one of the most unserious weapons in the game, but knowing that Kixan's here fighting for his life. Knowing that if he does not get a clip, they will lose this entire map. And then he puts it up from a spot where he gets seen from the door and everyone is miles away from him. He still delivers 2 on the noob tube.
From 7 and 16, he pulls that one off. And what's scary here for FaZe is that you're starting to get like the small rumblings of the bottom of Falcon's scoreboard coming together, right? Nico with that Desert Eagle attempt that almost came through. Kixan now pulls off a double kill with the shotgun. I mean, these are, it's very little that we're asking of these two players at the moment, but it is just enough to prop up somebody like MongolZ, who had his hands all over that round. MongolZ and Kyosuke have been the reliable pieces for Falcons, and you are only 2 rounds from overtime. And look at the buy that FaZe are left with. That was a much-needed moment offered up by Kixan with a ridiculous gun that genuinely gives Falcons a chance to push this game beyond regulation.
It's a nice economic stimmy to get those 2 kills as well, because money is teetering. It's down to $50. MongolZ opens up on Brokey through the smoke. Maybe he had blown that open, caught him at top mid. It wouldn't have been the first time he's taken out Brokey in that spot.
It's a scout for Frozen to play with now instead. Twists has been a beacon of hope here for FaZe Clan, a driving force in their success. 21 and 12, and he's got the Galil, but now it's Nico with a chance to also hold players back. Huge advantage over Kerrigan, who Frozen can't save in time. Kerrigan was hoping Nico wouldn't go that wide, but sure enough, 5v2 for the Falcons, and suddenly we kind of forget that they have given up what was once a 5-0 lead. Round 24 up next. Full buy for FaZe Clan, sure. But this one, no chance as Tesses tests the back line, and they're going to falter with nothing here for FaZe Clan. All 5 members up for Falcons. They'll have everything they need to push this into overtime.
And again, Kixan. His 2 kills really have given them hope in this game. With the minimum of overtime secured, I mean, obviously, FaZe will be happy about that, but here we are. One more good play. One more pickoff on Brokey for MongolZ. One more solid hold over on the B site, where they've had 2 defenses now in these last few rounds.
Oh, man. Brokey goes for the early angles.
They're just looking for any excuse to make it over here.
challenge offered by the Falcons. They went 4 players strong in case the long play was coming in off of spawn timing. FaZe Clan didn't have it, so they didn't go for it. That's given Falcons the time to just lean back. m0NESY's angle is, though, denied by Kerrigan's utility and just showing a little presence up catwalk. Oh, there we go.
Uh-oh, that's the B defender. Back on K-Sharp. Kicksand goes down.
The most convincing round wins the Falcons have had on the CT side were based on total stoppages in the B site. m0NESY, though, is given an angle off catwalk. They almost pounce on him. We go down to 45 seconds with this 5v4 still in FaZe Clan's hands.
Yeah,
a climb up and over. This is m0NESY still, again, willing to test the waters, and he has missed his chance to strike one off of the back of the cat play. 35 seconds, we get FaZe Clan clumping up towards middle. Kerrigan wants to try to take this challenge out mid. m0NESY hits the shot, and he's still alive, thriving in the CT spawn. And Jacob's gonna push the limits of this as suddenly FaZe start to scramble back in and around through the tunnels. But this is Kyosuke, highest performing players for the Falcons, still inside of this B site, ready to go, and bested by Frozen. Done for as Jacob comes through with the double kill close, and FaZe Clan come back in another game after the 5-0 start. Falcons just can't flourish.
I really hope you watch the segment leading up to this match so you understand the question I'm about to ask Maui. Do you think Regardie could have done what we just saw Brokey do, Maui?
No shot. No shot. Brokey was the man throughout the tail end of this one for FaZe Clan, finding openers, pulling rounds back out of thin air. I mean, this was a crazy comeback map win for FaZe. After the first 5, I was ready to pack up. I was ready to leave. I was going to go explore Cluj a little bit more, but I'm still in this chair, and for good reason, because the way FaZe fought back into this one, maybe a little bit of luck was on their side. I'll say that, but in terms of how some of these individuals output and how they came together, it really upset Falcons, and I think Falcons are probably left scratching their head how they're even in this position where they have to play a third map.
No, I mean, when you're up 5-0 and everything is going your way, you feel like you're in the driver's seat at that point, but, you know, FaZe found a way to survive, you know, and it was really across the board. Defensively, everyone stepped up. Jacob had a couple of big holes on the B-bomb site. Twist had some big plays. Even Kerrigan had, you know, a pretty solid game all in all for someone who usually isn't a guy who's going to put a lot of frags on the board. But really, the whole game comes down to the first 8 rounds of the second half, where Falcons are only able to come up with 1 CT round. 1 CT round. That is just unacceptable with the amount of talent at their disposal.
Dust, I mean, you mentioned so many players there. You didn't mention Brokey.
Brokey had like 4 good rounds the entire game. Let's be honest about it, all right?
Let's give him a little more credit than that, Dust.
He
that
had a lot of impact in those 4 rounds, for
that
sure.
18 and 18 scoreline is
4 rounds that they won.
Rather deceiving, given the amount of impact and round
What did
swing.
he do in the first half? Okay,
tail end of the game, he was fantastic.
Yeah, tail end of the game, he was indeed really good. No, here, I'm going to be fair. He did have impact.
Who came up in crunch time?
In the second half.
Who came up in crunch time?
There was that one round on the A-bomb site where he actually hit
Brokey was the man.
No, he wasn't.
He was the man.
Come on, he wasn't the man.
Okay, so if you don't have any context to this, leading into this, Dust made it very clear that he would replace Brokey, and he said he would even go so far as to replace him with Regardie.
That's not what happened. Let's be honest. I wanted to say Dexter. You took that from me.
Twist is the standout. I thought it was Brokey. I would have taken Brokey.
We are trolling Dust a little bit.
Guess it's not my decision.
Because this is how it goes. It's a lot of fun. Obviously, Twist is your stand-up player, but like Maui said, he would have gone for Brokey. Let's get serious for a minute. How was FaZe able to bring this back?
Well, actually, in the first half, I think they were on there was a breaking point. I'd say round 7 was a moment where it felt like things were going to swing back into the favor of Falcons. Then I feel like all hell broke loose. It was kind of a moment where they were, well, we'll look at it in just a second as we marvel at Twist's fantastic hair and highlights. Feel like just kind of always just being ready for the trades and everything like that. I feel like that's kind of when Twist has been at his best. Also, I would even say that in some of the rounds that Falcons lost, willing to punish. I mean, I think Falcons got a little too excited in some of the rounds, and Twist throughout the defaults was just steadily moving through this, always ready and because he knows that Falcons players, they're going to look for the margins. They're going to try to always see around a smoke, flash into a position to take some more space back. And I think Twist was frequently on the receiving end of a Falcon just running right into his crosshair, perfectly positioned.
I think FaZe did a really good job of like pulling Twist off the extremity and putting him in the action. You know, right? Like I think when this team kind of first formed up and they were starting to play Dust 2, Jacob was kind of that guy that they were trying to put in an entry role with Kerrigan. And, you know, they were letting Frozen and Twist kind of play the extremities, but you're seeing them kind of get those people engaged a little bit more. Like Twist was taking lower tunnels, pushes into middle. Twist was spotting out Cat, you know, trading, getting entries. Like they're trying to get Twist a little bit more active to make up for some of the other discrepancies. And look, again, I think the keys to their victory is A, the fact that they were able to come up with something in the first half after such a poor start, and they got good defense from really the entire squad. And then offensively, just good textbook mid-round Counter-Strike, which is something we haven't seen a lot out of FaZe lately. They've been more reliant on like fast, gimmicky plays. This game, they were able to, you know, poke and prod, manipulate rotations, find gaps, and, you know, played really efficient Counter-Strike throughout that second half.
Dust, Productions just let me know that we have a special gift for you.
Oh, nice.
Here's some Brokey highlights. Take a look at these.
Let's check them out.
These are, I mean, what more do you want, Dust? What more do you want? This guy's getting opening picks. You said he only had 4 rounds. We're going to see a lot more than 4 here, okay? It's going to be a whole damn package of Brokey popping off on Falcons, who, well, by the way, for even more
this round
context,
was big.
for more context than this was supposed to, he said that Falcons was his Valentine. What okay, and you wanted this guy replaced with Regali? Are you kidding me?
No, that's not what I wanted.
You want him replaced with Regali. We all heard you, Dust.
That's not what
we all heard you.
That's not what I wanted.
What did you want?
Dexter. That's what I really wanted. But I was taken away from me. Look. Yeah, amazing game. 0.98
rating 3.0, as we know, is fraudulent. Okay. We know that we know that round swing is a work in progress right now.
With all the grandstanding that you've done, you'd expect this guy to have a rating unlike you've ever seen before. The guy had a 0.98 rating from game. Like, okay, congratulations, bro. Like, you weren't a total boat anchor for one map.
Okay, if you ignore the first 5 rounds of this game, Brokey was fantastic.
First 5 rounds?
Yeah, the first 5. Yeah,
you know what?
That's it?
We saw highlights on round 7.
I was seeing him missing like blinders, like easy shots the last few rounds of the game.
None of this matters. They still won the map.
Indeed,
and that's what we need to talk about, because that is the point. They've just equalized the series. From the Falcons side, is this even a conversation we should be having? We talk about this team like they should be lifting trophies. How are they losing their map pick to FaZe, who we can joke around as much as we want? They played well there, but they've been a problematic team. You shouldn't be losing to FaZe.
Let's be blatantly honest. The only 2 people who showed up for Falcons this game were Kioske and MongolZ. No one else showed up this game. Like, it wasn't, like, dude, Nico was on 3 kills up until maybe, like, the last 5 rounds.
I remember a Kicksan XM moment, but it was
that was
only
a big moment.
It was one moment.
But that was the only moment,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
And then, again, Nico didn't really get off the starting blocks until well into dangerous territory where they were already so far behind that it almost didn't matter. So, yeah, I mean, a couple of key players definitely went missing this game. There's no doubt about that.
Why do you think that was?
Well, some of the time I feel like FaZe were getting a little bit lucky. I mean, they're creating their own fate. They're making sure that they're punishing if Falcons are getting a little bit too frisky in some of these situations. We have round 7 where we can actually see one of the rounds where at a breaking point, Falcons, or FaZe that is, they go for just a really well-timed stack. There's an opening pick on the side from MongolZ. Kerrigan gets aggressive towards middle. He gets 1 kill, but is traded in return. And FaZe, with very little information at that point, other than Kerrigan's push, just go for a full-on B stack. This is where we see Brokey, and he's able to get 1. But we also see the fact that the extra position from Twist there catches Falcons off guard. And even though MongolZ does his best in this moment, it's just, this is one of those times when you don't really have a lot to work with. It's a 3v5. We call it a gamble for a reason, because Falcons could have very easily just pivoted into an A play there, but they just didn't quite know all the information.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's a combination of, you know, just kind of somewhat falling apart in the middle of that first half when you had such a great advantage. They just couldn't keep building on that. And then again, like, you just can't have that call to start on the CT side. Like, that just can't happen. Like, in the first 8 rounds played, they got 1 defensive round. Like, you can't be doing that if you want to be closing out Dust 2. So I think it's a mixture of some of the things that you've already kind of noted. I think it's a mixture of individuals not showing up in key moments and, you know, just, but credit to FaZe where credit's due, right? I mean, they've had not too many things to be excited about for quite a long time. That's a great map victory to get against a team like Falcons.
Should Kicksan have read that second half a little bit better?
Could he have? Sure, but I also feel like sometimes I mean, I don't know if I really put it on Kicksan, actually. I don't know if I really can I'm not going to place all the blame on him. I know he's been kind of a hot topic lately for the Falcons team, but he's not the reason that they sometimes lose man advantage situations as they're in bomb sites in prime positions. So that doesn't fall all on him. I would say the inexperience of some of their players, even if they pop off, sometimes you can see them create losing conditions.
What do we think about Ancient now? That's going to be the decider. How do we feel this goes?
I mean, in theory, Falcons should be favored once again. I mean, this is one of their better maps when you look at just their overall record. 12-3 with this 5. That's pretty outstanding for things. FaZe, generally more of a 50-50 team on Ancient with this 5, but they have won both games that they've played so far this year. Granted, that was against BC Game and then a broken Heroic, who's a youngster as a stand-in opper. So it's kind of hard to give them a whole lot of credit. But what I have liked out of FaZe so far on Ancient this year is the fact that they've really been able to put together some really nice fast executes, but I feel like they're a little bit over-reliant on them. I feel like when the fast execs aren't working and they're having to do a little bit more mid-rounding, that's where they really can kind of start falling apart on this map. And so I'll be curious to see if they're been able to make any adjustments to try to alleviate that issue that they've been having.
Huge test for Jacob. This is the map that he clearly has the most comfort on. Once he donned the FaZe jersey, he gets to take up the same position he had with Apogee towards that middle. And really, this is the only map where I can rely on him because he's just taking up that same role, because the way Kerrigan is calling on Ancient is actually similar to Apogee with a lot of faster bomb site hits. He gets to almost just feel like, barring the fact that he switched languages, it's kind of almost like he's playing the same game that he did. So it's the one map where I think he has above a 1.00 rating. Every other map since he's joined FaZe is just at that mark or beneath. So he actually can be a win condition for them there. And I remember last season he had a really great map versus MOUZ. And so, I mean, there's been proof that he can actually stick it to tier 1 teams, which he's a lot more wavering on the other maps in the pool.
Yeah, I think for me with Falcons, it's just what version of them shows up, right? Because when I see them at their best, they are a super well-rounded team on Ancient. They're very capable of, playing mid-rounds effectively. They're very capable of using all their talent across the map. They can mix in the pacing changes. They have good set utility execs that they can rely upon if things aren't working in middle. They have such a great defense and synergy with Nico and Kiyosuke in that middle position as well. Munisi, again, thrives as the mobile opera. So they have a lot of strengths they can bring to the table. But if they have a game like they just had against us 2, where none of that's coming together, players are missing, they're not really connected as well as they need to be, this is not necessarily a guaranteed win for them.
Where Brokey comes in too.
Okay.
There's a position on this map named after him.
Indeed.
So who's saying it's a Falcons Sunday?
Bigger picture conversation for Falcons. I mean, we spoke a bit about MOUZ, and you mentioned looking at Jack and what he's done for Vitality, maybe Ursula with Na'Vi, and you mentioned MOUZ, maybe they need to look at the mental game a bit more. Do we think the same plays out for Falcons? I feel like there is these moments where players are not quite all connected, and maybe it is a little bit of the mental game that needs to come into play with this team.
And they did just lose their performance coach as well as their assistant coach for the CS team. So it's clearly they are doing some type of moving parts in the background to maybe try to make some adjustments in that regard, but whether or not that will bear fruit or not, I'm not really sure. But something's definitely mental blocking this team. There's no doubt about it.
As energizing as that win was for FaZe, I still find that Falcons are pretty strong favorites into this one. So not impossible that FaZe pull off the upset here, but I think we'll see a bit more of a return to normality, and we're not going to see the stage pressures that get the Falcons arise here in map 3.
I think I was talking from that bigger picture, and maybe it is something later in the tournament if we see if we see Falcons go into playoffs. That was a slip of my tongue because I believe in FaZe, and I think that they're going to do incredible things. I'm also going to get a signed FaZe cap, and it's going to say Brokey for dust. I'm going to go do that right now, so we're going to
I'll get a FlyQuest one for Regali.
There we go. We'll see you in a bit.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Are you ready?
Where, oh, where did the Falcons go? Nico had a hell of a struggle back on Dust 2 Mohan, and it's going to be a team looking to tap back into what we know is real potential here for an ancient map versus some plucky dogs over on FaZe Clan. Kerrigan no longer having to top frag his way to victory as he tried to on Anubis. The stars of FaZe Clan coming together for that second map of the series, and now here we sit, ready to go into Ancient, a portion of the map pool that our desk said FaZe Clan would be happy to take a swing at.
Well, I mean, 3 dominant victories in a row. Not versus the best competition in the world by any means, but passing every test so far are FaZe. And for Ancient, obviously, Falcons right now, they're on 0-3 in their last 3 games, G2 being one of the losses, but there's energy and bait as well between Krakow and Budapest. So in terms of confidence, it feels like it's a bit of a one-way street, but Falcons impressed us on Anubis, despite us not knowing exactly how well they'd play there. Being able to forecast this veto would have probably been very difficult for Falcons, so there's a chance they might come in a little underprepared.
Odyssey sits and waits. And he gets himself the easy headshot. Frozen down for the count, and clearly a main control here for the Falcons. FaZe are going to have to try to figure out how the hell they get back into it. Maybe that's just by circumventing the threat and going 3 players out middle. Ooh, nice shot, TSS.
So clean.
Damn. That's Kerrigan with his head popped at a distance.
Setting up the A-Rap smoke, obviously. Only half the wrap going on. 3 players running in. TSS knows he has the advantage to try to push out if he wants to.
Beretta's leaning back, damage is done here, and it's only Brokey so far to get anything going for the FaZe Clan favor. And they know where he's at, hiding inside of the temple, soon to be found out. Bomb over toward the CT lane, so this is a tough one for Brokey, but he'll get a chance to peel a player off, and Kyosuke's got something to say about it. It is a Falcons pistol round win, thanks to this man. 3 kills in the pistol for MongolZ.
Yeah, very good start. And we're going to, basically watch and see what this game gives us, because this series has been full of surprises already. But one thing's clear, FaZe are now playing well. Since they got that lead, they kind of managed to keep it all the way through. Got to 12 nice and early, back on Dust 2. I'm sure we're optimistic about the end of this series. Oh, no bomb plant, no action on this round, really.
Ooh, not wrong about that one, Nico. Crosshair was dead on, but Kyosuke here for the farm as the Berettas get himself a quad kill versus the very ill-equipped FaZe Clan. That round done in seconds.
Ancient rounds will come at you quickly. CTs get very scary with money on this map, especially when it comes to trying to dominate or reclaim mid control. One thing we saw from MOUZ were like the flash timings on basically every map. It's like map agnostic. They could throw in a flash timing versus a rush, and it was so perfect. There's going to be similar scenes here on Ancient if they can catch Falcons trying to push into elbow control. If they don't, they'll lose a very important part of the map. Falcons deciding not to participate. This is a full lean. They've completely pulled the goalie on the A site. This will, most times this ends up being a free plant. Nico would be pretty passive here.
Good call out by FaZe Clan. They almost get blindsided by Nico's kind of peek.
Wait,
wow, what? That was not corroborated. The fact that Nico was on the left side, Kerrigan completely caught off by it. So Frozen's looking to pick up that slack.
Yeah, he said, my bad.
And Jacob catching MongolZ while it is Twists to hold off for the lurk. So well done by FaZe Clan playing into the timing. And this is one of those moments where it's like, as you said, kind of Falcons just not participating in any A defense ends up costing them a very easy round for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, there are these moments where, I mean, since Nico got that first kill, that is one of the situations where you can go play retake on A, come in for the retake with that first frag, and you actually have a good chance on A. Both sites, in fact, can be quite retakeable, but you're not going to play that far back on the other side of the map normally. Normally overstacking here towards cave, or maybe playing CT lane with mid.
Terrorists win.
Just a very good read on what exactly Falcons are going to do out of spawn this round, out of FaZe Clan, and they take advantage of all this free space.
Just by nature, the fact that there's no Falcons really over there, we think, okay, but how about in the head-to-heads when defenders are in position? It's a great sign for FaZe to find timing like that. But it wasn't much of a fight. Bomb outside of the B bomb site as Twists and Kerrigan take up position in lane. We get TSS dropping his smoke ahead of the cave, which is just going to keep them tucked into this for now.
This walk-up is looking very potent, especially because the CTs are just tucked. It's the 3 main angles to clear here. Kicksand,
just missed
spotted.
it.
Oh, maybe not.
Blindsides Kerrigan. Oh, said he just missed it, but rather comes back at it even better. And TSS re-emerging out of the cave is going to find that 3rd casualty for FaZe Clan inside B, smoked off with no bomb possession. Ouch. FaZe Clan just a matter of millimeters and milliseconds with that one.
Yeah, and it's really early into the round. Obviously, it feels almost unwinnable right now, but they want to kind of poke a little bit.
Careful, TSS. That's no gun in hand. But he jiggles it perfectly, and Jacob can't hit the headshot because the headshot wasn't really shown. T-utility to still test the waters, but it's fine. Falcons, 2 players within the site. Maybe a wallbang can kind of open this up in a Hail Mary moment from Jacob. But he eats utility on an attempt to get that rolling. And right now, Falcons doing a good job of just keeping themselves off of those angles. Ooh, Jacob actually inviting some damage back the other way. Better be careful that he doesn't die. FaZe could use this money in the next one. He will be afforded an exit plan. Falcons back to winning ways off of a Kicksand and Tessus B-site hold.
Yeah, that was a pretty dangerous way to hold, but they had the timings locked down. They were nervous just in time to make sure to catch that walk-in. And so the crossfire's in place just as they need it. I was a bit worried for Kicksand that his shoulder got seen just as he was dipping back into cover, but that wasn't the case. So we go directly into another buy. m0NESY will have the only op.
Missed opportunity here for m0NESY in an opening kill, but he will still linger long enough to catch Kerrigan on the crossover out middle, and just like that, Tessus collects a kill over towards the cave smoke, through the smoke, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, speaking of
through
which.
the smoke, yeah.
Kyosuke does the exact same thing, and all of a sudden FaZe Clan, hoping that they would have legs once they were able to get out mid. It's one thing to lose Kerrigan at the base of mid, but if you could take space with it, then there's still a chance to rebuttal. Unfortunately, here for FaZe, nothing to stand on. A 2v5 that lies ahead of them, and NiKo, very cautious setups, I feel like, for Falcons, right? These clean jiggles, these little minute decisions, making sure that no openings can be found by FaZe.
Yeah, and the way that they're starting back a little bit has worked out for the most part. There's the one round where A site was open, but in general, they're kind of entering the fight exactly when FaZe want to get a little farther, and all these clip-offs, all these clotheslines here are just so extremely easy. And this push,
well timed.
Will work well.
Kyosuke does it again, will still be dropped after his 2, but Frozen's doomed as NiKo takes up the position, and NiKo off to a much better start than what this all began with.
Yeah, back on Dust 2. Wasn't so much fun for him.
Timed perfection there, Kyosuke. The donut re-aggression as well. Now pistols back in hand for FaZe. We're gonna have to see some Desert Eagle antics out of Frozen and Kerrigan.
It's early on, but they're already setting up Falcons for a crushing half with the amount of money they're making.
Oddly though, it's just like, it's what I felt in the 5-0 start on Dust 2 as well. Obviously, like you said, CT side of Ancient, whole other beast.
Yeah.
And that money's stacking. If they can get through this one unscathed, which by the looks of it is where they're getting off to. Single casualty so far, so be it. And, well, Brokey has the bomb in a Hail Mary attempt to run that into the bomb plant.
That's funny.
Such a Brokey moment. Tries to get that plant, not going to happen. Buy for FaZe back on the table as the cash is stacked up by the Falcons in a 5-1 lead in what has felt like a 5-minute half so far.
Yeah, super quick, which is kind of fun. It's a nice contrast to Inferno, for example. That can be kind of a slog, but if you're FaZe, you're not so happy about this. Here's all that utility, such aggressive utility coming out of the CT side.
Ouch.
Yeah, they're really getting away with this sort of drawn back defense inside of middle. They're taking all these fights from safety. They're getting lots of chip damage in without risking anybody. FaZe desperately looking for any kind of clue as to where to go next. Feels like m0NESY's hot right now.
Still, Falcons decide to take a fight on their terms. Double ramp push with cover in the backdrop. Frozen, can't hold it back at all.
Man, don't even need MONC in this spot.
That was just
Riflers do
there
the job.
as an insurance policy, and it's all but a guarantee. Falcons trying to make it happen into the cave, though, do offer something back. At least a chance to reopen the round for FaZe, but yikes! Stepping into the op scope of MONC, he gets his, and it's 4 alive for Falcons again, this time versus guns.
Game plan's just looking so solid. All of their riflers, oppers are online. Everything that FaZe are trying to do, it feels like Falcons are just so ready for the pace.
There's only 4 kills versus Falcons in the last 4 rounds of play. 4 survivors every single time.
Yeah. All in one round, eh?
Cash getting stacked.
Counter-terrorists win.
MONC's about to have an HLTV stats page tweet.
8-1.
After he saw that CobraZera performance.
Still can't believe CobraZera is not a Brazilian player. Feel something wrong about that. He should have to change his name.
CobraZera inspired a generation.
Yes.
What can you say? Worldwide.
That's true.
That's where it came from.
That's true. How cool is that, actually?
Very, yeah.
That a guy playing video games from Brazil has somehow inspired a teenager in Mongolia. Only Counter-Strike. Quite literally a world apart. Which is almost as far as the gap between Falcons and FaZe Clan right now here on Ancient.
Brazil is 5 rounds away from Mongolia. Not with how fast these went.
Yeah, so quick. Feels like it's about to be 7-1. Speaking of Brazil. Just pistols for FaZe in this one. About time we take a timeout, because honestly, you got to figure out a solution here. This is a 6-6.5 at best, and to turn it around that convincingly would be a calamity as far as Falcons are concerned. They've got all the money in the world. They've got all the momentum in the world.
Yeah,
they've got multiple individuals now kind of finding their zone.
It's made 3 buy rounds in a row to get through, and you start off with these Tech 9s to try to put a dent in that. But their prerogative here just has to be to at least get a few kills on top of bomb plants.
MONC on his own right now inside of this A site. And it's kind of a perfect storm for FaZe. Tech 9s to push into an op. If MONC drops this opportunity to cut down early numbers,
you should still be able to escape and hold Temple.
He'll stand within it. He sees him coming. Nico's going to drop that frag, and honestly, not smoked off, so happy to just try to take his chance. You'll find the second shot at least, and Nico shapes one. A second one through the smoke. All of a sudden, Nico ready to dive bomb this bomb site. He'll trade out MONC, opt to be saved, and another moment where Falcons keep 4 up strong.
Yeah, they're getting totally smoked.
They have so much money, they're not even saving ops. They'd rather save AKs.
Yeah, that's the ultimate sign of opulence.
Another round where only 1 death on the Falcons side. That is now 5 rounds in a row that 4 players have survived for Falcons consecutively.
They're living off interest at this point.
Not 1 player on FaZe has more than 2 kills 8 rounds into this half. Fight for Nico down into mid, and Frozen's going to turn this one upside down. Ooh, Frozen gets a second kill.
Oh, that's not bad.
MONC brings it back into a 2v3 at least Kicksan was in the right position. The positionings looked right here for Falcons, but ultimately, it's still going to be FaZe Clan to puncture through. And yeah, blindsided by it. FaZe Clan will find that second round, and all of a sudden, it feels like FaZe Clan can shoot straighter.
What's interesting about it is it's the one time that Falcons actually try to beat their aggression and extend.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know, it looked like, oh, maybe they're a little too passive when FaZe walked into A that one round. But every other round outside of that game plan worked out beautifully. So as soon as they try to expand a little bit, do a little bit more, that's when FaZe make them pay. So you can really see how this is a lot of good game planning for Falcons overall that have gotten them to this point. Wonder if they try that again.
Putting Brokey into an early angle.
And when the money's that high, you do want to experiment a bit. Why not, right? Kicks out just beneath the crosshair.
Oh, gets away with it. Twist kind of two minds. Frazzled by that flashbang.
Right, he recognized that. Like, he had like half a second to get that kill, and then he'd have to switch to another target. But Kicksan was very, very clever about that.
Super elusive. Have been Falcons in a lot of these moments, like you've been alluding to, just kind of that ability to lean back and force FaZe into them on their terms. We get the one contrasting round that FaZe pick up because Falcons fight early, and Falcons right back.
It's so frustrating when a team like starves you out, lures you into being aggressive, and then makes you pay for it when you feel like one kill is all you need. Oh, that's such a big find.
Gross.
So well done here for Nico.
Clips off Brokey, 5v3 from that one, and you've, of course, already got players inside of the A site. Flashbang's good at least. Kyosuke drawn back into the donut hall, but within that, m0NESY offers cover. Kerrigan's fake plant gets Kyosuke to bat, and you've got a low health Frozen dealt with. 8-2 half, and yet another round that Falcons win still with 4 players alive.
They're coming in like low options with low utility and trying everything, but just failing outright. Getting completely outclassed. And this game isn't getting any slower. It is the T side, so FaZe will burn another timeout to figure out how they can honestly just try to make ends meet. I don't even... What kind of buy do they have this round?
FaZe Clan? AKs. Mac 10 on 1.
Max loss bonus.
Counter-terrorists win.
Not even forcing defuses here.
Trying to keep that pressure on, but Cess happy, just so content to step into the challenge. There was fire at his feet, fire at his fingertips with the back-to-back headshots. Another moment where FaZe Clan have been absolutely washed away in the opening moments of the round.
Yeah, totally lasered, and they've tried this play before. They've got the perimeter covered. Everything's being watched. They just need shots to get missed. Or great shots to get hit, and there's one at least from Frozen, but that looks like it. Brokey 1-on-4 at a minute 10. And he's shown some tenacity in this moment. He knows that now the A site's open, he can go for a plant.
Still a bit of a delay before Kicksan comes in from the flank, especially if he's going to go A-main. Brokey decides to try to take things on his own terms, and the kills are clean. It's more frags in this one than most. For the first time that Falcons win a round, they have less than 4 players alive, but a 9-2 half still secured with the retake, and it's dire straits for FaZe.
Safe to say the better team's in the lead. This has just been lights out. Tessus was a laser right here. Second kill, just as fast as the first.
FaZe Clan currently sitting on 1 opening duel, successful in this entire half. That Brokey moment just now was the 4th multi-kill round of all of FaZe's players this entire half. It's a bleak picture, folks.
Let's explain the money.
Falcons gunning for double digits on the CT side, and Kicksan going to be happy to just take a look down into lane, which he will find clear for the taking. Stuck outside of the doors of B site are 3 members of FaZe.
With that utility coming over top, we're going to have Falcons just drop a smoke at the top of ramp. Kixan, yeah, he's got him by surprise. Smoke pops ramp, and you can see one of those players trying to clear, but the first one steps out, things get awkward, and Kixan thrives within the moment. Another 4v2 queued up here for the Falcons' favor.
And this was meant to be a fake over towards B, but they see the B players first. Bomb as well has to get spotted when Frozen goes for the trade.
Frozen's given space to walk this bomb up close at least. TeSeS leaning back in these lanes. Oh, but the timing could still work out for TeSeS as Frozen's starting to get into the cover of the site. He's going to want to go for this plant soon. There we go. Confirmation on the CT that is indeed nearby. Now he's got to go for this bomb plant as the double Molotov goes deep.
He knows he's playing for info, so Brokey's watching Cave, but secretly hoping there's nothing to worry about there.
He goes setting it up. Brokey peeks into the duel and loses instantly. Now Frozen versus 4. He'll find one, but the trade frag's so effective. Falcons are so effective throughout this half. It is 10 rounds to the 2 of FaZe Clan. We know that the T side of Ancient can be stifling, but that was world class out of Falcons from the get-go.
After the fight we got out of FaZe on Dust too, this one is going to be an absolute mood buster. This has been outstanding for Falcons, and it just feels like there's absolutely no chance on any level here for FaZe to put this one together. Falcons have hardly celebrated after their round wins. They've been so clean and so quick.
If anything, just kind of laughing their way through this, what was supposed to be challenge from FaZe. We were talking about how risking Anubis as a map pick was going to open the door for them to have success on Ancient, but this goes to show you that if Falcons had prepared for Ancient, right, if that is the pick that they had anticipated, clearly in this head-to-head, locked in.
And it might have been that first half failure on Anubis, like you mentioned at the end of the last map. FaZe have only played really one bad half,
yes.
But if that half was good and they picked up their map pick on Anubis, this could have been a chance for a 2-0, and instead it's like the total opposite mood now, that they have to play out Ancient, and they have to see that, well, their expectations for this map are probably greatly different.
Clear evidence as to why FaZe probably wanted to get away from this map, but unfortunately for them, we still end the series on it, and it's going to really leave a sour note for the FaZe Clan expectations. Getting blown out of the water like this. Falcons with a pistol round at hand that could end the day. On the brink of the 2-0 pool here in Cluj.
Always timed it. Oh, but Brokey nailed peak right there.
Molotov at the site. Brokey limited, but that's fine. Oh, shaves Monacy off the attempt. Brokey 2 kills in, finds himself a 3rd, and finally Kixan's going to put an end to his fun. Bomb picked back up by Nico, of course. Fast flank into the cave, and one as well towards ramp. Kerrigan, slow play around that smoke. Hasn't found this just yet, but will execute Nico. Kixan's pistol clutch demanded of him, and we've got FaZe with a little runway, as they'll at the very least pick up a CT-sided pistol.
Yeah, it'll be a bit before they can, really start smiling again, I feel like, but this is the only way we get any kind of game at this point. So FaZe will pick up a 3rd. They'll start CT side, and we'll see if Falcons are going to falter at all. But feels like at best we're going to get shades of Anubis.
Nice moment for Brokey to try to rack up frags. Kerrigan with the slow burn around the smoke, not letting this reposition ever happen.
That was the plan. In a game like this, second round's not guaranteed.
Of course not.
Group up, lean towards B. Jacob back of the site here with a FAMAS. Cave Smoke's being defended by an MP7. And in the back line, another FAMAS for Twist. And they already feel, you know, very calcified into their spots. Really restricted positioning where they've left mid wide open. So Twist has to turn his back constantly. Oh, a Tech 9 kill.
Yep. Stuffed by the sidearm. Kixan happy to just start running it in, but jumps the gun, and Jacob able to hold back with the FAMAS. Now Twist's chance, but he'll be popped. m0NESY in with the clear. And what's left of this B defense is deterred by the flames, by the smoke, by the Falcons' presence on the bomb site. TeSeS gets away with the bomb plant. His hands no longer busy. Means a 4v3 here for the Falcons.
It's got to be frozen.
Long range fight. He'll win that one. m0NESY put to bed. And now Jacob starts to press in on the short side. Galil's going to chew through one. TeSeS hits the Deagle headshot, and it's such little HP. But you can't be affording that. That frag grenade could have killed either TeSeS or Nico with ease.
That's the kind of game it is right now.
That
it's just
is
a comedy of errors.
Yeah, indeed it. And only one team's laughing. 11-3, Falcons secure it off of a Tech 9 cave entry. Bada boom.
Terrorists win.
11-3 in what feels like 20 minutes, and even with the pistol, no conversion in the second half.
Said earlier today with the MOUZ victory that they had secured themselves back in the top 3 of the world. Funnily enough, Falcons gonna munch on some VRS if they can defeat this FaZe Clan. And back to 3 they'll go. So a day where those two rosters very much fighting for that spot. Two teams that were here. And with the smoke at the top of ramp, they're still gonna just barrel through it. Falcons are not afraid of FaZe in any margin. And as Kerrigan tries to spam that Deagle around through the smoke, it's going to be the bomb passed over. It's a little awkward for the Falcons, but that's fine. They've got a lot of bodies here. And Kerrigan is put down. A little damage through with the wall bang as well. That's frozen on the only M4, softened up further. Twists 5-7 strikes with the element of surprise. What? Twists 5-7 with the triple kill. Kyosuke to take this back. 17 health, all he works with, as Frozen's going to get that M4 into the action. And right now, there's only a Kit on Frozen. Can m0NESY get the wall bang? Yes, he can. Kit will be picked back up. The ramp player comes in and dies. This is a 1 HP clutch for m0NESY. Brokey's got the defuse, though, manages it. And we've got a little life left on FaZe, thanks to Twists 5-7.
Yeah, that's incredible from Twist, and a nice attempt from m0NESY. Just not enough time. Like, luckily they have a Kit in this spot where money's already tight, but they get that one together. Surely Falcons aren't worried about buying in this spot. Especially not with FaZe's money so incredibly low after that 1v1.
MP9 got nerfed. Feels like the 5-7 time's coming. You think this is the year?
Yeah, I hope so. Every year, yeah.
It's the year they turn it down a notch.
Even with that clip, you know, that's only Twit's 7th kill here. There is a fragging problem over on FaZe. At least right now.
Sort of been that way since I knew this. Ooh, Twist comes through, though, trying to make up for lost time.
Never too late, says Twists.
Quick peel back as we still have majority Falcons outside of middle. Smoke from the get-go. But if Kerrigan dies, things get weird, so him smoking off the double doors keeps Nico out of this engagement. We hit the minute mark, and Falcons start to take a sniff at mid. Trying to remain on the move. Even with the 5v4 advantage, FaZe trying not to shell up too much to allow Falcons to get any close proximity to a site. And Brokey is going to go beyond. Doesn't look like he's going to find timing, though. Already inside of the cave. It does free up the rotate. Falcons, they're going to be stepping into a FaZe Clan that's ready on B.
Yeah, they've got the value out of this. They just need the kills now.
But the kills don't come for free. Kerrigan's deep ramp push, however, is an upgrade to the one tap. And now the M4 gets blasted. MongolZ 180 onto Twist, who thought he'd get away with just jumping into it. And we go back to the 2v2.
Felt like a layup for a second.
Brokey suddenly to test this ramp where Kerrigan has already faltered. MongolZ creeps wide into it. Short challenge soon to come. 43 health here for TessS. He gets his first one and the second. And so MongolZ whipping around onto Twists denies a FaZe Clan that tries to jump the gun.
And that is pure class and a huge contrast for TessS coming out of that map one. This series in general really lighting it up, and that is a beautiful shot from Kerrigan. But right after, they thought they could just snowball into the site, and I thought so too, but MongolZ, perfect pivot. He's 21-8, TessS is 16-7. They're powerhouses.
MongolZ stats at the end of this series. Oh, it's not even the series, but this map in particular comes into the third map with a 1.16 rating across the first two. 32 and 24 was the score. And FaZe starting to fall apart. 3-round CT side on Anubis that could have maybe, as you said, won their map pick, a world where this could have been the 2-0, but we extend play to Ancient, and Falcons put a massive gap between them and the challengers of FaZe. Get a 5-7 trying to press in, Frozen done for.
Yeah, you've got Twist on this gun again, but can Lightning strike twice?
And an empty A site primed for the taking. Twist and Kerrigan want to test the waters at the front of the cave.
Desperately.
Brokey tries to spam through on the smoke, and MongolZ brings up the tail end of this 4-player mid-walkout. Utility over the top of the B bomb site. Brokey's going to add himself to a B site play.
Yeah, that's super solid. They're just going to be able to walk into A. This is just beautiful from Falcons now.
Catch the blind side in middle. Nico's got the frag towards Kerrigan, and this has just been an embarrassing way to ultimately end a series that it felt like FaZe had brought fight to the table. And fight on Anubis, fight on Dust 2, they did. Unfortunately, Ancient is just a whole other story. And the Falcons set themselves apart. Rock solid stuff from MongolZ here to truly put FaZe in the bin. A team that said they still want to just progress into the playoffs with maybe a 3-1 scoreline. That's what Kerrigan would hunt for, and it's what they can still do. But Falcons will be considered challengers here in Cluj-Napoca. They move forward, much like MOUZ, re-securing world's number 3 in the VRS rankings off of the back of a total blowout.
Dust 2 very quickly forgotten when you take a look at how Falcons just performed on that map.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a regression to the mean, I guess you could say, on that one. Falcons kind of showing you what they're capable of when they're on form and everyone's connected and they're not, you know, too in their heads, I guess you could say. This is what they're capable of, and they've been capable of it on this map for a long time, as well as several others, including Dust 2, but they let that one slip. This time, they clamp down, take care of business, and they're moving on to the 2-0 pool.
Yeah, extremely active from the Falcons. I feel like the CT side was frequently in motion, and it was catching FaZe off guard. FaZe were just trying to get through some of the early stages of the rounds, and Falcons were always a step ahead of them, working together, good utility to set their players up in the right positions, and the stars were shining. I mean, I think MongolZ throughout this series consistently proved that there was a reason we build him up in the head-to-head as a lopsided favorite versus the Opper on the other side.
Let's have a bigger conversation around FaZe. They're still in this. They're still in the group stages. But I mean, what is it that's potentially lacking in this lineup that could allow them to be a little bit more dominant in these series?
Oh, man. I just recently watched the VOD they just caught a day ago. And obviously, they're only showing us a... You know, they're going through it and they're parsing out what they want the public to see and what they don't want the public to see. But even what we're getting to see is not very positive. And so you kind of wonder, well, how bad is it really if this is what they're willing to publicly show us? It just feels like there's just so much around the core of this team because they've been together for so long, and they've been dealing with the back and forth of having all these struggles throughout the course of the year for the most part. You know, they had that one like last dance, I guess you could say, with Reign at EPL last year. They had a 4th place finish. They obviously had the 2 major runs where they made back-to-back major playoffs, including a major final at Budapest. And it's like, the problem is, though, is that you can only live off of that for so long. Like, yes, it's magical when FaZe put together a major run, but what makes it so magical is the fact that they don't do anything the rest of the season, and that's what makes it such a crazy storyline, right? And of course, there's a lot to love about FaZe because they do have a lot of forward-facing characters who are really cool. You got a guy like Kerrigan, who's an IGL GOAT candidate, who's a veteran and such a likable guy. They have so much going for them in that regard, but when you look at this roster, yes, I think that Frozen and Twist are a great duo of riflers to build around, in my opinion. The problem, and I think Kerrigan still has value as a tactician. I think he's still a really good veteran caller. The issue is, though, is that clearly this is not working. You know, clearly this has not, you know, panned out the way that they wanted to, so much so that they temporarily got rid of this roster to play the Blast Austin Major. So you can't tell me that the things are going well if they internally made that decision, right? So it does just feel like something's going to have to give at some point.
It's pretty obvious that what you sacrifice by losing Reign to try to invest in the potential of Jacob is not panning out just yet. And it doesn't even really seem like, even from the vlogs they're releasing, that he's much of a secondary, let alone, or even tertiary voice. He's not really providing enough, or even in vibes. I feel like Reign was another guy that when it came to big stage moments, he was always actually able to settle things down. I mean, just one of the coolest characters we've ever had in terms of just big stage performances. So I just think that you either are going to really have to give Jacob a lot of runway here to catch up, because maybe they did see something and maybe there is some potential. I mean, I think, yes, aim-wise, he has looked a little sharper, more crisp than Reign lately, but you've lost so much in terms of intangibles.
Let's focus in on Falcons. Of course, they are now in the 2-0 brackets, and we'll talk a little bit about Maui's favorite Falcon now.
Tessus. I really just felt, on this map in particular, he was the benefactor of a lot of the plays between him and Kicksand towards that B bomb site, consistently putting down good holds. We saw him getting pretty clutch in the latter stages of this game. Never really got too tense, but he's a guy that frequently is able to bail Falcons out in some of the moments where they need a guy to just be a bit of a difference maker. Oftentimes, I think he's pretty fairly overshadowed by the star power on the team, but it's nice when he has his moments, because there's so much in terms of what he gives to them, in terms of just the sacrificial roles, the nature of him going first so frequently, and being the also sometimes last line of defense on a bomb site when practically everybody else has sacked their position. So I feel like when everything's clicking and he's able to have this sort of impact, it's always a sight to behold for me, because I just find him so just given so little, but can oftentimes bring you so much.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that if Tessus was on a different squad where he was a more featured player and maybe things were a little bit more catered to him and his strengths and the roles that he's used to playing and what he feels best at, that he probably would stand out a lot more, right? But the fact that he has been able to take that step back to allow players like Kiyosuke to be featured as a star aggressive rifler, to have Nico still be that veteran, you know, guy who's going to get kind of the secondary star rifling roles. You know, m0NESY obviously has a lot of resource dedicated to him because he's one of the best operators in the world, obviously. Yet he, being pushed out of a lot of things he's so used to, has been able to find a way to still have impact on that team. And yeah, sure, people have brought up, maybe they would be better off with like a true anchor as their 5th or something like that if they wanted to make a roster change again at some point, you know, with the whole one more star memes. But the reality is I think that Tessus, you know, is an unsung hero that usually does his job pretty well. He's never going to be the reason why you lose a game, in my opinion, on this team. And he sometimes can be the reason why he tips you over the edge as a wild card.
Really quickly, final thoughts on this. Do you think Falcons actually should make a roster change? Because I keep looking at this lineup and I honestly believe it has the potential to go toe-to-toe with the likes of Vitality. I don't want the roster conversation to continue. I want them to figure out how to fix whatever is clearly not working when they hit playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, at least, very quickly, I think while some other rosters who have been together for a while, you could say, hey, they might have hit their ceiling, and maybe, you know, we got to start having some discussions. I don't know that this team has yet.
Realistically, the only change I would make on Falcons, if disaster befalls them again in a big event moment like, say, Cologne, would be the coach. I think that it's been long enough. He's had enough time with various rosters, various star pieces, and for it to not come together seems like it's something more on the preparation side and bringing teams or the whole roster into a game with all of the necessary tools and tactics to implement and execute a plan.
put a pin in that if you're watching, because it might just be a conversation we're going to have during playoffs. We'll have to wait and see. We're heading out. Richard's going to be in this chair in a little bit, but first, a quick break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
It's a very exciting time for the team we've got coming up next here. FUT have shown themselves to be a contender who have been grinding up and making their way forward as a unit right now. We've got Lounce with us, joining us. And dude, for you, you've done some big events in the past, but obviously it's very new for the whole team you have. You're still very young as well. So just talk to me about what you're seeing in the team, what the feeling and mood is like for you guys when you're now in this situation that you've wanted to put yourselves in.
To be honest, after China, I kind of, like personally after China, I kind of realized that this is a very good team with a lot of potential, right?
Yeah.
Because I had some very past teams in my teen years and that kind of affected me in many ways. And like, I kind of saw how it's supposed to be, right? Like you need to have the dedication, you need to have the talent, but in the same time, you need to have the passion, you know, because you can have the dedication, you can have all these things, but you still need to have that passion going on. You need to have the fuel going on for the game, because otherwise you'll just tilt each round you lose. You'll just be mad most of the time.
Now, before we got into this 2026 season, there was obviously a lot of rumors around your team in terms of people wanting to take the core, they wanted the VRS side. Was this something you guys all sat around and discussed? Like, was there ever any worries that it could happen, it could break up this team?
I mean, we never had like a team meeting because I think it will be crazy also to just have a team meeting and say like, hey guys, no one is leaving, right? Because I think then you show like you're scared Yeah. And I think the way FUT handled this and the coaching staff, it was very smart. Like they kind of said, like, hey, if you want to go, you know, we do the trade, we do the deal, and that's it. But that's the thing, and like no one wanted to leave, you know, like they wanted to stick by their side, they wanted to stick with Julio, with the management, with the coaching staff, and that shows to me that's a family, you know.
What improvements are you seeing as a team from these experiences you're going through, playing these top teams?
I think it's the mental, to be honest, because like, I mean, of course, on the game side, we learn from our mistakes, because when you play top teams, the mistakes you do are getting like instantly punished.
Yeah.
So you can't do stupid things around, right? But on the big side, I really think the experience, because the only thing that made us lose even in Krakow, it was the pressure and the inexperience we have. Because like in every game I even watched when I was at home, I could see the situations like we got ourselves into, it was because of the pressure. You know, we are young, we go a bit chaotic sometimes, and we put ourselves in bad situations. But we learn from them, you know, and yeah, that's the good thing in this team. Each game we play, even if we lose, we always fix the mistakes.
In terms of another thing that's good to see, you're kind of in a home field advantage in some ways.
Yeah.
Does this make it more special for you as a Romanian, being in a possibility you could play in front of your home crowd, that some players never even see that as an opportunity?
For me, yes, because I said, especially in my rough years of the career, some of the Romanians, I'm not gonna say all of the Romanians, but some of the Romanians were very close to me, they were very supportive of me. We have this inside joke in the team, I have never lost yet in Romania, like neither national or international, like I never lost any tournament on LAN. So I told them that semi-finals or grand finals, I'm fine with losing there, but until there, we're not gonna stop.
Gotta keep going.
Yeah, and even there, we are not gonna stop.
Well, Lance, thank you very much for all the insight. I wish you the best of luck in the tournament, and let's see what we can do. Hopefully you can get into that arena and go far, especially being a home crowd.
That's the goal, and yeah, thank you for having me.
Yes, welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We're going to be getting into another epic battle between an underdog and overdog. But before we do that, let me introduce the panel that we're going to be having to set this one up. It is, of course, an overdog and an underdog as well. Pimp, the plucky European guy that went out to America to plant a flag for Denmark on Team Liquid. And, of course, Janko, who just went out to Brazil and won a bunch of trophies. One trophy, of course, exactly. Whatever. It's all good. So, guys, great to have you here. What do you make of this one? I guess we start by taking a look at some of the results that we've had.
I love this matchup. You know, a new matchup, a matchup that we didn't know we needed, I guess, coming into 2026. They faced each other 2 times already in the first 2 tournaments. We saw it online at Blast. Close game. FUT ended up losing to FURIA, a game they could have won. You know, very competitive back and forth. And then we saw them at Krakow as well, where it didn't go so well for FURIA. Lost 2-0 in a quite convincing fashion as well, especially on the second map. So, you know, game on, 1-1 in the heads up.
I think it's very important to know that today you'll see a completely different FURIA than in either of those 2 games, right? That was the opening game of stage 2 that they lost in Krakow, and feels like from that point on they just became better and better, right, and making it all the way to the grand final. But without a doubt, FUT at the moment is one of those more exciting teams to come up through the VRS. Obviously, this is the old Navi Academy team. Navi Junior and Longs is there instead of Makaze, who got promoted to the main roster. So don't be fooled. The 4 players of this team, they have close to 500 maps played together. So they know each other very, very well. They played a ton of Tier 3 Counter-Strike, and yes, it's Tier 3 Counter-Strike, but just the amount of reps you get from officials, you get very well versed in a lot of things, you play all these different styles, and it just allows you to be very unpredictable at times.
I'll say this, I think a lot of people sleep on this team because, you know, it doesn't have that same mystique as like, oh, someone came from Spirit Academy, because obviously you've got the, you know, the Donk effect and the Kisuke effect, but these guys, there was a lot of talent on that Navi junior team, and you know they've stayed together.
And I just saw, you know, Trochu or Trochu, however you pronounce his nickname. He used to be an analyst for Falcons.
Yep.
They let him go, and he's now with FUT. So now you have another, you know, addition to your coaching staff that spend a lot of time with tier 1 teams that can probably help to get them up to speed with maybe how these tier 1 teams think about the game and how they approach stuff.
We saw FURIA yesterday. It was a laborious victory, but you know, a victory all of the same. And let's also be fair. I mean, this is a team that really builds momentum through tournaments. Start slow and then gain strength as they go through.
That's how it's been so far here to the beginning of the 2026 season. I mean, as I said yesterday, we have seen them lose maps, you know, and play games that normally you'd say that they would win more convincingly. So they do break a sweat more often than not. But as Janko said, like during Krakow, it felt like they hit another gear, felt like they got into shape. And that's kind of what I want confirmed today. I look at this matchup as a good guideline to where is FURIA at right now, because realistically speaking, you'd expect them to beat FUT 2-0. You'd expect them not to make the same mistake, so to speak, 2 times in a row. But if we go into another competitive series where FURIA may lose a map or where they end up losing the game, then I think we're back to square one, where we're looking at a FURIA that, yes, they can step up in the big games and they're always going to be there in the playoff, you know, when it matters the most. But a team that is beatable, even for teams like FUT that is down in the pecking order, you know, currently ranked number 16, 15 in the world, not necessarily a team that you'd expect to be able to beat FURIA.
A team that wasn't supposed to be here as well, right? They came in last minute as a substitution for Legacy, who couldn't field their roster due to, you know, Lux getting benched for Art. So yeah, I think they'll take whatever they can get in this tournament. Obviously very familiar with FURIA from their past encounters, but again, I think they'll face a slightly different version of that team.
Yeah, I mean, and what we did see in terms of, you know, what's been good for FURIA, I thought Molodor yesterday, he wasn't taking it easy at all. We saw him have a real big performance on one map and a very good one on another.
And this will be a matchup where he'll be able to thrive. I feel like, you know, a team like FUT, they're young, they're aggressive, they're excited, not the most by the book team, right? Like that's where what I'm trying to say is this is where Molodor might be able to get away with some of the repicks, some of the more aggressive plays, you know, which he gets punished for against some of these elite teams that they go up against deep in the tournaments. And I think for me yesterday, more than anything else, it was just the confidence and the poise from FURIA. They seemed in control throughout the series, even though scoreline wise it looks close. It didn't feel like it watching the game.
We saw the head-to-head record. We are about to get into the veto. Do you think we'll see any change-ups of the maps that they like to favor here?
I mean, it's interesting because, as we said, FURIA a different team compared to start of the year, and Mirage was a map people would pick to punish them, right? And in the last couple of games, they are the ones picking the map and winning convincingly against other teams, you know. Also doesn't help for FUT that Ancient is the permaban for FURIA. That's their most played map, a map they're very good on. So for FUT, it's really limited, right? And they do end up going for Mirage again, where they've had success recently against FURIA, but that just tells you how limited their options are. FURIA will love this from them.
There we go. We get a bit of overpass coming in as well. That's been a staple for FURIA for a long, long time.
It's been a staple for Fallen for a long, long time.
For Fallen as well, you know, historically speaking, you're right, you know, and not afraid of starting on that T side, even against a team like FUT. So that makes an awful lot of sense. No Dust 2 coming out here for FURIA. I think that's a map they could have allowed, but maybe you're also giving a bit of respect to FUT. You don't want to end up on a map like Dust 2 in a third potential decider. So we see a bit more Anubis, and that's sort of like a trend I feel like we've seen at this tournament so far. We didn't see too much of it in Krakow, and obviously at Blast it wasn't even out with the new update, but it seems like teams have been practicing Anubis a bit more from home now and are willing to not necessarily pick it themselves, but at least leave it open to a
Well, I wonder if this is a similar situation to what we saw with Vitality yesterday. Just so you know at home, if you didn't see it, Vitality led Anubis through, which was very surprised because they took out Dust 2 to do it. And we've had confirmation, haven't we, Janko? They did that because they were like, look, we just want to get some reps on the map. So if we go to a third, we'll play it.
Yeah, absolutely. Had an opportunity to chat with Apex, and they haven't played Anubis with the map changes. They played with Bounty, where it was the old Anubis, so they definitely wanted to get that in during this group stage and test some of their weaker maps. And might be the case for FURIA too. They also played Anubis against FUT in the online game. FUT picked it. FURIA managed to win in overtime. But I really like the fact that FURIA picked Overpass because of two things. Despite them losing online 13-5 to FUT, I think if FURIA is going to win tournaments, an Overpass has to be their best or second best map. Like they have to be able to go for it in best of threes against Vitality, against MOUZ, against some of these other contender teams that play it and beat them. I mean, they had a 13 map win streak on this map last season and sort of just slowly it fallen out of favor. So I think it's just something that they have to find their confidence back on and really make it a strength of theirs if they want to contend for trophies still.
I'll just quickly bring in our commentary duo for this one so we can get their opinions. Obviously, it's going to be the incredible Sponge and Machine.
Or Hulk.
Yeah, well, listen, Chad, you know a thing or two about the wrath of Brazilians. You felt it as a player, right?
Yeah, well, had to play against Fallen. I think got 16-0'd by him, maybe twice. And then people may remember Renegades beating them 16-0, but
that's all I remember.
I wasn't on the team then. But I'll take it. I'll take it.
You were there in spirit. You're an Aussie legend.
They can't get rid of me. Even though I'm never down there, they're still talking. And I'm prying myself into all the conversations, unfortunately.
So what do you make of this matchup real quick before we get into the action?
You got to respect these kids, don't you? Look, 11 straight on Mirage right now, and they got some tenacity. I'm with Yanko. It's not the same team as the start of the year. As far as FURIA are concerned, they're warming into things. Overpass, a bit of a concern for me, though. Three maps.
I want to hear why.
Take it away, yeah? Do your thing. See you in a bit.
Why Jugs is Alex's favorite player?
Oh, you're out.
Jugs.
I do love Jugs.
Yeah, Jugs.
Yeah.
You're calling him Jugs.
Jugs is actually what I was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah, but Jugs I do love them too. Good for holding your water. A carafe de Leo, en français.
Okay. Well, into A.
Into A. Let's see. USP primed and ready from Yuri, and there is a flood of FUT heading on in. Demon's got his back turned. Oh, wow. Good cover from Lonks. Keeps him in it. Just 3 HP for him, but the bomb's already taken. They've got the site. They've got the smoke deep CT. It's already shaping up beautifully. Now, sure, there's a kit on Fallen, but that smoke CT is just going to be house kept by Lonks. In the meantime, Keserato's trying to take that ramp space. He's been spotted out by Krabeni. Fallen pivots for the jungle side, and ooh, a big one back from Keserato.
No, this one's on now.
It is. It's an important frag. Good find from Cemetery, actually covering fire as well. It's just too hard to get back into. Dream start for the T side of FUT. And the one on the way out as well. Keserato definitely going to be enjoying a little bit of more lax opposition.
He gets this as an M4. Okay, never mind. If you got that kill, held onto the Kevlar, that's an M4 for him into the force buy that's going to be coming up. But nice pistol around there from FUT.
One thing I really did like about the analysts discussing that, MongolZ might be getting away with a bit more, not as a product of, FUT being less than, but just the elites aren't going to be easy to get away with that.
Get punished, right? Yeah. Against these guys, maybe they're going to continue with spacing. You're able to catch them off guard.
Oof, they shoot hard, though.
Well, that's the thing, right? These boys just under 500 maps with the 4 of them coming from the Na'Vi Academy, and then you plug in Masuda, he doesn't work. You bring in Lonks. It's one factor you have to keep in mind, too. This kid playing for a chance in front of the home crowd here in Romania. 1 or 2 of the reps. Him and Imma and Na'Vi suffered a loss earlier today, so they're currently sitting in the 1-1 bucket.
Yeah, it would be special for FUT to secure access to that stage. Of course, need 3 wins. They've got 33% of the way there. A win today versus FURIA would be a massive step in that direction.
All right, well, they feigned mid-control. They're dropping back now to congregate towards A. Auto rotating away. It's going to be Yakinda with a decent amount of util transitioning towards connector. That leaves all the pressure on Yuri.
Yeah, Yuri, once again in that balcony position. Forced away by the flames, and oh, the flash is well layered as well. He'll tuck into default, and there's their counter flash. Oh, he's done well to tuck in. Demon, nice headshot from Yakinda, struggling to find that second he so desperately needs. That low HP player hunting him down. 1 bullet would have done it, but Krabeni wins out. Okay, so you got the site. Cemetery tasked with the plant. Smokes aren't going to last forever. MongolZ, Keserato primed and ready for some sort of retake, re-aggress. Lonks, however, onto Fallen makes it look a little too late. Oh, and clean. Jugs with the 2. And that's going to be the conversion of the force buy.
All right, beautiful there. That kill, when it comes in from Lonks over towards Fallen on short, that removes so much pressure, right? That retake becomes very one-dimensional, and even though it was a 3v3, it's a tough one once that frag comes in. So very well done. Now it'll be the eco from FURIA. Talking about the Mirage for both of these teams. Again, 11 straight for FUT. 7 of them in 2026. For FURIA, on the other hand, it's their most played map of the year so far, and that's because it was targeted as a weakness.
So you could see a world where FUT take Mirage, FURIA take Overpass.
Both teams are on streaks right now.
Yeah.
So it's 7 in 2026 for FUT, 11 consecutive, or it's 6 in a row for FURIA. So someone will have their Mirage streak snapped right now.
Oh, Lonks looks like he's going to collide with an unarmored MongolZ. However, the precision of this guy needs to be understated. Krebeni covers. Good catch. MongolZ was just rolling the dice, hoping he could isolate that duel. Did spot him out, so info on 2 of them.
Yeah, looking very comfortable. Becoming a tough matchup for FURIA. Third time we've seen these teams playing against each other in the third tournament of 2026. Online went FURIA's way. Krakow, a FUT 2-0, a slow start for FURIA, still made the grand final, and now in the second round of the Swiss in the winner's bucket after FUT took down Aurora yesterday, which was on paper the biggest upset of the day. Be the only upset of the day. But I think FUT are getting the respect that they deserve. People are paying attention to them, there's no doubt about that. And when you have so many reps together as a unit.
Ooh. Third time's the charm for the Desert Eagle of Keserato, but their A side is going to be overrun. And Demon's going to get himself a couple of nice taps. I mean, already we're seeing their proficiency and their comfort in the server from FUT. 500 reps as well. I mean, you're going to have a good understanding of your teammates' strengths, and a lot of it will be, you know, unspoken communication, just an expectation at this point.
Yeah, one of the keys with that being in the realms of academies with the teams that you're playing against, you're dealing with so many different, I want to call them styles, but let's just call them situations. And you work through them time and time again, and now you're getting to play proper Counter-Strike. So first gun round, Symmetry gets up the AWP. Same can't be said for MongolZ. It's a cross. Marked at tap, holding vent room.
Ooh, Symmetry misses his opening opportunity. The nade should do it. Yeah, beautiful from Yakinda. Gives FURIA the opening they needed. Yuri unable to build upon it. Whoa, just cheeky with it. Pushes the Palace smoke and pulls us back into the 4-on-4. He will recede as Demon progresses, gets himself set up towards Tetris. A head-to-head duel that Krebeni falls foul to the M4 at range. Cheeky from Demon. Reveals his forward position now.
Bombs are down in spawn. Someone's going to have to go back and grab that.
Yeah, they're very separate, aren't they? And look at Yakinda. He might even catch them
Hello.
on retrieval. See you later.
Well, a minute left on the clock. And it's Demon in a 1v4. No chance in this one for the young man. Dinked and dead. Fallen will take that.
I mean, that's a clean first gunny.
And they pick up the AWP now to give it over to MongolZ. So snatching that one away. Let's see, can it be consecutive? Another one of those required to break the money on FUT in the early stages. Diving into the notes there, so we'll see what the call comes next. But you're already feeling relatively comfortable if you're FUT against FURIA. Sure, this is the second best team in the world right now, but you've beaten them on land within the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
that's going to feel damn good. Exactly.
Do it again.
A fake, you're hoping to draw your connector player to investigate, which hopefully opens up this slip in mid.
Oh,
Good
the
flash
timing
work.
was perfect. Did you see that? He went from seeing nothing to them already being up short. Now MongolZ reacts. A quick one from the sniper. Peeks on in. Comfortable. Finding the double kill necessary. And the late arrivals, he's even heard you. He's on the angle. MongolZ. So casual. Executes 3. Keeps the FURIA win streak going. 2 rounds consecutive now.
Yeah, he hasn't slowed down at all, right? The conversation being maybe FURIA are working into this year. They got a bit of sleep in their eyes they need to get out. But when you take a look at MongolZ, sure, people are, oh, you had him off map, or it wasn't the best performance from him. But more often than not, we're seeing him put on a display with the AWP or rifle in hand.
Good. Casual with it.
All right, Eco now. Put a bit of thought into that terminology we were discussing yesterday. Obviously, we know lazy clears.
Yes.
Where players aren't full committed to clearing out a corner. Maybe just going through the motion, not expecting the player to be there. We also had a couple of moments from Asenthio yesterday where he was holding something, but maybe really not expecting the push.
Yes.
I'm going to call it a half-hearted hold.
A half-hearted hold, the Triple H.
Yes.
Yo. A wrestling reference, I like that.
All right, FarmFest now. We're going to tie things up 3-3. So she goes down, and all 5 staying alive. Nice patch of rounds for FURIA now.
And with what? 1 casualty across 2? Yeah, it's 2 casualties across 3 rounds. So really flowing nicely for the CT bank balance as well.
And it will just be rifle heavy right now for FUT. No AWP available. Back in my day.
Oh, yeah?
You would never be AKK. I'm seeing it so much, and I get it, but it's still just a change. It's a shock to the system.
Yeah. Look at K-Serato go. He wants to be a shock to their system in mid. Runs straight up the guts and removes Krabeni. The head of the snake.
Oh, catch
sliced.
that.
Great nade down the pocket of Cemetery.
The opener's going to slow things right down. The fact that they're the ones,
cold.
Full mid control with just the 2 players. That means you do have support available over towards A right now in case there was a reaction. And that's not enough to flush them away from this stance.
Oh, they'll just stay.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, he's timed that very well. More chip damage, levels the odds as well with the M4 headshot now being lethal for 3 of them.
A fake, B pop. Your kid is already here.
Yeah, they already know, already suspect. Even going to throw out the incendiary, might segregate them. Fallen's already had his way. It's just a little too easy, isn't it? Demon running into the site, gets overlooked. But late to react is Fallen. That's a lovely double kill. The bomb down, but Demon's searching for number 3, and he might find it. MongolZ ready. That's an important find, and now Jugs is on the wrong side of the map, loses his head.
Still managed to get a couple kills out of that. Demon put his aim on display right there, but it feels like FURIA, with the reps that they've got against this team, feel comfortable understanding the fakery of all of it. So right now we'll have to be the partial. With the loss bonus maxed out going into the next, they should be able to bring back out that Cemetery AWP if that's the desires of Krabeni on the calls.
He hasn't had much fun with it yet. We saw his only attempt with it was...
Missed the shot, copper nade.
Yeah, that's it.
Relatively light on the util. Sure, they've done the standard opening window on top cat, but it's just another smoke and a couple of flashes to take the next step. So you're hoping to catch FURIA in transition or off guard here.
Oh, they're going for the smoke break. Looks like they'll have to respect it. Slows their crawl. Tech9s are going to have their go. It seems like FURIA is so aware of the play. Okay, Serato gets 2 on that spray.
Ooh, okay, Demon.
Ooh, Demon hitting headies. Lovely double. Dink dead. MongolZ keeps going on out, and he's punished for it.
That's the repeats Yanko was talking about, but not getting away with it this time.
No, sir. Demon, that is one hell of a 3K.
Now, Jugs has been up in Palace this entire time. He's waiting to play the lurk, starting to activate now.
Surely he plays next, right? Looks like he's already kind of considering a search, hoping for a reaction from jungle.
Well, right now, with the man advantage, you need a little bit more info to be able to piece this together, and they are hoping FURIA start for a bit of a reaggress. Now, it's a gamble over towards B right now as Yuri will join Fallen. Well, the Fangs with the father is now pathing through middle. It'll be up con into an A split. Jugs will be able to take the jungle fight and then peer into CT as they path up. So this one's looking good for FUT to find a bit of fire in this.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see it again. Demon has just completely discombobulated.
Oh, overstepping the mark. Cemetery does park the bus. Okay, bomb goes down. And that's round.
That's a murder hole for a reason.
Okay, maybe call this one off, I think, Fallen.
What possible reason could he have to be go further? Ah, thank you, camera. Thank you, J-Raz. He kind of wants it. Oh.
So does Cemetery.
Oh, that's enough. Fallen's going to get away with it.
Okay, well, backing off with the AWP. MongolZ could have bought it anyway into the next, but still a lot of rounds to be played in this first half.
It's going to soften the financial implications of losing this round as well.
That's all on Demon, isn't it?
Yeah, dude. Demon has a round.
Catch this one again in the replay, but a couple of nice shots in back-to-back rounds from him, but one with some huge impact. So not a gun round, but still an important one.
And that MongolZ repeat, I mean, Yanko literally called it. He's going to go for them, but this time doesn't work out for him.
I think he can get away with the timing there, but punished. So this is a situation where I don't think Demon's upgraded into head armor just yet. He ain't Kev within this round. Yeah, it's some tidy shooting, isn't it? Just get a glimpse right there. MongolZ steps a little bit too wide, and this one is the guarantee. So Demon, yeah, he could have upgraded into head armor.
Ooh, yeah. That could be costly, actually.
They're turning their attention straight towards A. MongolZ here with the AWP over towards the triple box, about to be overrun.
What's his reaction here? The attack, anti-flash, and try and peek on the timing. He's done very well.
And he's away.
Moves Lawns. Smoke break could catch Palace. Spots the info, trying to avoid. He's gotten away with the first. Jugs surges forward. The sight now there as Yuri connecting onto Jugs with the spam. It's getting uncomfortable, getting very uncomfortable. Oh, hang on! Demon on a recovery mission. Just the two of them. Cemetery trying to hold his push. He's hearing one CT. Does that bait him into K-Serato? Off angle. Diligent clear. Demon again with a multi-kill. 3 kills deep. Post-plant set up. Cemetery hiding out on that default. Ready for more. Demon on the cross. He's ready to housekeep this bomb. You go for the defuse. He's just going to spray you down, Fallen. Yep, easy peasy. One-on-one. MongolZ elects to go for the AK, but time ticking away. He's got no chance now. Cemetery up and over. Closes it down. Demon, back-to-back 3Ks and 2 rounds on the trot for FUT.
Yeah, that's impact. You can't argue with that, can you? Beautiful work.
Look great for, I mean, what, you get 2 kills as the retake's starting for FURIA?
I think what's more concerning in these rounds is both are with opening kills where they've set themselves up nicely and then just the multi-kill potential.
Yuri did his best.
Yeah, and then K-Serato isolated window. You get MongolZ there picking up the AK. I think it only had 5 or 6 bullets left when he picks it up, so he can't even spam and getting fired up. We know these kids like to make some noise.
Yeah, we would hear him a lot in Krakow. They were the loudest team in attendance for sure.
Okay, well, timeout called by Sid. Maybe just to screw their head back on. A couple of these rounds of, are you going to chalk it up to individual moments? Are you going to say, boys, we just need to tighten up these scenarios. See here in the round timeline, Pistol with the conversions, 4 straight from FURIA, and then 2 hard-fought rounds back now, 1 with the Tech 9s, 1 with the guns. And not out of them just yet. FURIA can buy again. Longs to be working with a MAC-10. Does that educate the choice in this? That was an A execute, looking like they could turn their attention to something more B-centric. 2 open towards the apartments. 2 scaling out mid.
Benny across the tap. It's going to be flash for his fight. Yukinda not going to be caught by
Pressure B.
Ooh. Good shot from Fallen.
All right, well, calls it off. Says, hey, boys, it was just a fake, an attempt to find an opening.
Again, solo missions. Ooh, an opportunity. Spots the tip of the MongolZ head, dismounting. So Krebeni's kind of solo holding mid-space. Yukinda wants to try and get some answers.
Credit to the
Not ideal.
It's Demon again.
Not ideal.
It's Demon again.
Yeah, a great catch. Catches the B anchor. Fallen.
Sights open.
Caught lacking. Demon clearing. And now confirmation of K-Serato towards the market. A second body there, but now smoked off. Nice deep smoke as well. Doesn't enable plays out the window. Yukinda swinging on out that short side. K-Serato and MongolZ are going to do their best. A little fight on A. We can't really worry about that right now. It's the B side we've got to worry about. Big from Demon. He's just doing it all. We need an ace clutch from you, Demon. Have you got it in ya? Oh, a real chance. Not afraid to pick up the rifle to close his MongolZ.
Yeah, you can see Yuri there, very, very aware of the lurk potentials. He's hanging around worried about connector, ramp, and palace, and then able to catch that on the timing, dropping out. So Jug's just trying to be as annoying as possible on the lurk. They try their little play over towards B. Fallen stunts longs. Krebeni immediately activates over towards middle, right? Because that fake coming in, you think as soon as Fallen is calling the util, it's going to pull away some of the defenders to open up the space. So good work from the in-game leader to take the room, but it's Fallen going down on B that opens it up and makes that one interesting. Demon is 15 and 8.
Oh, he's going to play aggressive. K-Serato. He could be in a prime position to punish here. Yes, indeed. Nobody looking. They strike in unison.
Demon's still alive.
Demon is still alive, but for how long? Gets his first. Nice headshot onto Yuri. And Cemetery versus 4. Ooh, a chance onto Yukinda, just a bullet shy. Demon is just locked in. Oh, he nearly had the headshot there.
Come on.
He's got him. There's a world where he wins this. Dismounts, Yukinda pushes forward. Why are you doing that with the USP? You give him an inch, he'll take the mile. Fallen finally puts him down. How many 3Ks has Demon had this game?
He's just ravaging them right now.
I'm so impressed.
Looking at an 18 and 9 scoreline.
We talk about these, young AIM demons. I think he took it literally, decided he'd choose the right name.
16 kills with the rest of his teammates combined. He's got 18. So,
18?
Look,
he played 11 rounds.
Yeah, but every one of these rounds, he is just winding up and going to bat. So let's see. Final round, first half. FURIA work for their money. Nades at the ready right now, so trying to catch them. A bit of an anti there with the timing. Nades find nobody. Continuing to block over towards Connector. And MongolZ with a deep line on B. Could be sent pretty right now. The bomb trickling over on Cemetery.
How much do you even see of MongolZ on this? Perfect pre-aim for the swing. It would have to be a jiggle. Nice swing through. Demon as well. Perfect target to remove. There's another one from Yakinda. Catches Cemetery, trying to advance. The bomb now spotted. It's all falling into place for that 7th here for FURIA. Testing that B site. Hoping you'd get that same misplay out of Fallen, but they had MongolZ waiting, ready to receive. And Jugs, believe it or not, is in Palace once more. Nice tap onto the head of MongolZ. He's just so disconnected.
You give him a bit more HP, you might say there's a chance, but Quesarado says no, and they'll take that. I think what is more impressive right now is they still get 5 rounds. They only got 2 opening kills that entire half. So this is where Demon's multis within the mid-round completely changed the story of a couple in the patch. Then you get the pistol with the conversions, and that's how you get yourself 5 rounds in total.
You win the second pistol as well. Like, you can completely, recover. Still a very competitive scoreline.
Yeah, you're back in it. To quickly discuss the CT setup and what to expect coming out of this FUT roster. We'll have Jugs defending over towards A. Demon anchoring B. And then the core of Lonks, Krabeni, and Cemetery dealing with middle, short, Connector. Jugs had a little moment right there where he put his aim on display. Going to need a whole lot more of that now on the CT side, right? Demon had his moments. That's impact for the rounds that they were able to grab that little streak in the middle of 2.
Yeah, I mean, he nearly has 2,000 damage, 1,900 damage in a half, 18 frags. Pretty solid as far as a half of Counter-Strike is concerned. Can he keep it up, though? So often, let's all just remember 18.
But this is the thing. He's the B anchor. So he's out of the play,
the answer's no.
right? It has to be from your Krabeni, your Cemetery, and your Lonks trio over towards middle.
Okay,
right? Your
valid.
anchors, unless we see a lot of executes out of FURIA, something else to keep in mind too is if it is site hits, most of the time it's going to be A splits or A plays, and Demon's going to have to be retaking that site. It's never an enviable task as we aren't... Ooh, okay, there's an opening kill.
Okay, Cemetery started off, opens their account early in this pistol round.
I want a B split.
Enough of an opportunity to spam a Fallen. Is well connected by Krabeni. There's Demon getting his first opportunity on this CT side, and he does have the support of Lonks. Tap again. Cemetery's had a great pistol round. Double from him, and just the bomb on the back of MongolZ in no man's land mid. That's the cleanest it could be. So both pistols going FUT's way on their map pick.
Yeah, just going through, checking out the armor, seeing if anyone's going to get that cheap upgrade in the head armor. Look like most of them took a little bit of damage there. So it's unfortunate, but still rifle heavy. So how quick can this be all tied up? Will it be FURIA in with the force? At the moment, no investment coming through. Oh, just popping a hole in that smoke, and that's how the first 2 kills come in. So beautiful work. Cemetery hitting a couple of tidy ones, and I said it had to be Cemetery, Krabeni, and the likes of Lonks, and all 3 of them had a kill right there in the pistol round. So let's see if they can get going. FURIA have just brought in this Deagle in the hands of MongolZ, so likely to just juggle that one around and set him up for opportunities to find a pick or 2. See how much damage you can get away with, and on the other foot, I'm going to be holding on to these guns, not letting that bomb go down, really limit FURIA. It's wild to think we're only in the 3rd tournament of 2026, and these 2 teams have already played 3 times, this being the 3rd.
Yeah, we'll find out if we can have a little bit of a rivalry throughout the year if they keep attending the same events.
Yeah, a lot of this, look, in Swiss it's a little bit different based on who wins and loses games, but when you get seeding in certain groups, it's going to be based off of VRS invites, and once you have a patch of tournaments that are together, they may have used the same VRS invite date, so your seeding's essentially the same.
That is one hell of an angle. Man's got to put the tractor out for that one. Ooh, not the most ideal of sprays, and not a single problem. Another 3K from Demon. I'm counting it. There we go. Little eco bash. Don't come back, he says.
All right, guns come in now. MongolZ, because he bought that Deagle, will have to go with the Galil. So going to be a little bit limited right now, but it's not unusual scenes for FURIA in 2026 to be in hot water in this map. We keep talking about their Mirage. They've turned a weakness into a strength, or at least they're getting wins on it. So many reps, you're having to go there, do the rod views over those losses, and even in close games, you're just getting past. Had to go through the motions yesterday against Bait. Yanko felt they were in full control.
Didn't think I could like Yakinda more, but he's on that left-handed view model. Proper hipster.
They're selling B somewhat with this setup right now. They're a bit more focused towards middle and A.
Oh, we've seen this strat before, right? Where they leave him with 2 smokes and he does window con late after they get back to their positions. Or I say late, it looks like he's already... Never mind, he's going to have company this time. Ooh, okay. Bit of a change up. They stick around. It's very mid-centric.
Yeah, good restraint here from the CTs with the util. They've just blocked Con now simultaneously with those nades. FURIA have to break and go.
Beautiful smoke break from K-Serata. Gets him through Con. Smoke break back from Cemetery. You need this one, Jugs. You've got to hold on to your Palace fight. Drops on down. Gets spray. Just about gets it done. He's getting run out. Blocks him in the smoke. Oh my goodness. The USP fight fallen. Longseed's in front of him. MongolZ. Oh, no! Slashes him up. Oh dear. Oh, you don't see that one every day.
Got to get the bomb. 20 seconds left.
Okay, they make their move. Going to be Yuri to pick it up.
He needs a reload. 4 bullets in this.
Yeah, that's insufficient.
And it is Demon.
Holding on out. He still hasn't gone for the reload. Hoping to punish K-Serato's push. Ready for him. That's going to get a smile on FURIA's face. MongolZ's 3K, one of which was with a reactive knife kill.
Yeah, came his way. He wasn't searching that out at all. Thank you very much, Lonks. Come into the den. I'll oblige. To the Galil, doesn't matter if this kid's got the AK or not.
Go on then.
Oh, a slash and grab from MongolZ.
Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
Well, the guns come out and so do the round. So first posted FURIA on the T side. But it was absolutely spotless for FUT in the first few. So they're sitting pretty with another buy. That was a bit of a bonus. Cemetery with the AWP. Rifles across the board, but Lido and util seem to be prioritizing firepower over the nades. Well,
Yeah,
being highlighted here with a good spawn towards middle, right? So does he want to use this aggressively? You aren't going to be able to Molotov the island box towards top mid. He's got a HE as well for a clear on a window smoke, so might just see him stick and look for a pick. But it's the standard opening. Window and top cat.
So you're going to kind of give mid here, right? That's the first the CT smoke's thrown.
Well, again, they're putting a lot of faith in Demon. Understandably, with the game he's having, it's him essentially solo towards B again, just on this jump spot. They investigate close A ramp, so this will help identify, okay, Yuri probably through Palace this time, or at least it's not direct from FURIA into an A execute. Right now they are playing for an A split, essentially, as Cemetery does now rotate away from the pack. He'll be joining Demon on B.
Is he asking for a
boosted?
boost?
It looks like it. So taking this late.
It might just be, just be in time. Top con pressure. They have consistently kept this connector smoked. Fallen had vision though, and so slips through. They're going into this orb. Oof, Krobeni gets a freebie. This shot, Cemetery a bit too tight on the line. Starting to accelerate. There's the Demon covering fire, finds the headshot necessary, puts Yakinda down. The bomb is spewed out of his corpse.
This will be a save, boys. Back off, hold on to these AKs. It's too late. There's no way you're getting in here. You're so disconnected. Yuri still towards A. MongolZ wasn't even part of the play, and they were hoping for some misdirection of their own. They're furious, so we'll tie things up again.
Fair play. What, with 5 smokes and a HE, you've had a flawless CT round?
They didn't really pressure you too much across the map, though, did they,
No.
right? They weren't really searching out A. They weren't putting much pressure on B until that late little flurry. They were, I guess, expecting some form of aggression, but didn't get what they were looking for.
Coach Coolio. Good names. Good names, FUT. Feel like player names again even a bit crazy, but we're keeping it old school here. And Krabeni is probably my favorite.
Okay.
I think it just sounds like it could be like one of the original Pokemon.
Or Ninja Turtles.
Krabeni, he says as he like pops out of a bubble or something.
You at least make him scary.
Sorry. Krabeni.
There you go. That's his evolution.
Yeah. Water type.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it does make sense. You'd assume it like grumpy personality.
Grumpy crab.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he's got like 4 arms. 4 of the pincers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's essentially got 4 arms now, right? The in-game leader.
Yeah, sure.
And his boy's taking some swings.
And they all get nades. Everyone gets everything.
Yeah, well, you win a flawless round like that.
Congrats. Fallen stomaching just the Tech 9 for this one, but it does look like we are going to see more of a test towards A this time. Yuri's got a friend. Yankees come with him. Oh, and Mr. Grabeni. Swing in. Ooh! Instant catch onto Yuri, but you're not ready for number 2.
they're not.
You're not ready for number 2.
Yukinda can fire.
Work out for you, yeah. Oh, nearly lost out.
A little bit ugly.
Still, though, I mean, that's going to work out for you. You'll be feeling pretty good about that.
Put you a bit of high alert right there. Is there a ramp pressure where they're just setting up for an A execute?
Yeah,
Even
why was
starting
there
to shift
a second man in Palace?
into short?
What does that telling you?
And they're backing off completely, so they have to finish the round now with 4 flashes, the HE, and a Molotov. This will be tough.
Woo! Out the window, Lawrence.
Staying active.
It's a nasty duel, AKVM4. Not something he has to commit to and elects not to.
The AWP over towards B, and he's just smoked it, so he's going to brave through this. Might not have a choice. 55 seconds. It's all going to be out the entry.
Yeah, it's a good flash to deny this angle from Cemetery. Ballsy to stick around, hoping to catch him with the drop down. Does remove Molodoi. Fallen's Tech 9. Ooh, too easy for him.
That's the bomb.
Quick on the follow-up. Yukinda's hunting him. He just wants to play for one more. A quick tap from K-Serato keeps it interesting. It's a 2-on-2. K-Serato gets info, gets away with it. Bomb will be planted. Just needs to delay, and that's what that HG's going to do.
It's so low.
Yeah, but the bench position, Yukinda needs to tap ahead. Can he do it? Lonks has removed his company. Now a 1-on-1. Low HP. Yukinda to clutch. Lonks does manage to find that sweet spot to close the gap. Reposition solid. Solid as a rock from Yukinda. Clutches for FURIA and brings that AWP through.
Yeah, just in the blind spot. But big round for Yukinda, right? That trade kill that came through in Palace when they thought it was clear because they took down Yuri. That's his responsibility to deal with the A pushes. So they assume, and well, we know what happens when you make assumptions. That costs FUT, kill back. Cemetery there, he does make up for it, but that smoke that he throws, it actually gives them a bit of a runway. Right, if he just kept the AWP on the line, but because it was quiet elsewhere, they saw a player underpass, he's thinking, I have to block the apps. Still gets his double, but not enough. Famous heavy buy and an underpass push coming the way of K-Serato.
Yeah, is he going to be ready for 2 of them here? Longs and Cemetery trading out. Okay, we're seeing a bit of a pattern emerge.
They're just so jarring, right? They're
gap,
always
though.
doing something, always in your face, making a move.
Palace. Ooh, lovely headshot burst. Yukinda's going to get caught by Jugs, just spams him down, finishes the job. Hyper aggressive, just ready.
It's the way that they're connecting, right? Obviously, they're setting the tone with the aggressive moves, but then they stay in transition throughout, looking for these fights. So a 2v4, and they can get the bomb down on A. They don't know it yet.
Yeah.
Try that one again.
Does delay a little. Hard to see Molodoi and Fallen turning this 2 versus 4 on his head. A quick reaction shot from Fallen punishes the spray. Molodoi's position noted and a smoke head in his direction.
Might just give this one over, Molodoi.
He accepts his fate.
Yeah, you saw there a bit of a grimace on his face. Understand there is no way he can make the play through that. Cemetery with a bit of idle cover there, but coming off at the pass is Demon, and ready for that. So Molodoi cops the dink, but gets the kill.
So what's that? Just like 4 rounds on the run without any consecutive for either.
You are going to have to force back behind this AWP. You're not in the best situation. Both teams lost bonus towards the bottom of the barrel. FUT lose this, they only get 1,400. FURIA lose it, then they get 1,900, and that probably spells an eco. So this one, FUT winner, assuming no saves, it's essentially worth 2. So an important round right now with emissions in the buy. We've got 3 Tech 9s, an AK for Yakinda, and that saved AWP for MongolZ.
I'd like to file an official complaint. We didn't get the cool dwarf music for the timeout there. Very upset about that. I was looking forward to it.
It's come in late, but they've got it for you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. 9-9.
What's favoring FUT? Do they go for something aggressive again? They have to know that Furia's money's a little bit ropey right now, so you're going to be potentially going into pistols. Go straight up. You've been pushed underpass, you've been pushed palace. Now just a bit more of a standard round.
Little info on the B setup there. You hear 2 simultaneous HE explosions and immediately start to pivot towards the A site.
There's no AWP that they have to tussle with. Symmetry, the AWP playing close ramp. Jugs, the A anchor, coming to join him. The nade for Benny. Look, they just keep flowing.
Yeah, they've got ideas, haven't they? Jugs playing for that one. Trying to set up his boy. And it works! Beautiful! Constant ideas. Symmetry set up to succeed. A nice play from Fallen gets him with the flash Tech 9 drop play. AWP though, and low HP, a bullet from Krebeni in this position. That's exactly what he'll find. Furia dead man, Tech 9 walking. Krebeni closes, FUT take the lead.
Yeah, and again, this one essentially worth 2. It has to be the eco right now for Furia. We've got 1,900 at the low end, we've got 2.6 at the high end, so they have no choice but to concede right now. And that one right there, just within the mid-round to decide, okay, let's make another move. We do the double nades over towards B. Now we're going to make a move over towards the ramp. Just constantly in motion, our FUT.
Yeah, it's actually very impressive. You know, this is the kind of style of play you can't do as a new roster. It's the kind of style of play that only happens and smooths out over reps, which they certainly have had.
I think playing to their strengths as well, as long as they're taking duels, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're not just settling in and... Oh, wow! Okay.
Deagle versus AWP. Yakinda has given him a little something to talk about. Let's see if there's anything more where that came from. Yes, in combination. A Glock kill, another Deagle headshot. Certainly a whole lot more damage than we were expecting. Does feel hard to see a world where they close it though. K-Serato with what? A scrap of health.
Just walking into this. Demon noted over towards B. Krebeni over towards jungle.
Yakinda wasn't ready for both.
Okay, grouping up again. And that is the 2. So this one was a little bit more labored than they would have liked their FUT. But still, it's the round. Just one more to guarantee overtime on their map choice. Overpass up next. That was a map where they played online and FUT absolutely owned them. I understand the discussion being about Furia warming into the season, but the question being with this, the 3rd best of 3 in 3 tournaments, is Furia just slow start the point to be made, or is FUT actually a problem for world number 2? Looks like they're setting up right now to potentially clamp down towards middle. Jugs is not playing in the A site at all. He's, you say that, he just floated back. He was setting up for a little bit more of a connector fight with Krebeni. John's back over to join him. They'll leave Symmetry over towards Ticket. So retake A setup.
We don't see this position all too often these days. Demon's been set up to succeed. So really coming through Con. Smoke break. Oh, quick to the adjustment as well. Block smoke for Yuri on the Rams side will have a decision to make. Smoke might fade. Yakinda's ready for Jugs. Never mind. Jugs beats him to it. Beautifully put together from the CT side. A response on the spray gets him low, finishes him off, but he's got too much to do. And not enough health. 12 secured. That's OT at a minimum. As the guns will come back out.
Yeah, and
I said guns.
I mentioned in the first half, right, that there was only 2 opening kills, and they still managed to get 5 rounds with the pistol. Well, they got both pistols, and the opening kills, they have 7 in the second half.
Right.
We've had, 9 rounds played. They got 7 kills within those 9 rounds. So they've completely turned that on its head, and that goes back to the conversation we're having about this team constantly in motion. That one right there was a bit more standard, right? They catch them on the break, but a patch where they're aggressive, they're looking for fights, they're throwing themselves into duels. Just one more round. And yeah, you were talking about the money. It is going to be a bruised and battered buy around the edges for FURIA right now. That's why the timeout called. Final one used by Sid. They scrapped 3 rounds together to force this into OT, or will their 6 in a row on Mirage be broken? Looking to make it 12 straight. Just having a good time with it. Lonks, you can understand that roar. This would put him just 1 best of 3. That's if they could take the series, not just the map, away from playing in front of a home crowd here in Romania.
Looks like AXAC might be the name of the game here for FURIA, round 22. A must win. Prioritizing the util Molotov and Fallen to set up the battering ram that is Yakinda. And they're out. Play for the retake, little smoke break. Not ideal, don't get anything on the info. The bomb makes it across.
Another big nade on site right there.
Yeah,
second wave coming in. They're going to have to make a move for confights.
They want to fight somewhere, get some territory. Fallen makes the push through, blinded in the smoke. Where did he end up? He's in the stairs and reveals his position. Block smoke jungle. Yuri gets caught, exposed by the spray. Looking good. Demon, 2 on the retake. Looking for more as well. Fallen spams back. Cemetery still in it.
3.
Hits the shot. It's all on Fallen. FUT to take their map. A missed shot from Cemetery. Gives him another chance. Oh, he quick switches out. Didn't have the bullets, and FUT will take it.
Damn, okay, right there. Demon on display in that first half. The kid was just lighting him up with multis, but a team effort to close it down on the CT side. FUT are to be feared.
Indeed, be afraid of FUT. Feet, I don't know, plural. Crazy performance from them, in particular Demon. And I have to say, guys, a little bit of deja vu for me in what I saw out of FURIA against Bait yesterday. It's just obviously with FUT, I feel they have the talent, the aggression, and the will to go out and punish the mistakes FURIA made.
I see what you're saying. I think the biggest difference is, as you're describing as well, FUT is just a much better team than Bait is right now. I think there was a clinical performance, a good performance. Obviously helped by the fact they win both pistols, they convert both pistols. I think that's part of the story as well. Had FURIA won one of those, and converted, and that's always a what-if game, then it probably would have been slightly closer, or maybe even heading towards overtime. But overall, I think the aggression that you also described, Yanko, coming into the game, the fact that it's a young squad that is playing with, you almost feel the energy on the server, right? They're never standing still. They never just wait for a round to unfold itself. They want to create the scenarios. They want to create the rounds, and they did that against what we describe as the second best team in the world, and they made them look like they weren't up to par for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the 2 pistols thing in combination with Demon were the difference maker in this game. I mean, because it didn't look too pretty for FUT outside of the pistol round and conversion in that first half either, but he was just able to deliver them a couple of rounds with sheer firepower, right? They didn't even get opening kills in those rounds. He had back-to-back 3K rounds, which really gave them enough room to work with in the second half, where they could, with some of that proactive CT side, close out the map.
Yeah, and obviously, look, everyone's going to be super critical for what we're about to do, but we can't ignore it. I mean, Demon's had a monster performance. He's at the top of the scoreboard. But I also want to say, this is a kid, we just had the transfer window, pretty passive roster mania. I was amazed he didn't go somewhere. And then hearing the interview with Lorne X earlier and saying we all got in a room, we all said we want to play together.
Honestly, that sounds to me that just a big enough name didn't come knocking.
Yeah,
because
I
don't
I'm a little
really.
bit skeptical,
Why would if you're
maybe
Demon
not.
and let's say Navi comes and wants you to join Navi, why would you say no to stay on?
Well, let's also be real. I mean, you know, out of the team, essentially, Demon was kind of deemed a bit surplus to requirements by Navi. It would be a little bit humiliating, I guess, to kind of have to, you know, go out and get him again. But ultimately, I just don't know. I think with riflers being at a premium right now, people wanting to find talent wherever they can and min-max, I am amazed he didn't go somewhere.
There's a lot of riflers out there. There's not a lot of good riflers, and I think that's the biggest difference maker right now for Demon. And obviously, what we saw here, that's him playing at his best. We saw it at moments in Krakow as well. We saw it last time they played FURIA in Krakow as well. It was Demon once again having a fantastic series. So it's something to look out for. Obviously, if he continues to play at this level, then someone big will come knocking.
What I want to know is if FaZe is raving about Jacob's aim so much, what are we supposed to say about this guy then?
Yeah.
I mean, his aim is absolutely incredible. His mechanics, he's really giving off Bit vibes. When Bit first joined Navi as a 6th player, and, you know, he was just headshotting people. He has 70% headshot rate. He was like, you go to his bomb site, you know, he's going to get at least 1, maybe 2. Doesn't matter if you know where he is or not. You know, he's still just faster and better than you mechanically. So definitely the difference maker on this map.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the tail of the tape and how we got the first map in the books. Let's take a look at round 19, Jake. Break this one down for me.
Yeah, I think we owe it to the viewers to explain what we mean by, you know, proactive and aggressive Counter-Strike that came out from FUT, because we see it right here in round 19. Again, every round they had a play. This time around, it's towards ramp. You place 2 players. You have this bait and switch setup where the first player is taking a duel, jukes, and then you have Symmetry coming in with a double kill. And it's once again, it's disturbing if you're FURIA. You're hoping that you can walk up ramp right here. You're hoping you can put the AWP into play. You're hoping you find a bit of a loophole, and more often than not, you have a single player defending the A-bomb side. And had they done it in a different round, there's also a couple of times where they just placed the guy towards Ticket, not playing towards Ram, but it felt like FUT had a pretty good idea of when to make these progressive moves and where to make them. And this was just an example of what worked out on that CT side, outside of winning pistols and outside of conversions.
And the bait worked really well because Jugs is the EA anchor, right? So when they kill him, he was just trying to shoulder peek or something, or maybe we caught him moving, and then Symmetry in that corner, you know, not doing their due diligence to really check that as well, FURIA. But on their T side, their default just didn't really work, you know, like they couldn't get things done out of that. You can see when in this round they don't establish mid control, they're bringing it back without putting much pressure on mid, which, you know, is really what prompted this A-ramp aggressive call from FUT, and it worked wonders.
Yeah, and you know, look, with FURIA, it definitely feels like it was an execution problem. They still had their players kind of turn up and contribute. We had obviously MongolZ, but let's talk a little bit about K Serato. You know, we were saying yesterday, is it possible we get another peak K Serato coming back, you know, at this stage in his career? And he's flirting with that idea here in Cluj, I think.
He's just Mr. Consistent, you know, even in a game where it's clearly not working out for FURIA, where they're not in full control. He's the one, you know, who's stable throughout the entirety of the game. I think there were certain rounds, certain moments, as you see in this highlight package as well, where he's the one, dare I say, keeping FURIA alive or keeping them competitive. And, you know, that's the beautiful thing about K Serato. I think you alluded to it yesterday as well, Yanko. Even in the time where FURIA weren't competitive, when they were struggling, when they were a top 10, top 15 team, he even played well and was still performing consistently at a high level. I do feel that, as you also said, you know, that now that he doesn't have to focus on doing everything within the team, because there's actually players around him who's helping him, he's found even more of that consistency that we praise him for.
I mean, the lack of silverware for K Serato is one of the biggest stains on Art's career, right? And the FURIA management. I mean, he's been this good
give it another chance, of course,
for a long time, right? And he probably should have more trophies at this point in his career. But I think that's why also he cherishes this team this much, right? Like he's also very aware that this is the best team he's ever been a part of. And we'll see for FURIA. Obviously, they're a map down, but I think that's why Overpass is going to be really important. Yeah, this series
definitely isn't over. We got time to talk about Overpass, obviously. As I've said, you know, as someone that has been in the scene now, you know, for a long, long time, I used to love watching Fallen teams on this map. I remember the good old days of Fallen versus Glaive on Overpass. It was just a masterclass how to play it. And because the map hasn't really changed all that much, I love this map. I think it's a unique value proposition. You have to play it in such a different way to every other map in the pool.
Me too. I love the fact that it's a big map, you know, where rotations, they matter. If you miss-rotate, or if you don't make the rotation, especially on the T side, it's such a big map that can determine the outcome of a round. Another thing I want you to look out for right here is the CT side setup as well for FUT. You have Jukes and you have Demon, who I think are the two most interesting prospects of this team, defending that B bomb side, which we've seen from a lot of teams out there. That's the bomb side you kind of want to exploit ever since Overpass was reintroduced into the map pool. So I feel like that's a solid B defense, maybe one of the better B defense out there. And then don't take anything away from Longs and Symmetry for that matter as well, but they're also very solid on the A bomb side. Yeah,
I'm going A every gun round. Like I'm going B on the anti-ecos just to pretend that like I'm going B. Gun rounds, I'm playing default. I'm going A, right? Unless
tell me why are you going A?
Because their two best players are on B.
Yeah,
you know, like Symmetry gets caught sometimes.
There, like Demon, you know, when they do play this map, he doesn't necessarily pop up.
But I mean,
B, that's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. B stuff.
Lately, it's been better, and also they beat FURIA last time. They also beat Aurora yesterday on Overpass, and it being one of the least played maps for FUT, those are some good results. But as I said in the veto, I really like that FURIA picked this map. It's important for them long term, and it's great to play it against FUT. Why? Because they're a very aggressive CT side team, and that's going to challenge your default, and that's where your players need to step up. Like, you need to have good protocols in place to punish that aggression. Communication needs to be sharp between, you know, K-Serrado towards the B side of the map, and if someone else is with him, and Yikinder towards A, to understand where the pressure is coming from, where the gaps are, where there's space available to be taken, and that's what Overpass is all about. The map is too big for the Ts, too small for the CTs, so you almost have two groups working simultaneously, you know, on two sides of the map, and you really need to be able to individually take opportunities, take advantage of opportunities when they present themselves to you.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. So FURIA might have fallen on hard times, but this series isn't over, and you don't want to pass on watching the next map after this break.
Oh, but gold.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
FURIA coming into Cluj-Napoca off of a good performance in many's eyes, but maybe not in the players' eyes when they end up with a second place in there. And that's where we can start, Yikinder. How is life right now in the FURIA camp? Because there's obviously two ways to look at this.
Well, I mean, obviously there's a little bit of turbulence because if you're not the winner, you didn't do your best in a way. And to one side of the coin is it's like, oh, Zebu had a great performance, oh, Vitality is the best team in the world or whatever. To the second side of the coin is that like we felt that we could have won, and there was moments where we could have done better. And honestly, at some point it was a feeling that we lost to ourselves a little bit. Okay. And that's not taking away credit from Vitality, of course, and the players and everything. They're super good. They're here for a reason, and we respect them a lot. But we felt that we didn't showcase everything fully that we had, tournament after tournament, and we have to find the strength to kind of find the mental balance back and to just play.
Your role in the team, your voice in the team, helping out Fallen, coming back into playing well and finding your form again. Like, how has all of this come together to impact your confidence as a player and your kinder right now?
The very end of Liquid, my confidence was getting better and better, I felt like, especially after Singapore and during Shanghai Major. Unfortunately, like we had to make a change, so it's normal. I don't feel like bad about it or whatever. And then after I finally got an extended break for myself, I felt so motivated and so refreshed that I knew it's gonna work out, most likely, right? If I show my best and whatever. But of course, it's an amazing coincidence and an amazing thing that it is FURIA with these kind of players and people who supported me from the start till now, who are giving me all the space and giving me many opportunities to showcase my strong.
That environment is so important. We know that throughout, right, in all aspects of life. I just got to ask this other cheeky question. You're never going to change back from native now, right?
Oh yeah, no.
You're never changing. You're never going back.
Yeah, I switched. Was it in Astana when we had this conversation? Yeah, I switched back to my old stance, back to native, back to. I've changed many things and just stayed with it.
That's good. Yeah, this is what works for you, bro. We know this by now. This is all full positive.
Yeah, maybe 4x3 is a little bit, when I'm sitting so close to the monitor and the models are so fast, maybe it's a little bit too fast.
Too much for you, right? Maybe you could try something else, but I think right now you're good. Everything's working. Yeah. And obviously, Mirage, in terms of looking at your map pool now and back to the team, big improvements for you guys, right? Looks like a stronger map. Do you feel like you're slowly getting back to a better position than you were at the end of the year?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. At the end of the year, it's like we had very strong map pool, and that was one of the reasons why we were winning so much. And right now, at the start of the year, of course, you get studied, you understand some things are not working, or you have more potential that you think you have more potential. So you need to switch roles, you need to adapt how you play, you need to learn more things, because CS at the end of the day, it's like it's a never-stopping machine that you just have to constantly improve and adapt and change and whatever. And that was troubling at the start of the year because there was a lot of material that we needed to change and a lot of material that we needed adapting. And it didn't help that our Mirage dropped so low that everybody was punish picking against us. And because of that, we had to focus a lot more on Mirage. And everybody was punish picking at the start of Krakow, and then we were picking Mirage against very strong Mirage teams. At every game almost, every playoff game we picked Mirage, for example. So, and every playoff game we won. That's where your other maps started maybe dropping a little bit. And we knew we had to go over the other maps to just remind ourselves. Just to remember how do we play this map, what do we want to achieve, and everything like that. And I think it's been going into a great direction, and everything is going to be dependent on the officials because scrims don't really showcase your true power on the map, because on scrims situations are so unrealistic most of the time, especially like maps like Overpass or Inferno, where you cannot, you come to a tournament and you're going to play 5v5 endgame, T-side. Because you're going to take space, you're going to eventually, there's going to be 30 seconds left into the round and you're going to play a 5v5 endgame. Scrims, you can never replicate this setup. Teams are either going to be pushing balloons or going to be pushing bracket on Inferno, or they're going to be taking fighting banana, or they're going to be like something like this, and you can never replicate that. And this is something that we're only going to see during the event.
Well, I look forward to seeing it. Let's see how it goes for you, mate. Thank you very much for all of your time.
Thank you.
And good luck going into these games.
Thank you.
PGL Cluj-Napoca. We've got a second day of play and a second batch of games. Myself and Chatty B going to be guiding you through this one and the following. We get to see Vitality MongolZ later on. But first, we've got to find out if Lonks is going to get closer to meeting a home crowd. FURIA going to be trying to take him down on Overpass.
Well, now FUT have won 3 consecutive maps against FURIA online.
That means something.
It's a pretty good feat, pardon the pun. The confidence of the kids really playing in. Now, last time they played Overpass, it was online back at Bounty. That was a 13-5 hiding that FURIA copped. They picked it here today. They lost 2-0 in pistols, they lost 12-6 in opening duels, and they lost 4-2 in 1vx situations. Janko is saying he wants to see FURIA doing slow defaults with A finishes, citing Symmetry and Krabeni as the A defenders, the two heavy hitters. Jugs and Demon being combo locking down B. So let's see, can it be a pistol? FURIA yet to win one in the series. I think there's a lot to explore with what Janko was discussing there. Just scrolling back through to look at the last match. Graveni playing connector a lot to be disruptive. Symmetry is Overwatch, and then towards the end of the half, which was 10-2 on the CT side, 4-man A starts.
Let's see what Longs can do.
Yeah, a lot of company.
Yeah, and he is just going to be playing for that one and done. Does get it. Okay. And heavy info, right? You see the bomb on Yuri's back. You see multiple players. And now Krabeni spots out more progressions long. Okay, they are advancing.
Playing ahead of
the
this.
fight, yeah. Swings on him with a flashbang. Demon set him up for one. Yuri quick to the trade, puts us into an even keel, sailing in towards this site. Symmetry eats the flash. Demon on the line, ready for this fight, and not going to find the headshot on the first drive-by. Getting chipped away at, though.
And block smoke.
Yeah, makes things weird, and another bullet connected through the smoke. So
Great timing on that, because the T1 fades, and now it actually opens up the avenue for the fights for the CTs. They have to back off. There's 40 seconds left on the clock as of now. Hitting the brakes, two of them low. Footer in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they really are. They're going to need an individual here from FURIA to kind of bail them out of trouble. K-Serata's going to try and use that USP at range up on the boost, but
I know it's a 3v3. This feels impossible to win.
It does.
Unless they over-rotate, this feels impossible to win.
But look at the setup. It's so perfect. Dual Berettas, you've got Demon holding the cross, and he's good for that. You know he is. There's the first fight. Doesn't get the instant headshot. Bit more damage. Good one back. MongolZ does connect. The Dual Berettas from Jugs connecting. Oh, they're hitting the shot.
Have to plant.
He needs to clutch. He's going to run him down. He needs to deny. Look at that. The collateral USP kill. How often do you see that?
All right, into the scamper there to try and just cover the plant. They line up. They go down, and we'll make that 3 from 3 in the pistol department for FUT.
How often do you see a collateral pistol kill clutch?
Okay, well, that is a bit more high octane than I thought, but here it is. Just crumpling.
Yeah, shoulder and foot.
Longs is loving this.
He wants it, man. He wants one more win if you can get today.
Oh, tomorrow's going to be damn tough, isn't it? You got Falcons in that winning column. You're probably going to get Vitality later going up against the Mongols. MOUZ, the inevitability as far as playoffs are concerned. There'll be no easy matches if you do find yourself in that 2-0 bucket going into day 2. But Eco again from FURIA.
I like that there's a plan. You know, you've got a Desert Eagle and a flashbang. You're not just rolling over and dying. Well, you might be. You might. You might be in trouble. I think he's dead. Oh, Krabeni immediately puts an M4 into Fallen's hands. So already you've got something. God, you can even get a bomb plant. There'll be more! There it can now. MongolZ nailed the headshot. Oh, and Fallen with the recovered M4. Spiraling now. A disastrous second round for FUT. You could say the shoe is on the other foot now. FURIA take it.
Not a single kill in that one. That one's going to sting. All right, FURIA heading towards A. Krabeni goes down. And that wasn't in the way that Janko was hoping to see. But regardless, it is the A exploitation early.
Woof.
So he's pin divider. It was a dead, this one right here.
Yeah.
Absolute zinger from MongolZ.
Maybe even a double zinger. Well,
yeah, force by back.
That hurts.
5-man starting towards A. So establishing the crossfire with the Bathroom's control. Also onto connector. This is a decent setup to spring to action if they do take control of balloons. Miss Molly, it's good golly.
Yeah, that's not ideal at all.
Kind of added a level of concern to the pathing now.
Perfect placement if you throw this Molly.
They run away or push out.
Off his head, goes forward. Oh, messy for Fallen! And now Symmetry comes alive as well. Provides the covering headshot.
That's bomb down Party.
Yeah. Party crashed.
Now they're activating long. This is the same as what we saw on Mirage. Constantly in motion.
Well aware that could incite Longs to the push. Doesn't catch it, he is rounding the corner. Ooh, and not ready. Again, brilliant timing caught by Longs.
Well, B is clear, sure, but bomb down enemy territory, you might just be holding on to these. Yuri.
We got ourselves a bare knuckle brawl.
Yeah, and it's a great little move right there. You see the molly bounces off the head, flashes them forward. They didn't push back that divider player.
Who was that got caught? It was Fallen? Like the first, like from the push?
Fallen were the first two to go down in that.
Damn.
So we'll see how long the Force by Wars continue. Obviously, because in the nature of FURIA winning essentially that eco with the Deagle, they have a lot more cash that they can work with into the next.
You're going to want to scavenge a bit, right? These last 15 seconds. You get the FAMAS as well, AK M4. It's like the second round never happened.
Yeah, so it's still going to be tough for them, right, with the finances. Yakinda, Fallen, both with 3.5 at the moment. Doesn't matter that it's bottom of the barrel loss bonus. It can also be a drop from Quesarado over to MongolZ. So they will be able to get back in with a tidy-looking buy. Don't you worry about that. I wonder if Fallen wants to get it. No, I was going to say a little bit tricky with it. He had 5K. He could have dropped it all. Would have meant he had nothing. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen them make those sacrifices to set up MongolZ. But just coming back in. Second shot there from Cemetery. And then Lonks with the frag to confirm it.
MongolZ was so aware of the possibility. Very frustrated when he comes back and Lonks has just pipped the timing.
We're into the gun rounds.
Hell yeah.
Four.
Already a very entertaining overpass. What's in store for us in round 4?
Heavy A lane, so maybe looking to exploit the A defense. And Krabeni starting connector again, wanting to harass and slow that, but now he's actually pinned. Okay.
Headshot. Cemetery.
Through the smoke?
Yeah, I don't know how he found that instantly. Supported flash, Krabeni's here. Good angle for this. Ooh, tap the head. Quick double from Fallen.
You just go A now, sure.
Demon's lucky to get away with his life.
This moment, group up, look for the A finish. You got a couple of something around Fountain. Quesarado making sure there is no B push, and bomb loose over towards the ladder. Once the smoke comes in, and a gamble stack towards B in the interim.
It's going to be a slow finish.
Yeah. The Cemetery's still alive. Run past that bomb, but we'll eventually scavenge it. And right now, with the bomb heading towards B, this stack could pay off.
Audible reload. No flash, no one home. One spot out the barrels player.
Need to deal with him.
Yeah, swing on the flash though. Great team play on display once
Have to
more.
take
You've got to get out of there. Yakinda's off the bomb! It gets awkward now. Yuri and MongolZ are in con. Yeah, you push it, you push it. They're in the short pipe. One hell of a weird fight here. Need a double kill. Whoa! He's got them both. MongolZ secures the round. It got so awkward. MongolZ has bailed them out.
None of these rounds have been easy.
Crazy turn of events. Wow. This is my favorite overpass so far.
And with that timing there, Yakinda going around the world to take the bomb all the way back towards A, it would have got damn close regardless.
Bro, lovely
second. Great
second.
shooting. Yeah, ready for Krabeni. This is it. This is... Yakinda was brought low with the Cemetery spam earlier in the round. And they just line up, so 2 collapse in 4 rounds of play. But you know they're going to force buy back in. The war is not over.
Damn.
So what do they have to work with on this CT side? 4 for Lonks. For Demon as well. Pistol upgrades for Jugs and Cemetery, and then Krabeni with the FAMAS. So in the last Force buy, we saw them congregate around bathrooms and connector. This time, what type of move do they have in store? Get out on top of them now, FURIA. You're going to be set for a decent haul of rounds already, and it looks like this one might be quicker over towards B.
They start 4B. FUT are in the right place to receive this. T-smoke, they're going to push through it. This is cheeky. An all-in maneuver. Just blocking them, starts spamming away with a 5-7. Lovely double out of Lonks. Shuts down the short prong. Big one from Fallen. A headshot onto Demon. Mantles up, tries to delay it, but a good angle from under the boards. Cemetery removes him, puts it all on the forefront of the fight. That's a great catch. Lonks and Cemetery say no. Try again. Fast B denied.
Yeah, that little cheeky play, they just stuffed them in that smoke. The immediate response to that. So the pace change, it doesn't work, and well, do we continue?
I really, really like the idea from FURIA, like extinguishing your own like short molly.
Yeah, so not that expectation, or just transferring into the second there. Very well done. These kids are ready to brawl in every moment, but the Force by Wars, they're not over.
Holy.
An AK brought in for Yakinda, the rest on the pistols. Now, one they've tried to deal with the shock and awe. If they had defaulted in that round, used the advantages they had with the weapons and the util, you're not playing heads-up CS. So a confident call goes wrong.
And those are the rounds.
To teeter.
They can knock your confidence a bit on the calling department. Obviously, perhaps not for a veteran like Fallen, but you call something that is so all-in on such a pivotal round.
Yeah, you could have essentially had 4 rounds within the first handful played, and that's par for the course right there on Overpass. Now you're going to have to work hard for this. Can we continue to scrap? Although you can see with the util at the backlines right there, the smoke and the flashes. The plan changes after another monster block smoke comes in. Fallen whirring through connector. Flash, and nobody spams. They're not going to give this up as the point man, Yakinda, working forward.
Launched perfectly, primed and ready. Oh, it's all too easy. The B site is closed. No access granted. Jugs double. Fallen late arrival. Short distracts, but Fallen's caught. And they keep it pretty damn clean. Just the one casualty. FUT have seized control of the CT side.
Again, I want to return to the death segment there and talking about, defaulting towards A, or just defaulting and then finishing A.
Yeah.
You need the AWP on MongolZ, you need everybody with full sets of nades, and you need patience.
And a Force by War.
You're really just pushing your full buys until late into the game. So MongolZ is not going to have an AWP for some time. Take a look at his finances right now.
13.
Yeah, look, they're going to try and hook him up. So if they can get a plant, if somebody can get a couple of kills, they've already won a round with very little. They know they can do it again, and it looks like they're going back to that similar approach which found them success earlier against Kraveni and Cemetery. This time, there's 3 towards 8. 2 long fighting.
Yeah, ready to fight. Gets the info safely.
Swinging.
Straight away. They're not playing scared. They just want to fight. They just want to biff. They want to brawl. Kraveni tracks the swing of Fallen, and yeah, happy to thrive in this environment.
Okay, can't get picked apart at the seams here if you just shove that fight to them.
Damn. Very oppressive CT side. Lovely to see. Cemetery as well has been stepping up. Some really impactful contributions in the early rounds.
So still won't be an AWP in the mix here.
Nope.
Unable to bring that out on the T side just yet.
And you're over halfway through your T side, so you're not going to get those defaults.
It's going to be waylaid, unless you can take it away from Cemetery, who has one now. So 5-2, 3-round gap. Oh, it's favoring FUT again. And when they went toe-to-toe online, a couple of weeks now, it was a 10-2 CT half. I said they dominated in terms of pistols, 2-0, opening kills 12-6, and clutches 4-2.
Go on. Pisarata ready and waiting. Full blind for the second headshot. Removes Demon. Aggression this time has been thwarted.
Have to convert this one now.
Oh, you must. Kraveni's could be a difference maker with his forward position on long.
Yeah, if they do try and trundle through bathrooms and they get too focused on Cemetery here, Kraveni could activate, but it's going to be more one and get away than a multi from the timing there.
Okay, he's starting to activate. Could be a world where he's behind him.
Really needs to get the timing against MongolZ.
MongolZ's holding for it. Still wins the duel, though.
Bomb loose.
Okay, bomb down Fountain. Fallen task with retrieval.
55 seconds.
Yakinda's got him pinned. Feeling very uncomfortable. Could be nice HE.
Deathmatch right now for Kraveni.
Deathmatch for Kraveni. He's getting surrounded. Nice one from Longs. Activates on the short side. It's slipping out of FURIA's grasp. Things could get complicated. They already have, and now Cemetery's caught Yakinda toilets. The support arrives in time. Important from Fallen. He can get the bomb, and they don't have the sight. A difference-making frag. Long smirking.
Yeah, gotta pick which side they want to finish right now. 30 seconds, Fallen in the 1v2.
Wow.
Walking towards A, has the AWP to deal with. Jump spotting right now.
Cemetery should be able to confirm his location shortly.
He's past the line of sight.
He's done well. Maybe over-rotates, leaves the sight.
Okay, Fallen. Oh.
Okay, back dumpster. Does he pull out the smoke or does he just go for the plant? Molly bang can go. Cemetery walks in.
Oh!
Spots him. Oh, gets him off the bomb! He's lost the round! Cemetery kills him as well. Brutal for Fallen.
That's a 3v5.
A 3v5.
That is a 3v5.
Really had to be FURIA's They had to convert that two-man advantage. K-Serato gave you a gift, and you've just thrown it in the bin.
Yeah, that is, I think rubbish would probably be the word to describe that from Furia right there. MongolZ goes down, the bomb's loose, and then isolated towards long. Krebeni's fighting players 180 degrees, flicking between those fights. Such great output there for the in-game leader. And again, Furia back down to another just partial buy.
I just really enjoyed seeing Symmetry kind of bail him out as well, arrive in time to finish the job onto Yakinda. Krebeni getting away with that chaos. Now Symmetry in a forward position. He's not going to overstay, knows there's a timing from the playground side.
This is 4 straight without a plant.
Yeah, I mean, their finances reflect that.
There will be the MongolZ AWP in the next round. That needs to be the conversation shifter.
Only took him 10 rounds. Not been ideal in this battle for early economic supremacy.
A little bit uncertain right now with the setup. They don't have too much information at all. So Symmetry could just be flashed and overrun.
Well timed.
There you go.
He's going to flash him forward. They're going through the flames. He hears that. Quick reaction. Throws out a divider smoke to try and give him some space to maneuver.
The side,
he has conceded the space on the site. There's no denying that. Real chance here. Long's getting a bit chaotic as well. Behind the smoke, bomb will be planted. Furia, this is a must convert. You've gotten the space you needed. Still, though, this retake, it's well armored, it's well equipped. 3 coming in from one side. Who makes that first move? Hoping the fight comes their way, and it does. Fallen loses his head. Demon destroys. Scope, heard, searching. On the pixel, misses his chance. Now they come on out. The double kill from MongolZ denied. It's Demon, good for it. And Yakinda falls. K-Serato detached. A diffuser certainty. FUT finds 7. Sure, you talked about the plant. There's a little silver lining, but fast running out of opportunities.
In that situation, people might question why Furia decided to take the fight, right? To not just set up the crossfires. When you have the lower buy, you have to make a move. Otherwise, you're just sitting ducks on the site. So they try and take that fight towards drop down in CT. It doesn't go their way, opening incision. And at that point, it gets a little bit dicey. Only a couple of kits in play, but all good in the hood. The kids continue to hit the shots. This is what I'm talking about. Fallen knows, boys, we cannot just sit on the site, and there's no way that we can just play from far. If you don't have the weapon for the job, and if they have a smoke, we're going to lose the round guaranteed.
Right.
Just not as coordinated and didn't have utility, but that's what happens when you're in this terrible pattern with the buys. You can see here, Pistol win, forced by back, one of their own with the 5-7s. And Furia kept that fight up, but then the B rush, and now it is 5 straight. So 7-2. Yeah, again, overpass T side of Furia can still salvage 1 to 2 more rounds. There's no reason they can't get themselves back into it on the CT side. It's mainly going to be mental for them. You lost Mirage. It's a map you had 6 in a row, turning into a bit more of a strength than a weakness. And the type of rounds that you've lost as well, that'll cause frustration within the Furia camp.
Serato undeterred by the flashbang in his face, keeps parding on through to apply that short pressure. Long's boosted up. Looking for that sightline onto Yuri, and yeah, okay, not going to be able to take him down. Confirms that they've lost Con.
Well, now with the first full buy, right, they had everything that they need to do that slow default into an A. Got the AWP to take either that divider line or the long line while the rifles work. You got the flashes to push the enemy AWP off of those angles. Team flashes not helping, but still sector clear. Any divider, Symmetry taking the angle, and with the long flashes, someone will have to come back and address that potential at one point, but short fight first.
Yeah, it's K-Serato to be cleared out. Will he get 2 of them again? Jokes confirms him, gets away from it. Good covering fire. Yuri and K-Serato take a bite.
Another 3v5.
Yeah, this one can't be lost. MongolZ on the uncrowd. Nice shot from both. Yakinda, though, ready to punish Krebeni's activation. That's now even better. How about a 2v5? Unlosable, as you would say. Especially now missing that shot. Now his position, he's kind of committed to this. Longs onto K-Serato, disconnected. It has to be a dead man. Symmetry hoping for the Deagle headshot, a little supporting flashbang. He's not going to peek off of it. 2 getting past him. Yakinda will clear it. So he should be ready.
That short fight not going their way again.
Yeah.
This time it's the follow-up frags coming in from Furia that do make the difference. So we'll call that 3 as the bomb gets planted, and also going to hold on to this AK-47.
I think if you're FUT, you're going to be really, thinking twice about pushing the short side now. That's twice it's not gone well for you. I mean, I say that. They did win the 3v5 previously, but...
yeah, giving away those openings, right? It is just putting a lot more pressure on them.
I
don't know if Long's going to hold on to this. Okay, well... Fallen looking the other way, but now they know exactly where he is. So triangulating this position. So far he could have gotten, and I'm sure MongolZ has him head to rights if he steps into this.
If you're MongolZ, you can just go for it.
Yeah, just take a
random
shot, why not,
wallbang.
right?
Just go for a random wallbang.
Terrorists win.
Just a single bullet. Click of the mouse. Gets away with it.
Okay, so AK saved, and with the full buys coming through, you need to take a look at what's left. MongolZ will be able to buy to the last round of play. Jugs will be the same. Everybody bar Cemetery is going to be in a tough spot. So there's assuming nothing is saved. It's assuming they lose the round. FUT could just bounce back immediately. Nothing consecutive on this T side for FURIA just yet. Not really having to work through the motions of the default when the fights are coming your way, but double nades, Yakinda low.
Yeah, lovely double nade. Great connection onto Yakinda. Going for the MongolZ. Here's MongolZ.
Yeah, well, they've just flubbed that connector volleys. That's going to slow things right down. Unconfirmed damage, but Lonks on notice now.
It's Serato. Okay, he's just behind the short smoke. He didn't want to go for it early again. Late flash gets in that space.
Haven't really made any progressions over to A just yet, right? That bathroom smoke just comes in now. This does feel like it will be the B finish.
Yeah, that wallbang from MongolZ could have serious ramifications to the capacity for these three-man defense. Demon's going to tuck anti, Jug's going to be jiggling for that info. No smoke remains, so it's just going to be, what, a jiggle and an incendiary to react. Okay, there's the info, holding on to his incendiary as long as he can. 30 seconds.
Rotation's miles away. They're committed bathrooms. Has to be these three.
Pass to the U-turn, watch, flash and go. Demon's tugged, Demon's found. Big from Fallen gets the entry, now breaking through. Demon, a lot more from Jug. Steps on in for three! Outrageous multi, still not a guarantee. Flash is perfect, MongolZ ahead of it, could have lost his life. Gets away with just, what, 5 points of health. Should be seeing that bomb go down. 1 versus 2 for Cemetery. Ooh, can't stop him, can't stop him. Covering fire is there from Yuri. FURIA 4, FUT 7.
Okay, that triple kill. Just moving with that M4, not stopping, looking absolutely perfect.
I mean, especially, he kills MongolZ, he's won the round. It's 5 points of damage a difference.
So FURIA have salvaged this.
Yeah.
This down to still a large gap, but 5 on the table. Just not stopping, is he?
Love that. And you don't get that with an M4A1.
Oof. Young man frustrations after a good round. Cemetery's been dropped in all. So they have been able to make this work.
Yeah, lie on the nades.
Stop them on Mirage, let's see.
Haven't seen much of that, you know, Krabeni fighting Con that we did see and discuss previously. This time it does look like he's going to be partnered up with Lonks. Haven't seen that partnership since the 5-7 Force. Yuri's been kind of getting it for free. This time he's going to have to work for it. Oh. Yeah.
Tough to go forward now if you're Yuri, even with Serato here.
Smoke, just a little question mark for the B defense.
They're playing a retake setup on B right now from Graffiti in CT.
Yakinda wants to flash, and it's the right call because there is an AWP on that line. Nice reaction, just puts his head straight in the crosshair of Yakinda. Great opening kill, anticipating Yuri's reaction. Ooh, he's quick to it. Krabeni down, man advantage, FURIA. What's Cemetery up to? He's staying forward. I'm not sure if Fallen's going to be expecting this, so he is now. Yuri's got the info. Surrounded on the exit, should be a dead man warning shot. Quick reaction, Cemetery. Combat AWPing in the bathrooms. Good cover from MongolZ, catches him on the exit.
They gotta get this bomb, there's 30 seconds left. They try and finish through long.
Demon's reacted here. Yeah, this is actually really promising, especially if Jugs can come and lend a hand. Great flash, beautiful. Yuri profits.
Teamwork on display.
Just Jugs.
1v3.
What have you got? More needed. Second available. Serato holds on. What a recovery.
Yeah, 5 rounds. Should be more than enough right now for FURIA to make this one a 3-mapper.
Yeah, just 3 back-to-back rounds on the way out the door there. You can see that KScerato's got a little smile of confidence as he feels they've secured enough. On the harder side, it didn't look like it was going to go that way for a while. A couple of very convincing CT rounds. FUT just kind of losing their grip. Tail end of that defense.
Still yet to win a pistol, though, our FURIA.
Yeah, that does have to change.
So, look, it is just going to make this a tight game scoreline-wise if they don't convert this one. But if they do, they can start to rack up the rounds quite quickly. So a lot in this for FUT if they want to get done in 2-0 fashion, like they did in Krakow. That was a win on Mirage and Dust 2. Anubis will be our third and decider of this one. Didn't get away with dominating those opening duels in the same way they did last time. As the buys start to take shape, you can see Krabeni here with the util smoke double flash. Kevlar for everybody else. Julbred has dropped over to KScerato. Fallen with the flash to facilitate. Yuri with the smoke to block. Likely just to see a 4-1 from the CT is pretty standard. That's how they're going to open.
Okay, Yukinda's got to back away. They've got the bodies here. KScerato, perfect placement of those initial bullets. Burst down 2. Demon. Oh, very quick to adjust. Yukinda, however, that extra body does enough to pull FURIA into this 3-on-1. Just Krabeni remains and spots out Heaven. Going to get surrounded, back turned as Yukinda profits. They finally get themselves a pistol. Is that going to be smooth sailing to Anubis now?
Just curious to see if we get a FUT force buy or if they take an eco and then bring out the guns into the next with no plan. It would be a very limited one at that. It's a big decision to be made in the early stages of this. They are going in with the buy. So Tech 9s are plenty. A bunch of smokes too. Very quick and heavy forces. Springing to life. Keeping the gap right now of Long. If they get the staging area, this could be a strong execute. Right? They can smoke off the dice box, or they can do bank and CT. They have a molly in the side, and the rally of flashes could be a real difference maker. Okay, question mark smoke drop. What lies behind that? Yukinda calling Con clear. In the meantime, they've taken bathroom step made. MongolZ essentially on his own. Look at the radar right now. You can see just that isolated site.
KScerato ready to receive them here. Got a good angle for it, but no commitment.
Rotation coming over now. Yuri will be joining this defense on A. They still have nades for the finish. Handful of smokes, flashes, and that molly.
Does MongolZ want to approach this? That smoke will start to fade. Head-to-head versus Lonx's Tech 9. Yukinda's flank coming in. Lonx dead man. Big find from MongolZ now. Yukinda ready to activate. They're distracted as they start to commit. Yukinda chips away another. Krabeni removed. Comfortable. Super comfortable in that second round. All of their pennies, all for naught.
I wonder why it took them so long to get that execute ready, right? Maybe they wanted to wait for the smoke to fade along where Lonx was, but
I think they wanted
fading before
something.
the nades started to come in. A little bit late on that, but we tie things up and it will be the eco now. FURIA should be looking good to keep things running. That's 3 at the tail end of that first half. Now 2 to start off the second. It'll be a 6-round run with this one. It's Deagles they have to get by.
Up, isn't he? Couple of bullets shy onto Cemetery.
Yeah, making that alt money. Just continuing to fight it. This thing shreds. I'll just jugs to find right now.
The MP7, the renaissance of the MP7. Actually, no, it never had a chance.
No. It is essentially the MP5 though from Source days. So that's going back ancient history, but yeah, the MP9 was just better. All right,
it's nice
well,
to see some competition.
No crazy reactions out of the FURIA camp.
Yeah, let's play with these guns.
Okay, I'm going to stick with these MP7s. Fallen, one of the great facilitators, right? There's a lot of time you see Yakinda doing the talking. Fallen's still the authority, but he's got faith in the troops, and Yakinda's a really strong piece to have, especially on the CT side with the positions that he plays. So going to be starting 4A on the defense right now with just K-Serato into this B bomb site. 2-2-1. We got a FUT to open. Quickly to get past some of these SMGs.
MongolZ could be a little bit in trouble here. He's gotten away with it. Doesn't fully concede the space here. Yakinda just beheaded. Lorx opens up the account, and Krabeni builds on top of it. Fallen, he wants to stand and bang. Hoping to be overlooked. It is a tough clear for the T side. They double line up, just like that. Fallen punishes bad spacing.
Yeah. See, it was considered, but not by both. And now Symmetry.
It's a couple of times we've seen for like the MongolZ 1v2 where they're just kind of making it a little easy for the spray. Grouped up.
Sometimes, right, this is where you do need to bait in that situation, right? Let one man take that space. Everybody wanting to be the team player, finish it off, make the move. And as mentioned, probably not expecting the 4-man ace start, fall in that unknown piece. So he's able to profit with the double. And he's actually tracking them down. Piping through connector. It's just the Brazilians left to finish this off and grab the 9th.
He's got a good time. Jugs wins it out. K-Serato likely to be able to catch Jugs. Stands a toe out of line. Symmetry lines up, and it's a quick headshot. Lovely burst to the brain. Going for the plant, a team player. K-Serato not going to just a half a second before he could get the extra cash.
Okay, 4 straight now. Not a plant in any of them, just denied right there. Max lost bonus in place, so next round can be all the gunnies. But running away with things. 7 consecutive at this point.
Yeah, T-side not working or feeling particularly confident in it.
I did like the idea that with the partial they had before, they take the long space. Now they're going to have to worry about an AWP, so that's going to become a whole lot more difficult. Might just see them go into something B-centric in this moment. Timeout taken, conversation had, and buy starting to take shape, but
it's been a while since they won a round. You can see that run. 3 at the tail end of that first half, and now 4 to start off CT. So 7-round gap since FUT last felt the taste of victory on their tongue.
Interesting how this buys worked out. Ended up bringing in an AK. It's like, wow.
Whoa. K-Serato knows his wall bangs. Jugs ripped out of the round. Looks like Demon's going to suffer a similar fate here. Just a little run crouch. Removes 2 pieces of this T side before they can even get going. Flash is perfect. Going to throw. Actually okay if you hit another weird turn of events on the monster pipe.
Yeah, haven't had these spurts of multi-kills from Demon in this one. Mirage, that's where they were able to get a couple of their key rounds under the pistol and the conversions, but about to be 10 for FURIA.
Flashed, hunted.
He's not going to get much done with his AK, is he? Down by K-Serato on the way out. And last round was the only round in these 5 on the second half where they've been able to find an opening kill. So, look, we've only played 5 in the second half, but we're not establishing the defaults. We're not going through the motions. And that's just the way she goes, especially with the bomb not going down. Unable to stay threatening. You know, FURIA had the force by wars in that patch of 5. And then it was the way that they closed the half to get themselves more than a recovery.
That's the extinguished smoke, so maybe something fast short. Is on the way. The same wallbang attempt from K-Serato.
other information that MongolZ has right now.
Oh, he's already got full info fountain.
Yeah, just they know it's not A.
And Yuri not going to be caught by the Molotov, and Demon's just going to waltz past him. He's going to be really in a prime position to catch him as they progress short side. Serato ready to receive. Fallen up close, ready for that instant reaction. Ahead of the flashback, launch good one to one. Fallen's having a good one, caught jumping. Accidental or otherwise, Yuri could have caught Krabeni. Gets away with the bomb.
Yeah, you don't know how bad this is about to get, boys.
Yeah, look at Demon. You're not anticipating this. Just walk straight past.
Oh, you have to know. You have to know.
Yeah, he's in the smoke. I bumped into him. I've got him. Nice from Demon. A quiet half from him, but removes Yuri that could have completely destabilized this. The best attempt we've seen from FUT to get themselves around on this T side. Still evidence that there is going to be a competition in this second half.
I need a couple more of those to break the money. Serato has 11K, so there is a few more buys you have to break through if you want to put FURIA in a tough spot. Didn't even get the opening, but able to trade through quite nicely there, and it's just the hijinks in the smoke, that difference maker. That kill really tips the tide of battle. So they will break the streak.
They're coming your way, MongolZ. He stays calm. Tucks on in. 3, 2, and they'll let him have it. Plenty of cash. Oodles of it.
I can do a simple pick if you want. But
Not going to be easy to see this 2-0 taking shape now, is it? It's a start.
Yeah,
but you've got to have to do it against the fully bought up FURIA round after round.
Serato's got 7.7, 5.8 on MongolZ, so there is at least one more buy available. So you need to get through 2 more gun rounds.
Oh, that's a nice opener. Lonks is having a great start.
Number 2 of the second half. Need to build on that.
Sets himself up with the smoke break, removes a piece of the FURIA defense. Again, Demon with his pathing through Con, out for the short fight. Protocols from mid-control.
They do finish A. This is where MongolZ's AWP is. So the util needs to be on point, otherwise he's just going to pick them apart.
Plays forward. Confident in his ability for the multi. Could be getting overwhelmed here. Krabeni and Cemetery should be able to at least provide a trade as he backs himself away. He's not anticipating so close and caught with his knife out. Knife to a gunfight. The site lost.
It's the better of the options right now for FURIA. You need to elongate these gun rounds. Right? I know I'm saying there's a lot of cash left on a couple of members, but it can be gone damn quick because your loss bonus just starting to tick up now. It's 1900 into the next. The back half look to save enemy territory right now. If they can get out the AWP again, they can drop a gun across to Yakinda and they should be all good. So the key right now is we might see FURIA go for a bunch of saves if they continue to lose sights in this fashion, because as the loss bonus builds, they keep saving guns, they're going to be able to keep buying throughout. But now it is just a one-round game. Cemetery does get the T-side AWP, so that'll be a little bit of a difference maker.
I want to know what simple is.
Well, he wanted to do it last round, but they couldn't get him an AWP.
Right.
So has an AWP now, can go for the peak.
Yeah, it's going to be a peak if it's a simple. An early one, perhaps.
It's a FURIA timeout. So both coaches on the mic.
Coolio and Sid.
You kind of want to snuff this out as quickly as you can, FURIA, but it is not going to be easy, right? You've lost that opening duel to Lonks on A, and then they've found a perfect timing on MongolZ. He's going to be very frustrated with that death. But are you able to pull off that again, right? Krabeni there making that move. Looks beautiful, but could go the other way. Could just walk out and be caught by the AWP.
symmetry. Okay, Lonks has his gun out.
Another opener for Lonks, and on Yakinda again.
3 already from him. And that immediately puts the CT side into kind of a tailspin, right? You start pulling resources off of one site. Yuri plays forward.
Yeah, the goal for a player like Yakinda is to be able to get fountain control or stay upper bathrooms, be a nuisance around connector. It's not to go down immediately. There's absolutely no way he's expecting 4 players just to brave through that smoke and be in his face. Lonks below half. Jug's damaged as well, but they've established all of this space, right? They're clearing out bathrooms now. It's up to flush out connector and bench. Yuri could activate on a timing if there starts to be util play elsewhere to tell that they aren't grabbing real estate on the other side of the map.
Yuri will react correctly before throwing a second piece of util, just runs him down.
And calls it clear, so it's A fake. They know what to be.
Okay, Fallen. Gonna try and throw out the smoke a bit too late for that. Still wins the headshot. Nails it onto Lonks. Massive entries from Demon and Jugs.
So they give this a go. These saves, it can help Furia have much better buy into the next. Maybe go fishing, have a look, see what comes your way.
Yeah, see if you can on the smoke spam. Yuri, bit of a half-hearted attempt and will back away. As you've highlighted now, finances will become a discussion. You're gonna have to save. Ooh, opportunity to go.
Yuri can drop one. Kesrada can buy himself.
That's the 3rd consecutive. Slowly exhausting the Furia coffers.
They're doing it the hard way, right? On this T side of Overpass, it's a dream if you can win the pistol or you can win like a low buy and catch them. This is 3 straight rifle rounds they're having a breakthrough. And Lonks, he really wants that shot in the 2-0 bucket tomorrow. He is getting 2 great openers. This time, you would assume he's either going to say, sorry, boys, or he's going to get told off. Either way, if he's going to go aggressive, he needs more teammates with him to trade, or they need to reel it in, because that's a key. Giving away opening kills over towards A within the opening exchange of the round, it can't happen again.
Right, like Overpass is one of those ones where you could just have start MongolZ on dice and just he's jump spotting, doing nothing. At least you don't start 4v5.
Yeah, so it could just be a much more of a passive stance right now, but Yakinda's been given an AK to go again.
MongolZ starts long side.
Yeah, you still want to keep it transitional, right? You want to make sure they're having to work for this space, but you cannot be getting caught off guard with the opener. This is a boost to try and find the player heaven. Pretty home. Peppering there, but he has disconnected control, so this is going to help them rotate between the sides. The next stage needs to be pushing off of party bathrooms divider, so you guarantee that little courtyard.
Will Lonks find another opening kill?
He's currently 6 and 3.
Pretty damn good ratio.
So here's the gap. Right now, they have to acknowledge the fact that they can push through. Bathrooms or Banana to get in towards that A site. So does somebody leave B to pick that up?
Yeah, Lonks is going to try and sell something. Be too believable.
Need to be careful with this as an orb he could be jiggling into.
Serato swallows it.
Hard to reset the round at the moment. You didn't push back long. You didn't really investigate bathrooms. Yakinda calling it clear. They're ahead of the lurk smoke that was front A. If you do go back up now, you're going to be running the gauntlet. These fights are not going to be 50-50. The CT should have...
I mean, unless Yakinda gets caught here, gets a bit overzealous. He is getting further forward than perhaps Lonks is ready for, though.
Oh!
Looks away! Oh, disaster has struck. MongolZ sprinting over to try and pick up the pieces, but they might just lose the site. 5 members stampede towards the site. MongolZ in the pop of the smoke still adjusts. Makes it a 4-on-4. This is a fair retake now. Apply some pressure with the break on the bank smoke. Crossfire already established. Flank held by Krabeni. They can all focus forward. Blocked at the door by the smoke grenade. Comfortable for Furia. Last of the Molotovs. Could use this flash. Nice lineup from Joke's going to try and delay back further. Ooh, he controls it. Massive from Lonks. His second contribution. They've got to get out of there. He wants to hunt them. He knows economic damage is on the menu. Good cover from Yuri gets them out.
No doubt about it. It's head-to-head. Lonks versus Yakinda in these opening kills. And this one comes so late in the piece. Temperature keeps hunting. He goes down short. Yuri down with the ship. That one is going to sting as Lonks does out another roll. These young guns pushing Furia right now. 7-5 in the first half. You think it's enough. You get the pistol, you go on a run of your own, and right now FUT have taken the lead. They are breaking through gun round after gun round, 4 straight.
Oh, if you're Yakinda, you do feel a bit silly, don't you? Another nasty death from Lawrence. MongolZ did his very best, an impressive shot, but yeah, just locked out. So it's a tough site to retake when they've got a couple of nades to rot the clock.
Well, the residual cash and those saves come in and they can buy again. Another gun round for FUT to get through, and now it's max loss bonus in play.
They've won 4 gun rounds in a row.
It'll have to be gun rounds to get it done.
All right, gun round number 5. Is it available? A boost this time. Keserato might be spamming smokes. Are they holding for it? Nade the smoke, and a nice opening. Oh, but punished. Nice reaction out of Demon. Long silence is Yakinda. A tale as old as time. He's got cover from MongolZ though. He ain't committing.
With them split 2-2 right now, B finish. They trade efficiently, they're in the side, they play out a 2v2. On B, Yakinda dropping back, worried about long. Flash towards short, hoping to hear a spam or a sound cue, draw something out of FUT. Sub 60 seconds. They got smokes, flashes, and a molly. Smoke off heaven, get the molly towards barrels, maybe the ramp, flashes in and go.
Just going to be Yuri and Fallen with a lot of work to do.
They smoke heaven again. It's like they're doing this in 2 phases.
Oh, good find. Didn't actually convert onto Krabeni. Reveals Fallen's position, forces him to tuck back on towards the ramp side. Oh, he's been spotted out. Now Yuri will activate. Perfect. Double kill. Make it another for Yuri. Repels the invaders competently and confidently. Krabeni's just going to retreat. Last seen monster.
Okay, well, tied up again. Legs 11 right now. No loss bonus for Krabeni.
That's how you want to see it played when there's just 2 of them, right? I love that idea from Fallen. Just shows face, draws attention, and then Yuri profits from the diverted crosshairs. Works out wonderfully.
So how much do they value the AWP? Jugs can drop one, Sandwich can get it for sure. There's no doubt about that. Demon a little bit light on, though, at 3.3. So it could just be a case of maybe go the AKs or Sandwich could drop an AK, take the AWP, everybody will be good. It just depends on, he's in with the AK. So it's telling me they want to do something rifle-centric right now. They don't feel that they need this AWP on the T side to find these incisions. Again, you get 3 straight rounds because Longs gets the opening kill. The fact it happened that many times was already maybe too many times. So you can't rely on that happening again. The ones who are in the financial troubles are FUT. They lose this, FURIA get up to 12. For them, it's only going to be the 1900 coming into the next. It's 2400 for that of FURIA. So and they've all got a bit of residual cash. This is very important for FUT to do it right here, right now, or it will be a low buy to try and push it into OT.
Everything to play for.
Absolute worst way this can go for FUT is if they just get picked apart by MongolZ or while trying to go through the stages of the default. Different waypoints on overpass, right? Oh, we have this. Okay, what's their option? What space do we want? Right now, this is very heavy towards A standard 3-1-1.
Classic setup from Yakinda and MongolZ. I used to call this one the device or the Astralis.
Yuri cheating over now as well, playing retake on B. They've got a read on this.
It's a good setup. It's going to be really hard to break. Such a round. Longs this time an opening death, and then Yakinda with the follow-up. They do just get shredded. Another one available. Demon not going to get chasing, but the bomb's been delivered to Furia's front door. Bit of nade damage, not the end of the world. Jugs hoping to try and catch something, but they're even flashing for it. It's a free frag. He has missed it. No problems here. There is problems. MongolZ does get caught.
Time is so against them here.
Got the bomb back. Eat your teammate's nade, and now
so
you're worried about the smoke. Where did Yakinda go?
Got to break in now, boys, or you're going to have to save, and you're boxed in around the world.
So uncomfortable. They're going to have to do something heroic here. Jugs will swing through. All too easy. Yuri's on the site. FURIA take 12, and as you highlighted, They're not going to have all their pennies for this last round of regulation looking set for Anubis.
And that's just the nightmare fuel right there, because they think they're going to get some space. They think they've probably forced them to turtle up into the site with all those entries. So they're trying to take bathrooms control and not use a lot of nades. Not flash, not molly deep to push that line away. And they walk in and they just get picked apart one by one. The trade potential in those corridors quite low, and when they swing out, Yakinda's there to stall them. Sure, he gave away a couple of opening deaths to put him in this position, but right there, the combo of Yakinda and MongolZ on A could be enough to close it. AK, 2 Galils, 2 pistols. A tough round ahead for FUT.
Yeah, not going to be easy. MongolZ's even bringing aggression into the mix. Oh, just like that, Lunks. Another tough opening death to stomach. Yakinda, in the meantime, did get met by the Galil of Krabeni, so goes both ways. And winnable round.
I think right now, group up and do the snake, right? What we see Apex calling at least a Vitality once upon a time. Make some bold assumptions. Get the path in quick and explode. Hit the shot, you're in the site, it'll be a retake. Easier said than done with MongolZ on the site. Look at a path back through long with the lion's share of the bodies here. Asking for the utils to set this up.
MongolZ plays forward.
Yuri's rotated in.
Jumps, confirms bodies long. Nice play with the smoke break info jump play. Sportive flash has even been thrown over by B. 3 on 3.
Rotation's on the way. Conceding the site for now. They'll play this together.
Facilitates the plant. Cemetery gets that code punched in. Playing ahead. Krabeni wants to fight. Hoping to be overlooked by Yuri on the way back in.
He's fully committed now.
He is. And they're flashed in. Confirms Yuri's position. Now the 2 pushing the smoke. He's not looking. Krabeni! Oh! Quick reactions! Puts us into the 2-on-2. Cemetery a chance. Ready for Yuri. Jugs with cover. It's a 1v2 clutch. Oh! And the transfer's not there. Overtime required.
That is a hard-fought round, and Krabeni with some impact in that. He's the one to find the opener on Yakinda. Add another one to his opening deaths on the CT side. That's a tough round to piece together. That is stressful for the close. That one right down to the wire. We go again. First to 16, 15, 15. We go into double OT. It's this one. Looking the wrong way. MongolZ blindsided. Krabeni staying assertive and aggressive. Gets that kill, and this is where it starts to spiral. Aim on display.
Good round from Jugs.
Yeah, and just grouping up there, staying in those pairs. And they're still in it to win it. We're back underway.
Chip damage lands on the boost setup. So they're definitely considering it. Stays crowned into B. Krabeni receives. Putting death for K-Serato. You don't say that often.
Not in the position to immediately cascade and they didn't have presence monster. They weren't casted up for that type of a finish. So you knew that there's 2 players having to be committed to that boost, but now they can just play out the man advantage. Again, the biggest concern, walking and just getting picked apart by the AWP. You look at the util they have available. They can be diligent with their flashes. They can use their smokes liberally.
How does one play out the man advantage?
So they are going for this A finish. There's so much to concern yourself with. And Yakinda holding onto a smoke and the incendiary for the block. So the timing on these jumps for info. One of the difference makers is he's actually going to use that smoke to assist that B defense.
He's going to really regret that. He feels the pressure, realizing he has nothing to block the long side. Now he spots them out on the jump. It was just one spotted.
Rotation not on the
now
way yet.
Now this util spotted, he really is going to need help.
He's on an island. There is no help coming.
Yeah, he's in so much trouble. Now they're starting to rotate over. Yakinda, he's in jeopardy. Rotation from Yuri. MongolZ does trot over. Good find. Nearly the second. Cemetery puts it down through the smoke, but punished. Double kill. Taps the head, does Demon. Put together first gun round. Fallen just catching one on the way out, but he has turned tail. FUT take the first. Feels a lot better when, you know, the finances have been reset. They were doing it on hard mode and regulation. Now you get all the bells, all the whistles, all the nades, and an opening kill.
Walk into this.
Thank you very much. Krabeni wins out.
Okay, so you lose another one of those, FURIA, and you're going to have nothing for the third and deciding round of this one.
This from Cemetery's perspective. It's fine.
Yeah, just so ready to fight, right? Oof. Coming from Demon. Just peppering away and snatches it away. FURIA will take their overtime timeout. Bonus for every set of OT we make it into. This right there. You've been hemorrhaging opening kills in the last patch of maybe 8 rounds. And 3 straight from Longs, Krabeni getting 1 on that final round of regulation. Now you get another over towards B on the boost. Let's just not die early. That's what your passive-aggressive teammate says in the pugs.
That's
but
a classic.
It's the CT side of overpass. Let's not give away the opening kill. You need to continue with the ideas to harass and make things a little bit more prickly for the Ts, but still committing to those fights, maybe not the way to go.
Well, this is a change-up. Heavy B lean going straight through the monster pipe. Okay, Fallen, you got a lot of work to do. Forced away, nice block smoke. K-Serato sets up his captain. There's 3 bodies here. Longson already on the site. Forced forward. K-Serato flushed into the fight. Longs will get that opening. Another one from him, and they build around it. The site collapses. Furia with nothing. FUT. The audacity to put the foot on the gas pedal, charge into that site. And now we talked about the finances, Chad. I mean, you are going to want to take this AWP away if you can.
They're running at him. They're going to boost up Heaven. You've already got presence over towards A as well. MongolZ, you're going to have to fight for your right to hold on to this AWP.
This is dream scenario territory now. Does Longs wrap back around? I don't know whether that's something he's going to consider. He's not hiding in plain sight. Now you know, though. MongolZ loses it all. Uncomfortable territory for Furia. And what a run. 2 consecutive T-side rounds.
You just see the cluster of CTs. They had the protocols, right? There was the extinguish on the barrel molly, so that supported them, but nobody hung around barrel. Immediately dropping back, and then it was like triple mollies landing in the pit. They're trying to play through it. They're disconnected, and at that moment, the comms are just so chaotic of everything. Look at this. You're blind, just naded, and then you just see all these mollies land, bang, bang, bang. More util. They've dropped 3 Molotovs. They've completely isolated anything, and Fallen just dies to the flames. And now the money in the mud.
That was off the back of a timeout. Maybe Coolio chipping in and saying, boys, you haven't hit him with that all game.
Yeah, well, we do see right off of timeouts and regulations when you go, okay, they come out with a new plan to try and address this. Let's just hit them with aggression. And the fact that they've done that with full rifles, right? They just get mowed down in monster, round done, call feels silly, but that is when it works and perfectly.
We saw Furia try something similar and it was a catastrophe.
Look at the buy from Furia.
Yeah.
It's 4 SMGs and a scout. This could be a flawless T-side from FUT.
There's definitely a universe where this is the one Furia managed to pull across the line. Freed up with the lesser weaponry to take a little more risk. Fallen, for example, is trying to get flashed in for this fight, but Jugs just turns away. Okay, at least Fallen gets something out of that. It's a good catch
now
of the Demon. They are accelerating. He hears him coming, but the flash is perfect. Still, K-Serato gets it. Okay, of course he does. A triple kill through the smoke. He gets 2. That's just classic Counter-Strike, isn't it? He wants to run at K-Serato. He wants to get this one done. They'll be happy with 2, but they'll feel like they did all the hard work. K-Serato a quad kill to give Furia just something before we swap sides.
Now we have to reflect on the CT side of FUT to remember how maybe some of their FUT faults started to appear, right? A few of these short pushes, they were able to scrap back a 3v5. Then they went for it again and they got punished with it. So they come out continuing to show fight. You've got Krabeni and Symmetry as your A duo. You've got Lonks as the rotator, and then you've got your 2 stars of Jugs and Demon. Their output, look, maybe it's not crazy in this game. Lonks has been the man finding the openings. Starting 4B. Just need one to guarantee double overtime to FUT. No roll on this is 3-1-1 now for Furia, going through the motions of a default A. Very diligent. Molly off Party, smoke. It's a flash, a Molly 4 divider. They'll be taking this one contact, and Yakinda looking to turn his game around. Having a tough patch of things, is playing through the smoke, has the support of Fallen.
Oh, I'm just going to play the fade, holding each other's side.
Well, now, I don't think that has landed as desired. You see how it creates the option there with Divider. So the Monster Smoke redeployed. Only on the jiggles, and he's going to... Oh, he's going to commit.
Benny caught out. Fallen will punish. There is still a Symmetry AWP here.
Got info on 3 players.
Oh, he's feeling so much pressure now. They're advancing. They are charging. Symmetry tries to play in. MongolZ good for it. Yuri ready to find Demon as well. Good flashes. Catch and set them up. Still one. That's all they have to celebrate. A well put together round gets FURIA onto 14. Ties us up. They show they can win those T-side rounds too. Dejected Longs. Forced to save.
There's been a couple of series with these FUT boys where they've been close and then an overtime game happens, or there's an overtime map in a series where it feels like they could have got it done and then they end up losing it. Now look, there's one other map of Counter-Strike to play, even if they do drop this one. And this is the trend that these young kids are going to have to get past, right? You're playing big boy Counter-Strike now, and the pressure in these moments is going to get to you. It's just how do you handle it? More reps, they become more comfortable.
Oh, I mean, Krabeni's going to be kicking himself for just the all-in. Terrorists win. You tuck on that corner, you commit to the crouch spray, and you're going to be frustrated. It's not what he wanted. But yeah, you're at the big boy table. You got to learn the etiquette.
Can FURIA have a flawless T-side half to get this one done and pushes into Anubis?
It's a possibility.
Yeah, they're on their way there. The same outcome could happen to FUT, right, in terms of the finances. Just a little bit better with that save coming into play. Another 3-1-1. They end up winning by doing this in 3 straight rounds. Yanko's going to have a mare on the desk. This is exactly what he wanted to see them do.
Yeah, Coach Yanko was right from the start. Benny, got to win this duel. Got to win this duel. Kinder on the back foot. Away, Symmetry joins him.
Still going to get the staging area, aren't they? Kinder hearing him fall back. Calls the support of Fallen. Now MongolZ restricting their movements on the side.
Ready for that jump spot. Oof! Krabeni sent to an early grave. Opening kill provided by the Kazakh sniper. And he gets even more uncomfortable now. I think the only thing perhaps going for them is that it's got 30 seconds for the finish.
They just faked B, so still 3 players planted.
A lot of work for Symmetry to do. He is on his own. Kinder's already starting to progress. Great. Ooh, Flames put him on 20 HP. Then he eats the flashbang. Just brutal. Perfect utility, perfect timing. Kinder gets them in.
Hold on to these boys. Don't throw these rifles away.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They really need them. Fallen knows that. He is considering a hunt. Trying to catch anyone that was considering the retake. I think they've already distanced themselves well enough. They'll just park MongolZ on site. Demon, ooh, looks like he could be a dead man walking. Gets the info on Fallen searching.
They're boxed in.
Yeah, this is a tough play. Gonna just go down a second, not able. Nice, good cover from Longs. Just fighting for their right to have guns in this last round of OT. Fallen stays on out. Good cover. MongolZ chasing it down. Demon holding on for a moment, but they've lost all of the guns. Brutal.
They're broke, guys. You need to be very
They're broke.
Just like they want
Fallen knows it's on a silver platter. Anubis awaits.
Yeah, just making them aware of, the con fights early, if they're trying to look for jewels there, or potentially playing up close and personal towards A.
Great shot.
They played out a couple of standard rounds, right? FUT have started to play turtle setups. Understand that there was that opportunity for Krabeni on Yakinda in the upper bathrooms, and then they back off, they play site. FURIA, just through their default, force them back into the setup where they have them right where they want them. So M4s, 4 of which, 1 MP9, lacking in the util department. Can they take us into double OT? FURIA 1-1 like this, it was even worse than this. See the restraint on Yuri not playing forward and connecting, no point. And let's not get close to an SMG or a lighter weapon, maybe a stack and give away a kill, give them away in. Let's group up, let's finish together. Conversation about that finish being had right now. Retake setup on B. Again, it's a tough setup, right? This is not great positioning if it's a full execute. You're going to have a real hard time defending the site like this. No defuse kits. Still have a bit of util to lob out, but because they are playing retake, FURIA, they've noted that. Juke's starting to move in now. Demon might have to join him, and it's going to be too late. Here they come.
Yeah, already splitting in. Space for Keserato, stretching his legs. Flash did connect. Jugs will be gun on. Does well. So does Demon. Just the one. Elevated angle. Hard for Jugs to adapt. Nice from Yuri. Jumps on up. Pulls it into a 3-on-3. Ooh, heavy nade damage. Fallen burns down to a crisp. Krabeni. One hell of a supportive piece of util coming in from the monster side. MongolZ's not ready for number 2. Yeah, oh, nearly messed it up. We go again. Holy, Krabeni with some impact as well. I thought Fallen getting away with the flame, but no.
Yeah, good output from the B defense. Did a whole lot better than I thought they would. The fact they started transitions, the execute comes in.
Demon and Jugs.
Yeah, gonna feel like they should have had that one done right there, and then FURIA have to do the hard work once more. And keep coming up with ideas. Now, this is the hard part for a young team like FUT. When they were getting away with some of the moves on the CT side, they were going for the short pushes. Now, that did get them caught on a couple of occasions, but you still need to make your moves. Otherwise, you just turtle up and you see what happens. But not going back into 3-1-1, at least not the asymmetry version. So all the Brazilians outside of B. Kinda tending to A, and MongolZ in connector with the AWP. Flash to the ready, the train goes past and can lob them out. See FUT concerned with the way they lost those rounds on A. Starting 3 players that side's defense. This is a bit more like it, right? Able to play back for info, take a few more risks. Sentry fires off.
Is Long's going for the full play, or is he just going to tuck the bait and switch? Okay. Yukinda has a head-to-head. Nice from Longs. Reveals 2, though. Second bullet was fired. Krabeni's M4 was heard.
Oh, and Symmetry's here as well.
Yeah, okay, perfect. You got the extra man. You're ahead of the play. Fallen arriving now with the bomb. Test for Demon. Loses his teammate. Empty hands for both of them. Yeah, Yuri and Keserato have done it, but Symmetry's still there. Can the AWP handle this? Yes, he can. The nade dunk onto Yuri. Short spots him. Bad molly. Another chance. He's alive and kicking. MongolZ in the clutch, runs on into the site. He's only got 20 seconds. He hits the first instantaneously. Lord! A nearly messy spray gave him a chance to get the eye to the scope, but that's going to be the first full FUT on the CT side.
Okay, that's a bit more like it with the CT setups. They're staying active within the rounds, and that was the key on Mirage. Doing more of that now as we're deep in this one.
Very deep.
31 rounds in.
Making FURIA work for the potential 3-map affair.
Let's just go back to the 3-1-1 A side.
Such diversity in their playbook, dude. That's the first time we've seen the double long. It worked out. Symmetry, 10 points. I mean, just brilliant. The fact is there. Never mind, he does what the rifles couldn't. It's a hype round. Hype round. Okay. You got your first.
Essentially the same as the last, but instead MongolZ tends to A and Yukinda plays through Con. Very active, very quick on this.
He is very quick. I'm not sure they're ready for this. Oh, he had covers there. Krabeni considered it. And he goes very aggressive. Ooh, dips back to long before MongolZ can pull the trigger. Just a little flash of his hip, perhaps.
Yukinda is 1-9 in opening duels.
Yeah, that's quite condemning.
Longs, on the other hand, 9-4.
One of the only 2 Romanians competing at this tournament. Would love to see the Cluj crowd.
Oh, hello.
Oh! Excuse me? Got padding. Nice for Yuri. Lovely attempt for number 2. Krabeni puts him down. He wants to just stand the tang. What have you got? Nearly has fallen. So that's going to put us back into an even keel, sailing along for what will be a late finish.
Might as well round his kill total up to 3 there.
Yeah. Deciding the setup, how forward do you want to play it?
An info play for the CTs for info. Because you have 2 on A, Long's likely to play in the bathrooms.
He's just got past that AWP line, and I'm convinced he's going to peek in. Yeah, MongolZ's ready. 7 HP, 20 for Fallen. Good opportunity for Demon to have some impact here. Swinging on the dice box, gets his opportunity! See you there, FURIA! Triple! Blink and you miss it! Gets launched, raising the decibels, and that's because they're getting ever closer to finding the magic number. Securing yourself a 2-0 in Swiss. It's right there for the taking now. Can you keep the sheet clean?
Okay. Just unleashes that A4. Look at this again.
The audacity, he just holds it. He just holds.
Oh, absolutely wrecked on that one. Whoa.
God,
you feel that one in your bones?
Yeah, you do.
Krabeni, he set them up there, didn't he?
I got those gamer chills.
FURIA, they piece together what they can. It's going to be MongolZ in with pistol, a UMP on Yuri, and it can't be another Yakinda opening death.
4-1. Quick con control, the name of the game. Big nade. Lands right in the mask of Yuri.
They're playing total up on A. You don't have to worry about MongolZ's AWP sniping you down at range. Cemetery rotates back. Yeah, he takes a bit more room. Right? He has this block smoke still. You want to get a little bit of info. Right? You don't just want them exploding on the side. So flash up, that is exactly that. He has a flash of his own, but nothing to play off the back of it. Still keeps FURIA high alert as Fallen taking upper bathrooms. Long's quietly rotating back. They'll have 3 on A. Cemetery with a full belt of nades.
So will Longs be tasked with Long? It frees them up to hold this setup. Bathrooms. 4 going through Longside. Longs, this is your responsibility.
He's got nothing to block with. He's going to have to fight them as they come out.
Ahead. Confirms presence. Just Yuri spotted in the bathroom. Cemetery falling away. This looks like they've been caught off guard. Great incendiary. Yuri's desperately trying to draw attention. Keisarato joins him in that action as well. Nice kills. Keisarato and Yakinda combined. Yuri puts the 3rd piece in place. Should be set to convert at least one.
Well, they have to give this one a go. So Demon and Jugs, what can you do?
Absolutely nothing for Demon.
Looks like the setup was good there for FUT. I'm not sure exactly what called them off, right? They take the peek through that smoke. They get a little bit of info. They know what's playing through Long.
I think Yuri just played it so well. He had them feeling a lot of pressure from that side. Gave them room to stretch their legs on the Long.
Just felt they weren't on the same page because the setup was good. As soon as you identified players there, you either have to, with the 2, go for the fight and really stunt that, or you all have to drop back. And they were in 2 minds. And as soon as you start dropping back, now you're exactly where FURIA want you. Boxed in, you're getting shot from bathrooms as well as Long. So a round that looked well put together does fall apart for FUT. So we go 2-1 again. And half of OT, but this time it's the CT side coming out on top. FURIA's turn to match it. Do one better.
MongolZ got a good spawn this time. I wonder if he's going to be doing anything aggressive with that AWP.
Yeah, have they had enough? Rather, what's going on? Let's just finish this.
He's going to be flashing for Yaki. He's going to call for this. They're boosted up. Ooh, didn't quite nail that. No info though for Tease. 2nd attempt. Going to get spotted.
Lucky to be alive.
Yeah, he's lucky. Ooh, Krabeni's aggressive. Look at this. He knows he's got an opportunity. That someone was flashing for Yakinda. Gets himself deep on Long. Beats in. MongolZ's already got you. Beat you to the punch.
Yeah, taking a couple of chances there was Krabeni. Hoping he had the scale on time, but there was no pressure from his teammates. And Yakinda, it's better of swinging into that. Backs off.
They could just get picked apart by the AWP here. MongolZ's going to swing through maybe. Demon Turks, okay. So he's managed to gather some ground, and now the flash nearly booked him. There's another from MongolZ.
You want Demon to make a play, but it's so tough.
Into saving the flame. Oh, fumbles it. Could have flushed Yakinda into the fight. That's what Cemetery was waiting for. And I will remind you that the bomb is still in T-spawn.
to get offered some jewels to Demon.
Yeah, hoping for a bit of a misstep on the Furia.
I like this from Yakinda, staying active, taking this long control. He's here in the steps. I get it.
Okay, catches Yakinda. A way back in, perhaps. Starting to advance, even very light on time, and MongolZ's going to get himself number 3. Just this one-man army finally brought down by Jugs. That's going to free them up for the plant. Demon can provide the covering fire. That's Peserato, though, well timed on the flank. No time for the plant. Got to get out of there. MongolZ, feather in his cap, hits his 30 bomb. And 3 kills secures Furia their first on the CT side.
Okay, well, a chance taken from Krabeni, one that doesn't work out, and still a tough round, but they do make it relatively exciting there. Remember, Anuba's the 3rd map. This is only map number 2, and Furia are fighting for their right just to take this series the distance. Third best of 3 between these two in 2026 so far. Bounty, Krakow, now here at Cluj.
Yeah, I quite love this matchup. I think it's very entertaining.
Yeah, I think just seeing this team stay constantly in motion with some fresh faces, some young names, and ones that can shoot hard. Sure, it's going to be a little bit rough around the edges in certain moments. We're getting to see them become a team to fear. For them, as long as they grind enough points to qualify for the major, job done, right? These are all steps on the way.
If you beat Furia, you get a boatload of points, right? World number 2.
Something like 60 on the line.
Yeah.
It may have changed.
No, I did see that at the start of the game. It was like 64 or something. So that was huge. It would actually put them up a place from 12 to 11.
Yeah, and that's in for Europe, right? You're looking for top 17.
Okay, okay. So
Could
that's
be 16 now, don't quote me.
Oh, I will. Yakinda doesn't get that immediate lethality. He goes on the second flash. He's ready to brawl, and trade from Cemetery necessary. MongolZ is nearby through the flashbang.
You get past Yakinda, and now you have to get past MongolZ. Yeah. Whereas before, Yakinda would just die. Oh, look at this.
Ooh, that is a lot of information.
You ain't coming back to B, boys, and if you do, Fallen should have at least 1.
There is 0% chance you're ready for this.
Already close short, though. Problems,
yeah,
problems.
Maybe, yeah. Look the wrong way. Demon catches
this
ya.
Is for 18.
Yeah. Ooh, Yuri holding on. Not enough. Krabeni, a necessary trade. They are low. This is where MongolZ could really do something absurd. Made, swallowed, spots him, doesn't hit that pot shot onto Cemetery.
Yeah, shake of the head there. Can't go for this now. Wanted to give it a crack. If he had a bit more HP, maybe he goes for a look, but now just having to run away. Long's tracking him.
Nice cam. MongolZ here's the hunt. Hides out on dice and gonna catch himself. Finds an avenue towards the long side.
They're still coming.
They want, I mean, I understand why they don't want MongolZ having another sniper, but it seems like a certainty. And one more. Nice denial.
Oh. Bad news is, if you are a FUT fan, he can still have an AWP. He's got 6.3. He's going to buy straight back into it. It's good hunt. You wipe the board.
Yeah.
It feels good.
It feels great.
But you're still going to have to get this done the hard way. And, ooh, let's see. Double AWPs in the mix? No, okay. I did see 2 AWPs at one point here equipped. This is the fight. It's not too often you see Fallen flubbing one like that. That's the one that lets it back in. Demon was already closed short. Case Rod has a lot to worry about. Great trade work here from Krabeni. And they can do it again.
61 points, there it is.
Match and series point. Once more for FUT.
Can they possibly? Best Furia in the 2-map affair. Ooh, they shoulder bait him. Okay, well, I mean, weathering the first fight.
Krabeni activated
versus
again.
Furia's sniper. Krabeni getting cheeky with it. Setup worked for them once. Oh, FUT going to be caught off. That's the difference maker right there. Denies the setup. Krabeni, great awareness and incendiary in response. Yakinda, the unknown entity.
Left to his own devices. MongolZ had to back off.
You have to check the long gap. Nice, gun on. Yakinda activates. It's going to be quick to the flank here. the whole squad going to have their back turned. Yakinda licking his lips and forming the troops at inbound on B. Well, then he's going back. Okay, Yakinda. He saw the pathing of Lonks. Is that going to be misinfo? Keeps boot planted on the wrong side of the map. 30 seconds for the finish. FUT operating at the disadvantage, hamstrung by the loss of Lonks. He's their top performer. Someone has to be the difference maker. Keisarato's blind will get them 2, nearly 3. 1 bullet shy of that third, and it's found by Yuri. We need another overtime.
Okay, one more time. This one continues, and Yakinda's stubbornness there in the bathrooms, catching their timing, informing the defense, and they get the job done.
Funny. Wow.
I think, you know, you're talking about 2-0ing FURIA. It's about back-to-back series of 2-0ing FURIA, right? This is not in isolation. It's the fact that the only one they lost was at Bounty, and that was the online one. For FUT to take down FURIA, the team who were just in the grand final against Vitality.
On LAN.
In 4 consecutive maps.
Yeah.
Part of me wants this to go the distance. It's been some entertaining Counter-Strike, enjoying what I'm seeing.
Yeah, give me Anubis. That's what FURIA are saying.
Is there a point where the wheels come off for FUT, right?
I mean, I expect it to have happened already, though.
You're in your 3rd overtime.
You lose Demon early. Is there a way back in? Okay, Serato's been pretty damn consistent in these fights. Ooh, big fight from Jugs. He's ready to hold the spray. Good cover, fall and a double kill. On the reload, covering fire denied. Yuri's gone down. The Cemetery couldn't quite piece together the double that would have made all the difference. Through the smoke. Fallen's ready. He'll take himself another quad kill from their captain.
Okay, keeping the smiles on the faces. And kind of the opposite on the other side. This is going to be a real tough one. Again, this is a young team. Sure, they've got lots of reps before they can have the coach make it 5, but going up against very experienced opponents. And these matches, you're just getting used to the reps of playing the big boy lands.
Sure. I do feel like the longer this OT goes on, the more it increases Furia's chances to close it, though.
100%. They've been the ones to take it, to clinch it.
Couple of opportunities squandered.
Playing Con again. Really trying to snuff this out.
Okay, how's your trade? Oh, how's your clears? How's your clears? Not good enough, says Yakinda.
He's going to turn that opening kill stat around if this keeps happening.
Yeah, he's done 2 fantastic contributions. Molodoi takes a little heavy 50 damage from... Oh, he is going to keep... Molodoi catches
the wheels have come off now.
Yeah.
Right? They're losing these opening kills. They're parting through smokes, expecting to be respected, but it feels like that gear shift has happened for FURIA. They've gone, all right, well, we're going to take these fights. We're still in this. And Anubis up next.
Counter-terrorist.
Sid just definitely trying to keep the morale high. I mean, it's hard not to have high morale when you've got yourself 2 clean CT rounds to start off OT3.
I think one of the keys when you talk about these top dogs, your Vitalities, your Furias, I want to throw other teams in there, your MOUZs, right? I won't add Falcons because they haven't made the playoffs. Well, they've made the final of Bounty. Either way, the point I'm making is you're playing deep into tournaments all the time. So Swiss, 3 and you're through, you lose 3 and you're out. But, you know, you have any speed bumps in the way, you have an upset loss to FUT, it's a whole extra game you're going to have to play on that road. It's a whole lot more prep that the likes of Sid and Fallen are going to have to do together, right? To be able to get themselves ready for more matches. If you're able to get this done with 3 best of 3s, you get a couple of days off to reset. I think it's 2 to 3 days between that and then the playoffs. And not only that's good prac time, that's good mental time, it's good time for you to reset as a unit, not having to put yourself through, because you got tournaments, they're just going to keep coming. This will not stop.
So after 2 rounds in Con, Yakinda tries something different. I say that as he goes for a late arrival. Just as Corelli Demon once again felled at the hands of Yakinda.
It took him a while.
Oh, he's online now. Back-to-back doubles and triple overtime. Longs goes looking for the fight. Nade looks destined for some damage.
Ollie's missed the mark. This is looking flawless for FURIA on the CT side. Hey, the convo about Longs toppling Yakinda, Krobini getting on top of him as well, and now it's just been Yakinda inserting himself in the server.
Ooh, Dink exchange and AK does prevail. One smoke, Keserato trying as hard as he might to keep him busy, buy time for rotations. MongolZ arrives from heaven. Ready to punish anyone daring to cross. They've only got 30 seconds as Longs joins them from the short side. That's an important smoke, denies MongolZ's angle. Oh, the flank from Yakinda. Longs assumed he'd gone walkabouts. Looking for that flawless CT side. Jugs looking to find Keserato. He's ready on the edge of the smoke though. Headshot provided, no trade. Cemetery maybe just enough bullets. Picks himself up another one. Has to plant. Oh. Fake's gonna cost him. Hang on, 5-4. No time. No round for you. And FURIA with a perfect CT haul.
All right, well,
Marek looks exhausted.
Well, he's been through a roller coaster. He's finally starting to get their job done, and it's like, boys, can we just get into Anubis, please?
We've got another map.
He opened every round of this OT number 3, so really setting the tone. I think I said he was 1-9 at one point. He's now 6-9.
Damn, there you go. That's one hell of a turnaround.
Yeah. So he has corrected that column. They just finish it now. Tried and tested, 3-1-1, get your map control, put him in the box to the side, and finish it off.
So much price and aggression. I love that. And such an important round.
You know the Orbs in con, just go long, take the space every day of the week.
Yeah, and who's holding that? No one. But Benny's not going to be there in time. Actually, no, now starting to back away. Okay, acknowledges the gap. Realizes that Orb shot was heard by everyone.
But MongolZ on the line, you have to block this. Look how quick they are.
Oh, they've heard it all. Whoa, no! Cemetery jumps to his demise. Krobeni kicks up a fuss, kicks up a stink for one. It's insufficient.
You're going to be locked out. Bomb will go down. They have all the util. This is it. Keserato is even going to be on alert.
FURIA show him how it's done. How a T-side round is won in overtime. You are locked out.
More smokes, more mollies.
They've got all
no
the nades.
chance.
There is nothing for you. You're going to be running through a smoke into Yuri's crosshair any minute now. Long's going to try as hard as he might, prepares his crosshair, but he's just going to be strafing into Yuri. All too easy. FURIA extend play. Anubis secured. It took us 3 overtimes to find the answer. FUT lose the war of attrition. Damn.
Indeed, Alex, FUT feeling like Pink Floyd. They hit the wall and are now comfortably numb, but FURIA have high hopes as we go to map 3.
I'm not old enough to understand these references, Richard, but I'm sure they were bangers.
They were bangers.
Absolutely.
Absolute bangers. As if you've never listened to Pink Floyd. You told me earlier you didn't even know what an inch was, though. I mean, like...
An inch?
I won't tell you the context of why at home, but fair enough.
I don't know. We do it in meters over here.
Okay, good to know.
Meters?
Yeah, exactly.
Centimeters over
How do you make something smaller than a meter? Whatever.
This game, though.
Yeah, no, this was a sick game. I genuinely do feel sorry for FUT here because this is one of those where you're not meant to win on overpass for sure. It's FURIA's map, essentially. It looked like you weren't in the game at this stage on your screen right now, especially when something like, this happens and then you get this break. You get back into the game, you win a string of rounds, it looks like you can close it out, and in the end, overtime after overtime after overtime, only to lose, and then you have to go to a map 3 with all your energy expended.
Yeah, there's always two ways of looking at it, feel sorry for them or not. They had the opportunities, they had the chances in this game, especially when you consider how some of the overtime went. We saw it right here, FUT being up 14-12. On the T side, you think to yourself, okay, that was the death punch to FURIA, didn't really punch in the ticket. So I don't really feel sorry for FUT. If anything, I'm impressed by how well they're playing right now. Again, they are able to push FURIA all the way to the brink, pushed FURIA to a point where they probably, I wouldn't say should have lost the map, because they also had plenty of opportunities of closing it out a little bit earlier. But if you're FUT right now, as Janko said, coming into the game, first and foremost, they weren't supposed to be here. A lot of people, 2 months ago, had no clue who they were. And now all of a sudden, we're talking about a team that for the third consecutive series are pushing FURIA to a point where they could have beaten them 2-0. I think, if anything, they should be proud despite losing Overpass. And they're still alive. They still have Anubis coming up.
I mean, you're going to show here probably Yuri's going to pop up as the MVP. The MVP for FUT was Yakinda. I'll tell you, he was trying. It felt like he was just the first to die so many times.
I think FURIA should just be thankful that he decided to stop trying thing or like testing. I don't know what he was doing.
He gave up, and that's how FURIA
a lot of the gun rounds, on FUT's T side, he's just in regulation. He's just dying first all the time. It's like, maybe against them, try to sort of play more passive, make them work for it, right? I think they're a team that struggles. The later the round goes on, the lower the chances of them winning it, I feel like.
That's the funny part right here, right? MongolZ is not involved in a single opening duel because Yakinda would be involved in all of them, and losing most of them.
I mean, I don't
know if you know how Overpass works, Yakinda, but if they have Fountain, that's fine. Like if they have control of Fountain, not a big deal, right? Once they get to this area, you may start getting concerned.
I guess you do feel comfortable when you got this kid covering for you, though. I mean, MongolZ again with another monster map just to put in his repertoire. And I just love his story, because to me it's hilarious that after watching all of the hype about Yusuke, right, and like how we were told he was going to be Dunk 2.0, he wasn't even Rookie of the Year in 25 because this kid came out of nowhere. And he's really getting it done for FURIA, man. I mean, I feel when they start slow, MongolZ still doesn't. And very often, they can still style out a map because he's just so good.
I think for me, it's the style that he's playing with. It's the shotgun opping. It's the fact that he can do it all. It's the fact that he's never afraid of putting his body in an open position, banking on him hitting the shot, right? You see a lot of oppers, they are maybe a little bit smarter in terms of how they position themselves, a little bit more conservative in how they do it. But I see so many duels where MongolZ right here is in the open, where he's like, either you hit the shot or you die. And the fact of the matter is that more often than not, he is hitting the shot. And he is playing, I know we said it a couple of times, but like this shotgun off style where he's always, close up to the opponents. And it's so annoying because when you do that, utility becomes a non-factor, right? You can't flash him that easily if he always, goes up and close. And Molotov's become, inefficient against him as well. So he's always playing in front of that line, sort of the utility. And I think as an opponent, that must be super annoying.
It's actually he's so fast as well. I mean, there was a kill late on Krabeni when he was like just jumping, and it's that classic thing of like, I'm sure Krabeni thought he was behind the wall, but MongolZ was so fast he killed him. It was like, it's incredible to watch.
I mean, also FUT had a 7-2 lead to start this game. You know what happened in round 10? MongolZ got the op for the first time in the game, right? And they win 3 rounds in a row. So it's like, wow. Aliens. But I mean, he's just so good at it, and it's just such a game changer on Overpass, especially makes it much easier to default. And it was nice to see FURIA sort of realize that eventually after 40 rounds of play and close it out in the end.
It's always difficult to isolate rounds and talk about things that happened in such an epic game, but do you want to try one, Jacob?
Yeah, round 26, I know Yanko's been looking forward to this one, but this was the moment where I thought FUT were going to win the game, and I just want to give them credit for having the balls to call something like this in a game with this, I guess, importance for them. They're so close beating FURIA 2-0, they're one game away then all of a sudden from qualifying for the playoff, and they go into a straight B rush at this time in the game. You win the first T round, you're into the first overtime, and you just instantly go for it. They rush in towards the B bomb side. Look at the timer in the top of the screen. We only played 25 seconds of the round, and they completely stormed the side and removed FURIA from the map, getting 4 kills in the span of no time. I thought at this moment, all right, FUT, you got it figured out. You nailed it. Calling something like this in overtime against a team like FURIA, you're playing with no respect. You're not showing them really that you're afraid of them at all. And then, unfortunately for them, they couldn't really capitalize on getting 2 T rounds right here, ending up losing the last T round. And then FURIA did the same thing to them in the second half of the first overtime. And here we are. So I think, again, just to reiterate that, they lost the map, but they should be proud of how they performed on it.
I was shocked that, Fallen and FURIA didn't throw anything monster. They didn't throw a single piece of utility, except from the smoke from the CT spawn.
But it is hilarious that what you said about to play the game tactically actually happened.
Yeah, funny that how it works. But I do want to reiterate, I'm not impressed by this round because this is what you expect sort of FUT to be kind of good at. You know, something fast-paced. You know, I'm impressed actually those rounds that they won to come back in regulation, right? Like they were down 10-8 or 10-7 actually after being up 7-5, and then they win 3 gun rounds in a row against FURIA by playing sort of slow, methodical, understanding the rotations, finding the weak side of the map. So that's something that's not easy to do, especially back-to-back, not necessarily their strong suit considering the players and the composition of the team. So that really put me on notice when it came to them on Overpass.
All right, so we are going to get that map 3. You want to talk about it a little bit? Yeah, okay. So sure. Anubis, sort of an unknown quantity for a lot of teams since it's come back into the pool. We have seen FUT play it.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about that. What did you make of it?
I mean, I think the map, the way it's laid out, you know, we describe FUT as being a team that is proactive on the CT side, that likes to be aggressive. We saw that Mirage had a few examples of how they constantly tried to take away certain portions of the map from FURIA and disturb the way they wanted to play. I don't really see them being able to do that to the same degree on a map like Anubis. It's such a fine line. If you're aggressive on the CT side, either you go all in and you win your initial duel, whether you're pushing out of A or you're pushing out of B, or if you end up losing, then you're screwed for the rest of the round. So I think FUT is more limited in how much they can express themselves on a map like Anubis. So despite having played a little bit, it's still new, you know, it's still developing. I think overall, the way the map is structured, I'd expect them to struggle a bit more against FURIA.
I do want to see them get creative though, get a little bit freaky. Maybe that push that Hunter has on G2 and that sort of water crunch that they have, I think that might suit FUT as well. And it's going to be a clash of styles, right? FURIA with more of that slower, punishing T-side. They picked to start T-side on this map as well against the proactive, mobile style of FUT. So I also am going to keep an eye on Longs, man, because he expended so much energy with all that shouting. I mean, this is a long game, and I know they're used to playing.
Well, that's what I was talking about. It's a real thing. You know, you have adrenaline dumps, and then all of a sudden you got to get yourself up for a map you didn't really want to play.
Yeah, exactly. And he had a good overpass too. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye on. And also shouldn't forget FURIA played the grand final a week ago, so didn't have too much time in between these two tournaments to practice and theory craft. This is where the support staff comes in. This is where the analysts are, you know, turning the gears and sort of finding maybe bits and pieces from other teams, presenting them to the coach, to the IGL, and where you're sort of picking some plays and going through them, because for you to do your own research, the time you have, like, you have to rest a little bit, you have to recharge as well, so not too much time to really theory craft yourself.
Might be putting you both on the spot, so apologies, but in the past, how have Fallen teams handled this map when it was in the pool, if memory serves you?
I mean, I feel great. You know, it's not necessarily never been a map where you look towards Fallen teams or FURIA, for that matter, you know, be a stronghold on Anubis, or it's never been the go-to map, I feel, but they always had it in the map pool and always been able to play it. I don't think it's going to be a stronghold either. It's not going to replace Train and have that function in the map pool. I think they've steered in other directions. We see Mirage being introduced now at a high level. We see Inferno working out great for them. Overpass as well, a map FURIA likes. So I feel like it's going to be that middle in the pack map, as it's always been.
The problem is also MongolZ hates it. But Nikinder says, but you always play good on it. So who knows? Maybe he starts liking it as well.
It can be tough for AWPers.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's structured. I kind of feel it's got similar vibes.
And then MongolZ is a type of a guy, you know, we talk about Zaiwu, hybrid player, Monesi, very good rifles. I'm not saying MongolZ isn't, but like 80% of his skills in a game, most of the time are going to be with the AWP, right? Like they just put it in his hands, every opportunity that they get. He's very proficient with it too, always has good output, so that maybe could be a bit problematic.
We've got just a little bit of time before we got a break. I mean, you're talking about the support stuff. Any chance that maybe, you know, Fallen's let this one through kind of with a, you know, I mean, maybe they've been secretly practicing it. Obviously, they have had some time while they've been here to work on some stuff.
I mean, it's not impossible, and we've seen teams at this stage of the tournament still wanting to get those reps in, right? Like wanting to see where they are, because you have to. Practice is just so difficult, right? To get positive, good feedback from, and it has to be officials, right? I'm not sure if it played a part a little bit in this veto, like it did for Vitality yesterday, but I'm sure they'll win or lose, have a lot to learn from this game.
Yeah, I'll echo that sentiment as well. I think FURIA is perhaps a bit more motivated than people may think at home in order to get this over the finish line. Losing to FUT at Krakow was obviously something they didn't like, so they want to show themselves and the rest of the world that was a one-off. I also do think that Janko said it right here as well. Anubis, it's about sending a message to the rest of the world, sending a message to the teams you're competing against, the likes of Vitality, MOUZ, the teams you're facing in playoff. Anubis is not going to be a punish pick against us, so if they can play well here, get the W, then I think that's enough motivation for FURIA to come in their best shape and the best set of mind.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. In CS terms, Fallen is as old as the pyramids, so it's appropriate that this will be settled on Anubis. We'll see you after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
PGL Cluj-Napoca, we've got an interesting one. A third map between FURIA and FUT, and Sponge has been telling us all about this head-to-head, this budding rivalry. They've been locking horns quite regularly this year. A third
head-to-head between these two teams and not able to close out Overpass. Multiple opportunities to do so, Chad, and how does that affect your anticipation for Anubis, the result that you were expecting? I mean, FUT definitely had an opportunity for a 2-0 today.
Yeah, I put it down to experience for these young kids, right? And I think that now that you go into the third, mentally resetting is going to go in the favor of FURIA. You're probably still going to be kicking yourself with your foot, thinking you could have got it done 2-0 again. While diving into the focus on Anubis, these guys played it in Bounty on that map, but they were still using the old iteration. It was pre the patch or during the patch, but either way, this is a map that has been played in the new version by FUT 3 times. They played it against Eyeballers, 3D Max, and Aurora, and then that FURIA game on the old version. This is all in 2026. So just a moment until we get things underway, but they've lost all of them. However, in those losses, they've been close. 2 13-10s and 2 overtime 16-13 losses. So
not overtime losses.
That's the bit that stings. Whereas FURIA, we haven't seen what they are going to be bringing in terms of the look of how they want to approach the new Anubis. Now, if I'm taking a look at some of the teams and the things that they're getting away with, obviously you're going to be getting the Molly Nade combo into the new hole, and I think that the Instas, or at least a quick T-spawn based connector smoke, is going to be key, right? We saw G2 doing a lot of that. It's going to help you get that water space a little bit quicker. You're watching players, they run down the T-stairs through the smoke, they bang a flash off the wall so it gets the hole and you're just going out and you take that biff. In terms of, the moves and the way that they can be exploited, you saw some stuff from Vitality. Okay, if they take water, we have 3B main, we're ready to collapse in. They likely have heavy resources connector as well as middle, and we're able to take these gaps. So there's a lot for us to investigate for FURIA in this one. On the other side of things, though, with FUT, saying they've played it 3 times, 4 within the year, but yeah, again, once without the change, they changed their CT setup ever so slightly since Krakow. They have swapped Lonks and Krebeni's position. So Krebeni was playing middle. He'll now be the E-box player, and Lonks will be taking middle. You've got Demon now anchoring down towards B main. You've got Jugs dealing with A, and then Cemetery here, there, and everywhere. And the AWP has fallen. Lets out another yawn. He did that to us yesterday during the bait series.
Won that?
Yeah, so is that a good omen for Fallen?
Maybe.
It's not as late tonight. I think last night it was at 9:30. We thought, okay, he's getting ready for bed.
Yeah. He's got no excuses now.
Well, Bait are currently playing against a Heroic right now, so that'll be deciding the last team for the 0-2 bucket. Pain, 3D Max, and G2 all down there currently. In the 1-1s, we've got Na'Vi, FaZe, Astralis, PARIVISION, Aurora.
I think there's going to be some good head-to-heads in the 1-1 bucket tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
And then teams currently sitting pretty in that 2-0. It's going to be your MOUZ, your Falcons, your winner of this, and then the winner of the one we have up next. Still one more game of Counter-Strike to come your way on the A stream. Vitality versus the MongolZ.
Yeah, Cobra Zera versus
more Cobra Zera.
Had one hell of a performance. A career best, you said?
Yeah.
Close to it, a career best, if not.
Yeah,
a career
you know
best.
me, mate. I'm flicking through Twitter and I see things.
Mate, you see everything. That's why I'm just glad I can just be the loud, obnoxious one.
Hopefully I'm right. Let me take a look. It was against Pain. They did own them. They lost the first map 13-7, then they bounced back 13-1, 13-2.
Yeesh.
So that's a bit of a stomping right there. Yeah, he went 25-3 on Dust 2.
Yeah, well, that will be probably up the top of the career. You're not going to get a 25-3 performance every day out of Cobra Zera, but let's get started with FURIA and FUT Map 3. T-start for the Brazilian court.
Only one pistol for them so far out of the 2 maps played. Let's see if they can make it 2. And silently across middle. Ushered over by MongolZ's P250.
Well, they've found the path of least resistance, Jad. Nobody home, and you just keep walking? Or do you make a little bit of a sound cue? Flash from Keserato, going to be setting him up for success. They path into the A site, and
you have to give him the site.
Still concerned. He confirms they're coming his way. Well, site is lost. I mean, brilliant. Now, ooh, you'd have loved that one. Demon's done very well onto Keserato. MongolZ should have the response, and even number 2 available to him. Delays Lonks arriving A main. Bomb ticking. Just Yuri on the site. They've got this double heaven swing. 1, 2, 3. Hard for Cemetery, gets nothing. Yeah, okay, hang on. USPs are starting to hit heads. Yuri in trouble. MongolZ running out of bullets. Yuri does manage to get the reload off, and now up to the 1v1. MongolZ so low. Yeah, he has to run him down. Needs this kill now. Oof, I'm not sure.
No time.
He's not got it.
He can get away right now. That's an M4 into the next round. So Long's looking a little bit disappointed with that, but still, it's going to be...
It's fine. It's actually Anubis. The bomb is tiny.
Still, just when you see him going back...
Where are you going?
What are you doing? Are you being mind-controlled right now?
Phew. Okay, well, FURIA take the pistol, and whether that's, you know, something they've found in the review, that just seemed a little too perfect, right,
Yeah,
for their 3-2 setup.
It even got easier when K-Serato, instead of staying A main to contain, right, because his teammates have to be screaming, they're not here, they have to be in baskets. He goes searching elsewhere and goes down for free. So at that point you think, okay, well, FUT do have a chance in this, but FURIA get the bomb down, they secure this, and there's their M4 for Longs.
Could be one hell of a difference maker on the B side of the map.
This is starting 4B, a bit of a gamble out the gates with Jugs just solo over towards A.
His name sounds so good in your mouth. That's such an it sounds like an Aussie word.
Jugs.
Jugs. Went down the servo, grabbed myself a Jugs.
Well, we used to call the takedown the Dug Dug.
Yeah, you see? And Diggity. That was... Oh, Diggity's been Molotov'd here. Serato's quite vicious. He wants to act like he's bigger than he is. We've seen that Protocol HE a lot from Vitality's Anubis when Apex was taking that space. He can just throw in the same.
Are they going into the stack right now? I know the bomb is late to this, but still, they are whirring into a B split. There's a minute. They have time to call it off. Oh, okay.
Extinguish and freeze.
Oh, that seems like
the kind of play only one player would make. Nope, now he knows. Now he knows, and he gets run down.
They're going in.
They're going to commit.
They can still back away. You know there's an M4.
No, but they're leaving. They're vacating. They feel like they've showed their hand.
Okay, faking steps was fallen just then.
Acting like they're going back.
It's just Symmetry.
It's just one man on the side now. Symmetry confirms they're still knocking on my door, boys. Need some help. Need some help. Demon trying to slip through. Catches a bit of flak through the smoke. Doesn't have the kill. Fury provides. K-Serato goes wide, and it's all fallen into place for Furia's second round conversion. Logs kicks up a bit of a fight, just the one.
Okay, kicking themselves. I guess they're expecting a rotation off the back of the showing a face of so many bodies, but that's not the case. Furia stick to the plan.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's crazy that by just doing what you were going to do, you subvert the expectation. Very...
It just tells you that they didn't have a full read of the round, right? So they didn't understand that everybody was essentially gripped up for that B finish, didn't have info anywhere, and weren't able to get it back quite quickly. That's what
it felt like they'd kind of, you know, showed too much.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it has to be the eco now. Demon has a little bit of util to try and make this interesting. Smoking a couple of flashes. You're going to try and come out the window on a timing? Might not get a chance to use that util.
Never a good feeling to be blocking main, as they've already got themselves E-box control.
Especially when you only have a USB.
Yeah. Just walking into this site. Stake their claim. Do you state your claim, or do you stake your claim?
I think you stake it.
You stake it?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm probably wrong. I said that very confidently.
Ooh, wait. Confidence might be brimming after a couple of nice headshots. It's not going to be a problem. I'll handle the end of things.
Stake your claim is an idiom meaning to assert your right to ownership of or interest in something, derived from 19th century gold rushes marking territory with your with physical
a wooden
stakes.
Stick. Okay. Well, it does make sense in the sentence I used. Okay. It's cool when I'm using words I don't really know how to use them, but
it's all right.
It's only my job.
Gonna get called out if you read the internet.
Which I'm trying not to.
Well, here we go. Guns are out. Symmetry going for...
No extinguish?
Through the hole.
No need. They're actually shooting shadows. Oh, it's a bit clunky.
Krebeni,
dead.
You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that.
You
shoot almost all the bullets, but not all the bullets.
Yeah.
When they get pressured on the flat.
Wow. That's an unforced error that Yakinda is immediately punished.
Another one of those.
Bonk. Not too bad for Demon. Shrugs it off. Nice for the Symmetry. Punishes Fallen's peak.
Yeah, essentially have them in a 2-2 right now. Yakinda having this E-box control, do you just want to finish towards B? Climb pressure over towards middle. Temple.
That's not a great smoke, is it? It's going to invite them in if they were to be close camera. Still happy to just kind of vibe it out.
I think you want it to be B, right? I think that it's going to be the easier of the two sides because you've already found an incision there. You know the setup's going to be a little bit more fragile, and you know an AWP likely over towards A. So it's less that you have to get past, and considering you don't have a lot of util for this, it's easier to get past the rifles, or in theory. Patience paid off.
Yeah, Jugs just walks straight into the Queserato crosshair. Good adapt. Oh, but a quick second. Great on the follow-up.
That's round.
Two-man holder B works out. Solid from Demon.
Yeah, I think this is the key with like Demon and Jugs. If they're able to put themselves in positions where they can have that multi-kill potential, they're not being pressured too much, or they're not finding themselves in rotation. We've already seen them have a couple of nice moments. So the reason they can't just wind up and deliver. And they've snatched that one away, even though Krabeni got punished there on that push. That opening kill coming very early, falling, gives one back to the AWP. And then it kind of just peters out, even with that aggression coming out main. So here it is. Yeah, here's no ammo left. Runs through, makes him look silly. This one from Fallen, though. Puts it back in the 4v4. This comes in with 20 seconds. B on high alert. Molly's coming in, so isolating positions. Just
nice.
Trade's not there. And activating off of one another to get their first round now.
They make it look easy, but that's not an easy bomb site to hold.
B lurk smoke and took a while, but bomb smoke does land.
Now, I remember when I was asking for tips on how to deal with lurk smokes, and you told me just smoke it back. That's always a response you can adapt.
Yeah, and I think that obviously gravitating toward like a B lurk smoke that you go on dust to as well. Yeah. But yeah, he's playing in it. Oh!
Yep, and that is punished for it. Exposed. And mid-pressure. Cemetery, he's been spotted. He's in so much trouble. Tucks on the side, spotted, overrun, and beheaded.
Oh, from 0 to 100, damn quick, okay.
Yeah, just putting the kit. You don't even get that one onto longs. Easy peasy. Wow, that's one of the most comfortable rounds we've seen from FURIA over the course of this series.
4-1 T side. Partial by territory for the CTs. Get 2,900 loss going into the next, so they will be able to get out a full buy. Queserato was lining up a quick con smoke, but not anymore. There is a hero rifle in the mix. Krabeni will bring in an M4, so wanting to keep things a little bit spicy.
Big Scotch bonnet.
Couple mid-mollies, so applying a lot of pressure. Cheeky.
Really cheeky. Straight up. Missed temple smoke, though. Kinder gets a face full of 5-7.
Maybe give that one up.
Yeah, I think he will.
See, I'm not sure if intentional, and he just capitalized on it.
Ooh, that's naughty. I like that.
Could have very well been intentional there, but you see the whole molly that they threw, it allowed pathing through the doors.
Yeah.
Which is something you see on... Oh, dear. It's a big gap.
It's dream timing,
It's a big gap.
Queserato just vacated the staircase.
So you know it's not going to be E-box.
So?
It's mid where you've lost control, or it's B. And it has to be through main. So probably on high alert about middle because of that fight. It came so early in the round, and yeah, they've completely sold the B bomb site.
Nice. One tap to the back of the Yukinda's head. He was heading B. Surely that pulls Demon over in time. Temple, smoke, pushing, and he definitely got a USP. Poor guy. Didn't really have much of a chance in that one. A P250 spamming at range, and sure, a bullet connects. Still
Getting
looks,
a little bit worrying.
Yeah, it still looks easy to get the bomb down now. They've gotten across. The 5-7 of Lonks does try and close the gap, and in case Queserato not going to cost him.
Not anymore. The rifle didn't even get a chance to play. Like Krabeni on the boost, sure, it was great to find a cheeky kill. Now he's better off saving it. So where they could have done a bit more damage to limit the finances, FURIA will now take 5. But again, that was just a light investment. This will be the guns coming out into the next.
A little bit of less comfort visible to start off this third map. Not looking as, dialed in.
I will say this. Of their round win percentage in the 4 Anubis games they've played in 2026, 67% of the rounds won have been on the T side.
Sure, okay.
So, again, 4 rounds, game's still on.
Oh yeah, not a guarantee by any stretch, just a fantastic start from FURIA, and haven't seen any signs of life other than Demon's hold with Jugs, the double D defense. First time out from Coolio. Is he living in a coach's paradise? Sid gets the opportunity as well.
When I was just scrolling over some of the heat maps for the way that FUT approached this on the CT side, Symmetry takes a lot of peaks in middle. So he's looking to be quite jarring, and he has the best spawn. That's not really going to help him too much if they throw the standard utility to block the hole. Unless they want to go for the extinguish, try and play around it, find something. He does have a smoke to work with. So let's see, is the adjustment from the coach enough to get them into things? Just a handful of rounds required. There's the molly.
Yeah, other teams are throwing like a smoke that enables a little gap for that play, but I haven't seen that in the playbook yet. Oh, flashed, but pulls the trigger. MongolZ draws first blood and takes down his counterpart.
Yeah, I think that in the review, without a doubt, see what I've seen. Right, this kid likes to take the picks in middle, and MongolZ is the quickest, at least in the server.
Corbeni knows he's got to make a play here. He was caught out once by spamming. He's going to be a bit more resistant to that now. Saranto does hear that one tick of the flame.
This position becomes so tough once you lose middle, because if you have players harassing middle, then there's a chance they can always play out the window, find a kill as they're getting flushed back away from E-Box. In fact, Corbeni's hanging around. This is extremely risky. Starting to whir into a B split again. 2 outside of main and full A push. So they are trying to get themselves some space, but they're selling a lot of the map to do so. A multi-kill has to come from this.
Controls the spray for 1. Launx will trade.
You just accelerate into B with the nades
so,
now.
Right, but it's still blocked. They're waiting for Sarato and this smoke exec. Corbeni ahead. Controls it. Takes out the head of Yuri.
Okay.
Ooh, quick reactions from Launx. Denies, just Fallen remains, and very little chance to see this one go Furia's way. So this is a sign of life from FUT.
There's been the 2 rounds they've won so far are rounds that they didn't feel like they had business winning, right? They lose the opening kill so early within the piece. FURIA have outside B. They're winning the duel over towards Connector as far as siphoning through that U2 is concerned. They've got this mid control. You saw there in the cam of MongolZ just arms up in the air, flips the mic boom up, and that's not the way he was hoping for that one to go. Fallen hanging around, highlighted here by Mr. J-Raz. Is he going to grab one of the 2 AWPs?
In the last second, he shall.
Bang, all right. And magically, a Glil becomes something a whole lot more expensive. So despite the death of Symmetry, it doesn't cost them. So that's a nice round to win.
Yeah, it's promising signs. 2 consecutive is the next challenge, and this is MongolZ playing reaction speed test. As soon as that screen goes white, you click.
This was nice by Corbeni as well, right? That smoke that comes in left side, he just plays on the cusp of jail.
And that's that reaction you were talking about. Never a good feeling to provide an opening and not see the round converted. MongolZ's going to drop.
Whoa, okay.
Flip. Thoughts? Oh, okay. Everyone's gone down.
Shut down.
Yuri.
The AWP.
Didn't quite nail the smoke break, otherwise it looked like he would have been a dead man. Corbeni, yeah, he's feeling himself. Now goes swinging on out, even hits a heady through the wall. Fallen gets away with the first.
Money, a bit of a conversation to be had for FURIA going into the next.
Yeah, right, and Yuri picked up that AWP. It is within reach of Fallen. The chances of him holding on to it, though. The door is slowly being locked. Jugs flanking up.
Fallen will be doing well to get another kill, do a little bit more damage. That's probably the best he's going to be able to muster in this situation. So the game changes in this scenario.
Hopes for an overplay.
Yeah, and they are cinching this one close. Demon now joins Jugs on the flank. If you really want to be mean, you just run the clock right down and kill him after time. If you really want to be mean. Luxury afforded to the CT side.
That's something that comes with age, you know?
Also patience too. These boys want to fight. Okay, well, that was with 1900 coming in. MongolZ can bring out an AW. This is a good moment for a Sid timeout, and yeah, he's going to call one. So just to take a look at the money, that's exactly what they're going to be doing here. You got 4.1 on Fallen. MongolZ had over 5K. He could buy an AWP if he wants. Next round they get 2400. So if they want to go for a partial right now and then go full buy into the next, that's an option. Or they can shove. Try and stop the momentum being built on this CT side. 2 consecutive. Do you really want to let it become 3? Answer no, as you can see the investment starting to take shape. So we'll prioritize the rifle MongolZ over the AWP. A little heavy on the purchases right now. And when 2 of the 3 rounds you've lost are ones that you had a pretty good damn chance, and you know that Fury are going to be quite frustrated with this.
So Stairs Insta, you don't always have to make a play around it, right?
No, I think throwing it every round is good conditioning with the hole, right? Then that's going to force the T's to throw out the molly. There's that flash I was talking about, right? That's the combo. You throw that smoke, then the threat exists. So then...
Oh, and then you need him as they're boosting. Oh, heavy damage.
Plans to change quickly there.
Quick walk, though. There's 3 CTs to receive you here. Krabeni, he could throw the Molotov on the fade. They might accelerate on this, though. Might throw it shallow. Oh, he's dead. Nice catch. Missed shot from the AWP. This spirals out of control. Symmetry pivots in for Fallen, but the sight lost. Longs behind a smoke. 0 to 100. Blink of an eye, and oh, Yakinda's even pipped the gap. You're a dead man. Gets one from the grave with the HG. Doesn't matter. Furia deny the 3rd consecutive.
That's a perfect pop right there. Very explosive stuff. One more of those, and they will have problems. Think how that started, right? That nade comes in, 2 players low. They just continue into that smoke. And Krabeni getting caught again. Right? It just becomes... It's changed, right? This used to be... And I think Donk still plays there, but there's been swaps. Vitality swapped, right? Apex used to be middle. Now he plays over towards E-Box, and Flamesy gets the mid spot. So it just becomes a util dispensary position. Ooh.
Yeah, Oliver's trying to be aggressive, and Orly goes down. 20 points of health. All he has to work with. Jugs will tuck anti, supported by Cemetery Sniper. I've seen enough.
Yeah, no, I think that's the right call, but Jugs actually coming back in. And they're trying to track them as they're running away, and that one, fireworks. Not what was intended there from K-Serato. He wants to get basket control, so no volley combo. Jugs plays ahead, he drops a nade and just does a little bit of damage. Staying very active is Symmetry.
Yeah, we haven't seen the AWP on this line before. Might come as a surprise to Yakinda. Oh, great molly. Wow. Completely clears it out with the flame, hoping on this pixel he can punish. Yakinda, oh, he's so well drilled. He knows that's not safe. Pulled out a lot of util.
It's so tough for an AWP to take that space back.
Oh, pushing his name. K-Serato ready to punish. Knows there's a second. Nearly had Jugs on the spray. Okay, hamstrung. Foot at the disadvantage. Bomb heading towards Jugs and Krabeni. Krabeni's in there. Open does well. Flashed ahead of the smoke. Fallen accelerates. Jugs can't do it, but Krabeni can. Still aware that the late mid arrival is a possibility. MongolZ brought low early from Symmetry Sniper. Now Symmetry Sniper could very well have Yuri on the cross. Bang, just like that, Yuri gone. Bomb loose and no time to play. FUT find 4.
Yeah, again, another one of these situations where it feels a little bit tough for them, and they're able to snatch it back. So this is a decent CT half right now on Anubis. Are they able to make it 6-6?
They've made a game. They've made a game out of this. For a moment, it looked like Furia might just have the edge.
Yeah, we're talking 5-1 scoreline. Now they've won 3 out of the last 4. So tip of the tables on this.
You got to work for this one, Furia.
Yeah, and you can't let them go for just another one of these B pops again, right? So are you going to start the AWP over there to ward away Yakinda? You don't have to smoke it yourself.
Something we haven't seen that we saw a lot in G2's game was just fights out of B main. You know, CT's bringing the fight to the B main players. Nade for the AWP. Okay. Yakinda spotted. Ooh, and he hits the flick. AWPers usually have a good sensor when they hit the shot. Likely relays. Yakinda's low.
I think they want to set MongolZ up with a boost, so he can look over the smoke and then they can part through, but he's just staying on the line right now, so...
I think he thinks it's going to fade sooner. Longs is here. No flashbang? Okay, opportunity for Longs. Crosshairs ready. Fallen jiggles out. Ready, activates, pulls away. Lovely activation from Jugs. 2-for-1 trade. Quick rotations. Krabeni clears out B main as well, starting to cinch towards the middle. Yakinda acknowledging this, but I mean, how useful is this hold going to be? Krabeni just pauses, knows he's got the space, doesn't need to overcook.
And it's getting away from Furia. It's only 1900 lost into the last round of the half.
And you're not feeling good right now.
Where are you meant to go? You're hoping for an overstep of the mark. They can give up B and play retake because of Krabeni's position. So if you do want to go middle and try and finish on A, then you're going to have to get past these two. And on the quick rotation will be Symmetry.
He's been in all the right places these last few rounds.
Oh, thank you, Temple. He is just sitting pretty.
Long safe to the deeper line. Serato stepping
20
around.
seconds.
They're coming in. Lonks is happily to take this fight and does manage to find a contribution. It's Serato too, though. Nice from Cemetery. A difference maker. Enables it to be a man advantage in the clutch. It's MongolZ to try and win big. Cemetery tries to buy time. Missed shot from MongolZ. Now camera a threat. Krabeni closes. That one's going to get loud. FUT deliver. Making this one a one-round gap.
Yeah, so the bomb going down will help out the FURIA by ever so slightly with the 600. MongolZ can now get an AK with armor. There's Galil available for Serato. Demon says, nice shot in the chat there. They've worked hard for this, so now it's 4 out of the last 5, and they are in the position to tie us up before the halftime break. Okay, well, Sid, second tactical timeout in this half. He really wants them to make sure they have the lead before we just have that quick minute break. And you can see the round timeline here.
Well, especially considering the stats you were pointing to about FUT's round conversions on the T side.
Yeah, I think this is, we're not going to know for at least the first couple of months how much these updates have changed the balance of the map.
Valid.
So we've seen teams who are even addressing this in a very similar fashion. In interviews, they're like, oh yeah, there's small changes, we'd like more changes. Doesn't really affect it too much, but definitely with rotations, a bit more mid-round harassment, a couple of new ideas. So it is having an impact, but just at what level?
4 Tech 9s really want the util for this. Is this going to be an exec? Smoke break play once more. MongolZ spotted on the stairs. You've got an AWP. Starting A. Cemetery again in the right place.
Yeah, Yukinder is going to molly this. Yep.
Yeah, he is. Cemetery hoping to punish. Lovely readjustment. Now Yukinder's attempted trade. Not going to happen. Not on Cemetery's watch. Double kill shuts down the A test. A barrage of nades to try and slow him down. A smoke to channel them wide. Tees have thrown one back cake. Choke should have something. Dips away. Big box cover. Space taken. An opportunity for MOUZ. Who's going to make the difference? Is it Yuri? Looking for Krabeni. Spams away. Reveals him in the smoke. Gets really hectic. So much smoke on the site. MongolZ kept humble and fallen the last to fall. Damn, that's a hell of a comeback. It was 5-1 and 6-6.
Lonks letting out that fire again. We know this kid's got that energy. And as one of the 2 Romanians here, would love a chance tomorrow to lock himself in for the arena. So they're close now. This is going to be swap of the sides as, again, we are learning with FURIA what the approach is. What have they chopped and changed? Where is the CT setup going to be the same as what they were running on the old iteration of the map?
Like mid worked for them in the pistol. Then B was working for those first couple of guns, and the end, it looked like a bit of a whimper.
I think there's just 2 rounds that you can't say they're unforgivable, but rounds that definitely feel like FURIA should have won. It was where it turned into that 4v4 and you had that B defense from Lonks and Demon.
Yeah.
So that was one of them, and the other was where we saw that MongolZ frustration after he found the opening kill on Cemetery in the window once he got flashed, and that one right there, it felt like they had a lot of space. They're fanned out across the map, waiting for reaggressors, and they just can't hit the shots that are necessary.
Such determination on the face of Lonks.
FURIA win this. They've gone 3 out of 6, so we've split the pistols down the middle here, but feels like at this point it might be mandatory. Bit of util in the mix.
He's going to be running and just trying to get early answers. Okay.
In his own right now.
Yuri confirms there were bodies outside B. Pulls Yukinder back.
Yuri's about to be smoked off if that's landed correctly.
A little bit of vision. Yukinder's got more than that. He's got 3 on the cross. Not another one. Yuri steals it from him. Well, that's what happens when you try and cross without a smoke. Split the pistols, I guess. Oh my god, he spots the whole team. Hits another headshot onto Yukinder. Joke's not going down without a fight.
May as well really take his time. Ooh, might as well get a chance. He's going to run through B main for this one, surely. You want to support MongolZ.
Go on, lads. Overplay, says Jugs. Try it. You've got the bomb. You have no reason to give him anything more.
Smoke comes in. Well, they made a move.
Back in his aim. Says, I'll take the duel.
Okay. Puts him back into the lead ever so. Bomb doesn't go down. Do they force buy? I asked this question earlier in this series, and yes, they did. So do we see it again? Do you want to wrestle for this economic control early, or do you just want to bring the AKs out into the next? Looks like they're going to take the eco this time around. I just see a flash invested upon.
Kinda so calm with it. Like, that's a round-winning, long-range trio. MongolZ just going to rock the dual Berettas into round 2. No, he's not. Excuse me.
Oh, they are pinned, aren't they? Stuck at rugs. The flash. And that was
Hello?
it. Yep.
Goodbye.
Farmed up. The SMGs make a mincemeat of that one.
Oh, that's a lot of extra cash.
Well, you've got 2 SMGs right now. So can run something a little bit bonus with this, knowing you're going up against the AKs. You could be disruptive, you can take a chance, you can take a risk, or you could just use it in a standard round. And the old CT setup used to be Urian falling over towards B, Yakinda middle, and Queserato at A with MongolZ floating on the AWP. So let's see if they've made any changes. It's going to be more of the same. Made in. 2 of them postured around the doors. It feels like they want to fight this. So there it is. Teamwork, right? Flash comes through. He takes a pier. Fallen breaks that E-box smoke. Deep con smoke now deployed. So 2 with mid smoke also landing. Simultaneously applying pressure across the map. This feels like a position where Yakinda can be very annoying.
Yeah, he's definitely in the right place, especially with the flashes on display. He was ready for launch, but couldn't win out. An important clawback frag, and now MongolZ could be caught with looking the wrong way. Great readjustment from Krebeni. Pulls him into a winning position. Fallen flirting with aggression on the smoke push, but we'll back away. The SMG from Queserato caught out. Nice second as well. Good sequence into middle from Krebeni. Any sights lost. Yuri wants to change that. Joke's playing the angle, takes some heavy damage from that M4, but hunted down by Symmetry.
I like that. They stop playing. They go, hey, let's just kill this guy, shall we? Let's not pull anybody off while they punch the digits in. We'll just clear them out. And now it's just fallen to fine, deleted by Krebeni and a big round.
Yeah, that's convincing.
So that the way they used the bonus was not really to use the SMGs, but to set up the rifles, right? So they sell A. Queserato stays in mid to flash and harass. I think it's the timing there that MongolZ gets caught with by Krebeni that is the real difference maker within the round, because they go 1-for-1 over towards Canals. So that was the bonus, but they can buy in again. MongolZ gets his AWP. Rifles for 3. Queserato on an SMG. Lacking util, so might need to try something. MongolZ's AWP will be starting over towards E-box. Let's take a peek. Yes.
Stay forward.
That's an invitation.
Feels like a guarantee if you swing into MongolZ's sniper in this position.
If they only knew, it is just Queserato and rotation is miles away.
Yeah. Haven't even taken baskets. Looks like they will be heading A.
It's awfully quiet. You feel like you have to rotate somebody back, but a response to when you lose water is to try and trundle through middle. When Queserato coming back over to join, he's left the site. What are you meant to do?
Oh dear. Yakinda's managed to catch the tail.
Oh,
second as well.
What a swing. What's going on?
Krebeni gives him the fight he wanted.
Could have locked down main. Just charges out, and 4 of them coming on the flank.
Oh god, Demon's got his work cut out for him. He's going to have to nail this. Oh, the second flash caught him off guard, forced to turn tail. They've already taken so much space back from A main. A good place HE. Might slow him down. Demon on contact, rest will swing. Denied by the incendiary. There's Jugs. Oh, the double nade! Is it enough? Long's positioned, ready for Queserato. Can't catch him on the crouch. Oh, you don't see a double nade all too often. Doesn't matter. FURIA take 9.
Such a crazy swing there by Krebeni. I guess he's not, well, expecting so many bodies. They're close already, but just swings out, goes down, wants to alleviate pressure, does the opposite.
Yeah, put him in a box.
Their best to try and fight out of that.
It's been one hell of a game. I think FURIA and FUT, it's a matchup I hope to see more of.
I think back in Krakow, they were happy that, I think it was Astralis who eliminated them. We don't want to play them again.
Yeah, no, I'm good, actually.
Yeah. These guys can definitely pack a bit of a punch as on screen. The timeout taken, second by Coolio. Walk in.
That's the swing you're talking about, falling there as well to lend a hand. It felt like all the nades were in the right places from both teams.
It's crazy. K-Serato was first on the scene. Gets the last kill to guarantee that one.
Yeah, I mean, and playing, you had no one on the site as those nades land. It's impressive that FURIA do convert that. Sure, Krebeni may have helped him out a little.
So she's going to pick B.
Okay, I do like it when an AWP gets that early motion.
Jail.
He spot him, or is he just going to hold for the baton?
Must have spotted him.
Yeah,
must be a
look
no.
at Another HE or a Molotov. That's surely FURIA's fate sealed. Okay, you get your opening. How do you play out the 4v5?
This is hyper aggressive.
Hyper aggressive.
Hello!
Oh, a chance for two. Quick trade out of Cemetery. High impact from the sniper in round 17.
Is there another port of call regarding aggression for FURIA? Currently 1-1-1. Lined up for the B split. Good utility for it as well. Handful of smokes. Molly, but Fallen. He's ready for the fight.
Just arrived in time. Jugs will bait Tuck and hope Fallen's back is turned as he reacts to being made. Perfect play. You got the sight, you got the frag.
Rotation in through CT of this AWP. If they're lazy with how they cross.
Yeah, like the pistol. This time there is a smoke. Goes for the Hail Mary wall bang. Tries to flash it forward, but Jugs knows better. Demon, in fact, tucks in towards E-Box, and is that it?
I feel like you have to call it off right now. This is a tough retake, even in an even man scenario. So, clawing one back, we continue to change blows right now. Second half, 5 rounds of play. Pistol with a conversion for FURIA. Spotting one back for FUT. FURIA get the job done, and now responding on this T side. That was off of a Coolio timeout.
True.
Discuss the finances. They drop the AWP. Cemetery goes over towards B, catches the leg of Yuri. HE, a molly, an AWP bullet for good measure.
Horrible feeling for Yuri when he realizes, oh, the jig is up.
But this is the thing, I think they're hoping that a player swings with him pinned because Molotow's AWP was there, because it feels like, why didn't they just smoke it?
Sure, yeah.
But if you're really worried about Yuri, you want to get him out, just smoke it. They didn't want to concede the territory and it cost them. They save the 2 guns and they buy around it. Lost bonus yet to build. Not to post up in middle.
Yeah, this is where you're hoping for a Molotov round.
Go through this mid smoke. It's a consideration. Sort of very aggressive, right? That will be noted that someone's poked their nose out A main and nading T stairs, but acceleration now.
That's an awful lot of mid space. Quick off the split.
They're trying to split into B. That's where the stack is right now. 3 players, Yuri, Fallen, and Molotov's AWP.
Blocked. Interesting nade combo.
Okay, they're backing off, so it won't be the B finish after all.
A T-smoke that Molotov can edge. Okay, Yukinda's just playing for the camera info. Close, staying ball. Wow, well done, Unikinda. Unable to find the follow-up. It's Launch that keeps us the 4-on-4. 48 for the finish. K-Serato's sight, and he escorts them out. Get out of my sight. Triple kill. Thank you very much. That's round 10.
Again, it's sometimes just this, I don't want to call it lazy, but rushed spacing, right? We've seen it happen a couple of times for FUT. They think they have a gap, they run in, they're not as tidy in those moments as they need to be, and you just see them get absolutely punished for it. Those kills come way too easy.
And those are the difference makers. Those are the rounds that you sit there and review. You can see Coolio just looking up at the sky. Yakinda's done very well to win out, get one, but K-Serato ends the round
right there.
right there.
Everyone in such a haste for the trade.
K-Serato had the round. It was the two guns, you know, and he had the ability.
The call was the right one. It's just, yeah, the details.
Yakinda now very aggressive towards A main. He's not giving up. He's not backing down. He'll just keep taking fights. Ooh, not the most ideal nade placement. God, he's just not scared.
Peeking around corners with nades in his head.
And now you're headed into Molotov.
Molotov.
Molotov. And the Molotov. He gets a sound cue. He gets the frag. Now advancing in. Lovely tracking. It's all perfect from Furia. The round ends in a whimper. As the 11th now red for Furia.
That's where you think it's probably gotten away.
Aros, Bohak, Rayo. Nice, boys. There you go.
You've done the trio,
threat.
the trifecta. Our last tactical timeout from Coolio. Last time he called one, they were able to convert the round. This time he has to hope for that and much more because unless Sid calls it, he will not be able to slow the roll. Just 2 rounds remaining for Fury to get this done. It's been a long old series. They've been put through their motions.
This is where you want to see kind of a return of Demon from Mirage, right? You know? Do you remember Mirage?
Coolio looks exhausted.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
He looks exhausted out there.
It's been a long series. I think Overpass took over 90 minutes. A feature-length movie of Overpass.
Well, does this one have overtime? And currently no. Furia look like they've been able to do enough.
Yeah, it does look like they've got past the threat.
That was shades of Yakinda from Liquid there, where they just used him as a point man in any aggro move. Whoa, speaking of aggro.
Have enough. He has absolutely had enough. Demon can't catch a break. 6 and 15 as Yakinda's just, hanging out the window. Barely a pixel of his heel keeping him on.
Well, he's got this HE to break. I guess
that's the shadow he's waiting for, so now he can inform them, gets ready to swing, and Krabeni just loses his head.
Beautiful.
Great tap. The only potential gap is if K-Serato gets nothing here. And a perfect
ahead of it.
flash. He drops on in, hang on, gets nothing. Fallen, what's your reaction to this?
It's a miss smoke.
It is a flub smoke. No denying that. You're going to surge forward, take space, and plant. Plant's safe, though. Longs versus Fallen. Good cover from Jugs. Now Molotov likely to overlook this closer angle. He's going to wait for camera to activate. Starting to push. There's Symmetry. Deals with it. Another where that came from, but it's Molotov on the clears. Does well. Yuri 2. Symmetry to save him. A must-win clutch. Knows where they were. And time ticking in his favor. Here's Molotov arrival towards the bricks. Wants to try and isolate, does manage the first. A second as well. Symmetry sends 2 to the grave. An important clutch and an AWP for his efforts.
Okay, that one gets dicey, right? Because they plan a backside. Maybe from Fountain, he could have got an angle right there if they get it, but knew he had to hit those shots. So a little bit more to be said with this one. A tough round, and one that came with some big advantages. Aggressive B play, another Molotov opening that goes unanswered by Furia. 3v5. A couple of these in review that have been dropped by Furia in this series. Just showing the individual output available from the FUT players as lining up to knock them down. Symmetry, hero of the last, looking to find an opening, and they'll take some timing on mid off the back of that.
Got a Mag 10 on Krabeni.
You've gotten this space before, and you've walked right up in the face of what was Yakinda earlier. If they're ready to pounce, if there's the activation available from a teammate with you two, they can just skyrocket here.
Jugs has no nade, so he can't flash him in through that window. Jiggles, ooh, spotting him. Okay, K-Serato jumps across, gets himself tucked on site. Now they dump Util.
B-main push in the interim. So info gathered on the other side of the map. Fallen, playing to contain, not looking to push the issue right now.
Yeah, and Symmetry's adjusted for the potential of that push.
Temple Smoke's just come in. Camera one about halfway gone. How to block utility now other than Yakinda. How wary of the potential of this push. only going to head back towards main alongside of Jugs here for this finish. Symmetry could smoke off. They can still split through camera. It's Molly, though. What's the point of the placement? Are they going to try and get this on Fountain? No. Flushing out towards Bricks. Here they come.
Serato will have to reposition. Drops off. They'll have heard the tick. Demon down. Perfect setup. Molodoi and K-Serato reap the rewards. Perfect for K-Serato. A two-man hold. 4-12. 5 frags between the two of them. That's exactly what Sid wanted to see.
No money. This has to be it. FURIA have to have done enough. Right? This is
so. You would think so, but I've thought the same before triple OT.
But there's no chance for a Coolio timeout, right? And that has been a key in a couple of these T-side rounds, right? They've won 2 off the back of it. It's just going to be a light buy because there was only 1,400 loss coming into this, so it's essentially rubbish, 2 Tech 9s, 2 Deagles, and a Mac 10.
No better match point than when your opponent's got a broken buy. A golden opportunity for FURIA to sail into the 2-0 column here at PGL Cluj-Napoca.
Just going with an A execute.
Yeah, I mean, when in doubt,
it's currently open, but they're not to know that.
So camera smoke primed and ready. You'll flash to get your boys in. K-Serato breaks. Tugs in, they surge forward. Sight now lost. We've seen FURIA with these retakes. They've been very well drilled with these. Nade does heavy damage, so does Yakinda's M4. Just strafes on out, staying so active, so lethal. Double kill. Jugs and Lawns keeping us interested only for a moment. Yuri takes the place of his fallen comrade and has the same output. Double kill in defense of the A site, just as Yakinda did. And it all falls to Symmetry. One clutch already on this bomb site, but this one, an extra man and lesser weapon, just a Desert Eagle. Yuri, maybe a body shot, can't hit it. FURIA, an exhausted FURIA likely after a full 3-map affair, but the first opportunity and they close.
Yes, FUT dug in their heels, but in the end, FURIA gave them the boot. Gotta say, what a competitive series of Counter-Strike that really could have swung either way. Might be scant consolation for FUT right now, but another great showing from them.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, it did feel like a mirror image of Mirage to some extent, you know, where it was FUT who won both pistols and managed to have some good individual rounds here, despite their best efforts, especially in the first half, having to win a lot of gun rounds on the CT side, being 5-1 down. They just didn't have enough really in the tank to push through those bad starts.
Overall, a great series by FUT. Obviously, they're going to be a little bit disappointed that they didn't win it. I think the best chance for that was obviously an overpass in all the overtimes.
And that moment you highlighted, yeah.
Exactly, when you're leading 14-12 T-side overpass, you feel like you're so close, and then heading into Anubis. It was a game that was always going to be tough for FUT to win. I think Chad said it during the cast as well, that he put it down to experience, and I feel like that was evident on the server as well, that some of that lack of experience was showcasing on overpass and maybe also a bit on Anubis.
And even Longs was talking about that in his interview with James about, you know, in Krakow he felt it cost them some silly mistakes and inexperience playing against that caliber of teams. I think here it's not necessarily that they were out of their depth. I think just inexperience in terms of dealing with that overpass loss.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, being so close and just emotionally being able to sort of reset, or also how do you manage your emotions during that game so you're not completely drained. I said I was going to keep an eye on Longs. He didn't have any problems.
I was going to say
he had
that
tons of energy,
answered,
but it felt like everyone else was sort of drained and just ran out of gas when it came to Anubis.
I think as well, though, I mean, let's just call it as it is. Anubis is still going to be unfamiliar territory for a lot of these teams that are picking it up and playing it. I like that it's being agreed upon so far at this tournament. It's almost the handshake map. We'll play on it, you know, we might let it through in a veto.
In groups.
Yeah,
in groups,
exactly. I hope the teams keep the same energy.
It won't be happening probably later in the tournament, but again, what it does is it gives reps to teams, and we will see someone emerge.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Oh, yeah.
Where's that demon from Mirage, man? He definitely ran out of gas.
Yeah,
6 kills, 33
absolutely.
ADR.
The demon was exorcised. What can you do?
That's why no one wanted him.
Yeah,
everyone points to this map.
I mean, you know, you're talking about where people been in across the series. This man's been there for FURIA every map, right up there with MongolZ. I mean, this is the bedrock of their success. That Molodoi is the phenom, the insane rookie AWPer that just plays an aggressive style, and K-Serato is just Mr. Reliable.
It's hard not to sound like a broken record, but
I know, right?
He is just Mr. Consistent in that regard, having another great series, and it is off to a good start in 2026 as well. I think that was one of my main concerns with FURIA. We saw what they did the last 3 months of last season. We had Yuri playing, you know, the best brand of Counter-Strike he's been playing in 3 or 4 years. You had K-Serato back at his best. You had Yakinda coming in. I was thinking to myself, some of these players are maybe going to drop down a little bit in level, whether that would be Yuri, whether that be Yakinda, whether that be K-Serato, but you can't put a finger on how he started 2026. He's, as we spoke about, you know, still in contention to be up there with the very best in terms of the rifling. I will say, you know, if you want to dive into that conversation, Yuri is yet to hit the form he was in, you know, before the break. It's not that he's been playing bad, it's just that he's not having the same amount of impact, and I think that's where the devil is in the detail right now for FURIA, that they're very close to getting back to championship winning form, but there's certain players, Yakinda, we saw him struggle a bit on Warpass, bouncing back here on Anubis. Some of the players are still not, you know, fully up to speed, so to speak.
Yeah, a little bit the players, a little bit the map pool. I mean, with the train being removed and the addition of Anubis, right? That's obviously going to impact them. They were one of the better train teams. Maybe not at the very end. They lost a step there, but still, sure, they would probably prefer to play it over Anubis at this point in time. So, like everyone else, they have that to figure out. You know, okay, how much do we want to invest on Anubis? Do we want to try to make it one of our best maps and it would be sick for them if they had Overpass plus Anubis +1, which seems to be Mirage at the moment, or do we maybe just make it respectable and put our focus elsewhere?
Well, a scrappy win for FURIA, guys. We're going to go to a break now. Just a quick one. When we come back, it's going to be Vitality versus MongolZ. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back. We've got a run back of a major quarterfinal in the form of Vitality versus MongolZ. We're going to talk about MongolZ for a little bit with the panel. We're still here with Pimp and Yanko. It's been a while since I did something controversial, I think.
You want to go at it now?
Yeah, it's time. Let's just say let's put some cards on the table about MongolZ. I've declared myself officially a MongolZ hater for this year.
How can you hate them?
I didn't know they had any haters.
Yeah, no, I know. And this is the problem. That I think it's not really so much about the team, although I find some of their effort and consistency questionable, but it's really about the fans. I think the fans have allowed them a pass for too long for being the young, plucky upstarts. I think they've massively underachieved as a team. Nobody says that. Then let's also be real. We went into the Senzu situation. Senzu out of the team. The org say everything's fine. Senzu's going emo on social media, you know, turning his avatar to black and deleting posts
like
and
a teenager.
all of that.
Yeah.
And then it's, oh no, don't worry, it's burnout. Why the emo on social media? And if it's just burnout, that's never been answered. He said, no, it is burnout. But by the way, I'm open to any offers from any team. I'll even AWP. MongolZ said he's benched, but we're open to any and all offers from anyone in the world, right? So Senzu then streamed all of the time and has just announced that he's joined Passion, which if it was just a burnout thing, you've had 3 months off, come back, why not on a team like MongolZ? So there's something off with the story. You point that out, the fans go crazy, and that's it for me now. I can only wish upon them fate.
I wish this is where you put on your investigative journalist shoes, Richard. And
I can't wear them anymore. I'm washed.
I wish you knew some Mongolian so you could get to the bottom of this, because it is one of the great mysteries.
Right.
Just by far the best player on the team, you know, a top 20 player in the world that gets benched for, you know, it all sounded weird. Like, it didn't sound weird, just like a reason you give.
And it's not to make like the burnout, which is a real thing, but it's like nothing pointed to that. And also, you're a 19-year-old kid living the dream.
Yeah, and making bank for Mongolia.
Yeah.
I mean, there's that as well with how they were doing. Won their first S-tier event at TWC. Yep. I mean, like, that was not beating Vitality on the way to that title. Who would have expected that? So I think it's definitely one of those enigmas, really, what went down. I hope we get to know someday.
Yeah,
because it.
I'm not saying we're owed an explanation about what goes on behind the scenes, but I think for their own fans that are defending them so vociferously, the truth would be nice.
It's just frustrating because it's enabled by the fact that, as you said as well, Richard, ever since that Senzu is no longer part of the MongolZ, it's been a team that hasn't really delivered to the same degree anymore. You know, the whole thing of Control is coming into the lineup. Not a bad word about him. I think
another reason to dislike all the hype around him because he had one good tournament.
Yeah, fair enough.
Two good tournaments.
Yeah, he did a decent job, but that's not his issue, right? He's being brought into a scenario where he can only disappoint when you're replacing Senzu. Like, there's no way you're going to be the new Senzu. So if that's the expectations, then you're screwed.
But you don't need a new Senzu. You've got the old Senzu.
That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. Because if you are working with the premise that he's not going to rejoin the MongolZ, which is then the case, then you got to find another player who's at a similar level. Cobra Zero, is he that guy? It's too early to tell. You know, he was in the hunts. He's had a couple of decent games here for the MongolZ. His rating, I think, so far in the MongolZ is 1.06, and that's helped by beating Pain yesterday and having the best map of his career. So I don't see him being a guy that is on the level of Senzu. And if they can't replace Senzu with a guy that's on his level, then I don't see the MongolZ as a team that we need to consider, you know, being in that top 6, top 5 conversation.
You guys are so vocal about them underachieving, like, since Senzu got benched. Like, what did you expect them to do? They made playoffs at Chengdu. Rivals, they beat Spirit, right? At the major, they made quarterfinals and lost to Vitality. What did you want them to do?
I want a core of it. See, I want the time machine, so we could have gone back and they should have won more tournaments, is what I'm saying. Because they're clearly capable of it. EWC is like such a legit win.
Well, it is, but what also happened at EWC? Techno was the MVP with by far the best tournament of his career, which, you know, obviously was an outlier. So maybe that was the catalyst for them lifting that trophy. Listen, I'm going to say that MongolZ, I consider them a very good team, and I expect them to make playoffs at events like this. But to expect them to lift trophies consistently with Vitality existing, Spirit, Falcons, all these teams, how? Like, how are they supposed to do that? I mean, there's just a ceiling. Players' skill determines the ceiling of your team. They have very good players, but they're also limited in some other areas.
The window for me was in that zone when Vitality were like, look, we've won our major. Let's just go into cruise control a little bit, have a few semi-finals, a few quarterfinals, and that was where FURIA emerged. And you know, if you think about what FURIA did, MongolZ were better positioned than FURIA to be the team that took up the slack.
The problem is that we have to recalibrate the expectations for the MongolZ, because they were in the major final in Austin, which in itself was a massive surprise. Then a couple of months later, they win EWC. So if you take that period and you put that together, you're like, yeah, they are a team that should contend for trophies, and yeah, they're in that conversation, but not anymore. You know, not without Senzu. And even if they would have kept Senzu, I don't see them being a team that is supposed to contend with Vitality, FURIA, Falcons for that matter, if they get this
They
shit
were
together.
arguably the best Mirage team in the world.
I just wish they practiced before Cologne, because their bracket was Navi into Spirit into MOUZ in the final. Like that's the big one for me. And I'll tell you also, it's crazy that they didn't lose a step with controllers and how good he played individually. Yes, he had a stinker against Vitality in the major quarterfinal, and this guy absolutely bodied them as well. Had over 2 rating in that quarterfinal and just had the best tournament of his career, probably.
Right, Janko, we've done the rage bait bit.
No, I will just say, though, with the end of the Mongols, like, I'm not doubting Mara ever. Like, he has 2 years
Another
of
reason
bad
why
results.
I have high expectations.
But every time we can't forget the 4 players have been together for such a long time. It's kind of 3 years at this point, really. So they have
my
so
old
much
friend
familiarity.
Dan hated the fact that I suggested Mara should be coach of the year.
Well, you can't. I voted Exta as number 1, but I voted Mara number 2.
He is, yeah.
So that there was no doubt to me about that. But for this particular matchup, we see that the Anubis ban comes in for the side of the Mongols. They used to veto train, so that's an easy one for them. Ancient banned by the side of Vitality, probably a Mirage pick.
That's the big question, isn't it? Is Vitality still in that mindset where they want to gamble a bit with the veto, they want to explore some new maps, they want to test stuff, or do you think that was only for the opening game?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I think they probably have a lot of respect for MongolZ here, and it's like, obviously...
I don't.
There was a point...
That's 2 pick tells you...
Yeah.
We want to win.
Yeah, sure. I mean, but MongolZ, I think, there was a conceivable argument they were the best Mirage team in the world at one point. Not a surprise to see them take that.
I'll make matters worse for you as well, because they have a long history. They played against each other, I think, was it 6, 7, 8 times in 2025? There was a period where every single tournament, the Mongols would face Vitality with Sensu. Whenever the Mongols have beaten Vitality, which has happened twice, I believe, in that period, it was always Sensu being the top frag as well. It was always Sensu doing well, having a good game, finding a lot of impact. So in terms of this matchup that was very interesting in the vast majority of 2025, again, it's all about recalibrating. It's a new Mongols era. It's a new player in Cobra Zero coming in, so we have to recalibrate those expectations.
You should always be careful about a player that has a Zera at the end of his
Well, hasn't he been playing without the Zera, though? Which I support this. We don't need any more Zeras.
Especially not from Mongolia.
Yeah, well...
if they're Brazilians, fine, whatever,
But I mean, look, a tough test for a new player filling very big shoes against the best team in the world right now, favorites for the tournament.
It's a freebie. They don't have to win this game. They don't have to do well. If Vitality win, no one is going to rise an eyebrow. If they can come in here and do a good job, steal away a map, if you can have a good series, Cobra Zero, that's a win in itself. No one is expecting the Mongols to beat Vitality, so in that sense, there's no pressure. It's a freebie.
All right, guys. Well, after all of that, we'll leave the fans nice and angry and throw it over to our commentators. Take it away, guys.
Where they'll stay angry.
Yeah, we're going to do our best. Anyway, Vitality versus Mongols. I find myself quietly optimistic that we're going to have a game here. It would be easy to come in here and say, oh, I don't have any faith in Mongols. It's simply not good enough, or whatever you want to say. But I reckon there's a game.
Well, Jacob trying to say new expectations, right? Janko saying that this is essentially 3 years that the Mongols, at least the 4 of them, have been together. I think it's 2 years, 8 months for the more recent additions, than only a month for Mr. Cobra or Zera.
We can't be doing Zera.
I think it's likely a 2-0, but it's how much of a fuss can the Mongols kick up. Setting their sights on an A execute immediately. Rops here, not feeling well. Mr. Ropsicle, that could be a way in.
You're right. Unless he starts to play sick, if you know what I'm saying. He's down with the sickness. See if his aim is disturbed. Well, that's not gone well at all, has it? Techno gets 2 on the entry. Apex looking for a clawback, doesn't quite tap, but confirms that Mezzi needs to hit this shot, coming in from CT. Flamesy's so disconnected from it. HE doesn't quite hit the mark, and so now CT control gained. I say that as they actually just smoked it, so now Apex, he's got a lot on his plate. 4 on the site, and he's found the angle. Oh, stunning! Beautiful! Asleep at the wheel! Apex shreds! 9-10, that's not planted for you, mate. Apex has just one-man armied the round. He's even going for the defuse. Apex, Dan Matters, Claire. Old man still got it.
He's just surprised himself with that one.
Did he crash? Did he crash?
It would be surprising that Cobra Zero was that asleep at the wheel. He's
moving and spawn?
Still in.
Maybe comms ain't flowing.
Maybe.
It's all Mongolian to him. What's that?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
Flames in it. He
That's
can do the
what I'm
commentary.
saying.
He can do it.
I can do it all.
I don't know what happened to Cobra there. Quizzical, isn't it? All right, well.
Crazy. Techno gets a double entry. 5v3.
There's a chance right now on the Force.
Yeah.
Rifles across the board. Went in with an SMG. Through underpass. Cobra Zero out top mid to tap. 9-10 supporting. And then Techno on the extremity. Mazinho was the same. He's rotated back.
Look at the minimap. That is a CT side that just want to fight mid, and they will. ZywOo's already removed Cobra Zero.
And nobody swung for a trade. Nobody poked their nose out of underpass. So you start being quite focused on the sights right now. It's Molly window.
Wow. Long-range headshot. Blitz doesn't quite find the follow-up. Robs puts him down, and now 3v, 2v, 1v5. 5 alive. Very nice. Things are flowing for Vitality. They get past the force buy.
I still want to know what happened to Cobra.
What happened to Cobra?
I just want to know. They want to know what happened to Senzu. I want to know what happened to Cobra.
Well, I just saw what happened to Senzu. He's been announced.
Yeah, well.
Senzu on an international roster. Didn't think I'd see the day.
No, that was the lengthy desk discussion there. Why is he not back on this team? Regardless, that's not the team we're dealing with. MongolZ, they were the first team in 2025 to beat Vitality twice. That's quite the feat.
Looks like ZywOo is just going to be fighting middle. And it's going incredibly well. Good burst in face.
Apex looking like the Apex we saw at the start of 2025.
Yeah.
But that's when he was just absolutely farming. It was the second half they got a little bit shaky, but not just for him, for everybody. And then when you think the strats aren't working, you start delving deeper. But looks like he's definitely turned his attention to the fragging. He's been looking crispy. He's telling me back in Krakow, he tries to do somewhere between, I think, like, I'm probably going to inflate the figure. It's probably better that way. Like 500 to 600 deathmatch kills a day. That's on top of everything else he has to do. You don't just get the luxury of...
I mean, you have to stay hungry. And he definitely is.
I think that's the key for me about Apex is the goal setting and also living in the moment, understanding that this opportunity with a team like this comes once in a lifetime. And the fact that's from your leader, you can see that distilled in his teammates.
Yeah.
Now, yesterday, Rop's not feeling too well, took to Twitter. Mezzy had a rough go of things in Krakow, also pretty slow yesterday as well. He still got the job done against G2. That one went all 3 maps. They ended up losing on Inferno. That was the biggest blowout of the series, 13-8. They beat them 13-8 on Anubis to get the job done, but Inferno was surprising to see them just go missing. It's Mirage to start here, then Dust2 up next. If you take a look at the MongolZ with the addition of Mr. Cobra, it's much limited gameplay, just a total of 8 maps so far. This is number 9. ZywOo's all alleviating a lot of pressure, and he might get one for free. Techno, where are the possibility? Now a deep block smoke, so ZywOo could repause right now if he wanted to. It's Mezzy playing Joker on this setup.
Cobra Zero has been heard by Flamesy and forces out a block smoke.
Worried about everything, aren't they? Minute 15. Lead pipe going through con. Techno heading back towards A. Zinnia pretty masterful in terms of that A lurk.
Pretty good for catching timings. They will throw a smoke as he started to try and activate. There, wins the duel. Yeah, bomb spotted and Apex positioned perfectly. Looking for that follow-up. Oh, and Cobra caught in the smoke. It's a gray screen from a teammate smoke. There's the Mazinho activation, but Apex quick to track. Good trade. Techno delivers a necessary one.
Get that bomb planted. They don't have any util to block right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be hard to see the bomb planted safe.
Always not really connected with this. He's waiting for a move through jungle. Rops has flashed off. They haven't taken the side to plant just yet. Both up on the balcony.
What's the plan? 910 holds and tries to provide cover from the elevation. Woo! That's a nice headshot. Post plants hard, retake even more difficult for ZywOo. I guess he's just hoping for someone to slip up.
Kit on the bomb.
Goes for that elevation, gonna elect to take the AK and the tip of the head. He does confirm it with the blood splatter. Oh, indecision on display, ready for the double swing! Oh, he's got an opportunity. You're trapped, and he's not got the bullets. The USP forced out. He knows he's got the kit. He's just gonna stick it. Okay. Fake, mantle up, hope he catches a heady here, runs him down. Good work from 910. He's a threat, there's no doubt about it.
Normally it looks effortless for ZywOo. A couple of weird changes there, couldn't swap the gun out, it fumbles the jump. So,
sticky buttons.
Yeah, first time ZywOo's looked a little bit all over the place in a situation like that, but round on the board, 3-1. Buy back in, don't you worry about that. It's Blitz operating on the SMG. Everybody else in the server will have their rifle of choice. Say that, there's a couple of Galils.
Yeah, 910 did manage to find ZywOo's AWP as well just before time elapsed, so gets it for free.
Well, default setup right now for Vitality. Plenty A, Apex connector, ZywOo window, Rob Shaw, and Mezzy B. Okay. Jump orb down to underpass is the whoop. Just gets himself up in the vent room. ZywOo repositions right now back to ticket. Mid control established, at least for the most part. Apex Murder Mouth. Would love to see the words per minute in a round.
Yeah, right. StarCraft used to have APM. Where's our WPM? The technology is there.
Now the AI goes with the French accent.
Louis.
Con, window smoke both in play. FlameZ backs off through it. Doesn't want to give away that fight for free. Working on a B split again.
Rob's ladder though. He's been here since the start of the round.
Yeah, but look at Apex. He's hiding a bench.
Perfect spread.
Mezzy's susceptible now.
Calculated.
Mezzy.
Yeah, oi. Gets Cobra ready for more as well. Can't control it. Apex on the site though. Robs chips in. Overlooked on site is Apex. Plays Joker perfectly. Vitality so just well drilled. Everything falling into place, including 910 dropping into sight. Catches a flash of Robs' backpack as Apex catches him.
He's 10-2.
Yes, sir.
And most of his frags have had impact in round conversions. So Apex taking care of business right now, reading the situation flawlessly. He was even under pressure there. Amoli went to bench. He's able to scamper in during the chaos, get himself in a strong position. Rob's activating in time to make this one tough as well.
Yeah, he played it very well, didn't he?
Could be the partial now for the Mongols. What a beat again. Okay. Mezzy, they are showing a little bit of disrespect, my friend. You're on your own. Rotation will be ZywOo. He'll be the quickest man. Well, Rob's heading back too, so in mind, there will be support. It's on the way. Oh!
Instant headshot from 910. Bell rung. Mezzy still gets himself the double kill and buying time for Robs' arrival. No issues here for Mr. Cool. Do it on the pistol if he has to. Ooh, Techno's pistols hitting headshots. Look at it go! Another one! Tags up ZywOo for number 3. Okay, what do you do now? You pick up the bomb, you throw on a smoke, and you play it out. Finds himself an M4, 5 bullets. Nice pre-fire from FlameZ.
That shows you just get one opportunity, don't you? Techno was doing a good job hitting some shots right there, but you give FlameZ another opportunity and he will remove you from the play. Did end up getting quite costly there, all things considered. The B defense looked good where Mezzy cops the dink, but then mops up. Can't imagine from what Rob said he's just immediately better within the next day, but hopefully on the uptick. And that was just the partial. In with the guns again. Let's going to join the top mid control. Not going to be playing through underpass. Might leave that up to Techno this time round.
Cross under the sight line of ZywOo's AWP. Cobra strafing into the AWP, but now a missed shot. Apex has still drawn first blood onto Blitz, deals with him with the bullet and nade combo. Cobra's era forward position going to be feeling vulnerable. Mazinho trying to apply pressure to Robs, and Mazinho's headshot, he's actually hit it. Robs on the repeat.
Yeah, played ahead of the smoke, or...
Yeah, because there was no smoke on the feet.
It was getting thrown in, so, okay. Didn't land perfectly.
I was ready for Cobra.
Already had a miss so far.
Yeah, trying to afford a second one and won't. Is Techno going to try and activate late? No, he's activating just in time. Zywo just looks away. Trying to pre-aim for the jump across, but he's going to have his back turned here. Techno has the golden opportunity. He's going to go for two. Oh, beautiful. Techno definitely on his A game here. Then Mazinho goes swinging on out. Job done, site taken.
All right, Mezzy, no point giving this one a go. You're just way too many players in the last round, and you really want to hold on to this. Zywo has enough to buy Apex the same. Flames, he's just going to get in there. So, Mezzy.
Nice.
Are they going to come your way? Do you want to throw everything away, Mongols, in pursuit of removing all the rifles? Retaining this. Easy now. He's got the difference there on Mazinho, and 910 will hold on to the AWP. So that's a big save there from Mezzy. So 1400 is going to come in. Apex will have 5.4 plus the kill rewards. Zywo is going to have enough for another AWP. Flames will be able to buy himself.
And Mezzy gets an AK for his troubles. I think. I thought.
Yes,
he does.
Just in time. Now, I wonder, does poor Mezzy have to take the sacrifice? Will he have to give that AK to someone else? Then Robs is the short player. It's a rifle. Mezzy operates over towards B Apartments with an SMG.
That's a round that fills me with hope for a competitive series. It's well-rounded individuals. Techno making a hero play.
Okay, Robs is going to come in with a FAMAS, so...
Yo,
Mezzy
that's the respect.
He gets to be a little bit... They want him to be selfish.
That's
Hold
true.
on to that AK, Mezzy. Or at least a little bit more selfish.
Mezzy gets to go out mid.
Maybe not completely selfish.
He gets to stretch his legs. He gets to participate in the opening play.
Hello.
Flamesy and Mezzy combined. 910's gone, and Cobra Zera spotted. Mid control's theirs.
Techno working on a play.
He's been so good already. Oh, you heard the Mezzy step. Now, do you anticipate the second man? Mezzy was in the kill feed mid, so someone's got to have started here.
Not be able to walk out top mid. Cobra's got the AWP.
True to his Zera suffix.
Techno ahead of this.
Robs might peek in. Spots the shadow, confirms his position, and gets away.
Helps inform the split up cat though. Player likely towards Van. They're ready to erupt. Smoke will land con, and they'll just start peppering up short.
It's going to be really uncomfortable on B. Really uncomfortable for Mezzy and Robs. No help from Zywo either. Focused on the con fight. You've lost him. Great catch. Cobra claws one onto Robs. Blitz down to Zywo. Still Mezzy on the site with a lot to do. Knows the pressure's coming. Supportive flash actually connects. Oh, they were lined up for him. Solid find from Mazinho, pays a heavy price. A 2-on-2, low HP, opts to AWP.
Bomb will go down. Flamesy fast on this flank. Is he considered?
Oh, movement from Zywo gets him up short quicker than they may expect. Techno going to be the point man here. Plays active. On that apps line.
Kid on the side again.
Retrievable, headshot tracking, dink exchange. They're both so low, but he's only got the AWP. Never mind, AK in a flame, in a can.
Perfect play.
Mazinho hits it. MongolZ take 3, down to the wire. They are hanging on by just scraps of health, but they pull it off.
Yeah, that info of that balcony player, right? That little jostle with Techno and Robs, and that's going to identify as they're coming up short. They were going to drop the smoke, but they don't. They don't announce the presence. By doing that, they're able to have this AWP come in. Cobra grabs a kill, and that B bomb site just opens up. I thought that supportive flash of Apex. He was screaming to get over there to help Mezzy. Lobs one out, flashes 2 players towards short, but not enough to get them going. And down to pistols now are Vitality.
They've done the hard part. Broken Vitality. A gimme round, right? We're looking at a 1-round game so long as they convert clean here. A QTD for Mezzy.
I didn't even know that was a sticker.
Neither did I. He's got new skins. I think he went shopping.
I had no idea that was even a sticker.
Maybe it was a Valentine's gift.
Maybe.
From wifey.
Do you think
Maybe.
I can't imagine it.
What? I could imagine that your partner would take an interest in your hobbies and buy you some cute
Well, she calling
skins.
Apex on the phone and saying, hey, listen,
What do
Dan,
I
I
get
want to get him a skin that says cutie.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, you think
I can see a
that's
world.
how it's unfolding.
Yeah.
They got management on the line. Hey, listen.
Mazzy gift ideas, guys. Let's crowdsource some ideas.
I think when you're a parent, Valentine's Day is a little bit different.
Valid.
I wouldn't know, but I assume. Let us know.
Yeah. All the parents in the chat. Does Valentine's Day change?
How many parents are in the chat?
I reckon it's about 30%.
30%?
Yeah, dude. We're an old community these days.
No, you've lost your marbles.
Have I? I will put a 1 in the chat if you've reproduced. Please. Thank you.
Intentionally.
Well, they'd still be a parent if they did it unintentionally. Oh, I see what you're saying. Valid.
Okay, that is the 1 round gap. Vico dealt with, and smooth sailing. So a nice opportunity now to build a bit of a cash bucket. Still like how people in chat are guarding the truth behind 1G. When they see someone die to the molly, they're letting them know, no, that's not a 1G. A 1G is where you die in your own molly, not an enemy's.
I'm glad that we are keeping the...
We need to. It's the
Keep
law,
it sacred,
right?
you know?
It's just like knifing long on Dust 2 in your pugs. Stop knifing middle.
I'm seeing a whole lot of 1s, Chad, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I trust everyone on the
Yeah,
internet.
everyone. Now, why would anyone lie on the internet?
All right, here we go.
And are we going to relay this to the government? Yes.
A little bit different from a standard opener. They've also smoked shallow con, but that's a ruse. They're showing, hey, we really want mid. We're about to pop into A.
But Apex is here, and he had a hot start. He had the hot hand, a crazy pistol round, and now they're coming. Blitz has found the opening. Robs with nothing, empty hands, trying to make the difference. Both of them there lined up for Flames, catches them moving. Headshot available. Ooh, quick adjustment from Mazinho. Nice catch as well. Zywoo punishes, but still caught by Blitz. The trade from Flames not available. Maybe going to be caught by the window positioning of Mezzi, but the bomb's leaving.
Yeah, there's no need to commit to A right now, or at least not immediately. So back it off and just playing out this 2v2. The board completely shifts.
Mezzi's ready for you if you do go ladder, but he's going B. 9-10 leaves the bomb. Sees if he can catch a reaction. And he will. Lovely gameplay here from the Mongolian side. Pulls Mezzi away. Blitz knowing that B is a likely empty site. Doesn't have info on Mezzi though. And the bomb wasn't on the back of 9-10 when he flashed on the radar. What's Mezzi's move here? Elects to go window. Wants to try and acknowledge the potential for A, but they are on their way to B.
Might just end up with him saving this one. 2900 loss bonus into the next. It's going to be partial territory. And he isn't even going to have an opportunity to contest the bomb going down. He'll know now with that sound cue with the molly landing over towards market. This one likely done. No kit to his name, a long retake back in, and
really loved that little mid-round 2v2.
Where's he going?
I don't know if he knows.
Where are we going?
Like, I'm pretty sure that's a new M4 as well. Definitely went shopping.
Okay, so finds a molly, gets the AK, and we're all tied up. So 2 rounds left in this first half of play. It feels likely that you will concede at least a 6th. We saw Vitality just eke out the game yesterday against G2 on this very map, 13-11, and that needed some miraculous moments. Yeah, like a double apps push out of G2, the bombs in apartments, they're able to get it back. It's some wild scenes going on in yesterday's game. But Vitality did prevail, and the Mongols too over Pain, and that was after they lost their opening map. Then in the next 2, they lost a total of 3 rounds. So Mongols looking sharp. Mezzi does retain that AK. So
I'm not tripping, right? That like Vitality Mongols is a game we've seen, it feels like an insane amount of times, like organizationally.
So, major final, right, is probably the one where you take that one as a bit of the marquee. And it has been played a decent amount. I think it's the stretch from that major final, right? Vitality beating Cologne. Mongols take them down in Bounty.
Oh, lovely opening. Mezzi dares to try and ask questions of middle and immediately loses that rifle. It's a great scalp from Cobra. He spots a flash of Apex as well, and Nade's got his name all over it. Bang, 50 damage. wanted that M4, and now that nade has sent it skyward.
J-Raz will find it.
J-Raz is on the case, don't you worry.
You to find yourself in the right place, the right time to be able to spring a bit of a trap here. And the Mongols have this control. They're hoping that you step into it. Apex rotates window, Flames on stairs, Rops over towards the balcony.
Okay, the boost.
Is he blocking it again, just like he did with that? He is.
Yeah, he likes this move because he hears the jump up by being so close. He knows he's next to him. Techno, I think he worked it out. Gets the best of him. This is solid from the Mongols. No foot faults. No misplays, diligence on the util, a flash in combination with the flame. This is their home turf, and it shows. They take the lead, folks. Convincing rounds on convincing rounds.
Think about how many more it could be if they didn't flub the pistol.
Yeah, right.
And that pistol, it felt like they had it in the palm of their hand right there. So still 7 available on the T side. X-Taz want to take a timeout. Yes, he does.
And no disrespect to Apex, but, you know, for Vitality, if he's at the top of the tables, he'll say it himself. Need output from the rest of them.
Yeah, for sure. So 13 kills for Apex.
Mezzy's AWP says, "Happy birthday, princess." So he has been given skins as gifts before, chat. I rest my case.
Who's calling him princess? Maybe it's to ZywOo, knowing that he's going to have to drop him the AWP every round because Mezzy's not an AWPer.
Why has he got an AWP? Called Happy Birthday, Princess.
Maybe
who
gave it to him.
There it is. Thank you very much. He's even got the Ayayaya skin stickers on him.
Look.
Only a minimal wear, so they don't love him that much.
We'll have to investigate this.
Yeah.
Double AWP T sign, though. How you like them apples?
I do. It's very Mongols coded. So he's hoping for like a little inquisitive swing off the stairs player. Apex is preoccupied with till mid. Rob's holding a flash. Is that for ZywOo to call for it? Oh, it's for Apex to swing lower. ZywOo does remove Cobra top mid.
Well, I think we see Techno go back and trade out of that AWP.
Oh, clean headshot from Apex, trade there. Zinho delivers. Still with Vitality's advantage, though, and that Molly's not going to force Flames into a fight. It's been a dangerous game. If the AWP peeks in, he just dips away.
They're coming to finish on A. ZywOo, right place.
Yeah, he's in the right place.
Can't be smoked off.
Should be good for one here, the double zoom. Catch you on the jiggle, that's what he's playing for. If you go for the wide swing, maybe.
Oh, flash.
Flash from Flames. 4 Flames, rather. Swings in. Okay, Cutlass there. Blitz was not blind. Makes it a 3-on-3. High pressure now between Robs and ZywOo, though. Can they get the job done?
Bombs rotate. Blitz is heading elsewhere.
Oh, wow, audacious push! Nice shots! Robs, Rex, and Blitz pieces out.
How quick does the penny drop? This is a possibility.
You're not going to think about this.
They're all still worried about A. So he's going to have a molly, a flash, and a HE for the post plant right now. Where does he plant for?
Do you remember a Blitz clutch?
You're about to see one right now. He's going to plant open 4 short. So he's got this molly. They've got 2 kids. No smoke of their own to deploy on that bomb. And right now, they still think it's A. Penny's dropped. He's thrown in the molly. He's repositioned now up in towards apartments.
He knows he's going to have to try and take an early fight.
Well, they're all coming through short.
Okay, ready's his aim. He does manage to spot out one. Doesn't find immediate lethality. Now they'll double swing him. He does very well. The Blitz clutch taking shape before our eyes.
Now he can play the
bomb.
bomb.
Now the 1v1. ZywOo up against him. Gonna go holding. He's found the angle on the bomb. Blitz doesn't have the time. Cheeky close. ZywOo wins out 6-6. Okay, valid attempt from Blitz. Fair play.
It got clunky there at the end, didn't it? They're blocking each other. Are we swinging? Are we not? Are we just going to take this fight? And then the way that ZywOo wins out the clutch is just sitting the defuse right in his face. So it was a spree of 5 rounds there, with 1 finally being notched on the board before this break. But 60 seconds to collect yourself, have a chat with the coach, discuss the pistol, and get back underway.
Surely momentum's with MongolZ, though, after that, what, 5-round run?
Yeah, I think that also seeing some of these little spurts of the individuals, showing some really class moments. We'll see if that can continue on the likes of Techno, Zinho. Get 9-10 going as well. A little bit quiet at the moment, but CT side should apply his trade. Great shooting. And Robs as well. They turned the A4 into a laser beam for these final 2. This is where it gets a little bit clunky for
That first shot to Med. And I think because he planned on that side, if it was, you know, on the right side, planted for short that way, you could have maybe seen it from the apartments, and Zawu wouldn't have found such a clean angle for the defuse. Blitz going to be a bit miffed. He did the hard part.
I think he's just surprised that all three of them retook to account like that. So here we go. We swapped the sides on the defense now. The Mongols there, map choice. Vitality sprints off heavily towards B. It's a pair of dual breaders in the hands of Techno. Will be boosted up by Cobra. U2's in the sky.
Yeah, he's going to try and get that first one tap. Did. Molly forces Techno to just sit and whoop, Stu in the flames. Cobra tucked, great flashes. The util is just seamless from Vitality, and how little chances these CTs have had for a fair fight. Blitz will make the most of it. Tapping on one, Zawu, drawn, one sound cue too many, and a quick double. Junior runs one out of the smoke, gives him a chance, but that's a Zawu 3K, and that's a Vitality pistol.
Okay, both pistols, you think now. That should be enough for a team of the class of Vitality to be able to work themselves into a winning position, assuming it comes with a conversion.
Felt like perfect util, didn't it? I mean, from the CT perspective.
Yeah,
Molly's perfect, flashes are perfect.
I'll just have a quick scrub right now, but let's see how telegraphed Mongol's pistols are, really.
Perfect, boys! That's what I'm saying.
Techno started on the balcony. They've run that same pistol before.
Okay. Vitality always doing their research.
Yeah, it was in their outing yesterday. Techno on the balcony, Cobra 0 there at debate, and 3 on A. So maybe slight variation, but very similar stuff. It's always the bluff with prep. It's like you can come up with a whole new pistol. You can run the same. Do they really think we're going to run the same? Well, at least in essence, some similar moments of it is force fight.
Well, dropping nades towards Rops implies fakery.
With them being close ramp, though, right? The fact that they're close ramp, they're either going to be able to rumble Rops when he throws out the util, or they're going to know it's a fake immediately, which doesn't help them if the timing just scales into Techno and he gets nothing done, but he has another smoke to be able to block with on B right now.
Yeah, so as he throws this out, you're right, they'll just be saying nothing home. Blitz might get 9-10 moving.
Yeah, the B block smoke, but you have to brave through it unless you just hit the pause and then Rops throws the util at about 25 seconds. And it looks like that's what they're going to do, but they're even playing smoke jiggle defense on the ramp. So this comes down to Techno completely. What level of output is available from him? This means nothing, essentially.
Here they come. Off you got, Techno. A 5-7 and a dream and a white screen. Lovely flash. Rops deals with Blitz, trying to get towards the short side, and could be all she wrote for round 14.
Zinio's going to be flanking this, so they might be able to keep Rops pinned, and Zinio can come and finish him off, but Apex is spurting over quickly to support him, and in the meantime, Flamesy's found 9-10, so, oh, that's a freebie. Thank you very much.
Slash.
Oh!
Nice dig.
All right, you're not walking away with too many guns, are you? You got a little bit overzealous there.
You might chill your beans.
Let's call that off, shall we? Cobra can get himself on an upgrade, right? There's pistol drop potential.
There's guns all over the shop.
Even if it's just an SMG, still better than nothing. Hey. No. I would be tempted to buy again. It's not conventional wisdom, but...
Because of the amount of damage as well?
Yeah, I think you also could drop the dig that Cobra 0 had. Right, so you're able to facilitate... Oh, yeah, they are buying. Okay, there's an M4 now in the mix. There's 2 Galils. It's a full buy. There's 2 M4s in the play. So this is going to be tough for Vitality. It was meant to get easier. That's why they were hoping to wipe the board. Now they're going to get past this. Techno in with a shotgun.
Quite direct at the start.
This is good, though. This is the type of pressure you want to see. You need to do this within the early round to force them to use their util. And also, it's going to help you understand like how many nades were thrown back. Is it a buy? With the 2 Galils, I think you can make a pretty safe assumption. So treating this one like they're against the guns, because they are. Vitality will be taking late mid control. Let's get a nice timing on a nade into underpass here, but he backs off. They scale up. So combo boost for Flames. So they want this Mac 10 to entry in through Con. From top mid on Apex. There's the flash, there's the go, they're in.
Oh, and Blitz will score Flamesy out. Clean one.
You know Mazinho has to be here. A defender has to be here somewhere.
How do you clear it, though? You haven't gone sandwich. Apex will clear it out from up. And dead. Zaiwu confirms it. The round is theirs. Cobra Zera. No, going to back away.
They might want to find something a little bit better than the swag.
Yeah, what is there?
It's not going to be easy to get his hands on. You can see the X is on the radar, littering the A bomb site. So they get past the threat now. It is 9-6. So Vitality extending their lead.
Just one of those rounds where Zaiwu happens, gets himself the necessary kill. The 9-10 one sounded snappy. Not a name we've said much of, actually, here on Mirage, 9-10.
Yeah, and I don't know when they're going to be able to get out of the AWP, because if they want to go for another one of these buys, right, 2,900 lost into the next, so Cobra can drop an M4 and Techno can do the same. So they can have a stack of guns again.
Is Techno going to make a little break for the potential? I don't think so.
It seems like you just throw it all the way, right? So Galil will not be scooped up, or you just have to relent. Well, let's do it. So, yeah, they are. Okay. This is classic Mongols, right? So they're going again. They're dropping those M4s. Blitz is just going to operate with an SMG. And that's what I mean with this 9-10 AWP. Right? You might not see it. And if you do, it is going to be very late in the piece.
Oftentimes, that's when his impact is felt.
I go for a similar opener, or maybe there's follow-through this time.
No one's holding for this. Okay, they are. I lied. Robs is holding. He's going to be preoccupied with the smoke lineup, though, and Techno still with that Mag 7. Real opportunity! This is his first pump! Second's all he gets. Good work on the flank, quick activation. Apex is going to be naded out. He swings ahead of the nade, cheeky with it, removes Blitz and some captain on captain crime. Dink onto Cobra. Do you give it a go? You're going to certainly give it a look. And now Mazinho, oh, he's been flanked. Flamesy is fine, staying so active with his Mac 10, and now Zaiwu spots out the last and executes. Bleak for the Mongols. You put all your pennies into the center of the table once more.
Now, if you want more of the same, you can do that again. You can bring out a handful of M4s, you can have an SMG to complement, or you can finally bend the knee, just partial buy, and go for a full gun round in the next. Because right now, you've played the first 4 rounds, sure, while some of them were close, but you haven't had a full gun round, quote unquote. So at this point, is it in for a penny, in for a pound, or to let this one by? There's a, yeah, okay, good. I was going to say there's an M4 on the ground.
Oh, that's actually, it's rare I see the VRS forecast with actual points for Vitality. They get a whole 5 if they win.
Yeah, lucky them.
Woo. Life at the top. 79 for Mongols upon a win. That's a lot.
They're doing it again. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean...
They might play their entire CT half without a full gun round. And the reason I harp on this is because it just limits the amount of options that you have available to you, at least in terms of, you know, a standard round of CS. You don't have the nades to exchange. You don't have the Molotovs to slow them. You don't have the AWP to play retake on A from Ticket.
That's why Vitality deliberately lost a couple of extra guns in that to pull them into this. It's all a mind game. They know Mongols function lesser without the sniper.
The convo can't even be, oh, we break the money if we win this. Just look at the left-hand side of your screen right now. 4.4 on Apex, 6.7 on Mezi, 7.4 on Zaiwu, 3.8 on Flames. The only one without money is Rops, and he can get a drop. So you're not winning out the economy war. You're just continuing to dig that hole. At least everyone's got an M4 in this one.
Oh, a lot of nades thrown out. You can see the trails. It's worked out for Techno. Advantage Mongols extended. A double now from Cobra. too many on his screen. Look at that. Flawless. So they break through, Chad.
Yeah, see, Chad, you're an idiot. All they had to do was shoot them.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. Yeah.
Typical. Typical. MongolZ 7, Vitality 10, and their first demonstration. They can win CT rounds, and they do it flawlessly.
Yeah, there was no need for the push-pull of the U2 game because Vitality just went for another B move. We've seen them do that a handful of times now.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of the A site on this T side.
Now they have everything they desire, MongolZ.
Just had to fight for it. And Cobra, again, finding impact. Making his way up the top of the tables. An even kill spread from 4 members of the MongolZ. 9-10 the exception. Apex lining up some rather unorthodox util.
Maybe top con.
Yeah, from way back. That's kind of cool. They don't have to be behind the boxes to do so. And then you go walkabout. Molly that goes cons. I will ready to punish if you get flushed out. Flash ladder, progress, flash short, go round. This is so tidy. And then you get the Zywoo entry, but is he ready for this corner? Oh, they're not ready! Cobra strikes! Sinks his fangs in deep. Blitz can finish this off. It's just Mezzy. Reveals himself and swings on out for the first of the clutch. Pays a heavy price, 24 to work with.
I'm cap fast right now as Mzinha.
Yeah, he's heard him. Dead.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, Cobra gets the opening, gets a double. They line up for him on the short fight.
That will bring the finances into a little bit of a conversation at least. There's the ability for Zywoo to bring in a hero AK, but the rest probably not the same. Xtaz could be another good opportunity for a tactical timeout. Depends on what he hears from the call of Apex right now. This is the opener, the movement up. First frag comes in, and then this is that spacing that if you were with us for the FUT game, it can happen a lot, but Zoe and Rob's just lining up perfectly right there from Cobra Zero. They know Techno's the anchor.
2 bullets, 2 kills.
Okay, so they've limped in just partially here. That hero AK in the mix in the hands of Zywoo. Blitz just standing in no man's land, dodging nades right now.
Perfect. Mezzy ears ringing, legs wobbly.
I want to make sure Zywoo has an opportunity to use this before you give over a kill. So if you lose one to utility, sure, but as long as the pistols, if you want to open the gap, make sure Zywoo's there to trade. So hoping for some type of re-aggress and a clampdown on mid by the MongolZ in this 2-round game. Could very well just become 1 in a moment's time. Hit the pause. Nothing's coming their way just yet, and good restraint on the utility from the MongolZ. Bunch of smokes. Molly's remaining to continue to block. They don't feel pressured. I think that's one of the keys with at least the mantra that Mara runs, and probably why they continue to buy. When we do get little bits of information out of the likes of Mzinha or Techno in the interviews, it's, yeah, we back our individuals, we back our aim.
Flash from B. Little peek out. Mid's quiet. Cobra Zera, nice deep incendio will segregate, and then Techno gets himself a fair fight. No, he doesn't. Flamesy wins out. Cobra stepping up to the plate and delivering back-to-back multi-kills. Then Blitz shows up to do the rest of the dirty work. Not the weapon for the job on the flank there. Apex unable to find it. Blitz closes it down, and we've got ourselves a game. Cobra, top of the tables now with Blitz. 18 frags for Cobra Zera, 16 for Blitz.
I know that 910's AWP hasn't really been a conversation at the moment, but Zywoo going with the hero AK means he can't bring one out on the T side. So what is the calling going to be? Again, window, top cat lined up. You can see them getting ready to lob those out. That's 3 consecutive rounds now for the MongolZ on this CT side. Make it 4. We've got a tied game.
Blitz going to have a head-on collision. Oh, Apex so committed to the spray. Flamesy trades. 910 sticking around. Not expect. Wow, he just called the bluff. He said, you're not going to go any further.
Mzinha needs something on A right now.
He does, and on the uncrouch, he might spot Mezzy. Walking on our balcony. Yes, he does. Gets away with it, and ready for that trade attempt from Robs as well. A couple of bullets finding their way into Robs' Kev.
That'll be good.
Not quite. Doesn't hit the mark, but the bullets do. ZywOo down Tetris. Rob's last seen Palace, and 9-10 puts him down. God, that AWP feels good in his hands. He finally gets it. Mongols make it 10-10.
After the way that the mid-exchange goes, Apex finds him through the smoke, then there's a trade back from Flamesy. And MouZ, yeah, if he doesn't stop them at the door right there, they're into the site, they're under so much pressure. And as soon as they know that they're in that, he actually thrusts himself forward. He doesn't stay at ticket, stay defensive. He gets stuck in. There's the opener from Apex. Goes down. Flamesy finds the trade. They attempt to walk out on A, and you can understand why. But maybe the reaction need to be a little bit quicker. Right? If you know they're doing mid-control, there should be gaps. Partial again. Mongols can take the lead.
Yeah, has to turn away. Nice shot. Opens up. 9-10 with immediate impact. Partial investment. They're trying to run at him. Blitz ahead of it as well. Catches Apex looking the wrong way. Mongols taking control until ZywOo's Deeg finally does something. This time, Drops needs to hit the same. Hang on. They've managed to get themselves access to a rifle. In a level field of play.
Info play, ramp control taken. At this point, you can sell A. If MouZ stays here and they hit the side, he can always play from the ramp late on the retake. And if the weapon advantages, there's kits in play, and he also gives them a boatload of information.
Still very hard to see how you find the finish with your resources.
Techno investigating short very aggressively right now, so playing for info across the map. 40 seconds, awfully quiet.
This is a perfect position from Techno. Drops would have to hit a banger.
Well, you know it's the A defender and the AWP in the mix.
Okay.
You can identify that. If you head up short, 9-10, he can deliver this.
Yeah, he certainly could. This is exactly what he wants. They're already getting close to the safe zone. ZywOo caught. Lining up nades. MouZ tries to close that gap. Well-placed incendiary, flushing him in. Tries to flash him off. He's done very well. You do need Rops, and he's been spotted now on the window side. Oh, he's under too much scrutiny. Does go down. Nice combo, the 1-2 punch. Robs spotted out. Nice find from MouZ. They know MouZ just planted. Ready for the swing. Oh, MouZ clutching. Denies away. A bit of a fire starter around for Vitality on the partial. MouZ says no.
Yeah, I love the confidence there. Just so brazen, up short, wanting to take the fights. As soon as he takes down Robs, he sees the bomb where it was planted. There's only 2 positions that MouZ could really beat. As he feels like he has to get stuck into that fight, does, and that was a light buy short. It got threatening. There's no limitations on the Mongols buy coming into the next. It'll be a second tactical timeout from Xtaz, and this might be one where they need to slap the team around the back of the head. Apex top of the scoreboard, needs some output from the others if they want to get this done. Another game on Mirage that's coming down to the wire for Vitality.
Haven't seen much Apex signature frustrations. I haven't caught it in the cams either way. Mongols...
I think it's easier to stay contained when at least you're fragging.
Yeah, you're right.
You're upset at the boys. They had to deliver you something, but at least you're still finding some output.
That's true.
A lot of that came early on in the piece. He's definitely slowed, but that's expected.
And ZywOo has accelerated right on this T side. Definitely started seeing a little bit more of him.
This is Vitality with both pistols. Strong starts in these halves.
And that Mongols forced by stubbornness actually breaking through. Great run from them now.
Yeah, 5 straight, only 1 plant, and it was in that last round.
Keeping this boost, hoping to catch, but Apex has already passed that line of sight upon the fade of the smoke. They'll have nothing to report.
It's 9-10 that's the problem. They molly him back, or does he just go contact?
Contact swings through, catches Apex progressing.
He's on his own, right? He's trying to catch a timing, so leading from the front is Apex, but his team not there to be able to capitalize off the back of that, and now they're locked in con. Bomb on its own, having to float back ramp. This is tough.
This is a tough crossfire to break as well. CobraZera is going to be throwing on nades, and Dink did hit. Making it stronger. Blitz immediately takes his place. You thought you had a moment. Techno, Blitz, MouZ. I'm just doing a roster rundown. They're all hitting shots. MouZ, perfect. Instant headshot onto Robs.
Some great output from Cobra as well, right? 18 kills towards the tippy top of the scoreboard alongside a Blitz.
He just found another one.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. This is why Yanko on the desk there saying he's never going to doubt Mara.
Yeah, no, that's valid. Even Control has had his moments.
fact they're able to stay threatening, looking to take a map off of Vitality here. This is back-to-back series where Vitality losing maps in Cluj. Sure, it's not an indication for the series overall, but still, wobbly signs as they aren't turning to an A execute. Zinho Close has the support of Blitz.
Yeah, late A hasn't worked. What about early?
Nine sets here at times. There's no pressure mid, no spam mid, nothing.
Zinho gets forward, not going to be caught by the flash. Blitz even hitting the opening. Zywoo's gone. Palace accelerating. It's all onto the first. Okay, Flamesy and Mezzy have done work. It's just Mazinho ramp. Techno scampering over to CT. He delays. And he's got the bomb. Ooh, great composed tabs from Techno. Robs a rough one. Flames is so low as well. Mazinho's doing it all. Mongols take Mirage. It started out weak, but it ends in a whimper from Vitality. Just consecutive rounds. How many was that on the tail end? 7 on the trot.
Do you see what I'm talking about, guys, with this team? You know, you are playing with a new player, replacing a generational talent from your region, and you just taken a map, sure, your map pick, but a map all the same from inarguably the best team in the world. I didn't even realize how far down MongolZ were in the BRS rankings right now. And this is why it's like, I don't know, you should have expectations for this team.
Yeah, well, I was kind of shocked what you said, because they're 13th in the BRS, but they make quarterfinals of a major. They were playoffs in Chengdu.
Skip tournament.
Yeah, I know, but still, I guess the Krakow, but in Krakow they lose to, I guess the G2 loss really hurt them, because the other one was to FURIA and they didn't get any wins, no prize money. But onto this map, MongolZ always a great Mirage team. It did look a little bit shaky at the beginning. They were down 5-1 and 4-0 in both halves. So being able to come back from that, especially this CT side, has been rather impressive from them.
Yeah, again, you know, we just seen FUT play Mirage, and we kind of highlighted them for being proactive, being aggressive on the CT side. We know that to be the case for the MongolZ. They did it to Vitality here again. Constantly players pushing, whether that was towards A ramp, trying to take mid control. You had, was it Techno a couple of times, I believe, in A apps as well. So it was a MongolZ team, you know, pretty much all over the map. And we know they had the capability. Richard, especially on a map like Mirage, it has been the go-to bread and butter, arguably also one of the easier maps of integrating a new player into it, and that's why I kind of want to focus a bit on Cobra Zero and give him some credit. You see him on the scoreboard right here, 1 kill away from topping the charts. First half, not really finding any impact whatsoever. At the bottom of the scoreboard, looking a little bit shaky. Second half, CT side, he came alive and he found an awful lot of impact, and he did it in a true MongolZ way, where he was, you know, the spearhead of this aggression on the CT side. So in that regard, I think there's a lot of positives to take away for the MongolZ, outside of them obviously winning the map.
Yeah, battle of the IGLs there you saw, but the standout player is going to be Mazinho. I guess obviously now realistically, but everyone's got to kind of make up what they were missing in the absence of Senzu.
Yeah, absolutely. And even on the T side, you can see even here on the heat map from that apps area, was able to find a lot of kills, a lot of impact, and then got activated on the CT side too, being that A anchor. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you lose a player like Senzu, this was an important kill in an important round for him early on, but everyone's going to have to contribute, and it was Mzinho alongside Blitz, who honestly has been flying a little bit under the radar, just how poorly he's been playing, and how poorly for like 6 months, not just a month or two or the last couple of tournaments. You know, he was in the convo from some people about being the best fragging IGL in the world. The no one IGLs that frags better than this guy, and it was, you know, nowhere near that in terms of his output. So him having a good game is really important for the MongolZ. He's in a lot of those lurking positions. When the team goes for the egg execute, he's on mid. So any sort of impact that he can have is sort of multiplied, right? Because he's on his own, he's throwing a spanner in the works, he's cutting off rotations, and he had a good game on Mirage.
I'll just add as well, in case people at home missed it, Rops did say he's like really, really sick right now. He tweeted out saying he had a fever, and he nearly didn't come to the event. He was nearly going to sit this one out, felt that it was important for his team that he attend, because obviously we know Vitality have said they're going to sit an event out in the future. They are going to take an extended rest, maybe sit out Pro League, I believe it was. So obviously he wants them to finish up as high as they can. So he's battling away. He's fighting down at the bottom of the scoreboard, probably not feeling too great.
No, and we saw that yesterday as well. Again, I don't know exactly, you know, how to phrase that, because sometimes when you're sick as a player, there's different ways of being sick, right? If you're having a fever and you're feeling physically very ill and not on the top of your game, I think Counter-Strike is a game that punishes you for that, and it's tough to, I guess, perform under those circumstances. We saw it with Robs yesterday. We even saw it in the final. I don't know if that was the case in Krakow as well, where he was nowhere to be found. Wasn't really needed, right? But it's been a rough couple of, dare I say, games for Robs as of late. So he's a missing piece. Is it his fault they're losing right here, Vitality? Not really. I think they had plenty of opportunities. As you said, you're up 5-1 on the CT side. You go up 4-0 on the T side as well. It's not down to him not winning this map.
It tells you what it takes to slow this guy down.
Yeah,
right.
True. Absolutely.
I think though there's plenty of reasons for Apex to be frustrated after this map. Maybe they were a bit lackadaisical. I mean, they lost a lot of rounds with advantages in the first and in the second half, right? And I think that's super problematic. Because especially in the first half, they could have reset the Mongols, just kept going with the momentum. Instead, they let them come back into the game. And then even in the second half, I mean, no IGL is going to be happy about having a 4-0 lead on T side and getting shut out after that on Mirage. Just not good enough from them.
It was atypical, because whenever you saw a 3v3 or a 2v2, normally you'd give the edge towards Vitality, almost regardless of the scenario and the situation. But I think I counted 3 or 4 rounds where it was a 3v3 or a 2v2 or Insignios 1v2, where it was the Mongols winning it out. And that's a cause of frustration, obviously, but it's also a bit atypical for Vitality, who's always so calm and composed whenever they get into the 3v3s.
I think we've got a key round we can take a look at, round 20.
Yeah, in the second half, I think was really important. The Vitality here is just going for timing, right? Like, you're going to see mid aggression doesn't necessarily work out for the Mongols, 2-for-1 trade, and it's almost at the exact same time that they just try to walk out tabs. But they have 2 players here, and Messi just walks out. Rops is sort of holding jungle for him instead of trying to walk out with him, right? Mzinho rips the head off of Messi. 9-10 now understands that he has the space to swing all the way towards ramp, catches Flamesy completely off guard, and they completely, shut it down in a 3v4 where Vitality takes a little bit of a risk, but it's calculated. Okay, they're fighting for mid, they're probably weak on A, let's just try to hit the timing. But as Messi is walking out, Robs isn't right there with him, and Zaibu isn't even at ramp yet. He's still coming back from mid, so not really as coordinated as you'd like. Could have also just aborted the call, waited out a little bit in a 4v3, make the Mongols sweat a bit more.
Yeah, we've got Dust 2 now coming up, and it was you who remarked, this proves that they definitely want to win the series. They're not experimenting in the Mongol series, because obviously we saw them ban it out yesterday. So what can we expect?
I mean, it's a Vitality map, down to the bone, down to the identity of that team. I remember doing the major at the grand final. They had played the map 36 times in 25, or as a team, and won 32 times of that. So a map that they usually win, a map they usually play well. I will say though that one caveat, to Vitality heading into Dust 2 could be Robs. I feel like he's one of the players that has a lot of impact on this map specifically. T side is one thing, but Robs on the CT side even more so. Dare I say it, having the double op setup sometimes coming into play, having him shut down the B bomb side more or less by himself. I think that could be an issue when we move to the second half and we have Robs, heading over towards the B bomb side, because that double op setup is something that they're pulling out quite often, and something they're very effective with, and something that changes up how you have to approach the game on a T side. And if he's not feeling it, and if that B bomb side is going to be a weak one, then if I'm the Mongols, I want to test it out.
He's just insufferable on those lurks. It's almost like he has a Manta style on him, and there's just 3 of him, like 3 different slots lurking. Like, that's how you feel going up against him. We'll see if he can provide enough for Vitality to take down the Mongols. But I think it has to be said, in the context of the series, Vitality is still a huge favorite. Like, Dust 2 especially has been a weakness for the Mongols for a long time.
True.
And Nuke, I think you will also have a big disparity between these 2 teams. So yeah, Vitality had good chances. They had good starts on Mirage. Probably feel like they should have won that map, but they're going on to a map where they are far ahead of the Mongols.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. We are going to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be straight into the action on Dust 2.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I'm going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
The Mongols are coming into PGL Cluj-Napoca off the back of not the best performance during Krakow, but it is a new lineup for the Mongols. We've got Mazzinho with me here to talk through all of this. Mazzinho, just tell me what you felt was not good from the Mongols during Krakow.
Like the less practice in break time, like we didn't even like prepare for tournaments and big opponents, like so. Okay. I think we just practiced for 7 days, just try to know each other, like with CobraZero. So yeah, I think it cost like zero practice cost the Krakow.
Okay, so you're telling me zero practice. When did you guys start practicing with CobraZero?
We stayed in Krakow and like starting Wacom practices, and yeah, no free time, like trying to get better.
One thing I saw when you had controllers, a lot of you guys, Blitz, Mara, they said, okay, everyone thinks we will not play good because we have controllers and no Senzu, yeah?
Yeah.
But you proved everyone wrong. You played very well. Your system worked to bring a new player in. Do you worry that this is not happening with CobraZero, or it's still fine, it's just one event?
It's still fine, it's just one event and there's no worries in the future, so yeah.
How ready would you say the Mongols are as a team now with CobraZero? Like everyone understands everything, how he should play in the system?
I think that progress is 70%.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, that's not too bad, but quite not good. Till 100%. So
yeah, but it's a good amount of development. Yeah. And how is he fitting into the roles, how he's playing? Like, can you give us some insight on what that looks like? What is good? What is bad?
What is bad? I think on T side, I think we're just playing not really calm, like just everyone fighting or something like that. That's the bad thing.
A bit more chaos?
Yeah, more chaos. And otherwise, all things going good for us. And yeah.
Okay. So how much stronger is the Mongols now coming into Cluj-Napoca compared to what we saw in Krakow?
Wow, I think 200% better.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah.
So team is full of confidence?
Yeah, full of confidence. I mean, not the confidence, but we did good practice, so
okay.
like we can trust what we did. So yeah.
And what can you tell me about CobraZero as a player, as a person?
Well, as a player, sharpshooter. Yeah.
Mongolia has a lot of sharpshooters. Yeah.
And he's one of them.
What are your expectations for Cluj-Napoca? Should we be looking at the Mongols and thinking you guys can make playoffs and go deep?
Yeah, I think at least playoff fighting.
Yeah.
And we can make it more far. So yeah.
Okay. So you're ready to prove everyone wrong again, same as Budapest?
I think we're ready.
Well, I wish you the best of luck in the tournament, Rosinho. I'm excited to see what the Mongols can do, man.
Thank you.
All eyes on the A stream to find the conclusion of day 2 here at PGL Cluj-Napoca. Before we can get those Swiss draws going in tomorrow, a bunch of teams are going to be 2-0, 1-1, and 0-2. A winner of this will join that 2-0 bucket. And the Mongols have come out swinging on their map choice of Mirage. We now turn to Vitality's home turf. This roster, this 5-man, this elite squad on your screen have played a total of 40 times. They are 36-4. So the Mongols are about to go up against it. But MZ right there saying they got some confidence.
And it was oozing from them. An incredible kind of resurgence of form from the Mongols. Mirage, not an easy win.
Especially when you lose both pistols.
Yeah, they did it the hard way. And credit to them.
Now.
Let's see how this pistol starts. They're in the right place to receive them. But Vitality delay it just long enough for them to evacuate. Apex with a geeky lineup for the cross smoke, so they're going to start to accelerate on this second timing. Already running up. Quick reaction from the three of them. USP at range should be favored, but the gap has been closed rapidly. Flamesy's already running on into the ramp, and a quick headshot. More where that came from required. Dual Berettas at this range, they can shred, and Mazinho's doing just that. 9-10 only the one kept humble. It's ZywOo that's managed to chip in, removing the site players, but on the new box, there's a headshot available. Apex forces him away. Oh, good one from Techno at range. Mezzy, an immediate trade. It's just CobraZero. And Apex jumping at it with the bomb! That could cost you everything. Now falls to Mezzy, and CobraZero will punish.
Yo, you go back to Mirage. Apex was the hero. Right now, he's looking like the villain. The call to just fight was made, but a leap of faith. Mezzy wasn't there, and they will fumble the 1v2. Cobra catches them. Apex still with a smile on the face for a moment's time, but that one could have been played a whole lot differently.
I felt like the hard work had been done when you broke through Mazinho in 9-10.
I understand what Apex is doing, right?
Yeah.
Mezzy's taking the duel from ramp. He thinks, well, let's just kill him. Mezzy not in a position. Could have been an ammo scenario.
Yeah.
And they do get the pistol.
Okay. First of the three going Mongol's way. Good timing on that AG because he was just starting to make his move. Blitz may have relayed that info. Techno going to try and throw out this block smoke, and looks like Blitz will activate. It's not going to be an easy fight for Flames at all. I'm not expecting this. Oh no, Blitz's MP9 malfunctioned.
It's an early way back in.
Not ideal.
Yeah, well, 9-10 close on short needs the support of CobraZero. They have to fight it together.
Wow.
Not fighting mid at all.
Flamesy, that's a crazy headshot. Read him like a book. Cobra's put him down. And he's not really scared, is he? It's going to be one hell of a shot from ZywOo just over the top of the smoke.
You know, MZ, the long anchor's still alive.
Yeah.
And Techno, the B anchor. So pick your poison right now.
Find Mazinho. And you have. As he puts him down, and second round conversion, almost better than a pistol.
Okay, Techno will just be saving this M4, or at least trying to.
I like what he's done with the stickers there. 9-2.
Okay, well, that's a nice little bounce back, but I'm sure Mongols want to try and contest for this. And we will need a whole lot more for 9-10 on this map. I understand that they won it without him, but the AWP does too. Needs to really be taking it to them. These cliches, they're tropes for a reason. So we'll just see Techno saunter back into the backyard. For them, only 1,400 coming in.
And yeah, the FFS and presence of FlameZ felt immediately.
Yeah, it's funny, right? That blitz kill, you think, okay, well, they still have the weapon advantage and the zinger onto short there. That's the difference maker.
Yeah, 910 didn't get a chance to play.
Okay, well, they made up for the mayor of the 1v2 loss on the pistol. Now they're back in it. Now they're in the driver's seat.
Okay, put it into first.
A lot of opportunities there to unleash. This one, bang, 910 removed, and then
That was
the smoke from Zywoo.
Really nice. Quick on the follow-up.
Unable to get a scout in the hands of 910, so won't be able to try and chip away at them.
They are looking to go towards tunnels with a pair of them.
Yeah, Cobra's been given the M4.
Oh, that's Rob's dead. Booked. FlameZ's getting run out too. He's still messing around with his nades. Hyper-aggression, a remedy.
Full W, and now the M4, the trap on A. Cobra needs something right now.
Yeah, let's see what he can find. Tucked on the cart. Gonna try and pick his moment. He was worried about long and it catches him.
Caught off guard. Now setting up the post plant. Still with the smoke and molly. A couple of flashes to work with in this. But they are fast. Rapid through CT. Looking to pipe up short as well.
We could have a brawl on our hands. They're going to close the gap. Molotov delays CT for 7 seconds.
It has to be quicker than this.
And Zywoo's got himself a HE that could be very well placed. Tries to threaten them as they replenish the smoke.
Juggling nades, boys.
Apex still going for jumps in towards the fight. Zywoo's been Molotov'd out. Oh, put in the mud by the bullets that tagged him as well. So playing forward, and Mazinho will find him. Nice catch. Apex, however, good for another headshot. 2 out of the Tech 9, but 9-10. No time for this.
Okay, well, they've done a lot of damage there. I was about to say, they just got to live, right? Messi taking that fight from Goose. He just stays alive. It was the time that was still on their side.
Yeah, nice output from Apex's Tech as well.
So it's not going to be easy. They got 5.8 on Messi. So they will be fully strapped right now. But we saw MongolZ just go for these persistent buys on Dust2 CT side. They eventually broke through. And it looks like they want to do more of the same right now. So Galil for 9-10. Blitz is in with an M4. Is there going to be more of an investment than just this? Mara on the mic. In a moment to take a sip of water. This is in some pretty intense rounds back to back.
Yeah, what a cool start. Double HE just eats Robs alive. Not enough to convert, sure, but it's cool to see ideas like that come to fruition.
Okay, so 9-10 gifts the Galil. He'll bring in a scout, a couple of tags, but Zywoo, however, has the AWP. We know just how good this guy can be on the cross.
Yeah, I figured we may as well bring that up as it comes out.
He doesn't have the best spawn right now to contest this. A little bit more over towards B. I want to boost him. Just like it. There's a tag.
There it is.
Who would have thunk?
Yeah, tag no. Gonna have to operate with just 25. The Zywoo effect. And you can see the protocols in place. FlameZ mantles up Xbox.
Could just go straight into an execute with how quick you've gotten to this point. You haven't used a lot of utility, so you can lob it in now. The biggest concern when you do the avant-garde smokes is someone scaling behind it to stuff you in the choke point. So we've seen teams, they throw the smoke and the flashes simultaneously and just erupt. Here they come.
Pushing forward. 10, playing a dangerous game around the flames. He's lost Blitz, his support. Dino caught. Oh, just spammed him.
Process of elimination right there. 9-10 has to be there somewhere. So just 2 with pistols remain.
Nice reaction.
Crazy record on Dust2, 36-4.
Dude, that is mad.
It's wild. That's a year and a bit worth of Counter-Strike out of these boys, and that level of Dust2.
And I thought Dust2's a map that's, you know, like, it's a map
feels more volatile, doesn't it?
Yeah. And comfortable for most teams. So you must have the real recipe for success.
Again, it's going to be another laboured series for Vitality if they want to get it done. Last time against G2, they did end up eking out the opening map. Then they lost Inferno, and that's where G2 were probably kicking themselves, thinking, we could have taken this too. There was opportunities to get it done. So Vitality are going to have to climb the mountain. We have Nuke as the third and decider. I think even with that map win, it's still hard for the tune to change, especially knowing that Vitality go into such a strong map.
CobraZero on screen, the newest addition to the Mongols, and had a great start on Mirage as well. Was at the top of the tables with Blitz.
In the server, he's just Cobra. On the HUD, he's CobraZero.
Well, that was like, we called him cold as well, didn't we? You know? Sometimes you add the Zera.
True.
Sometimes you don't.
Flames and Flamesy, he couldn't make up his mind.
2 for 2. This time onto Mr. Cobra. Great flash. Apex was caught by that.
Well, they didn't know how close they were to, I wouldn't say an empty site, but a very susceptible one off of that tag on Cobra. Controlling the tempo, not in any rush, our Vitality. Through the motions, a flash to facilitate the lower peak to help clear out short. Now a molly to push anybody who's up close and personal back. Snack is over towards A. This does have a smoke and a flash. That's what could make this interesting.
They got their short control. They've still got a full set of nades. It's looking pretty good. Smokes and Molotovs are plenty.
They're being very considerate, aren't they?
Yeah, not risking anything here. Mazinho's going to use that smoke. Try and tap love, but looks like he got spotted out. Yeah, nice catch.
Alright, they will just continue now into A. Another threat noted, and off, but
9-10's hard to hit.
Dead in a moment's time. It'll be Apex to finish him off. Cobra cannot cross, and it's just Techno.
Mezzi, he's been holding it this whole time. He's just looked away as Techno leaves.
Techno's going to be close towards suicide if he continued that pathing, but no. At the top mid, Robs is the one who could get caught by this. Or does Mezzi get his frag? Yes, he will. He'll find his man.
Patience.
Nice, boys! Oh, it was full bench. Yeah.
The guns to come in now. 9-10 can bring out the AWP. It's been dropped across from Mzinho. So strap for this one.
Will he go 3 for 3 on damage on the cross? The answer is no. Instead, starting for an early pick from the palm.
I think that's him hoping to find the head-to-head against 9-10, lingering in middle.
Yeah, started short though.
Waiting for a clear.
Timing spam from Blitz, just misses his window.
You know what's crazy to me? Like, he hears a player jumping Xbox. His mouth doesn't move.
That's all the same.
Right,
yeah.
it's like not even an utterance of the occurrence.
In his mind, it's like it's so obvious. That's where they'll be, so don't need to tell him anything. Ooh, 9-10 Goose. Flamesy doesn't give anything up.
How close mid doors. That's going to smoke in response.
Is Flamesy going to play through?
I don't know what a mid to be. Techno and Cobra.
No, dry. Flash did connect. They get vision back in time. Just a little late from Blitz as he emerges out of the smoke. Now Chris and Cross. Spam from CobraZero does connect. Now from Techno. Both of them finding their frags necessary. It's coming together so nicely. The B duo doing it all. CobraZero pivots into Apex. Rob's a little late arrival. Knows where he is, spots him out on the smoke spam, but doesn't have the bullets, doesn't have any hope, and it's CobraZero leaving with the 4K.
How casual is that you don't have to worry about any B presence on the mid to B split at all, right? Both of them are able to focus fire through doors and window because you know Rops's lurk is going to be the last piece to activate there. It just makes it so easy. I also think it's based off the information that Blitz gets, right? He steps out and he sees 3 players there, so it helps inform them. The lion's share of the fight will be coming through.
I just love that they staggered their engagements. Like Cobra unloads his mag, gets one through the smoke. Then, as the call is, he's doors. You get the activation from Techno, and there is a missed shot on the cross. Quick long. They've got the counter flash. Mazinho will swing off this. Long corner smoke makes him forces him extra wide. Flamesy punishes. We're on 4. And the excursion. The tag this time.
On the way back.
Oh, you tried again. You tried your luck. Cobra punished through the doors, and now 910's going to take a shot. We're really ready for that. A push up from the... Oh, yep.
Yeah, he caught you. He knows you're in lower.
Oh, and even confirmed a second. Guys, they've pushed mid. Goodbye, Blitz.
You've got smokes to get the long cross down. Currently, nobody home as Techno is going to try and join 910 in middle. There will be an A on time, and 910 has a HG to break, but just went to investigate B. It's the smattering of Util drawing back. Techno, Sentry and a flash.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this so many times, right? They kick up such a stink on long that Rops can arrive on short and just shoot him in the back of the head.
It's late on the lurk in the last round.
Yeah, will he be on time this time? Flames confirmed he's on site and tapped.
All right, the insurance policy as 910 will look to save the AWP. That's 5-2.
Tapped and attacking.
Blitz having a tough go. 0-7 right now. We get the in-game leader activated. Had a haul on map number 1. So 2400 into the next. You can get Mzinho into an M4, but other than that, it's going to be light on. And if you've lost the orb, that could have been that as Rops waltzes in. Gives over the kill. Another $50 added to the loss bonus going into the next round. So there'll be a little bit more to work with. 10 holding on to this, but still trifling with Zywoo's orb, especially. He's just such a nuisance, right? Either it's going to force you to cross late, make sure you're smoking the doors, and then might be able to find you.
I think I have a suggestion as to why the Dust 2 Vitality stats are so good. Starts with a Z and ends in an O. But,
0.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 0.
Yes.
0 idea.
Everyone's favorite number.
No, I thought we were talking about the player.
Ah!
Of Hellraiser's fame.
Yes, indeed. I think he does some content now that helps Steeko and Ash put their videos together.
Yeah. I think he's kind of made a software and everything.
Oh, that's right. Yes, the blue and the red colors, distinct. I can see it now.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, second tactical timeout from Mara, and when in doubt, force buy it out. It's even similar, right, with the Asian teams back in 1.6. I remember the likes of Lunatic High, which is the Koreans, or WNV or Tyloo, the Chinese, right? You would always, we made Fox, look at me. They'd love the force buys, right? They would constantly be taking these brawls. Now, 3 and 4s are famous. An AWP in the mix. They make it look good.
Could be another Techno and Cobra Zera test coming their way.
It's a B-pop being lined up right now. Will be stalled by a smoke. I wonder if they call it off or if they just wait it out. He draws them in. Flirting with that for a moment.
Oh, the commitment, the flash perfectly catches in. Cobra Zera, only the one, kept humble.
That's not a pop as you're seeing it in the meta at the moment, right? You get the door smoke in the air, you get like 6 flashes, a molly back side, 1 landing back a plat. This is just, oh, flash, hello, you're dead, goodbye.
What's brutal as well is like Techno was anti-flash up until the millisecond before. He just goes wide as the flash pops. And that
Took a
kind of
timeout for this round as well, didn't you? And it just ends like that.
Yeah, I mean, for Mara, is whatever the plan was, it wasn't
that. Good work by Apex and Rops to clear out the B side. They'll save again. They'll be able to drop some rifles and do it all again, the Mongols. But 4-round gap now accrued. Money's still not hugely flowing for Vitality just yet. This will add the win bonus, so a little bit more smattered on top, but considering you'd expect maybe a little bit more cash, but that shows how close some of these scenarios have been, at least in that patch, that rally of the last 3.
Ooh. Just saw Zywoo spawn once again, going to be perfectly positioned to catch any early info on that cross. The closest to that suicide position.
I wonder, you know, is he calling his own shots? Is he, I want the boost?
I think
he gets it.
Yeah, he definitely calls his own shots. That's a good HG.
Starting aggressive short and locking down long. So heavy lean right now.
Yeah, and you don't get numbers, so you're going to go for this boost.
Oh,
not again! Flamesy's got 910's number.
He's just swinging in lower.
9-1-0.
Blitz with the AWP. He's actually cheated over towards mid doors. Now would be a great time for an A execute again.
Robs. He's done well. Actually takes out Flamesy. Swings with his flash and a spray from Techno with nothing to report. Wow, Blitz is giving it a good look here. Counting on Techno to be able to chip in. ZywOo removes him. Spotted as well towards the ramp side. Peeks on in. Not as clean as you'd like. Apex will still find his head.
8.
Let's go!
Okay, he likes that. So swing it in, taking down 9-10. And having a good time. Yeah, Blitz, got to get going, mate. They're in again.
Crazy.
He's got the knife in hand. The boost getting erected. Important one here from Mezzi.
9-10 cannot. Oh.
Yeah, take it.
You want it?
Take it.
He might just go for a pot shot through the doors.
You can have it.
We've seen them time and time again.
Shoot the gun
Oh,
across.
wait. You want to try?
On. Come on.
Try a late peek?
Come on.
Yeah. Where was he? He was boosted, Sui. Yeah. Okay, dismount.
Oh, about to be blind.
Flames is going to flash you in. Great counter. Great counter. Oh, it's beautiful to watch.
Blitz is on the board.
Does get his, but at what cost? Flames and a spray. And you've been absolutely booked. Red card off the pitch.
Well, he's not red-faced anymore.
Hey, I loved that.
Hello.
Oh, I like it when you can see a bit of yourself in the pros.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice. So it felt like ZywOo had X-ray on, like he knew what was up, like the reaction and everything, and then the perfect like flash play booked as well with the Molly AG, just streamlined Counter-Strike.
This one doesn't feel like there's a way back in, does there?
No, it doesn't.
This one feels very dominant. They're just going, nah, we'll hit the brakes, we'll chill out, we'll take these moments to recalculate.
No one's saying that's the best CT smoke.
Have to draw the attention of Techno though.
And that's enough for Robs to make his moves. Apex lays his life on the line to get that trade. I say trade. Actually, Techno's done a lot of work. 1 versus 2 for Techno.
Molly short, you Molly CT rotation.
He extinguishes. He does. You heard that.
Plant for long, and then play the bomb.
Nade smoke. Has to plant Mezzi. Oh, that's enough.
Oh, I can go back and get the all mid doors. 9-10, do you want another shot?
Oh, you risked it.
All right, well, he's got it, and he's getting away.
9-10 has had a really tough game. Everywhere he's gone, either Flamesy has found him or ZywOo's got his number on the cross. Head-to-head out mid-doors.
So 8-2.
Third map nuke.
Yes, indeed. So it feels like we're setting our sights there quite quickly. It's tough as well when MongolZ did win the pistol here. That force fight back.
Yeah, it came quite casually as well.
Yeah. Could use the long spawn here on Robs. Might not be the man you want to send out
they've
first.
got. Yeah, no, that's not happening. He is diligent on B. He's always going to try and do it without the help, and HE for the cross is the answer. Okay, 9-10. He's trying short again. Flames is
Not
coming.
boosted this time.
Flames is coming. And he was not going to take that fight. I think he's going to think twice about that. Just playing for the Xbox jump up, which could
tough,
be inevitable.
That feels tough with
That's
the ult.
flash. That's the flash. Found him. They're so quick on this map control. You've got short. Confirm Blitz's position.
This is the safety of the ult and the fear factor on the CTs.
Right.
Oh, so we can't harass middle because ZywOo's going to kill us? Yes. It just leaves you a bit more turtled.
Well, that's going to activate Blitz. Robs is holding for this exact reaction still, but it's past him. And another one from Blitz.
Look at that on the back pedal, the fade away.
Stunning. Most impactful scenes from Blitz so far.
Might be enough for a round, at least short. Orb down on A. They can get in and plant.
Apex could lose his head here. Blitz looks like he's hitting headshots. Slow ammo, backs away.
Now you got to get that bomb in. Who's full clear?
Deep CT smoke, it's the short fight that's coming. Mezzi's trying to back away. Flash in the open, deep nade, following them up, but Flamesy using that AWP to great success. Removes one and missed shot, activates on another though. Cobra removes Apex. It's going to fall to Mezzi. This is winnable. Here's the advance of Cobra going for the jump shot. Mezzi strafes out wide and Blitz will receive. Quad kill from their captain.
Okay, Blitz, there he is. Announces the presence in the server there. Well, 0 and 8. Now he's sitting at 5 and 9, and that one's an impactful one. We'll be able to get their third round across the line with one more to be played. So there is a little bit of hope. Resuscitation, smiles on the face on the other side. I think that's a bit of a bad omen if you're Mongols, if they're having this much fun.
Number 2. He's quick to it. We could see a little recovery.
This looks like the best Mongols buy of the whole game.
Yeah, unironically.
Long pop, here they come.
Yeah, Mazilio's got a smoke to play around. His position is not a secret. Heavy damage inflicted. The nade will finish off the job. Solid hold. Long is Mzinho's. Apex, next challenge. Beautiful round. Putting his aim on display is Mzinho. Hang on. 910's got to get out of there. That smoke is fading, so Flash as well. Spots him out, spams him down. 910 reacts. Rob's caught walking through. Okay, 4.
Feels
You'll take it.
A little bit similar to Mirage. Obviously, there the scoreline was tied up, right? It was the Mongols getting control of the game late in the piece, but it was how many more could it have been? That's the similar factor. Mongols won the CT pistol, then they lost the Force. Well, on Mirage, they should have won the T pistol. That's where Apex was able just to spurt into the site, get a wicked 4K and defuse the bomb. So they've given themselves an opportunity to keep the conversation alive. Need to win the pistol, and that's going to start applying pressure to Apex and Co. Again, to remind you of the dominance of Vitality on this map, 36 and 4. They've won the last 8 on the trot. 5 of them this year. So, hot form on Dust 2. Their last 3 outings in Krakow were 13-8, 13-6, 13-6. That's against BCG, 3D Max, and MOUZ. So relatively
Mongols.
dominant performances.
We've swapped sides. Let's see. A T-pistol. Is it available for the Mongols to close the gap further? Get both pistols on Dust 2. Feels like a minimum given the performance.
They're ready to fight this. You can see this setup right now. This flash, this from Apex, he drops this in and the short players can swing with it.
Swing they shall. The Apex flash does connect. Mezzi's bullet good for it. Zywoo composed. Flamesy good for it as well. Everyone's hitting headshots. Just Mzinho heard that information relayed. CT pistol secured.
Feels nice when you get to alley-oop the boys and then get yourself a kill. So good job there from Apex. When it just lands behind them as they path out short and take the fight, but the T is completely blind.
So is it a middle click for the Apex flash, or is it just a left click?
I think it's a left click.
Okay.
I think.
So it looked a bit kind of soft, you know? Is it just popping above? I'll check chat. They're always right. They know everything. Is it a middle click or a left click, boys?
Well, the eco with nothing. Fatigue. This should be a farm fest. Playing for a mid to B or a B pop, so maybe expecting a force buy out of the Mongols here, but that will not be the case. Round number 10 feels like it should be a certainty. Dropping these. Well, we've seen a couple happen in recent history, but I don't think Vitality will be one to offer that up.
Apex now with that first decision can note and relay to the team. Yep, it is just the Glock Eco. Come on, Mezzy, go and get a couple, mate. You know you want to. You know you want to get stuck in.
I think he needs to step up. Double dink into the helmet of Zywood, gets away with it. Safe.
Right, just 3 more rounds to push us into Nuke. Again, that Swiss draw for all the matches we're coming out after this series concludes. So, stand on by.
Yeah, Twitch chat doesn't know. Everyone's saying everything. I don't think it's a right click, Buddha the Great. I don't.
I don't think so either. Push him mid.
All right. Zipping over towards the early answers on B.
They're going to snake up Cat pretty quickly. Apex on the break.
Smoke break with the rifle. That's mad info.
Sees at least 2.
Yeah, look at Zywood. Look at Zywood. Back a turn. You're just not looking for it. You're not expecting it. Mezzy strikes with a double. Horrible, potent crossfire. The blitz will break, but then backs up into Robs. Overlooked as that second man. This is suffocating from Vitality. They want to get this one done. They know they've got to pull it across the line on Nuke. They want to get Dust 2 quick and efficient.
I think one of the keys right there that people need to understand is in that situation, you know there won't be an AWP, right? There may be a scout,
right,
but
hence
you
the
know
break.
there won't be an AWP. Well, less about the break, more about the lower tunnels play.
Right.
It's like, okay, we don't have to worry about the boost, and even if they do, scout might just get a tag. It'd have to be a headshot otherwise. So you are going to take those liberties, and you're going to be able to continue to do that in similar fashion now to close things down. 9-10 will bring in a scout. Everybody will bring in the best of the rest. Tech9, Deagles. You had a scout? Okay. Never mind. Power of the cell back.
Ooh, Cobra.
You had HP. Was nice for a moment. It's nice to watch this domination on display from Vitality.
I mean, it's a stark contrast to the Mirage, right? Like, it really was a competitive affair, high-octane Counter-Strike, and in this one, it does just feel like a mismatch as far as what MongolZ have got versus this polished Dust 2 with the most insane statistics.
Playing right now for the mid to B. They've got 3 players on this side of the map, so reading the flow.
Catches you pulling out nades, just further away. Mantle's up. He's just playing with his food. It's Mezzy. That's a clean round from him. Demonstration of his prowess. Very impressive. Clean conversion. 5 alive. Barely a lick of damage.
You know, a lot of people go, oh yeah, Apex got a great team. But right, he's the one